Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. There is saying something among the lines of, not to accept stuff from strange-looking individuals, or is it not to talk to them? It was few years back, or so, that it was quite hard to remember such mundane stuff. Well, anyway, it started with accepting some brochure from a weird white-dressed guy at the corner of the street, not far from my favorite store. That was the only weird thing I remember from an otherwise regular day. Now that think about it, no one except me saw this guy. Anyway, the reason I am mentioning this is what happened next. Is that the brochure simply disappeared after I put it in my pocket. My intentions were simply to throw it away after I was some distance away from that weird-looking guy. But I didn't pay much mind at that moment because I thought I dropped it. Turns out I did not, because it was the cause of my reincarnation of sorts. Even then I only realized that after some time has passed, the hints were there. But, thanks to no small amount of shock, I missed. Only when hearing and sight somewhat returned was able to comprehend that in-world has happened. Apart from just shitting, eating, and sleeping, I was able to remember the last day. The only reason I took the brochure was that it had something anime-related, probably. After remembering that, I tried to recall what kind of anime it was, not that I was paying much attention as I was playing Fate Grand Order. Damn, it's going to take ages until I can watch some anime again. The more I thought about this, the more despair started to sink into me. Once again, several months, maybe years, passed through like flash. After coming to terms with all that, I started to pay attention to my surroundings. The first thing which stands out for me was that where I was born, it a manse of sorts from the Victorian or Renaissance era, as there are no light bulbs or any electrical appliances. It was another one of those despairing things, meaning that I am maybe several hundred years in past. But, then I started to listen to what people in the manse talk. It took me some time, but I started to learn the language of this place, which was German. Then when I was around 5, I think, finally realized where I was. It was around the time when my so-called parents started to take interest in me. To me, the whole thing smelled like arranged marriage, as neither of my so-called parents cared much about me at that point. That's why I had to figure out everything myself, apart from those red-eyed and silver-haired women. Wait a sec. White-haired, red-eyed women. Then it was the word magus and magecraft. Now that I think about it, I even heard about Clock Tower. That moment a very sinking feeling manifested in my gut. With such shock, I quickly went to do some research. There is quite a library in this place, so it was not hard to do some very simple research. All I needed was a map of Japan. Skipping quite a few historical books, which were written by hand, it somewhat make me despair, as this can indicate that printing press doesn't exist, or whenever I doesn't use such a thing. I was able to find modern-looking map of the world. After seeing the geopolitical situation of the globe, I was able to relax when I saw the Soviet Union was around. Meaning that I was in the 20th century, in the Cold War era. Not that I looked a lot at it, instead I focused on small islands in the east. What was shown was only Tokyo, which made me frown. I quickly started going through pages of the atlas. It shows nations and continents in more detail. Even so, it focused more on Europe, the Americas, then on Africa, eventually Asia, which was split into several areas, since it's the biggest continent on the planet. Quickly my eyes scanned the island nation, checking each island in detail. Only a few seconds into this my face turned pale like paper. Oh, fuck. Seriously? Damn. I nearly screamed, seeing the fictional city exist in this world. At least I am not completely helpless in this place. Thinking about this in more detail, I realized that I was not in a bad starting location to survive in this extremely dangerous reality where simple concept can turn into reality. Yeah, I was in Nasuverse. As I look on the map, my eyes zoom on the city by the name Fuyuki, a city that appeared in Japan because of the Tosaka family. After a deep breath, I closed the map. It was time to start learning everything possible. Since I was born into the Magus family, I will learn everything my family has to offer. Magecraft is the way. No simple common technology will save me from dead apostles or a blonde demigods which want to cleanse the world, or some other wacky insane people. Nah, I am not going to let someone or something fix things for me. Nope. If I am to survive and flourish, I need to take things into my own hands. After making up my mind, I put back the atlas and returned to my room. After all, a kid which is not even 6 years old should not be reading things when he was not educated yet to read. Activating one's magic circuits is not a difficult thing, only time-consuming. It took me a couple of weeks of thinking on my trigger. Once I got it done, my whole body experienced something mind-boggling and extremely weird. The moment the circuits activated, my whole body started to heat up. It didn't stop. I felt like I am going to cook myself, and maybe even explode. A moment I thought that my body was absorbing a large amount OD, or something like that. And then it just stopped. It was close to the point of scalding and my skin turned crimson red. What happened I had no idea, as after that I was able to start learning theory while supervision from my so-called parents. Yes, they finally noticed after I told them that I activated my circuits, which made them slightly curious. That curiosity only increased when I was told how much I learned so far. The men very quickly started to teach everything about family art, the homunculi and runes, which were both Gaelic and Nordic. Fascinating enough, all these arts were very interesting for me. And I took them like fish to water. And it turns out that simple runes do exist, the fancy primordial ones are by all means extinct. But, the more I learned the more I was confused about my first time using my magic circuits while I was considered a first-class magus potential, with having 35 natural circuits of high class ranked at A+. Nowhere in the books I read mentioned nearly frying oneself on the first activation try. Then, I finally realized what truly happened to me when I tried to use Gradation Air, one of the first and basic spells. As any self-serving Fate fan would do if they are in said universe, and that is to use Gradation Air, or also known as projection. That's why, I was very, very shocked when I projected a cup and it not disappeared. Then of course I tried to squeeze it harder, knock it with more force. Until eventually, I just dropped the cup on the ground. Now it broke apart as it was like a proper cup make from ceramic. What in world? I said with shock as I went over and picked up a piece of a cup from the ground. I just stared at the piece of the cup for multiple minutes. There was disbelief on my face. Until several things clicked in my head. The unknown secondary origin, which frustrated everyone in the Mance, Magus families despise the concept of not fully utilizing all the available resources. And my secondary origin was what frustrated everyone as it was empty. Now, however, it made sense, it made absolute sense. Denial of nothingness. I said that as my facial expression morphed into a smirk. I lifted my hand and once again used projection, thinking of a cup full of water. And it just appeared. This, going to need more working. I looked at the cup. People are going to ask questions as projection has some sort of light of magecraft to it, while mine just pops into existence. Still, my smirk didn't disappear because with first true magic my power went from having potential for first-rate magus to that of a sorcerer capable of performing true magics. Even so, I remembered that flaunting true magic will attract the attention of two very powerful beings, so that leaves me with using denial of nothingness on my family arts. So, an army of empowered homunculi it is then. I smirked at the idea of having servant-level homunculi. The year was 1994, a teenager was walking through the halls of Clock Tower towards the lecture hall of one of the lords. Behind him walked a maid homunculus, one of his superior models with impressive combat abilities, not that anyone was able to find that out yet. I can feel, this lecture will be quite different. So far my instincts never were wrong. He smiled for a second, remembering a certain classmate who was furious scribing things on his notebook the last time he saw him. If my understanding of the situation is right, it should happen this year. The teen thought for a second as he entered the lecture hall. Many teens in the room turned around and looked at him. Did you heard Ashwell released another patent on runic sequences? One of the teens said with gushed voice. Yeah, it was already the fifth one. I heard Einsburns bought the right to use it, another one commented. Einsburns already bought it. Hey, never thought I will get this famous so quickly, I've only been around here for 2 years. He hummed with amusement internally as the teen took the seat in his favorite spot. Listening to a professor talk which is an actual anime character in his previous life is something of an amusement to him. While he can't deny that the man is a snob, which he has the right to be one for his talent in his family art, the blonde knows what he is talking about. That's the only reason why the teen was in this class, to begin with. What he was talking about is Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, the blonde guy which he only remembers from Fate Zero and how quickly he was delved with by Emiya Kiritsugu. It took him some time to remember about him. That was just how pathetic he was described in the Fourth War. But, then again, Kiritsugu is Magus Killer, and the guise is super effective against traditional Magus. Not long after that the man entered the lecture hall. His eyes scanned the students. The moment he saw the teen he looked pleased with himself. The teen could only roll his eyes internally. Being proud is not wrong. But, once it becomes arrogance then it's bad, which is what was happening right now. Not long after that, he pulled out a stack of papers. A sneer appeared on his face. Oh, goddamn. Fate Zero already started. A small amount of shock appeared on his face. Slowly the shock turned into a large amount of excitement. He learned how to survive, now it's time to flourish, and he will start with summoning of a servant. While the teen was grinning to himself, the blonde magus opened his mouth and started to read from the stack of paper. He could only shake his what about to happen to future writer's master. 1/5 chapters, 1 out of 5 chapters. Chapter 2, Fairy Queen Morgan. These are the best relics I could find. In front of me were 2 open boxes, one of which had a piece of special blackwood inside of it. This one came from Greece. We believe it's belonged to a Greek hero who wielded a bow. The collector said with slight giddiness. This must be the same piece of Tauropolos used to summon Atlanta in Apocrypha. I thought for a moment. The relic matched what he saw in Apocrypha all those years back. It's hard to forget a proud lion girl. Then I looked at another relic which had a piece of broken black metal with some remnants of blue paint. And this is piece of a staff, which we believe comes from Arthurian legends. The men said with a smile. Wonderful. I do appreciate that you delved with this in such secrecy. I said with appreciation. Of course. Nothing but, best for the rising star of Clock Tower. The collector said with a happy look. It is quite hard to get a catalyst without attracting the attention of certain annoying people. That is why I could only get these 2 catalysts that can give some guarantee of a powerful servant. But, Atlanta would not fit. If I get her or even Chiron, Tokiomi will summon Gilgamesh as a caster, and that will be even worse. Caster version of him is much more controllable than Archer. I thought about it as I looked at the piece of black wood. That leaves me with this. I looked at pieces of black metal with blue paint. That's some craftsmanship if the paint survived that long. Most of Arthurian servants are sabers. I could get Mordred as a berserker, or if lucky enough get Altria herself as either saber or even lancer. I thought for a second, then again any servant from Arthurian myth will do. My prana reserves are unlimited thanks to converting ether to prana. I could sustain whole Grail Wars, casually. Yes, I will take both of the relics, I said to the men. The more random traces I leave the better. Of course. It will be 200,000 pounds. The men said while rubbing his hands in greed. I could only roll my eyes at the guy. Before snapping my fingers, my maid pulled out a briefcase and opened it, showing nicely packed 50-pound bills. The men gulped down before taking the briefcase. While the collector checked the money, I collected the relics and then got up from the couch, ready to leave. It was nice doing business with you, and I will contact you in case these relics are faulty, I said with a smile before leaving. When the men heard that, he paled from fear, gulping down nervously. It seemed I left him thinking deeply if what he got for me was real stuff or not. And, it seems the man was not going after me to clarify things. Wonderful. That means he believes the items are the real deal. My lord, this area here has the strongest ley lines in this part of the island. One of my homunculi told as he looked at the item for scanning the strength of ley lines. I looked around. It was a picturesque view of the channel separating the island from mainland Europe, plus the high cliffs. Truly one of the greatest views you can get in England. Wonderful, start with the summoning circle just like I taught you guys, I said while looking around for the best spot to draw on one. The reason for summoning here was more or less on a whim. Summoning servant in London would attract attention, as drain on ley lines will be felt. But, then again I could counteract that. Still, I decided just kill 2 birds with one shot, get a servant and see Cornwall. Draw on the circle on that boulder, make sure the surface is even. I pointed at the boulder casually with one hand while the other was in my pocket. Yes, my lord. The homunculi obediently nodded and started to prepare the boulder for summoning. As the time for peak magic was approaching, the boulder was ready and the custom circle was prepared. Unlike the original one, I altered the code with my improvements on the servant's vessel. Einsburn didn't improve the homunculus formula since the creation of the ritual. If they had some common sense, they would just check the circle and the source code for the homunculi and they could recreate their precious, perfect, Justice-type model. It's in the circle as each servant is given a customized model according to their class. They all are based on and created by Justice. What I did was just added some alterations which increase prana consumption. But, it makes the servant stronger in the process. My lord, it's ready. I looked at the circle. It was silverish, painted with special paint which substitutes for blood. Wonderful, bring the catalyst. I casually ordered as I walked closer to the circle. My heart started to beat faster. Finally it was time to experience what makes the Nasuverse universe one of the greatest, and that is the servants. I looked at the clock. There is only a few minutes left. I turned around and saw the small group of homunculi I brought with me standing guard and keeping the boundary field in place. While my maid quickly walked over and brought the wooden box. I took it from her and opened it for a second, making sure it's the right one for the last time. Once I confirmed it, I put it close to the circle and then took a deep breath. Internally reciting the chant one more time before starting to say it out loud. Silver and iron to origin. Gem and Archduke of contracts to the cornerstone. As I spoke it, I saw the circle coming to life. To make sure it works, and I get the best servant possible, as the Throne of Heroes have multiple variants of the same heroes from different timelines, I decided to pump the circle with more prana than necessary. The circle grew even more brighter. I start saying the rest of the while channeling the prana into the circle. You, 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, arrive from the ring of deterrence, O keeper of the balance. After finishing the line, the area got consumed with light, as I had to look away for a second. That moment my right hand got a short but sharp burst of pain as my command spells manifested. When I saw who it was, I could not believe my eyes. No way. My mouth opened for a second as I saw a very beautiful lady standing dressed in black and blue robes. With long pale blonde hair kept in a ponytail by a black ribbon, followed by very striking blue eyes. Her face is quite familiar. But it was not the famous saber. No, it was someone who possesses a dark regal aura around her. It's quite something to be summoned to simple holy Grail War. The servant said as she with her eyes swept the whole area. She looked around, seeing where she was summoned, then she inspected herself, clenching her hand. You have summoned me as caster, my name is Morgan. She introduced herself. There was a small smile on her face when she clenched her hand again, the witch was satisfied with her empowered strength. Her blue eyes then zoomed on me. She wanted to see if I am going to cover before her. But I was more shocked by what I have summoned instead of the fear which she was supposed to put me in. As expected from my summoner and a sorcerer. Very well, I shall lend you my hand in this war. The moment she said I could feel the contract was formed, and I could feel the drain on my circuits. It was less than I expected. But, then again I had no idea what to expect, as it's hard to put a bar on something I have no idea on. It is a pleasure to meet the Queen of Fairy Kingdom of Britain. She slightly raised her eyebrow hearing how I called her. Interesting, my origins are not from what you consider a regular timeline, and from what I understand you possess first true magic, not second. She elegantly walked of her summoning circle and approached me. I know that lying to her is pointless because of her fairy eyes, which is ranked at A. No lies in front of her will work. A servant with at least 5 skills is quite absurd. Wait. Caster. I used my master gaze on her, my eyes widened seeing the amount of stuff Morgan has. Class skills. Mad enchantment, E. Magic resistance, A. Item construction, EX. Territory creation, A. Fairy eyes, A. Noble phantasm. Lordless Camelot, EX. Rangaminiad, EX. 2/5 chapters. Chapter 3, Arriving in Fuyuki. Morgan was quite baffled when she started reading about herself from panhuman history. A very desperate woman, something similar to what she remembered from memories she inherited. Nonetheless not a queen like her. But, still, her schemes ended the rule of the Red Dragon. No plot hatched by Merlin and Uther will work, she knows that better than anyone. Even so, the desperation of her counterpart was something she did not expect to this level. From having children which she never thought she would have, to creating a clone of the Red Dragon. In the end, the clone one ended the so-called utopia which the mere thought made her want to puke. After finishing another book about Britain's myths she closed it and looked at her husband, master, and king who was sitting next to her. Rhenius Wren Ashwell, the 5th-generation magus from a family which is on the rise thanks to his advancements in the art of homunculi and runecraft. Most importantly he was sorcerer who was born with first true magic, something which extremely rare Northwest matter the place, even she spends centuries learning her magecraft and it was not on that level. And it did hurt her pride, not by much because he is her husband after all. Yet, what she remembered about first true magic is that to get it one needs to reach the Akasha, same with third, while second, fourth, and fifth are the means to reach Akasha. This means her husband has already reached the Akasha, but how? He was born with it. Does his soul somehow went there? All of this made her feel an emotion she never thought she will feel again, and that is growing curiosity. Well, no matter, I will learn all of your secrets. I always get things my way, and you, my dear husband, are not an exception. She thought with a small growing smile on her face. Well, you have finished them, what do you think? Wren asked her without even looking away from his book. That I started to dislike panhuman history even more than before. You going to allow me to curse it without objection, correct? The witch said with a small amount of anger. If it was her old self she would have already killed everyone on the plane they are in right now. But, that Morgan was her past, she long ago outgrew such tendencies, after all, she is a queen. And how do you suggest to curse panhuman history? He asked that while closing his book and then looking at her. Well. She thought for a second. First would be erasing all of knowledge about Red Dragon's myth. Morgan said with a thoughtful look. Sigh. Arthur's myth is far too engraved into regular human psyche, night is synonymous with your little sister Castor, Wren casually explained. The pale blonde witch frowned after hearing that. That is, quite annoying, then a mass memory wipe. The Queen of Fairies seriously offered to him. With a proper amount of preparation, Wren could do that with Morgan. But, that would attract counter-force. He sighed once more and casually created a piece of paper and a pen. Let me explain to you something about second magic, maybe you will find it interesting. His words immediately got her attention, not that she will tell him that. Wren drew a tree on the paper and started to explain. What you call panhuman history is the main history of the world main time flow is what you call this tree trunk, all the alternative timeline which are quite similar are these branches. He then highlighted them. The more these alternatives are different from the main the further they go from the main trunk. He drew the branches out even more. Do you know what happens to these alternative lines? He asked her. They get erased by the world. She answered very casually because she already experienced that. Yes, I suppose you know about it because your history is from outside of this tree trunk. He said that as he drew a bubble outside the tree and wrote, Fairy Britain, on it. The moment we do something drastic, counter-force and possibility of pruning can happen. Arthur's legend is a key history moment for Western civilization. Ray then drew multiple points on the tree trunk. In other words, if we do something drastic like mass mind wipe, we will get into trouble with Aleya's pet dogs. While we could use less bothersome method and try getting second magic. Snort. Husband, you are the first individual I heard who ever said that. I find getting in trouble with counterforce much more easier than getting second magic. The Queen of Fairies said that while looking at the tree description, she has heard some points of this before, but never in such detail. Does this mean you wish to use the Grail to get the second magic? She asked after realizing something. No, I will wish for third. Ren shook his head before clarifying to her. Heaven's Feel. She said while waiting for him to clarify. Correct, Heaven's Feel will give me an even greater type of immortality and even greater access to unlimited prana. Most importantly, I have access to Throne of Heroes. He said with a smirk. And why do you need that much power? She asked with barely hidden curiosity. To start a new age. He said that borderline shrug. The age of magic, as the way humanity is right now, regular human will destroy the nature irreversibly around the year 2050, Ren explained to her seriously while looking through the window of the plane at the clouds. Oh, that's ambitious. Where I ruled a country, you want to rule the whole world. She said that while realizing what he will do, no wonder he summoned her. Yes, I found your fascination with single country stale. Once you got control of it, you have fallen into stagnation. That's what all human empires do as well. They expand, consolidate, and then start to fall into decadence before falling apart and disappearing into history books. The key of not doing that is to expand and evolve and never look back. Once he finished saying that, the witch looked at him very intensively. Morgan didn't like the jab at her. But she understood what he meant. All this time she never had a conqueror mindset. She was satisfied with her lands. But controlling the world. Being queen of the world. That moment real excitement started to bubble in her stomach. This wish of yours is something I can get behind. She tried to sound serious and not too excited. Pity that she didn't realize that her pale skin is very susceptible to simple blushes. While Ren noticed her small blush easily, he was wondering just how much he did affected the fairy queen. Having the woman who can quite casually spam the legendary spear as a simple spell is something he would want to have on his side full-time and not just for a single war. Anyway, let me explain how second magic works. He drew a circle around the whole tree. The most direct and simplest explanation is that it allows one to travel anywhere on this tree. Ren tapped with his pen on the paper. That, of course, is just the bare bones of what it can do. There is much more than that to it. After telling that, he looked at his servant, but she was staring at his drawing with wide eyes. You just said this tree. That means there are many more, does it? Morgan said with realization, same time she knew that it's true, very high possibility. Let's just say that this is just a single, small tree in a massive forest, Ren said with a smile, to which Morgan knew in her very bones that he knows much more than he lets her know, and that just made her even more excited. A very thin smile appeared on her face, which he by chance missed seeing. This is so, very exciting. Pity that I can't show any emotions to him since I am a queen. After all, Morgan will never go against self-made promises, as it will damage her pride. But this doesn't mean her husband can't make her. And so, for the first time in a very long time, she started to scheme. Their plane finally landed in the closest airport to Fuyuki 1. The reason is very simple. There is a high possibility that any master or his or hers familiar are watching the airport. That's why he not only has chosen to travel from California, but to the city next door as well. Same time he did wanted to see the USA. Let's just say that Morgan was not impressed by how many people live on the planet. Even if she is considered an evil counterpart of Vivian, she was still a fairy, and fairies are well connected to nature, and none of the big cities they saw has a large amount of nature. Each time they saw a large city, she asked if she can curse the city population. To which he once again had to tell her not to. After arriving in Japan, they were greeted by several of Ren's homunculus, as they arrived in Japan several weeks before him in preparations of the Grail War. Less than a few hours later they arrived at Fuyuki City. Their destination was a mansion just in outskirts of the town. Why not a castle, husband? You expect a queen to live in a mansion? She asked in a nearly pouting look. Didn't have time for a castle, and besides I did not expect it to summon a queen. He honestly did not expect to summon Fairy Queen Morgan of all things. How on earth one would expect to summon someone who doesn't exist in proper history? It would be easier to summon Ishtar with a proper vessel, or even Altria Lancer who comes from parallel history. But someone not even related to history. The only explanation that comes to his mind is the amount of energy he pumped into a circle. He should have summoned a regular Morgan because the staff was hers, but in the end, the only conclusion he came up with is that the energy he used was too much for regular one Saint Glyph, so the throne picked the one which can sustain the power she was receiving. In the end, nothing is better than a proper overkill, he kind of almost pity his opponents. And hopefully, the servants and their masters are canon to Fourth War, the more he can use his knowledge the better. Let's go Caster, I will show the mansion before we start proper preparation for the war. Ren motioned for the pale blonde witch to follow him. Of course, husband. She nodded at him. For her the war is pretty much a foregone conclusion, with her here and with a master who can support her massive requirements of prana, she can wipe the whole country from the face of the planet if need be. Both of them entered through the main doors as he started to show all the rooms, living rooms, kitchen areas. Most importantly, she asked where will he be living. It kind of sends shivers down his spine, as there was something in her icy blue eyes which he can't put his finger on. Thankfully he remembered that this Morgan has stopped doing the casual schemes and instead started just blasting everyone and everything with her version of Rangaminiad. Still, it didn't make him feel relieved, as he got a slight flashback at what he saw on the plane. To get this much reaction from a woman who is supposed to discard her emotions so that she could focus on ruling is something else. And this is my workshop for this war. I brought Caster to basement level, it was stretching at least 3 times more than the mansion is. Morgan's eyes slightly widened seeing all the glass containers holding growing homunculi there. They emit prana that of servant level. She said with disbelief, homunculi with servant level magic circuits. What kind of sorcery is this? Isn't this overkill? Never thought she will says that. But, they are only facing 6 other servants. She is more than enough to deal with it. This is more for a specific ritual than anything else. Ren said while shaking his head. You see, Caster, the Grail is corrupted, and I need it to be cleansed before I can ask for third magic. He explained to her. I see, but, now you have me. I can help you, husband. She said with an almost purring voice after seeing the army. Ah, yes, you can give them a name. So, you know. You know about my round table? She asked curiously. Yes, the fairy knights. He answered with a nod. Correct, while I can't turn these into fully fledged knights, I can give them fey status. She slightly smiled while saying that. And Ren smiled in turn. I would appreciate that. After hearing that, Morgan's smile increased even further. It will be my pleasure. March 5th chapters. Chapter 4, Preparations. Watching Morgan do her magecraft was art on its own. Still, it make me think, giving beings the status of Fae, make them quite powerful, not only they will have several bonuses, plus the ability to walk on water because Morgan is considered the evil side of Vivian. The more I thought about the benefits of Fae the more I realized just how broken my caster is. With this, our foot soldiers will be that of low-tier servant level. The pale blonde witch said to him. Not only they will have raw power, but they will have magical means of servant too. Yes, now to program them. I sighed, realizing how much work this will take. You should get some helpers with this, my husband. Her blue eyes looked at me with some sort of emotion dancing there. It's not that easy, my programming of homunculi is unique to me, it's not going to be easy to add a new thought process with regards to Fae capacities. Then why not make them naturally learn it? She asked me, not seeing my point. Because my queen, natural path leads to unforeseen developments, I said seriously while remembering the Apocrypha. I did not expect my husband to be this controlling. She said while realizing what I meant. I doubt you delved in homunculi art. I asked while trying to recall if this Morgan delved in that. No, I did not, I found no need. My power by that point surpassed everyone by landslide. The queen shook her head. Yes, I can see that, nonetheless, leaving to nature is a gamble, and I don't gamble. It's either I do or not, even if it means doubling the amount of work I put. I said that while checking the homunculi. Imagine, your power rebelling against you, I said that while waiting for her expression. Morgan for a second paled, something like that probably never crossed her mind. I see your point, then, do what needs to be done, husband. She seriously said that while looking at homunculi containers, for a second I felt like they were her most hateful. No, Morgan doesn't hate anymore. No, she dislikes them now. Already planned to do that. Before that, we need to set up surveillance and defenses. I said with a knowing look. It will be my pleasure, husband, witness the power of your queen. She said that while turning around, the very next second she disappeared with a greenish-blue glow. Not long after that, I felt a boundary field already spreading through the place. She works fast. This made me think, while Morgan is not from Age of Gods, she is neither from Age of Heroes. Well, technically the regular one is from Age of Heroes, same with Arturia, but this one I believe falls into the Age of Fairies category, the most mysterious age I believe. Not long after the first boundary appeared several more quickly came up, one after another. Morgan was not fooling around, her territory creation got powered up further thanks to caster class. Right, she even has EX for item creation. Maybe I could get some ideas for mystic code creation. Arming my homunculi with pseudo-noble phantasm. That can wait. First we need to survey the city perimeter. And prepare the docks for a trap. In the end, only King of Heroes is the most dangerous threat. Once he is delved with, only Rider can put up some resistance with his army. That is if everything is going according to the canon. I didn't stay long in the workshop as I walked back up in the living room, where I found my caster doing something. It's still surreal to see the fairy queen herself around. I could understand Saber or any other regular servant. But, someone from Lostbelt. Still, mind-boggling experience. Husband, I have prepared the boundary field, henceforth we are invisible. I even prepared the mist, Morgan explained casually. The mist, the same mist which makes people simply forget things? I asked with utter bafflement. The very same one. No one will find us here, husband. While I prefer a castle, this mansion will do for now. But, as your queen, I demand a castle. She said quite seriously. I will see what I can do about the castle, caster. For now, we need a means for surveillance. Which animals do you use? I asked, thinking which animal does she use? Morgan for a second had an amused look, hearing my question. I suppose regular caster would use some sort of animal for surveillance. I am not one of those, husband. She shook her head. I am queen of fairies, nature itself is my tool, any animals will help me in this regard, even water, especially the water. She said that while remembering something, as Morgan looked at me for a second. Caster? I asked with confusion. She took several steps and got into my personal space. I raised my eyebrow at her while she waited for me to do something. Husband, I am waiting. She said that looking at me. Waiting for what? For you to kiss me. I am queen of fairies, how can my husband be without the blessing of one? She said that with an extremely obvious tone. When she said that I was out of words, how the hell I am supposed to know that? Sigh. Well, to be perfectly honest, there is no reason to say no to what she wants. Very well, does this mean I can hug you too? I asked cheekily. I don't see a reason not to, we already are married, are we not? While I can't show my emotions to you, my husband, it doesn't mean you can't. She said that while hinting at something. This cheeky witch, I see. Seeing that she doesn't mind at all, I slowly wrapped my hands around her waist and pulled her closer. Even with her high heels she was smaller than me. I am waiting, that kiss is not going to happen on its own, husband. She said that with a straight face, slyly reminding me of Salter bluntness. They are half-sisters after all. And think of me when you kiss. She pointed that out. I didn't say anything, instead looked at her icy blue eyes. And why should I think about something else? I asked her while leaning forward. You can't lie to me, I will know, and my instincts are far greater than anything you have seen. She said that while waiting for that kiss. Only her pride is keeping her from moving on her own, and just kissing him herself. The witch already realized that her husband knows that. And is using it against her. This just made her more excited. Eventually, he leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. Morgan could only smile internally, because for one she did not tell him where to kiss her. A simple peck on the cheek would do. Yet, he went for her lips, and it was very much appreciated. The pale blonde witch kept the part of her deal and blessed him with her strongest power. She even purred when she felt her master element. It was the same as hers. After finishing with the blessing, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss, which only increased in intensity. Seconds later, Morgan's eyes snapped open when she felt his tongue slip inside her mouth and started wrestling with hers. Few moments later he pulled away and saw that his lovely caster was blushing a little bit. Not bad, husband. We will keep practicing, correct? I will need to make sure the blessing continues to work on you. She said that with a very straight face, her blushing was receding quite rapidly. Of course, and I will exercise my rights as your king to keep you at hand's reach. He said that with an amused smirk. Very well, it is your right after all. Morgan didn't complain, instead she agreed wholeheartedly. After the so-called blessing ceremony, Morgan set up a whole surveillance system. Ren didn't know how it's working, but the more he heard the more he realized that it's pretty much a beefed-up sage mode of sorts. At least the sensory part, as his servant confirmed the corruption in the Grail with a single glance. Same time she found Tosaka residence, Matu residence, even Einsburn Castle. Not long after that, Ren with Morgan's help converted a table into a full-out 3D life map of Fuyuki. Wonderful, have you picked anything of interest? He asked his servant while looking at the map. He could see multiple dots moving around, they looked like some ants. Nothing much, only some residues of a servant. I guess it's an archer, only they have such a large range of independent action available to them. She pointed at the downtown area. Should I do it? Should I just prepare a trap in docks without knowing at least some details on servants? Ren intensively looked at the map. Can you make out anything from residue you felt? Morgan, seeing that it's important for a second, closed her eyes and tried to feel the residue of this servant. It's very bright, nearly golden, she said while trying to make out more. Sigh. I guess I should not expect anything less from Tokiomi Tosaka. It's King of Heroes. Ren said with a somewhat relieved sigh. He now is very positive that it is Gilgamesh. Tokiomi would not summon anything else. King of Heroes? Morgan had thoughtful look. She went through relevant information she received from the Grail. Fascinating, the oldest and strongest servant of panhuman history. She said that with a somewhat amused tone. She is looking forward to challenging such an opponent. We won't be meeting him head-on. No, we will be preparing a trap for him. Ren said seriously as he crossed his hands. Morgan slightly frowned hearing that. She was about to complain. No, I think you are more than capable of fighting him. No other servant in known history can use something like Rangaminiad like some cheap magecraft. My point is that we will be able to breath more easily when someone like Gilgamesh is not around, and besides I want to keep your true identity a secret as much as possible. He explained his reasoning. I see, very well, my husband. You wish to deal with the greatest threat as soon as possible, only then we can enjoy the rest. The pale blonde witch said that with contemplating look. She is a queen and not some bloodthirsty warrior searching for some challenge. No, she has more curious things to do, instead of challenging some old hero. I will agree with this under a single condition. She said that while walking over to his side. You will tell me everything you know about this war because I have this feeling that you know more than you telling me right now, Morgan said while narrowing her eyes at him. She was almost asking him to dare not to say anything as pain will follow after. Normally, one would practically cover after being stared at by an evil witch of her caliber, only the difference in this situation is that he knows certain things about her, which saves his hide, to a certain extent. I was not planning to hide anything, I only know one possible route out of hundreds if not thousands, Ren explained to her. Oh, the more I heard about this, the more I have this feeling that there is more to you, my husband, than just first true magic. She said that while her hand moved on his chest, she then gently pushed him back and he ended up sitting on the couch. When did she? The next moment she was sitting on his lap while facing him, one of her hands was already gently stroking his cheek. Okay, I take it back, she still does her regular scheming. Now, why we don't spend this afternoon discussing everything you know about the Fourth Grail War? The pale blonde witch said while she got comfortable sitting in a very intimate position, 4 out of 5 chapters. Chapter 5, Rangaminiad. Damn, if not for the blessing I would not even pick it that up. I said with shock when I watched Morgan just made runes on the container disappeared like they were not even there to begin with. Only my new instincts which are connected to nature can feel that there is something there. Won't your little sister pick that something is up here? I asked her while looking around the docks. It was daytime and we put the workers under our control, this allows us to work undisturbed. Today was the day Artoria arrived with Irisveal, making today the official start of the Grail Wars. There was only a few days difference between my arrival and theirs. Still, it was enough to make most of the preparation. Thankfully my existence does not affect the flow of the war so far. Waver arrived and summoned Rider, just like in anime, Ryunosuke is on his murdering spree which I intend to end. Same with Kaineth, he arrived with his fiancée and Lancer, several days ago, and prepared his hotel for traps. We all know how much that helped against Amiya. Even Amiya with all of his sneakiness didn't went unnoticed by Morgan. My caster already claimed the whole city as her private backyard. I do wonder if people noticed an increase in vegetation, and how much more the nature around the city is alive, a side effect of her surveillance, a welcomed one at that. It's much more relaxing in the morning when I wake up and look at much greener backyard. I guess is that Saber may realize that something is off with the surrounding, as she has exposure to Fae. Knowing her, she will pick it up. But, there is no malicious intent in the disguise, and the trap we designed does not have it too, only has intent of restraint on it. Morgan explained while finishing the last camouflage. She won't going to see through it, the way you described her she barely has any training with her Fae blessing. The pale blonde witch said with certainty. Well, even if she becomes suspicious she won't going to have time to act on it, she should by all means care only about facing Lancer. I said with a shrug. Yes, the night types, I am done here, husband. Our preparation are complete. She nodded at me, before motioning at the invisible traps we prepared for Golden Boy. We could set up more and deal with all the servants which will appear in this place. Caster mentioned that. You can just try taking more out with Rangaminiad, if they survive it would be impressive and worthy of our time. I shrugged at her once more. Yes I suppose I could do that. But, I would prefer if my little sister survives a little longer, I do wish to face her face to face. In the end, we decided just to deal with Archer, ending the war the very same night. Feels rushed upon Irisveal request, Saber took her master's wife to the beach where she could look at the sea for the first time in her life. The time was getting close to nighttime, as the sun was already setting down. It was that moment when the blonde knight felt servant's prana getting broadcasted. Irisveal. Saber. A servant is broadcasting his presence. The King of Knights said to the silver-haired woman. Inviting us to a duel. It appears so. Then we should accept this challenge. The Einsburn woman said with a challenging look. Saber nodded at her, with a small smile. She prefers such an open challenge the most. It has started just like you said it would, Morgan said to her husband as she sits down on the couch next to him. Yes. The opening fight is still the same. This is technically the second fight. She said that almost jokingly. Tokiomi tactics are very amateurish at best. Ren shook his head. Anyone with half-brain will know that once they realize what kind of servant he has in the fake priest. Assassin or not, especially with the servant who is branded as EX rank. Something at that rank will slaughter a measly Hassan, especially when he tried to attack Tokiomi at his home fortress no less. That's why barely anyone fell for this so-called betrayal. I am not commenting on Archer's master tactics. I am saying this is the second overall battle. Ren just shrugged at her. For a second he forgot that Morgan is sticker to rules now, as it's a queen thing to do. If you say so, now let's watch. This is your first time seeing your little sister of panhuman history. Castor slightly snorted and focused on the projection. Ren that moment created a bowl of popcorn and started to watch intensively. Battle between real knights is always interesting to watch. It progressed the same way as in the Fate Zero anime. Lancer tricked Saber with his second spear, which made Morgan snort once again. She crossed her arms for a second before turning to her master who was eating his popcorn without a care in the world. The pale blonde witch then looked at his bowl. Her eyebrows slightly went up, seeing that the amount of popcorn in the bowl is still the same as she saw last time. Is he using true magic for this? Snack. She asked that herself, not that she has not done a similar thing. How many times she used Rangaminiad for the smallest of transgression. For a second she tried to count but then decided to stop as it's too many times to count, same with turning people into pigs. I appears we are similar in that regard. After coming to that conclusion she took one of the popcorn from his bowl and tastes it. Adequate. Castor softly said that. Seconds later she took second, one then third. Ren saw that and moved the bowl for her to easier access it. Not long after that Ryder decided to intervene and stop the fighting. He arrived with his chariot pulled by two bulls, and electricity crackling around the whole thing. It was a massive chariot compared with regular ones used by humans long ago. The next thing he did was to demand everyone to sheath their weapons and cease all fighting because the King of Conquerors was here. This is one of greatest conquerors of panhuman history. The pale blonde witch was utterly baffled seeing the servant breaking one of the most important rule of the Grail War. Announcing one's identity is like telling everyone what is your weakness. Not only that but the man acted like a complete baboon and asked other servants to join him. As if any servant would do that. Especially when he asked those two specific servants. They hold their chivalry code their highest moral. His stupidity is what has started to make Morgan clench her hand in frustration. She is close to losing her cool. Then she heard him call all the servant to gather, otherwise he the King of Conquerors will hold them in the highest contempt. Why that, son of? The witch quickly got up from the couch and was about to change into her battle attire, but Ren just wrapped his hands around her waist, girly squeak, and pulled her back into the couch. Don't be riled up by that idiot, we already have a plan. He said that while holding her in place. Morgan nearly growled for a second before caving in. She was about to ask for compensation since this has hurt her pride, but then, golden particles started to gather on top of a single street lamp. That moment the pale blonde witch smiled, a smile which can make people piss their pants if they are to see it. He is here. I am very angry right now, and you golden boy. Her eyes glowed blue. Will help me to calm that anger, but I am Iskandar, King of Conquerors. A tall, red-haired man said with a confused look while scratching the back of his head. What's wrong with this Goldie? He is King of Conquerors. Foolishness. The golden man from the top of the street lamp said with an angry look, his arms are crossed. One can see he was losing his cool rapidly, while Saber and Lancer moved slightly back. Don't want to get involved with these two at this moment. I am the only true king to stride this earth. All others are just peasant. Archer didn't finish saying as he felt something. That moment the whole dock area experienced a massive influx of prana. The surrounding area started to glow in a greenish-blue aura. Saber's eyes widened as she felt Fey-type prana rush into containers, asphalt, even sea not far from them. Next moment hundreds if not thousands of chains erupted around Archer location. What? Before the golden men can react properly all the chains wrapped around him tightly. What is this sorcery? The King of Heroes roared with the pissed-off look. He looked at the sky. Castor, show yourself this instant. He tried to access his gate of Babylon, but the prana was redirected at the chains instead. Impossible. How? That moment everyone heard a woman's elegant giggle, spreading throughout the docks. The biggest reaction to this woman's laugh was Saber. Her face turned pale, as she heard this kind of giggle before. She took a step back. She is here, as Castor. She clenched her Excalibur even tighter. How? What a silly question, King of Heroes, it's called preparation. You think you can shoot your treasures in my domain? What a silly notion. The woman's words made the golden hero struggled even more. He was getting extremely pissed and frustrated. While the rest looked at Gilgamesh with wide eyes. The history oldest hero is him. Lancer said with disbelief, this arrogant prick is the oldest hero in recorded history. While Ryder had thoughtful look, he was about to call out the woman, but then they all felt another spike in prana which made everyone feel a chill going down their spines. Castor, release me this once. And I will show you true despair. You dare to restrain me? Gilgamesh struggled even more. Tokiomi, use a command seal, I order you. You think you will be saved by that silly trick which all masters possess? The woman giggled even more before the whole area experienced a drop in temperature. Feel the wrath of Queen of Fairies, King of Men. That moment pillars of green spears like towers appeared around Gilgamesh. No. Impossible. How? How can she use Rangaminiad? Saber took several steps back while shaking her head left and right. Rangaminiad. Isn't that your spear, King of Knights? Iskandar asked with a thoughtful look. Saber simply nodded at him. It is. I received both of the weapons from Lake Fairy Vivian. But, for Morgan to use it. Just how? The blonde knight said while sweat started to pour from her forehead. She is trying to understand how in world this is happening. And what does this mean for her chances to win the Grail? That moment they all felt something is happening just below Gilgamesh, who was still trying to get himself free from the chains which were binding him. The very next thing, the observing servant saw assassin jumping down from one of the dock cranes, and he was about to attack the chains trying to free Archer. Disappear. Morgan's chilly voice spread through the docks as 3 more Rangaminiad appeared and nailed assassin to the ground like a fly. It was swift, and it was brutal. Each of these Rangaminiad spears were a real deal, and each hold the concept of the Lance of World's End, the same lance that anchors world layers. It was massive overkill to use such a thing on a mere assassin. King of Heroes, the so-called wedge between gods and humans, let me show you real power, Rangaminiad. That moment a massive tower spear appeared just from below Gilgamesh and impaled him. Like how Dracula did with his victims. Damn, you. Gilgamesh said that before being consumed by a skyscraper-sized Rangaminiad. The next moment all the spears disappeared. The only thing was left after this were some golden particles belonging to a deceased King of Heroes, and the several holes. King of Conquerors. You have my thanks for attracting the biggest nuisance in this war, for that you can keep your life for today. Morgan's voice said to the large redhead. Ryder laughed boastfully hearing that. He was not afraid even after seeing all that. The same could not be said about his master and the 2 servants who just witnessed the death of what is considered the oldest and maybe even the strongest servant. While they all were shocked by the display of Castor's power, the most shocked and still in massive disbelief is of course Archer's master Tokiomi Tosaka. He was still sitting in his chair and just stared at the wall of his workshop for the rest of the night. 5/5 chapters. Chapter 6, Aftermath and Next Move. Saber looked at the sprawling dark forest in distance. She finally understood why the vegetation was much more alive here than in Germany where she was summoned. Morgan has turned the whole place into her territory. The King of Knights has no idea how Morgan became so powerful. She knew of her Fey heritage before. But, it never played such a large role. Morgan never truly utilized it before. Saber, are you okay? Irisveal voice brought her out from deep thoughts. I am fine, Irisveal. The Einsburn homunculus didn't believe her no matter how hard the knight tried to hide it. Still thinking about the incident in docks. I am, from voice. I knew it was Morgan. But, her power, it did not make any sense. She never was this powerful, scheming. Yes. Such preparation are not out of her modus operandi. The servant of the sword clenched her right hand. But, the Rangaminiad. She never was interested in it. Not to mention deploying it in such a manner. The blonde girl angrily said that. And not just her use of Rangaminiad. Her Fey powers too. None of this makes sense to me. Saber shook her head as she looked back at the forest. The improved vegetation just made her happy and annoyed at the same time. She loved nature, which reminded her of the lake, Camelot, and now of Morgan. Meaning that she can't even enjoy a simple walk in the forest as it will attract the witch gaze. Saber, there is the possibility that it's different Morgan from the one you know. Throne of Heroes exist outside regular time flow, not just from past, present and future, Irisveal explained to the King of Knights. Yes, I know, even so, Morgan is Morgan. The difference is that this one is more dangerous than the one I know from my life. The blonde said that while looking seriously at the silver-haired woman. This war just got more dangerous than before. Saber said that while remembering Archer's execution, it was not a fight, it was more or less a demonstration of Castor's power. And it chilled her to the very bone. To kill one of the greatest mankind heroes so casually without even being in the area, she has no idea how she could fight something like that. I am more worried about Castor's master. To summon something like your older sibling, Irisveal said that while trying to imagine the master of such a witch. Maybe he is already reduced to nothing but a simple prana battery. Foo. Morgan softly giggled as she like a ghost moved through their mansion. Her husband has retired for the night, leaving her to her own devices. She still wants her castle, nonetheless, she can see the appeal of a mansion with so many windows. After surveying the whole city through her powers, she was able to see her little sister's already despairing look after seeing her Rongdominiad. Morgan can already safely put this version of Artoria below the one she knows from her Britain, possessing dragon core yet wasting it like that. Pathetic. Such wasted potential. Still, Red Dragon is Red Dragon. She will put her in her place, especially with the power she wields now. Eventually, the fairy queen arrived at her husband's sleeping quarters. With hand wave the doors gently opened and the pale blonde woman entered. She looked at her defenseless sleeping master. Very next second most of her clothes simply vanished, leaving only with black panties. She then smiled and sneaked under the bed sheets. Ending up laying on top of her husband, she released a very satisfying sigh before closing her eyes. My servant has been defeated and I request asylum from the Holy Church. Tokiomi Tosaka said to Risei Kotomine, the mediator of the Grail War. Accepted. Without violating my role as mediator, I Risei Kotomine guarantee your safety. The old priest said to the red-dressed magus. Without wasting more time on the charade, both of them entered the church where they know there should not be any familiar there. Eventually, they arrived at an area similar to a living room where they can talk without worry. Any information on this caster? Tokiomi asked the old priest as well as the fake priest who was under church protection as well. Before Assassin died he overheard Saber talking to Ryder. Kirii Kotomine said with his monotone voice. The way she behaved and the shock on her face indicates that she knows this caster's identity. I see, from her time then. Tokiomi said with realization. He connected the dots in his head. King of Knights legend is a well-known story. There is the reason why her sword is hidden. Then it should be obvious who this caster is. Risei Kotomine pointed out. Morgan Le Fay. This doesn't make any sense. She is famous, yes. But, to beat my archer like this. She was not even in the area. The magus slammed his fist down in frustration. To be taken out this easily in opening night is the greatest humiliation he has ever experienced. Both of the priests ignored the outburst, instead focused on what Tokiomi said. True, Morgan is not known for possessing such raw power. Even the whole setup was as if they knew what is going to happen. She even knew the real identity of Archer. The old priest pointed out. Yes, something is going on, something we have missed. Tokiomi said while leaning into the couch. Kirii, with Archer gone we can only rely on Assassin now. We need to start targeting enemy masters from now on. The magus pointed that out. The fake priest nodded. He notified the assassins with this new command. Tokiomi, it will be better if you take over Assassin. As experienced magus your prana will make them stronger. The old priest offhandedly mentioned that. The red suit dressed magus absent-mindedly nodded. We was still in disbelief, even when more than 5 hours passed after the event. He was so sure with Gilgamesh help he will finally get it. After all, the king of heroes had anti-world noble phantasm. And now he will be stuck with Assassin. Most of all, he won't be able to interact with other masters properly or build up some sort of alliances. If he reveals himself as master, his previous plot will be revealed as well. Sigh. Very well. Tosaka Tokiomi sighed in defeat. He can't be picky, he can only win the war with a servant. And besides, he will receive Kirii's command seals. Meaning he will have 6 in total. The old priest nodded and motioned for his son to hand over the servant to the Tokiomi. Kirii Kotomine nodded and walked over to the Tosaka. Moments later there was a red glow and the magus tattoo expanded, in total having 6 seals now and ownership of assassin-class servant. The Hassan of 100 Faces. Well, at least he is not out yet from this race. While the fake priest sighed in relief and same time in disappointment. It seems he won't be able to find his purpose in this world, ha 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 ha. If only I could see the look on Tokiomi's face. A deranged laugh spread through the alley. Cough cough. The white-haired man coughed up some blood for a second, still he did not care about it. He was far too happy about the recent development. Even if it was the whole day already, he still can't believe how Tokiomi Tosaka got owned the very first night. Korea Mato. The white-haired man stiffed and quickly turned around. A second later a knight in black miasma appeared next to him. He saw a man standing in front of him. He was dressed in black and blue clothes with a hood covering his face. He can guess it's some sort of magecraft because he could not make out his face as it was complete darkness, no shadows, nothing. Next to this man was a woman with a large black and blue spear dressed in robes. You must be Castor's master. The master of Berserker said wearily. As he looked at the pale blonde woman's eyes, he felt like gulping down. Even Berserker was quiet. His servant knew this woman. That means Morgan Le Fay, damn. No wonder his berserker was not responsive at all, like he was in shock of some sort. Korea didn't even realize that his berserker has a connection to Fey and he was right now standing in front of the highest level of Fey. Correct, I came here to propose something which would be beneficial to you. Caster's master casually waved his hand while saying that. Oh. Why should I trust anything you say? Korea's words make Caster frown, which in turn made him flinch. Sigh. Because you would be dead and we won't be talking, it seems you already know my servant. But, I suppose you didn't realize the difference between Fey and humans. Berserker's master shook his head after hearing the question. You see, the difference between those is quite large, especially with class skill called territory creation. By the time the war has started, Caster took over the whole city. Now Korea understood how Tokiomi's archer got destroyed so easily. I see. I will listen out what you have to offer. The white-haired man said while slowly nodding. While Caster rolled her eyes for a second, she can barely look at this man. She dislikes weak and ugly. Especially when she heard about this man's story from her husband. It's simple, I want your command seals and berserker. In turn, I will free you from your responsibility. Not only that, but I will free Sakura from the ugly fate she has in store for her. The moment the Matu master heard that his last remaining working eye went up, he backpedaled few steps back. How you know that? No, it doesn't matter, why you would help me with this. Caster master snorted hearing that. But, she allowed her husband to talk. Multiple reasons, one is for the Grail, Matus are one of founding families, and I will be taking the Grail, in literal sense. He showed one finger, then he showed his second one. Second is that Zoken is maggot which needs to be wiped off from the planet's surface, he is a disgrace to the name Magus. After saying that he showed his third finger. Third. I will be able to unleash Lancelot's true power, as my servant he will dominate this war. Korea could not believe what he was hearing, he can support 2 servants. Not to mention a berserker drains multiple times more than a normal servant would. He even ignored the fact that he knows his servant's identity. Are you sure? Berserker's drain on prana is enormous. The Matu master said with disbelief. Snort. My husband could support whole war with his prana human. Caster said with a distasteful look. The Matu took a step back again, after hearing that. Husband. He married Morgan. Holy. He gulped subconsciously from that shock. Now Caster, there is no need for such animosity, he has something we need, and there is no need for conflict, yet. His last word made the pale blonde witch take a deep breath and relax somewhat. The era she is in already taking its toll on her, the amount of people in the world without purpose is grinding her nerves, she subconsciously took a step closer to her master. As a fae, she is drawn closer to humans by nature, in her case, it's her master who attracts her attention and curiosity, this way even if she is annoyed by a massive amount of unnecessary humans in the world she can calm down next to her master. I see, then I will hand over Berserker to you if you do what you just said. Korea Matu quite easily agreed to this, he doesn't care about the Grail, he doesn't care about Matus and their twisted ways. While Morgan just looked at the men with more disgust, her mind can't comprehend someone who eagerly discards power. In the end, she doesn't care about him, she will have a chance to purge some bug-infested hole from the face of Earth. Wonderful, we will be seeing you soon. Caster's master said that happily as he and the witch disappeared in a flash of greenish-blue energy. Leaving Berserker master shaking his head in disbelief, how can someone be happy about destruction like that? Chapter 7, Roadless Camelot. Zoken Matu was living on edge for the past few days, it started just before the Grail Wars have started. As someone who has a connection with nature, he immediately felt something weird through his bugs. Influx of prana of which he never felt before spread out through the whole city of Fuyuki. It didn't take a genius to realize what this was, still the old bugman doubts any of his family members would pick that up even if they had talent for magecraft. Nonetheless, he realizes that it was Caster, the old man has experienced all the Grail Wars before and he can safely say that this was the strongest Caster he has ever seen. He had little hope for Korea and now he has none, especially after seeing how Caster took care of Tosaka's servant, what a laugh it was. As the old bugman lost his hope for this war and started to think about preparing for the next one. He felt his house boundary field has been breached. Here we are, Matu residence, it looked just like from Fate, did they show this house in Unlimited Blade Works? Well, it doesn't matter, they did show it in Heaven's Feel, a lot. I inspected my new clothes for a second, they felt amazing, Morgan's craftsmanship and fashion sense is quite something else. Combining Magus robes with a modern hoodie is a very appreciated addition. Not only that but, she added her colors too, probably the side effect of her obsession with me. From that frown, I can guess you felt what is happening inside, I said to her while looking forward. I do love the new senses I have, picking up a frown from her without even looking is an awesome skill to have. Gross, disgusting. Morgan had the look of utter loathing on her face. It's the first time I have ever seen such extreme reaction from her. Getting such a reaction from her is an achievement on its own, and I am sure Zoken is in the front seat of receiving such reward. I have seen many things in my long reign. But, this is. A chilly smile crept on her face. This is a new Alo. Husband. I want to use my main noble phantasm on this place. She said that very seriously. My eyes went wide for a second. Lordless Camelot is a combination of multiple Rongominiads and territory control of a Fae. If there was a rank above EX, then this noble phantasm would be EX+++ or even above. Just imagining putting those world anchors on one's body and then making them go boom. Thankfully it happens inside her territory, or otherwise, we would be experiencing the Age of Gods again. You, sure? I turned around and looked at her. Most, definitely. She said with a slow nod. Yes. Matu Zoken will truly get a front row seat. Very well, remember the little pink-haired girl is our goal. Once she is secured, do whatever you want. I seriously said to her, I do not care about other maidens. Of course, remember to who you are talking to, husband. Ren and Castor looked at the doors in front of them. There was a small smile on his face, as he lifted his hand and an orb of water manifested without any indication of magecraft usage. One could say it's a miracle. Next second the water was imbued with prana as it accelerated like a cannonball into the doors. It smashed into pieces as Ren alongside Castor started to stroll towards the interior of the house. Seconds later, lots of buzzing noise spread through the house. The pale blonde witch did a clawed hand motion and lots of greenish-blue energy rushed into the house interior, destroying everything in its path. Multiple walls exploded, shattered and just disintegrated with a single motion from the fairy queen. I saw this move in Fate Grand Order, but this is just sheer madness. Ren, though, with slyly open mouth, thankfully, no one saw it. What is the meaning of this? The old Bugman voice spread through the destroyed hall. Your ugliness offends me, Bugman. Morgan said while creating a ball of red energy with her free hand. Next moment the ball simply disappeared from her hand, and the next moment every single bug in the room self-imploded and then exploded and disintegrated. Painful scream. So, you are connected to them in that way. Fufufu. The pale blonde witch said with a giggle. A giggle which made Matu Zoken panic and start rushing back into his catacombs. You can run, little bugman. But, you can't escape from me. Morgan said while she was looking where the men disappeared too. Ren that moment realized that she can see through walls. He has retreat where he keep the hive of these disgusting creatures. Castor said to Ren, who nodded at her words. I am impressed, husband, that you did not even react when I erupted those bugs' organs. She said that with a small amount of happiness. Oh, I did, I was disgusted by the creatures, Ren answered with a shrug. That is fine, I am saying about the act on its own. She clarified to him. Snort. Please, my speciality lies in homunculi art. I know the human's body in death as much as any healer or doctor. Besides, I expected body explosions and blood control from you, Castor. He shook his head for a bit. Did she, though, that Ren didn't know her speciality? Blood control is my daughter's speciality. That moment she said that her eyes slightly widened. It looked like she for some reason panicked. I mean my adopted daughter's speciality. She clarified with a little bit of panic. This made Ren slightly raise his eyebrow at her panic at this time and place. He already knew that she adopted the vampire fairy. What with out-of-character response from her? Bayaban Sith, I know. Your fairy knight Tristan. Ren offhandedly mentioned that to her before motioning to move. Can you sense the girl? He said while looking around. Yes, she is upstairs. She said that with a neutral voice, her panic long gone. Good, let's secure her first, then you can deal with the bugman, Ren said that as he started to walk towards the stairs. Morgan slowly nodded. Her master can feel Castor's confidence took a sharp dive down. Is she that bad with children? He shook his head internally. They went up to the first floor of this two-story Western-style house. Eventually arriving at a specific door, Ren looked at his servant, who nodded at him, telling him that the girl is here. He then opened the door and saw a purple-haired girl hiding in the corner. Ren was about to say something, but Morgan just waved her hand and the girl fell asleep the very next second. Really? He said with a questioning look. He did want at least to say something to one of Fate's Stay Night main characters. The Magus has already accumulated some power that he could act casually in certain situations. He was in one of his favorite franchises and yet he can't do stuff. We don't have time to play babysitter. She sharply said. With a hand wave the girl floated into Ren's hands. Sakura looked like a chibi version of herself. He needed to remind himself of what this girl is capable of in Fate's Heaven's Feel route. So, he quickly did a scan of her body, while regular thaumaturgy is out of his capacity for the sole reason that he simply cannot do cheap stuff because of his first true magic. His control over ether crumbs allows him to skin everything if he wants to. And so, he quite easily fixed her worm-ravaged body, even her original hair color returned. You could just told me that you were bad with kids, Ren said with a sigh. This time Morgan stiffed like really stiffed. She probably did not expect him to see through that. While she always has that cold poker face, he started to see through it. It's fine, it's impossible to be good at everything. The pale blood witch softly sighed, didn't say anything, instead she just turned around. Let's go, I am already tired of this place. She started to walk before finishing saying that. Instead of following Zoken into the catacombs, Morgan went outside, then faced the house. Stand behind me, husband. The fairy queen said seriously, as she looked at the house with even more disgust. Not only this house is housing some filth which she in a normal situation would nuke half across the world, this place even exposed one of the things which she never wanted her husband to see any time soon. While Morgan was internally seething, Ren followed what she said and stood behind her. The moment Ren was behind her, she closed her eyes and the surroundings changed into something similar to the throne room. Ren looked around with slight awe. This reminded him of Amiya's reality marble. It was not quite like it. It was close to a one, but it's not it. He then saw several Rangaminiads descent, forming something similar to a road, before converging into a single spot. Lordless, Camelot. The very next moment blinding light consumed everything. It was so bright that Ren needed to look away and even use his hand to cover his face. Once the light disappeared, he was able to look back at Matu residence. Or what was Matu residence? Now it was just a deep hole. Theoretically I could breach reverse side of the world, husband. Morgan clarified to him with a somewhat smug voice which she tried to hide under a poker face. As they looked at the hole, it was not an explosion in a literal sense, more like a complete erasion in tower/spear shape. The radius of Lordless Camelot depends on me, that's why I said theoretically, I never tested it in the outside world. She clarified to him. Impressive to say the least, Ren said while trying to see the bottom. Of course, it's my most powerful noble phantasm. Yes, while it's destructive, now we need to patch this hole. He pointed out. Snort. That's the work for peasants. She said with a huff. But, then she saw that he was quite serious. You serious, are you? She said with wide eyes. But, it's at least 2 miles deep. The witch nearly shouted at him. Yes, quite deep. Still, I want you to set up a boundary field with a timer and a specific set of imagines it can display. He acknowledged the fact that Morgan has overkilled, something he does as well. Castor slightly blinked at this order which came out of nowhere. Fine, tell me what you want and I will do it. She sighed while giving up, and here the witch thought that she started to see through her husband. It appears he still has some weird tendencies. Humans and their weirdness. Sure, then listen up. Husband, I noticed that you don't use any thaumaturgy. Is that the side effect of true magics? Morgan asked him as they were walking through the empty streets of Fuyuki. Ren was carrying Sakura in Princess Carrie. They were walking to Korea's location. That moment in other side of Fuyuki a skyscraper exploded and collapsed to the ground in a very controlled fashion. Amiya. Yes, regular magecraft is in the literal sense beneath me. Mind you, I am not trying to sound arrogant, but simply I am incapable to produce it because my magic became tuned towards miracles instead of prana usage. Instead of converting prana into magecraft, I can only do basic among basics with it. He explained to her. That why you order your homunculi to do those things. She said with an understanding look. She did remember seeing him ordering them to do certain magecrafts at home. Correct, before my magecraft completely disappeared I did build several homunculi just for that. He continued to explain. Oh. You could use it before. She looked intrigued for a second. Yes, I used my first magic to improve my circuits, which made me more powerful over ether but completely incapable of regular magecraft. He explained with shrug. He doesn't regret that at all. After all, he has over 300 plus circuits now, more powerful than any human should have. Chapter 8, Upgrading Berserker. Sakura. Korea walked over with some difficulty as his left leg was barely moving. Castor looked away from this sorry excuse of a Magus wannabe. Her mind can't comprehend this guy's actions at all. It doesn't help the fact that she is Fae. Maybe her pan-human version would somewhat comprehend as she was more human than Fae, but not her. She is fully healed, Korea Mato. He handed over the sleeping girl. Ren then put his hand on his shoulder and used his true magic. Not long after that the man was healed as well. And no way. What kind of magecraft is this? Korea looked with shock at Castor's master. He can feel the left side of his face was fully responsive and he can see with that side again. Maybe if you studied magecraft you would realized. Ren shook his head, then looked at his hand seal. I have held up on my side of the deal, Mato, now it's your turn. Magician said that seriously. Of course, here. He practically shoved his hand with seals at him. You need to focus on them with the intent of giving them away, otherwise I will need to cut your hand off, Ren said while borderline chuckling at him. Korea Matu paled for a second before focusing on his seals which glowed and then put his hand on Ren's command seals which looked similar to the symbol of infinity with wings. The next moment his seals glowed and then grew in size. The symbols representing wings grew in size, doubling, and the symbol of infinity now had a crown on it. Ren could only smile as he felt a connection to another servant. Lancelot, the strongest knight of Round Table, was his now. With this, our deal is over. I suggest you leave Fuyuki for several weeks, Ren said as he looked at the command seals before pocketing his hands. No need to tell me twice. I will be going to Tokyo with the first flight possible. The ex-master said with a grin on his face. For the first time he felt free. Ren nodded and then turned around and was about to leave. Oh, right. If you ever go to the place where Matu residence was, do bring swimming gear with you, would you? He mentioned that offhandedly. You turned into some sort of lake? He asked with disbelief. I did, leaving the place as an empty hole. It would look ugly and people would ask questions. So, turned it into a quite deep lake. Ren said that while walking to quietly waiting Castor, he could feel Berserker following him in spirit form. I see. I will keep that in mind. Korea has no intention of ever returning to the place. In fact, he's still processing the fact his whole family except for Sakura is gone. Good, hopefully, we won't be seeing each other again. With that said, Ren with Castor simply disappeared. I need to get something to drink. The now black-haired Korea Metu said while looking at Sakura. He could believe the girl had her original hair color back as well. All of this was surreal to him, like some sort of miracle has happened. Drawn the circles I need for alteration on servant's vessel, I ordered my homunculi to start working. Master, I am curious, what is your element? I know it's water like mine. But, you have more, correct? Morgan asked me as she slightly leaned on me. This witch. She started doing this more and more. Castor started to get more touchy with time, not that I mind, but each time I need to remember who the hell she is. While she is not the Black Madonna from Arthurian myths, she still is Morgan. Yeah, it's imaginary elements, ether and nothingness, I said with a shrug. Her mouth slightly opened hearing that. I simply raised my eyebrow in her reaction. Same with my origins, it's nothingness and control. This time her eyes went wide. This was the second time I see such a reaction in a single day. It seems my origins has shaken her up. I would love to ask her why such reaction, but preparing Berserker for tomorrow tops the priority list. Anyway, now that you know that, I will return to my work. Berserker needs his upgrades. I said that while looking at motionless standing servant. I could barely control myself and not grin like an idiot after seeing the servant from Fate Zero. Each time he manifests I can practically hear his theme song, The Battle is to the Strong, ringing in the back of my head. Now that I think about he needs his jet fighter. Yeah, the jet fighter is a must. Of course, husband. Morgan softly said that there was some sweat on her forehead. I will empower him as you wished. She said that while looking at the Berserker as well. Much appreciated, Castor. I thanked her for the help. But, of course, husband, I am your wife, after all. My eyebrow slightly went up after hearing that. I looked at her for a second. But, she was looking forward and I could not see her face. Deciding that I can find out this later, I walked towards my homunculi. Morgan watched her master walk towards his homunculi. She sighed in relief, thank whatever deity there is that he did not question her that moment. Learning one's origins is key to learning about a character as it helps one understand about a person. The witch has learned her masters and that has sent a warning bell to her. Nothingness is quite a difficult origin. Morgan can guess it was the reason why Ren completely ignored the fact that she killed a human in Matu house, apart from the bugmen. If she can guess he can just feel nothing, a terrifying ability to possess, something even she can end up at receiving end if not careful enough. Her master still posses the command seals, now 6 of them. That moment she looked at the ground for a second. When she was summoned here, her wish for the Grail was to return to her Britain and continue her rule. It's a simple wish, something she could accomplish herself with enough prana. However, it has changed after she heard her master's wish. He has ignited her long-lost ambition, to grow even stronger, to become queen of the world. For that, she needs to be around. If her master gets 3rd magic he will reach a new milestone in power, and in turn, he will improve her parameters even more. The witch thought it will be obvious that he will keep her after the war, its most obvious choice. But, after learning his origins, maybe it's her paranoia, but nothingness, is a very dangerous origins, and he could just discard her if something unexpected happens. After all, with 3rd magic, the throne of heroes will open up for him. And with first he will able to grant powerful vessels to the servants he called down from the throne. In the end, my origins is rule, and I will rule one way or another. The pale blonde witch felt excitement and nervousness rushing through her body. How long has it been when she felt such a multitude of emotions? I always get it my way, and husband this will be no different. Morgan thought about this as she walked towards her master. Now, to make myself indispensable and unforgettable. I guess I am similar to my human counterpart. What an ugly thought, the mediator of the Holy Grail War Risei Kodomine was standing in front of what used to be Matu residence. The old man was quite perplexed as to what has happened here. He knew the general location of Berserker Master. It was nowhere near Matu residence. So, why a servant attacked one of the founding houses? What he saw in front of him was wooden-looking walls that are used in construction sites. It looks like the place is getting renovated. But, the priest from the Holy Church knew better. After feeling the amount of prana going through this place, he knew a noble phantasm has been used here. He put his hand on his wooden wall, it felt solid. The old man though pushed through and eventually passed through the boundary field. Next moment his eyes widened what he saw on the other side. It was a picturesque view of the lake with trees from Western Europe. Like the legend of the lake, it's like broadcasting that it was done by Vivian, or in this case done by its evil counterpart. The old priest is not going to deny the fact that it looks beautiful, even mystical, with those greenish-blue particles slightly floating above the water. It looks like the dragonflies. He looked around more closely and realized that the destruction of Matu House was done in a very controlled manner. None of the neighboring houses were touched, even the fences are still in place. Risei then inspected the boundary field, which had a timer and several set of images which are displayed by the boundary field/illusion. This confirms the fact that the Black Madonna is not out of control and moving on her own. No servant from previous eras would care about secrecy. That means her master ordered her to do this. Risei frowned, realizing what this can mean. Is he targeting founding houses? For now, the priest decided to return to the church and report this to Tokiomi Tosaka. Ren looked with a massive grin at his handiwork. He used his master's gaze on his new servant. Fey Knight Lancelot. Class, Berserker/Saber. Strength, A++. Endurance, A++. Agility, EX. Mana, A. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, A. Class Skills. Madness Enchantment, EX. Magic Resistance, A. Riding, B. Personal Skills. Eternal Arms Mastery, A+. Protection of the Spirits, A. Protection of the Lake, B. Fairy Eyes, C. Territory Creation, E. Double Summon, B. Noble Phantasm. Erendite, A+. For Someone's Glory, A. Knight of Honor, A+. Why you gave him another class? Is that even possible? Morgan asked Ren as he told her about the upgrades to the vessel of Berserker. Not difficult, after all, they all use homunculi art at the very core. The vessels are not based on human flesh, Ren said with a shrug as he looked at Berserker. He likes the new greenish-blue particles the servant emits now, alongside its black miasma. With red color gone, it looked like work of necromancy of sorts. The Noble Phantasm was originally at B rank, but now it evolved with servant's upgraded origins. Adding simple Fey to its true name can have such effect. Pity that Erendite didn't fall into the dark side, instead it returned to its original look with whole Fey influence. If it was that easy, Einsburns would give my little sister her Rider and Lancer classes too. Morgan pointed out with an eye roll. True. But, then again, they are obsessed with their third magic nonsense instead of focusing on improving their already existing models. Ren said with distaste. His views on fellow German Magus family is not high. From how they treat their homunculi and to their stupidity with the Third War which caused the summoning of the Avenger class. He doesn't like them at all. Oh, so you dislike them then? She asked curiously. In a way, I don't hate them, more like I feel nothing, just a nuisance which should be removed from my way. He casually said. For a second Castor had the look of realization. She just witnessed his origin side effect. I see, so we moving at Einsburn today? She asked, barely hiding her hopeful look. Indeed. But, first, we need to finish the upgrade. Ren said while commanding Berserker to follow him. You are not finished yet? Morgan asked while could not believing he still has to add something to this monster. The witch realized with amusement that they are trying to outdo each other with their overkills. Nope, I still had to give him his new weapons and of course his fighter jet. Ren said that like a small kid who is going to a candy store. Chapter 9, Beginning of Offense. Saber looked at her opponent in front of her. It was Lancer. Lancer's master was quite pissed when Amiya decided to blow up the whole building he was staying in. And so, under his fiancée's urging, Kenneth, the master of Lancer, decided to go on offense and deal with handicapped Saber, who was injured in a previous exchange in the docks. It was the perfect opportunity to do so, at least in Kenneth's point of view. Saber, this is our last opportunity to finish our duel, Lancer said to the blonde knight. The servant of Spear knows that he won't going to have another chance to experience a proper battle. He knows that neither Saber's master or his master cares about honor. And most of all, there was a very powerful witch on loose. Everyone was living on the edge with such an opponent, lurking in shadows. Even now Saber's attention from time to time would wander to the forest they were fighting in, not knowing when Castor would attack them. Yes, let's fight, Lancer. Saber said to the Irish hero. Though Saber tried to hide her mental state, Lancer did picked up. He somewhat could understand when there is an evil older sister who destroyed her kingdom running around in the same war. The hero of Spear decided not to hold back, same with Saber, as she did not hide her sword, neither Lancer hid his spear's abilities. Second later they clashed once again. While the servants are fighting. So, are the masters. Kenneth brought out his main mystic code, Volumen Hydrargrum. It looks nothing more than a blob of mercury. But, it's extremely lethal as Magus has complete control over mercury manipulation. And with few swipes of it, the whole Einsburn castle front lobby was in complete mess, with broken vases, paintings, even floor was not spared as it had deep gashes. Kenneth was pissed for losing his hotel base and multiple mystic codes he brought from England, and now he will get his revenge from Amiya directly. Pity, that his clouded emotions will be used against him by Magus Killer as he started to lead him by the nose to a perfect position to end him. While masters and servants were fighting, Einsburn Homunculus and Lesser Grail Host has left the castle through a hidden passage. Only she didn't run away far with Amiya's assistant and her bodyguard, as she has a connection to the boundary field of their castle. The moment it was breached she collapsed on the ground. Iris Veal. The black-haired assistant and her bodyguard rushed to her side. Are you okay? The silver-haired woman ignored the question, as she remembered what she saw the moment the boundary field was breached. She is here. Both of them, Castor and her master. She said that while slowly getting up with her bodyguard help. They looked around the forest seeing that the place looked more vibrant already. We have to warn Kiritsugu and Saber of them. The homunculus said to her with a worried look. My priority is to watch over you, Iris Veal. The woman dressed in a suit pointed that out. Then it's a good thing that your orders are to protect me no matter where I go, correct? The silver-haired woman said with a knowing look. The woman in suit could only sigh, and follow her mistress back to the castle. What primitive boundary field, at least it's better than the one at Bugman's house, Morgan said with less disgust as she saw a sprawling forest in front of her. Einsburn loved their seclusion, Ren said as he looked around, he then continued to speak. Meaning they invested quite a bit of resources into them. He turned back at her while saying that. Pointless if you ask me. She snapped her fingers elegantly. Shattering the boundary field casually. They have not thought about invading Fae, which should not be around at this point in time, Ren said with a deadpan look. He knows quite well how much time does it take to set up a boundary field. Yet, Morgan just burst them like some bubble made from soap. To his words, the servant of magic just shrugged her shoulders. After entering the Einsburn territory they started to stroll towards the castle location. Before arriving there Ren with Castor picked up the location of the servants battling. It's time. He softly said to Morgan who slowly nodded, she will track this battle with keen interest. The witch wishes to see the power of their attack hound, after all that hard work they spend on their new servant. As Lancer and Saber were exchanging blows, the servant of Spear was having the upper hand because of Saber's disability. Not only one of his spears that holds the curse is very annoying and dangerous, any wound inflicted doesn't heal, thankfully Saber has her armor. But, not every place of her body holds a piece of armor. Saber already accumulated several cuts while Lancer always keeps his distance now that he can see her sword length. This lead the blonde knight start to using her strike air noble phantasm just to balance out the pressure. If this continues she will lose from simple attrition and accumulated injuries. But, as their duel gets heated up the vegetation started to come to life even further, heralding the arrival of someone or something. As next moment black miasma started to gather around in front of them in a swirl-like fashion. This is not good. The blonde knight said with a sweaty look on her forehead, the servant of the sword has realized that she forgot to pay extra attention to her surroundings. Both of the knight-class servants stopped their fight and observed the phenomenon cautiously. A few seconds later the miasma formed into a black-armored knight who slowly stood up. Greenish-blue light particles danced around alongside the miasma and its green glowing eyes stared at the duo of servants. Berserker. This is no good, Lancer. This servant is under Morgan's control. The blonde said that while pointing her blade at this intruder. Multiple things started to pop up in her mind as she felt that this servant is a fae, and the oppressive aura it's emitting was off the charts. Did Morgan summon a servant on her own? Did she brainwashed another master? Or, did she kill the master and took the servant as her own? She thought all about that as she closely observed this servant. It's some sort of noble phantasm or a curse which make me unable to make out what this thing is. She softly said to her temporary ally. It appears so. Lancer said with a frown. Berserker kill Lancer. A male voice spread through the area like a wind. Understood, my lord. The servant of madness said with an indifferent voice. Neither Lancer or Saber could tell if it was male or female, or even a being of flesh, it was a goosebumps-inducing thing. Prepare yourself, human. Berserker lifted his both hands slightly, then brushed them down, the very next moment he was holding two black-greenish longswords. Berserker, don't interfere. This duel is between Lancer and me. Saber angrily said with a frustrated look. Your opinion is irrelevant. Berserker said that as next second he lunged forward, leaving a sonic boom behind. Both Saber and Lancer's eyes went wide, seeing the speed of this servant. Berserker can talk. Didn't you increase his madness enchantment? Morgan said after witnessing trash talk between Lancelot and its original king. She is not going to lie, it was beautiful to watch. What of it? I spend the whole day tempering with his vessel's thought process. Ren said while slightly rotating his shoulder. He did barely slept because of all that work. Mental pollution, you completely destroyed his original personality. She said with wide eyes. Indeed, he is now at the point where even religious extremist would be jealous of his fanatism to serve, Ren said with a smirk. While Morgan looked at him with no small amount of awe, the more she is exposed to his homunculus art, the more she sees the benefits of it. No wonder her human counterpart delved into this art. But, this is where his origins comes to play. His prana is more attuned towards controlling someone or something. The pale blonde witch thought seriously for a second before continued to watch the fight while slowly strolling towards the Einsburn castle. Lancer had barely a fraction of a second to cross his spears before receiving the blow from Servant of Madness. His eyes bulged further as he was pushed back, even skidding through the ground. Saber reacted quickly as she was swinging from Berserker's side. The Black Knight didn't even bother with her as his body moved in a nearly supernatural manner. He dodged with spin and did a roundabout kick, sending the blonde flying. Saber, thanks to her instincts, was able to partially block that blow with her sword, but the force of the blow was something she has not experienced before. This Berserker is not normal at all. The blonde knight flew through the air as she thought about this. The pain washed through her hand, making her go numb. She quickly readjusted midair before landing on the ground. Her whole body screamed in protest. The girl looked at her right hand. It was shaking from pain. She could only grimace at this. Her gaze went to Berserker, who was already in front of Lancer, and the Servant of Madness was already overwhelming the fellow knight. Each blow was beyond anything Saber saw. In strength and sword mastery, it's like this Berserker was master of the blade. Yet, wasn't it supposed to be a rapid beast incapable of thought? What kind of monstrosity did Morgan release upon the world? She was about to rejoin the fight, but Berserker, as if knowing, turned around, and instead of holding a sword, it had a black-greenish. Is that a gun? Saber's eyes widened as she felt warning bells ringing in her head. She quickly used a tree to hide as the Servant of Madness released a volley of prana-imbued bullets. Your fight is with me, you rapid beast. Lancer lunged with his spears while Berserker was shooting at Saber. Once again the Black Knight showed his mastery over combat as kicked the spears away, and with spin pointed the assault rifle at Lancer's face. What madness is this? How is it so good with multiple range of weapons? Lancer thought as he tried to block and dodge the bullets. Bang. Painful groan. Lancer quickly rolled away and distanced himself away from Berserker. His right shoulder was busted and it was severely bleeding. He won't be able to utilize his dual spear fighting style until he is patched up. He could ask his master to patch him up. But, the Irish hero grimaced when he felt how pissed his master was right now. Ren with Castor arrived at the main lobby of Einsburn Castle. The pale blonde witch hummed at the sight of the place. Not quite there yet. But, it could work after few renovations. She said that she inspected the place. The Servant of Magic was behaving like a customer who was about to buy its first house. Hated to break it to you, Castor. But, Lancer's master is about to get a bullet to his head if we are going to waste time here. Ren said that as he walked up by flight of stairs. And why we care about enemy master? She asked with a sigh, not remembering this particular conversation before. To put it simply, I need a capable Castellan. Once my power is revealed in the association, it will be either total war with them, or they will be in total awe and will try curry favors, something which I have no interest with all the political nonsense of the association. He explained to her. So, you need a minion. She said after thinking for a bit. Chapter 10, Sorcerer of First True Magic. Lancer's whole body turned stiff. He felt his connection with his master took a massive dive. His master is unconscious. Master. The Servant of Lance panicked, and that was all the Servant of Madness needed. The Fey Knight's eyes glowed. He could see opportunity. That very next moment he unleashed his maximum power like a predator who stopped playing with his prey and was ready to move in for a kill. His prana spiked, and he swings his long sword in his left hand with a force strong enough to break the sound barrier several times over. Lancer instinctively used one of his working hand to block the attack with one of his spears. Clang. The Servant of Lance grimaced at the force of this blow. His knees nearly gave in. This monster has been not taking this seriously from the very beginning. The Irish hero was offended and same time horrified at the thought that this thing can be even stronger and probably faster. Dodge this. Berserker said that while putting the barrel of a shotgun at the Lancer's face. He switched the weapon in his other hand. Damn. Lancer felt sweat pouring from his forehead as his eyes went wide. Bam. Berserker pressed the trigger and Lancer's head was shredded off. Lancer. Saber shouted with a horrified look. The corpse of the servant of Lancer collapsed on the ground before turning into particles and disappeared. Saber without thinking charged in at this monstrosity, powered with prana burst. Her attack increased severely, only for Berserker to sidestep her attack and kick her away again. The blonde knight rolled mid-air and landed on her feet once more. She was panting heavily already from previous injuries which started to heal with the death of Lancer. But neither her master or Irisveal were in an area where they could heal her faster. This thing has supernatural reflexes beyond that of a servant, a fey ability perhaps. He can switch weapons on the fly as well. Wonderful work, Berserker, now return. Once again male voice like wind spread through the area. The servant of madness nodded his head before disappearing with a burst of greenish-blue flash. The same time the atmosphere in the forest dimmed and the oppressive aura disappeared. Saber grimaced, realizing what this means. Both Caster and Berserker are probably closing in on her master. And if they are successful she will have no other choice but to serve Morgan, the same way Berserker is doing right now. A growl escaped from the blonde knight lips. Over my dead body. She turned around, started rushing at the castle with max speed allowed to her. Like hell she will submit to an evil woman. Amiya Kiritsugu looked at collapsed Kenneth. He dealt a fatal blow to the enemy Magus magic circuits with his origin bullet. The Magus killer was quite impressed with the Archibald family mystic code. Not every day he fights with a Magus family as old as this one. While he used up all his micro SMG bullets in the fight, he still has a spare handgun. He pulled out, the gun pointed at the blonde man's head. Not so fast, Magus killer. The mercenary heard a voice in the wind before several beams rushed at him. He dodged them with a roll. Is that compressed water? What in world is this magecraft? Kiritsugu looked at several holes in the wall. He could see some traces of water on the wall. Then his gaze went two figures approaching him, his eyes narrowed, seeing woman similar to Saber. Tisk, TSK, Professor, you got your ass wiped. Professor. Amiya realized that moment that Caster Master is a student in association. Even so, he was facing a master and a servant and he is severely underprepared for this. Well. I am giving a chance to summon King of Knights to your side. Why are you wasting your time? The Magus killer could not believe what he was hearing. Is he that confident? Well, he is not going to waste such a chance. By my power of command seal. Saber, come to my side. With a flash of red energy, the servant of sword was standing next to Amiya. The blonde knight's eyes went wide, seeing Caster. This is not Morgan from my past. This which was emitting a presence similar to Vivian, and she could feel the raw power rolling from her. She didn't have that scheming vile aura around her, it was more like an evil tyrant who wants things to go her way. Kiritsugu, be careful, they control Berserker too. Saber quickly notified the Magus killer, whose eyes went wide after hearing that. The fight they are about to begin just became multiple times more difficult. Sweat started to pour from the magic killer forehead, and it was not just from the fact that he was tired as well. Caster. I just realized something. Caster's master spoke with an amused voice. Do tell. She asked curiously as she looked at Saber with an amused look. That I am in-laws with King of Knights. He said that while shaking his head, trying to process such realization. Morgan looked at her husband for a second, before shaking her head in disbelief. Not quite, the Fae from my Britain are born from nature itself, while we could pass as siblings we are not truly blood-related. Morgan casually explained, even practically ignoring the enemies. While those two converse, Saber and Amiya looked dumbfounded at what is transpiring here. What are they even talking about? The Magus killer was the first one to snap out of it as he loaded his gun, Thompson contender with origin bullet. He then without warning shot at Caster's master. Only for Morgan to blast the bullet with a hand swipe. The amount of energy this generated has created several gusts of wind and shattered an entire section of the wall. Amiya was sent flying and Saber had to block the wind blast from her face with a sword. What's with this power? The blonde knight thought as she waited for the blast to subside. Once it calmed down, she looked at her opponent and saw Berserker standing there as well. The Black Knight was holding the downed Master of Lancer. Master of Caster put his hand on the unconscious Magus. That moment something happened to the blonde Magus. With Saber's mediocre knowledge over magic-related things, she had no idea what was happening to the men. Instead, she quickly looked around and saw that her master was alright, banged up, but alright. Well, that was not very nice. Since you opened fire first, we will answer back. Master of Caster spoke as he faced Amiya. Caster, you can have your little match, while I will face Amiya. He said that while taking a step forward. The pale blonde witch nodded with a smile which made Saber shiver. With pleasure, Morgan said that as she looked at the King of Knights. She took several steps forward and in one of her hands massive black and blue spear manifested. The Blood Knight critically observed it. Why don't we fight outside? It's too cramped here. The witch said that as she called forth her prana. Before the servant of sword can say anything, she was yanked out from the corridor and threw out through the hole in the wall. Morgan then followed after her, leaving the two masters behind. Kiritsugu Amiya observed the situation critically. He only has few origin bullets left and his SMG is out. He only has his sidearm and a knife. Yet he has to face a magus of unknown potential. The only thing he knows is that he can use water-based thaumaturgy. And of course Berserker, his situation is fucked up to the point that he has no idea how to get out from this with his life. He doesn't even think about winning at this point. I am curious Amiya, are you interested in third magic or you are just in this ritual for money? Master of Caster asked curiously. What nonsense are you asking? I am in for this for a wish just like anyone else. The Magus killer used the moment to reload his Thompson contender with another origin bullet. The hooded master started laughing hearing that. Which made Amiya frown. That moment he understood that the Master of Caster knows something he doesn't. I am dumbfounded that the master who represents the main founding family doesn't know everything about the Grail. The master dressed in black and blue robes shook his head. Listen up, I will entertain you since you allowed Morgan to get reacquainted with her sibling even though she is from different history. Amiya stored that information about Caster just in case he survives this encounter intact. Einsburns don't care about Grail or anything of that sort. The whole ritual is a weapon to breach the throne of heroes, which will grant 1/3 true magic. The whole wish-granting thing is nothing but mean to make servants accept the contract. Master of Caster spoke as he enjoyed the look on Magus' killer face, the pure shock. You see, while technically it's possible to grant a wish, it's not a genie type one where one snaps his fingers and magic happens, no. No such thing will happen. The wish has to come through boundaries of magecraft. After all, it's made by Magus' hands, not a true Christian Grail. He finished his explanation and waited for a response from the man, who had the look of shock before resolution returned to his face. Once again he pointed his gun and shot at the opposing master. With a sigh, a blob of water manifested in front of the incoming bullet. Very next moment it disappeared the very same way it appeared, taking the bullet with it. What is that? Amiya said with utter disbelief. You didn't hear what I said before. You never wondered why Morgan herself listens to me. Or the fact that I can easily support a servant with the highest prana requirement in the whole war alongside a caster of Morgan caliber. Master of Caster said while shaking his head from the sheer amount of stupidity his opponent just showed. You are facing a sorcerer of first true magic. Rubble. Let me show you true miracles. Seconds later the roof exploded and went flying off, as multiple geysers of water erupted from the ground. Moments later multiple pairs of blue glowing eyes appeared in these geysers as towering knights made from water walked out from the geysers. As long as I have prana they will continue to exist, and the funny thing is that I generate prana infinitely. Now then Magus killer, show me your prowess in slaying my kind. Master of Caster spread his hands, in a way telling him to shoot him. Except that Amiya Kiritsugu's shoulders sank. He started to laugh. The man was not prepared to fight someone who can be classified at dead apostle ancestor level. Even wizard Mashal who posses second true magic could fight at type level being. How he, a mere human with few tricks, could fight someone of that level? The Magus killer looked around with a defeated look. 8 towering knight made from water surrounded him. These beings kicked through the walls like it was nothing, further destroying already crumbling Einsburn castle. Just finish me off, there is no need for such a demonstration. Amiya said with a sigh, as he dropped his gun and instead pulled out a cigarette, and lit it up, and started smoking. You are not fun, old man. The hooded master released a sigh of his own. The water knights exploded and collapsed into puddles. The man waited for the moment he will die, but nothing came. Well. What's the wait? He asked. If I kill you, Saber will disappear, my wife will be pissed. I am sure as a married man yourself you know the wrath of a woman, especially my one. The Master of Caster said with a sigh. Amiya Kiritsugu, he understood what the Master of Caster meant. He sighed, again, wasn't this supposed to be a battle royale? A cold-blooded war for Miracle Cup. Not some spat between already dead people, groan. Chapter 11, The Witch vs. the Knight. When Kenneth opened his eyes the first thing he saw was the glowing green eyes of the Black Knight shrouded in black miasma. It took him few moments to register that before he screamed like a little girl. Oh, Professor, you finally up. Lord Elmeloy snapped out from his shock when he heard that voice. Renias. Is that you? He turned around toward the source of the voice. The blonde magus saw a hooded man walk over. Moments later the hooded person removed his hood, and he saw black-haired teen. It was indeed his star pupil, one of few magus at similar genius as him, and possible future Lord of Mage Association. Indeed, Professor, I am Master of Caster and Berserker. He showed his 6 command seals. Kenneth was out of words seeing that. He had a bunch of questions. More importantly, I have healed your wounds and fixed your shattered magic circuits. The blonde eyes widened. He quickly inspected himself, realizing that he was in quite bad shape. Then he remembered that he got shot even when he was using his volumen hydrodrum at max defensive power. I suggest not to use your circuits for few weeks as your body is going through a shock. Ren reminded him. How in Root's name you fixed shattered circuits? The blonde magus asked with disbelief as he realized that if not for his pupil he would be either dead or disabled person for the rest of his life. My magic, my first true magic professor. Ren lifted his hand and created a blob of water and then made it transform into all sorts of shapes. There was no prana usage at all. Kenneth started laughing from seeing this. What an extraordinary discovery. Truly. The mysteries of first has been rediscovered. Lord Elmeloy was on cloud 9 for a second, before realizing full implements of this. There is very little known about first true magic apart from the fact that it ignores Gaia's and Alea's influence. Yes, I know what this means, and soon enough I will have third as well. Ren casually mentioned that as he looked back at Amiya. The blonde magus quickly realized where he was as well. With all the revelation and his sudden recovery he forgot about his surroundings. You. I will. Before the blonde can say anything, Metal Hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Berserker. Kenneth turned around and he was about to say his noble magus speech about his position, influence, but none of it came out from his mouth as he saw who it was. Professor, you lost your servant, and the war for you is over, Ren said with an indifferent voice, reminding the blonde magus that his pupil is opposing master with 2 servants under his control. Of course, silly of me. My suggestion for you is to return to Clock Tower. As a survivor of such bloody war, your reputation will improve considerably. The Master of Caster said with a smile. He was telling him to get lost in a very nice tone. The current Lord Elmeloy was a smart man and he realized that he is in his pupil's debt and there will be meetings in Clock Tower to discuss certain things. And he needs to be alive to do that. Of course, I will talk to you when you are back in Clock Tower. Kenneth turned around, his hands behind his back in a nobleman-like fashion. He started to leave the Einsburn castle. As the blonde magus left, Amiya Kiritsugu just observed the whole thing. He needed to pull out another cigarette when he saw how young Master of Caster is. He realized that he might get too old for this stuff if kids which are not even in their 20s beat him up like this. Or this is an exception as this kid has denial of nothingness. Amiya, let's make a deal. I will remove the lesser grail and make your wife into a proper human being. In return, you will give me your command seals and saber. Ren said to him as he approached him. You are not normal magus, are you? Kiritsugu said that with some disbelief in his voice. Magus are cruel beings who only care about their research. No, I am not. I am a magician officially now, since I revealed my first true magic, and besides you have no choice, Amiya. Ren arrived next to the magus killer. If you somehow magically defeat me, and my servants and then defeat Rider and Assassin, and in the end manifest the Grail, you will be releasing all the world's evils. Master of Caster said with a casual shrug. What are you talking about? Amiya dropped his cigarette from his mouth from that shock. All the world's evils. Where does that come from? The family which employed you, Amiya Kiritsugu, has messed up spectacularly in last war. They tempered with summoning ritual and tried to summon a servant of extra class without proper catalyst. They ended up summoning Avenger whose real name is Engramenu, the manifestation of Zoroastrian god of evil. The magus killer pulled. He pulled out another cigarette. And how you know all that? He asked that, still trying to see if the kid is making this up. I did my research on previous wars, and as blessed by Fae I can sense nature, and the earth around Ryuta Temple is continuously getting more corrupted. He turned around and said that to him. If any wish is going to be asked, destruction will be the only result. That's why I already started preparations for its cleansing. Ren explained his plan. The magus killer sighed. Again, he realized what this means. If he says no, then they will fight again, he will lose and then he will die, and if he somehow magically wins this, he will have a corrupted grail to worry about. Fine, I will give you my command spells and saber, under one condition, Amiya said with a smirk. Even pushed to the corner, even when the only reason you alive is because your saber is my caster's target, you still ask. Ren said that with a dumbfounded look. This guy is insane. Amiya just grinned at the fellow master. Damn, very well, let's hear it. He can respect this madman insanity. And besides, he can feel that this might going to be amusing for some reason. The pale blonde witch sent saber flying through the wall. She then followed after, leaving 2 masters behind. The servant of magic does not doubt that her master will be victorious, and she will be able to focus on the red dragon in front of her. The blonde knight got up on her feet. She looked with a slight grimace seeing Morgan floating in the air. Of course she can fly. Now, how I am supposed to fight her? Oh, you can't fly, my apologies. Morgan floated down after realizing that. Even if she is from a different timeline, she still mocks me. Anger started to build up in her again. Once Caster is on the ground, saber is charged without much thought. She has full trust in her servant class skill. Morgan already expected that. So, she did her casual hand slash. King of Night only smirked seeing that, only she did not expect to be blasted by high compressed air instead. Pushing her back with force, making her backflip. You do realize that there are multiple ways to overcome your magic resistance? The witch asked with a childish voice, like educating a small child. Saber growled and used prana burst to close in even faster. Morgan pointed her finger at the incoming blonde knight. Rangaminiad. Very next second greenish-blue tower/spear manifested in front of Caster, making it a wall separating Morgan and Saber, who had to change the direction of her charge, otherwise she would ram headfirst into the tower/spear. This just made the King of Knights feel even more humiliated. The blonde knight had no time to fume as Morgan's sharp end of the spear went towards her. With quickly block of her sword, she ended up facing her older sister from different history. If it was my old me, I would have already completely overpowered your resistance with the sheer amount of prana I wield. Morgan swept her massive spear, which Saber blocked again with her Excalibur, only this time her eyes nearly bulged out from the sheer amount of force behind that attack. Pushing her away forcefully, once again both of her hands sting from the force. Is she empowering herself with prana to this degree? Just how much prana does she possess? No servant should have this much in their reserves. I guess I am getting soft after living with my husband. Morgan more or less said that to herself, not caring that she spoke out loudly or that anyone heard her. Saber growled. Golden particles started to manifest in the surroundings. She once again charged in and started to exchange blows with Morgan. The longer the fight lasted, the more the King of Knights saw the same supernatural reaction time from Morgan. No matter how she moved or how powerful where her blows were, Caster would dodge or parry with a similar amount of power behind her attack. Worst of all, the blonde knight realized that Morgan is not even utilizing her magecraft. Saber jumped back and lifted her sword. Even more golden particles started gathering. Oh, I see. Very well, use it. The caster spread her arms, motioning to shoot Excalibur at her. The King of Knights grimaced once again. Even so, she won't go to lose with the sword which promises her victory. Fine. Here. Take it. Excalibur. She slashed the sword down, released a torrent of golden energy. Morgan just looked at the incoming beam, sneering slightly as realized the true nature of the beam. She pointed her finger and another Rangaminiad appeared in front of her. The beam slammed into a representation of the world anchor, not budging from the spot. Morgan didn't stop there as she summoned more Rangaminiads. And another. Chopping the beam piece by piece. Until it completely stopped and disappeared. Saber stared at this with wide eyes. Caster can use Rangaminiad like that. Very next second 4 of these Rangaminiads manifested around Saber, locking her in place. Unable to properly move, she struggles to remove herself from this hold, which was pointless as it would be like trying to move the planet itself. You have lost Artoria. While I would love to just kill you and be done with it, I am a married woman now, and sacrifices on my part have to be made. Besides, I know the benefits of having such as you as enforcer. Knights are always good at such menial grunt work, Morgan said with a light, almost teasing voice, only that her words were not teasing by any stretch. I would never join you. The Grail will be mine. Saber said that with a furious voice. First it was Ryder who asked to join, now it's Morgan. Why everyone thinks it's easy to persuade her. Oh, the Grail. I completely forgot about that. The fake cup already is my husband's possession one way or another. I am amused to hear that you care that much for third magic and the way to reach Akasha. Caster shook her head while saying that. Here she thought her human half-sister's counterpart is pure knight with no magecraft. Maybe she was wrong. Or not. As her facial expression says otherwise. Oh, you didn't know. I guess Einsburns lied to you too. You see, Artoria, the cup is fake. The only thing it does, it's gathering deceased servant souls and use it as a weapon to pierce boundaries of space to Akasha. But, Einsburns even lied here too, as it pierces into Throne of Heroes specifically, where third magic can be achieved. Morgan explained that with an amused look, as Saber's face lost all color. So, it was a lie then. All this fighting. All for nothing. The Servant of Swords said with a furious look. She was very close to losing it. Oh, not entirely. It does grant a wish for Magus more specifically. The moment she heard the confirmation, something in blonde knight head snapped, her eyes turned yellow. Morgan noticed that instantly. Inversion, interesting. The golden sword in her hand started to blacken as well. I guess we are related no matter how hard we try to deny that. She shook her head, seeing Saber getting shrouded in black miasma, transforming. The blessing she felt from Saber, which originated from Vivian, got inverted too. Now it was as if Morgan has blessed her. Then I will destroy this cup then. The darkened Saber said with a monotonous voice. She blasted herself out of 4 Rangaminiads by using darkened Excalibur on the ground, making Saber shoot up out of the 4 towers. Chapter 12, Morgan Unleashed. With the clang of her armor, Saber altar landed on the ground. The previous noble aura disappeared and was replaced by an oppressive draconic aura. Morgan slightly smiled. The more powerful Saber becomes, the better is for them in future. It never crossed Caster's mind that her little sister would not join their cause. She learned from her husband that there is always a way to get it done, and she always gets her way, and with an unlimited supply of prana, it's only a matter of time. The altar version didn't bother talking anymore as she charged in with her prana burst. Caster instantly noticed a difference in behavior and movement of the darker version of this Saber. All the elegance and footwork Artoria had now is gone, it was replaced by sheer brute force. Upgrade my status's husband. Morgan quickly contacted her master as her spear collided with Saber's imbued black Excalibur strike. The strike itself looked like a massive black sword, and most of all Saber was using Excalibur with one hand instead of two how she did before. The strike was powerful enough to overpower already severely empowered Morgan. As collision has rattled the servant of magic. Ah, that's why I don't engage in such barbaric battles normally. The pale blonde witch grimaces as her hands got numb for a second. Be ready for burst of strength. Castor heard her husband voice through the connection. The next second she felt prana flooding her vessel. Be careful, your Saint Graph is not built to get more power than this, you already have parameters similar to Grand Servant. He warned her. The servant of magic internally purred hearing that, her power in similar leagues to Solomon. He might not exist in her world. But, she heard of him in Throne of Heroes. Her reserves exploded from the overflow of energy. Morgan quickly channeled excess power into her hands. She very rarely used her reinforcement. But, this was one of those battles where she had to get physical. She pushed her spear up and overpowered baffled Saber, who looked shocked at this development. You got even more powerful. The dark Saber said in a monotonous voice. Indeed, but I am disappointed. You discarded your elegance, footwork, speed, for single-stage increase in your strength. Morgan said that while swirling her spear. None of those needed to beat you. Since you got an increase in strength, I only need to hit you harder. Saber Alter said in matter-of-fact voice. Castor only smirked hearing. Such arrogance for someone who discarded her ideals because she got beaten up. What's next? You going to call yourself Queen of Knights? Morgan mocked her while shaking her head. Saber didn't say anything. Instead she accelerated with another prana burst towards Castor. Die. The darkened knight said in a monotonous voice, as she prepared to swing at her fey version of older sibling. The pale blonde witch narrowed her eyes and released a massive burst of prana towards the incoming dark Saber. The darkened Artoria had to block the attack. There was a collision between her prana and that of Morgan's. She was pushed back, skidding through the ground. Because you discarded the principles of your knighthood, your magic resistance dropped too. Castor instantly noticed the difference between this Saber and the previous one. You, actually, are weaker after discarding all that. The Fey Queen shook her head in disappointment. Maybe she overdid it. The original one might have pesky ideology, but the kingly one was stronger. The dark Artoria eyes glowed with fury when she heard that, like hell she is. She discarded all that, knowing that all those ideas just bind her down. Now she is unrestrained. Her dragon core is overflowing with power, ready to decimate anything in her path. That moment Saber switched the hand which holds her sword from right to left. She then leaned forward and her dark Excalibur was facing away from her. She started to charge the blade with energy. Are you sure? Your master is not a first-class magus. Can he supply you with that much prana? Morgan asked curiously. But, she was ignored. Vortigern, Hammer of the Vile King, reverse the rising sun, swallow the light. Excalibur, Morgan. The dark Saber then slashed the sword in an upwards manner, releasing a torrent of dark energy. While the blast was powerful, maybe even slightly more powerful than the golden one, maybe it was feed with Artoria's anger to make it stronger. In truth, none of it mattered, as Morgan, who heard the chant, so read that very moment. It takes lots of effort to break through her patience. To make her angry one needs certain criteria. While being summoned here she felt anger a couple of times, like the Bugman, or Ryder's words. Those times she was angry. But, not livid. Now however, she was, livid. Normally she would find it amusing that her half-sister has named an attack after her, but this time. She used an attack with her name in it to attack her. Is this little girl mocking her? Morgan that moment dropped her spear and decided not to hold back anymore. Rangaminiad. Multiple pillars of greenish-blue spears descended and shredded the incoming Excalibur's blast. One of the spears appeared just behind Saber Alter. The pale blonde witch used her teleportation spell to appear right in front of Saber Alter. Did her little sister forgot that she is Castor? Morgan grabbed darkened Saber by the head and slammed into Rangaminiad behind her. There was a loud smash, spreading through the destroyed forest. Servant of Magic didn't stop as she threw the rattled Servant of Sword into trees, destroying them in process. The moment Saber landed on the ground, Morgan activated her Fey powers over nature. Flooding a portion of the forest with an enormous amount of magical energy. By this point, that portion of the forest looked like it was from Age of Gods. With all the glow and particles dancing in the air, one could say it's alive with all glow. While the witch is related to the Fey of the lake and her power is over water, she can force her presence to other natural elements, only the difference that she will use a massive amount of prana to do. It's not economical in any stretch of the words, using 1,000 prana units to get effect worth of 50 units. But, at this point, Morgan didn't care about such a trifling thing as prana. Rumble. Seconds later the pale blonde witch saw towering water geysers appear in the castle. She smiled at that and realized that hers and her husband's tastes are similar. They like overkill. Rumble. Several trees that moment came to life as they started to assault darkened Artoria, who used her brute force to destroy several tree branches and roots. This didn't last long, as the amount of roots assaulted Saber altar were enough to surround the sword user easily. Soon enough one of the roots of the tree coiled around her legs and yanked her up from the ground. Saber was about to sever it with her sword. But other roots grabbed her sword hand and yanked the blade and sent it flying away. Then she got slammed into the ground multiple times, as the root was like a whip, agile and fast, and the force of the slams left craters behind. To finish this off, the tree roots threw the darkened servant back at Morgan, who caught her and slammed into the ground with a spin. What happened next would probably make any hot-blooded male happy, as the pale blonde witch ended up sitting on top of Saber started punching furiously. It was no longer a fight between servants but a battle in the mud between two hot girls. You. Bang. Earth cracked from her punch. Dare. Bang. Use. Bang. My. Bang. Name. With one last push Morgan finally got it out of her system. She slowly removed herself from the blonde knight and laid down on her back and stared at the cloudy night sky. She was breathing heavily too. Funny enough, she was not tired physically or mentally, she just tired. First of all, she didn't know she had such frustration for Artoria. Yeah, maybe Artoria's Fey counterpart ended her rule in Fey Britain. But that was something she realized was coming to her after listening to her husband commenting about balancing good with bad. Karma will come back bite in one way or another. It came to bite hers with whole, child of prophecy, nonsense. Maybe she should have balanced her tyranny out more. One way or another that time was over with her rule ending, and it has nothing to do with King of Knights. Yet, here she is snapping because of a single word. That moment she grimaced, realizing that her emotions have fully resurfaced. New goals, ambitions, and new expectations. She was feeling more alive than machine now. I guess, it's all my husband's fault, making me this weak. Again, I am going to ask him to take responsibility for this. Morgan softly mumbled that to herself as she slowly started to get up on her feet after laying down for a bit. She was feeling much better, like some stones were removed from her heart. I guess I only needed to punch Artoria several times to get over it. And here she was thinking that she knows everything about herself. With hand wave, she called forth her spear, it returned to her side and then looked at Artoria, whose face was beaten up to a pulp. Morgan walked over and was about to check if Saber was still functioning. Hopefully she didn't beat up the vessel too much. She didn't need to do that, as Castor felt a new connection being established between her husband and Saber. The Servant of Swords started rapidly healing as massive excess prana started to flood the vessel of Sword Servant. Not bad, husband, you persuaded that hero wannabe to hand over Artoria. The pale blonde witch said to herself as she used her spear to lift Saber like some sack. And here she thought she will need to use her talents in persuasion. It has been some time since she used some of her more questionable dark arts. After picking up Saber she felt her excess power leaving her. Her parameters returned to the previous ones. Castor could not fault her husband for doing it. He had no idea if her Saint Graph could hold such power for a prolonged period. She then looked around and saw the amount of destruction both of them have caused. From multiple craters to 2 ravines created by Excalibur, to trees with weird branches and roots sticking out from the ground, it looked more like something from a haunted forest. It was more like an aftermath of the battle between armies than a fight between two servants. Well, this is not my problem. This area is under Mega's family, so they can fix this themselves. In truth, she was relieved that she doesn't need to fix this. Not only she was tired, and just want to take a bath, and snuggle with her husband. That moment she stopped thinking along those lines, as the pale blonde witch realized what this means. She shook her head and realized what really happened to her. So much for Almighty Fairy Queen falling in love with a human sorcerer, Morgan said that with a self-loathing smile. The old saying about playing with fire to get one burn was correct. She wanted her master to fall for her first. But it turned against her in a matter of just a few weeks. Even if the biggest parts was his power, which made her interested, everything else just accelerated that process. From his ambition to talent in magic, even his quirks, to scheming mind, sigh. For now, she decided to stop thinking about it as it just made her even more tired. The servant of magic started to walk back, as the castle was just 100 or so meters away. Just few moments later she felt something interest, her destination slightly changed. She walked over and saw a black sword stuck in a tree. Funny enough, it's Saber's sword, yet she feel attracted to it. Of course, it was even named after me. It seems panhuman history just loves sticking my name on anything which is evil. She walked over and just grabbed the blade. Simply pulling it out, that moment the red markings disappeared and were replaced by greenish-blue ones. At least it has proper colors. She inspected the sword before continued to walk back. With a spear in one hand, which has a saber hang on it, and a sword in another one, she walked back to the destroyed castle. Chapter 13, Proper Engagement. Ren. I looked at approaching Morgan. She was holding her spear on shoulder while at the end of it was Saber, Alter, who was hanging like some sack. And, did Excalibur turned into greenish black. Damn, Morgan pushed Artoria to the point that she snapped and inverted. Holy shit, she had such an effect on Saber. Well, considering all the stories original Morgan did to the King of Knights, the blonde knight was living on edge since the beginning of the Grail War. But, for inversion to happen without Grail interference, damn. Morgan knows how to push the right buttons. Seconds later she walked over to my side. Her robes and hair were a mess, there is even mud on her, it looked like they were wrestling in mud. What on earth? Isn't she a caster? Ranged attacks and stuff. Husband. I have one, here she is. Morgan dropped Saber on the ground like some shopping bag. I looked at the younger Pendragon sibling. Wait, is this Morgan even a Pendragon? Anyway, Artoria looked banged up, she even has a black eye, they went physical. Is this for real? Damn. I missed such an exciting battle. Yes, I can see that, I said that while looking at Saber for a bit. Are we finished here, husband? She said that while slightly stretching out. I quite easily noticed her knuckles which were bleeding, even with an overflow of prana she receives from me it will take time to heal, even with accelerated process. And knowing her, she probably never learned any proper healing spells, maybe some life drain ones. As she knows quite a bit of dark magic and stuff. With a sigh, I changed the composition of prana she is receiving from me, it accelerates healing even further now. My understanding of healing magecraft is mediocre at best. She instantly noticed that and looked at me, for longer than needed, the pale blonde then looked at Amiya. Implying that she won't be saying anything nice in front of a human. Yes, we are, I said that with a nod then looked at Amiya. I will contact you in the morning about the deal, I said that while motioning for Berserker to pick Saber up. Very well. The men said while taking another cigarette out. Damn, if he didn't die from the curse he will die from lung cancer with all that stuff he is smoking. I already counted 7 of them in less than an hour. This guy is a chimney. What kind of deal did you made if he agreed to trade Saber? Morgan asked her husband. As they reappeared in front of their mansion. Something to which I have happily agreed to do. He said with a smirk, as they started to walk towards their temporary home. Oh. Do tell me. The pale blonde which was curious, such deals are even better, since you get something and in turn, you do something which you even like to do. To deal with Einsburns. His answer made her stop for a second. No wonder you easily agreed to such a thing. Servant of Magic had to a degree predicted such a deal after Amiya heard about the true purpose of the Grail and that it's corrupted. Yeah, Einsburns were the premier Magus family related to homunculus art. Before yours overtook them with your discoveries. Morgan finished for him. Yes, improvements done with help of true magic made their homunculus look like cheap knockoffs. And now I will have an excuse to deal with them, with discovery of corrupt Grail and that it was their fault for corruption in the first place. Most of all, it can endanger regular people which in turn can lead to magecraft discovery. He explained to her. Yes, you already told me that if regular humans discover magecraft it will lead to the weakening of magecraft even further. She nodded at that. Correct, Mage Association are doing everything in their power to stop weakening of mysteries. So, they will not going to complain when I deal with such a dangerous family. He finished his explanation as he opened the doors. Few moments later Ren ordered Berserker to take Saber to one of the specially prepared rooms for resting, after that he dematerialized. While Morgan went to take a bath. As Fairy Witch represents antithesis for Vivian, she can produce water on a whim, yet she was not in the right mindset to do any of that. Instead, she used the mundane way of getting a hot bath and that is using the tap. While the bath was filling up with water she thought about her embarrassing moment in the forest. Her snapping like this was an embarrassment. She ruled her kingdom for over 2,000 years. Yet, it only needed single words on her enemy part to snap her. Thankfully her husband didn't saw it, while no doubt he noticed something was off about her he didn't question. After this episode, she somewhat understood what he meant about being stale, she didn't truly progress after taking over Fairy Britain. Having a large amount of power does that to one. This only made her realize that to progress further she needs to stay after the war, being in the presence of a sorcerer who has power over first magic would help her progress further. Once there was a satisfactory amount of water in the bath she removed her robes, since they are made from prana she only needed to stop channeling prana into them and they would disappear. Seconds later she submerged herself and sighed. I got this week, that I am in denial. Even to the point that I need to think of excuses to stay. Morgan said that before submerging half of the head underwater. There was some blush appearing around her cheeks, before fully submerging into water. She was so in denial about her feelings that she needed to hide her blush underwater. Ren was about to go to sleep when he saw his servant strolling into his room. She was dressed in one of his t-shirts, and her hair was fully undone. It was long pale blonde, almost shinning. When on earth did she found time to take my shirt? He asked himself with a baffled look. Morgan. Ren said the only word which came out of his mouth that moment. Husband. She said that while ignoring his bewildered look. This is not the first time the witch sneaks into his bed. As any witch would do, she is slowly making the boundaries disappear between them. And today she has decided to get even closer. Today, I realized that I am getting soft, Morgan said that while walking over to him, and getting into his personal space. Getting soft? You? Ren asked with disbelief written all over his face. The pale blonde witch nodded while leaning forward slightly. Once again Ren didn't know how to reach in this situation. The Fey Queen in front of him started to behave more and more out of character. When he summoned her, then she behaved like the one he knows from Grand Order. But everything after that slowly went out of the boundaries he knows. One, she was not in Berserker class but caster. The madness enchantment she possesses is almost non-existent. So, her character is not influenced by Berserker ability. From there she started to adjust, or is it to evolve? Is it hard to believe? I took your advice to heart. She said that while taking his hand and putting on her heart for a second, as he pulled it away the next moment, still she didn't let his hand go. Even so, she grinned seeing his reaction. And so, I want you to take responsibility for making me this weak. Responsibility? Morgan, aren't we already married? He asked with a baffled look. This woman is confusing as hell to him sometimes. Indeed. But, that is me deciding for you. I want you to take me as your wife as well. The pale blonde witch said that with a growing smile. Is she falling in love with me? Instead of just being an obsession? Ren thought with some sweat going down his forehead. Sigh. Even knowing my controlling tendencies and my nothingness origin? He asked with raised eyebrow. He knows about his so-called messed up personality. Of course, since I know yours I will tell you mine. My origin is rule. She said that seriously. She is serious. Now that I think about it, my father already told me to find a wife, or he will find one for me. Well, I guess a Fey Queen will fit that requirement. He remembered that simple thing from before the Grail War. He had this particular conversation with his father. Morgan saw his smile. She wondered what he was thinking about, as she started to grow slightly nervous as she did not get an answer from him yet. I see, very well then Morgan. Ren lifted his other hand and created a ring, a very posh ring made from her colors. The Fey Queen eyes slightly widened for a short second. She was still a woman, and no matter what, the witch has some attraction to shiny things. This is your last choice to say no before you seal your fate. He said that with an amused grin. Amusing as it sounds, I wanted to say the very same thing. She shook her head in amusement. Morgan had the very same idea in mind. I see. Very well then, Morgan, I want to take you as my wife. He said that while taking her left hand. Since you asking me, I won't going to say no. She agreed with a very big smile. Ren could not believe he ended up doing such a silly thing. He knows this is not a normal ceremony. Knowing his family, he will end up doing a proper one, eventually. And knowing Morgan, she will want one too. Queen's pride and stuff. But, then again, his understanding of her is derailing more and more each day. He rolled his eyes and put the ring on her left hand ring finger. Wonderful. Husband, you know how to make them. That reminds me, you can create these material things easily, correct? The pale blonde witch said while inspecting her ring. She of course was leaning on him while doing so. Yes, jewelry is something I could produce for years now. He shrugged while saying that. He remembered that she was his wife. So, he hugged her now since she using him like a pillow. Morgan smiled even more when she felt him do that. While nothingness is a dangerous origin to possess, as long as he cares a lot about her he won't going to erase her. It doesn't take a genius to understand that if he can create stuff then he can make things disappear as well. Since he knows the human body like the back of his hand, can he turn people into nothing? That thought just make her shiver. Sorcerers are scary existences. Thankfully she is a wife of one. Great, that means you can make more similar things to this. She asked with a teasing voice. Sigh. It depends. He said that with a tired voice. It tires him out just thinking about making jewelry. But, then again. Don't worry, she giggled after seeing his facial expression. For now, let's retire for today. Morgan then pulled him into bed. She then ended up laying on him just like last night. The Fairy Queen snuggled into she nearly hummed with satisfaction. Right, not very queenly, more like recently married woman. Ren decided that he doesn't care anymore. He can throw away all he knows about Fey Queen Morgan, as the woman snuggling into him right now doesn't have any of that evil tyrant aura anymore. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Since I pulled out her emotions, she should not turn back into that machine-like anymore, hopefully. If she does I can always deal with that. For a second he thought about it before pushing that line of thought away. For now, he decided to call it a day. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. He has to deal with Amiya, transfer the lesser grail to a new container and of course deal with a new servant. Since Saber inverted into her alter form, she is more controllable now. Chapter 14, Next morning, R18. Tokiomi Tosaka was deep in thought. His new servant is perfect for observing and collecting intel. One of the assassins was there when Lancer attacked Saber, and luckily enough he stumbled upon arriving at Castor. With this encounter, he learned an incredible amount of information about the pair. One was that Master of Castor got his hands on Berserker. Second, he is Sorcerer of First True Magic. This reveal alone makes his legs go soft, and he nearly ordered Assassin to commit suicide right there. Now, however, he decided to negotiate with Renia's Ashwell. He knows him well enough. He is a proper magus, unlike Amiya Kiritsugu. Tokiomi feels quite proud that two members of prominent families such as Archibald and Ashwell were attracted by the Holy Grail War. That reminds him, as to what the assassin overheard about Grail being corrupt. This is a troubling revelation. If Grail truly is corrupt, then it will bring an unprecedented amount of damage if all that stored energy is released destructively. Then again, he can't easily trust the words of the opposing master. So, Tokiomi decided to send Kirai Kodomine to check the site of Greater Grail. That was 5 hours around, and soon it will be dusk. But, Tosaka was too busy to care about that. He spent the whole day thinking about how to salvage the situation, not that it was possible in some way. None could predict that such reclusive ritual will attract the attention of a sorcerer. Then again, a chance of acquiring third magic is attractive enough. Thinking about third magic made Tokiomi remember what Assassin overheard about Einsburns. Turns out those homunculi users had used his family and Matus for a chance to acquire their third magic. Technically they will reach Akasha, more specifically Throne of Heroes. So, his family received a half-truth at best. More or less his family is far too involved in this ritual to back out now. Teacher, what Master of Castor said is true. The Greater Grail site is filled with ominous energy. The younger Kodomine spoke with a very serious tone. This is troubling. We need to ally with Ashwell then. Tokiomi Tosaka said while closing his eyes. His reign as a master is the worst out of all previous Tosekas. His grandfather profited from the Third War by getting the younger Edelfelt's sister to marry his father and bringing Edelfelt's crest into theirs. Now, however, his achievement is the most pathetic of them all. He did nothing in this war. Are you sure? He will demand your surrender. Kirai said seriously. I am well aware, the odds are stacked well against us. Maybe, if we had Archer, but we all know how it ended up. Tokiomi said with a sigh. Very well then, teacher, I shall arrange a meeting with Castor's master. The younger priest slightly bowed before leaving the room. Turns out his preparations for war were pathetic to say the least. While Archer was powerful, he relied too much on a single servant who was a chaotic neutral and barely listened to him. He forgot the sheer factor that Gilgamesh was from the age of gods and miracles were common day events there. Grail barely interested the golden hero. Now, the Magus goal is to survive and prepare for the next war. Ashwell had shown him what a powerful Castor could do, wide city range surveillance. Sounds preposterous. But, here it was, he has no doubt Ashwell already knew that he is Assassin Master. The whole war was nothing more than a theater show for the teenager. Sigh. Need more wine. Tokiomi said as he looked at empty bottles laying on the table. Sigh. Maybe sleep first. Ren slowly opened his eyes when he felt someone nibble his neck. He looked lower and saw his beautiful wife laying on top of him. Her head was on his left side, and she was gently kissing his neck. What are you doing so early in the morning? He asked the pale blonde witch as he looked at the clock on the wall. Slowly drowsiness started to disappear thanks to her actions. It was not even 6 in the morning yet. Teasing and seducing my husband. She stopped kissing him and answered his question. I thought you no longer care about that stuff. He said with an eye roll. He remembered reading about Fey Queen Morgan who grew bored of stuff like pointless pleasures. Oh, I did. Yet, you don't understand the simple fact, husband, that teasing and seducing my husband is not pointless stuff. She slowly changed her position. She was now sitting on him, and giving him a very seducing smile. You see, husband of mine, all teasing and seducing is part of a wife's duties which don't clash with my queen's duties because the queen is still a wife to her king. She said that as her hands started to wander. Of course, a witch will know how to work around so that her pride will still be intact. Ren thought with realization. He knew what this meant. A grin slowly went upon his face. Oh, I see how it is. Her eyes slightly widened as she squeaked. At that very moment he flipped her over and now Ren was on top of her. Morgan's small shock only lasted a few moments before a seductive smile returned to her face. And what now? Master? The beauty asked with a sultry voice. The longer the whole steamy situation lasted, the more old Morgan had returned. Since his hands were on her hips, she put her hands down on his and then made them move up, dragging her t-shirt up. The very next second he noticed something. "Quite bold are you," he said as he saw that she did not have anything under her shirt. In other words, he saw her already needy pussy. "Not at all, I am in bed with my husband, why would I need to overdress?" she asked that while dragging his hands up, in turn revealing more and more of her beautiful body. "Well, what are you going to do now? You saw all of me," she sultrily spoke to him. "We will start with explorations, of course," he said while trying hard not to stare too much. The more he did, the more he started to see her more like a succubus than a fairy. "A reasonable decision," she said that to him while pushing his hands on her breasts. She slightly moaned from that. The beauty is not used to this, so her moaning was strange even to her. However, it did help as she was getting more and more turned on. Ren could not wait anymore. Her moaning voice broke the last binds as he moved in. He kissed her lips, which made her pull her hands away from his and then wrap them around his neck and pull him in. They kissed for a bit before he moved lower and started to kiss her body, starting from the neck and going down. Morgan couldn't hold him anymore. So, she clenched the bedsheets as each of his kisses sent goosebumps through her body. The witch thought that with all the teasing he would ravage her the very instant. But, instead, he turned it around with his style of teasing. Artoria opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. It was not Einsburn Castle. She tried to look around, but, at that moment she was assaulted by pain. That moment she recalled fists smashing into her face, as it was brutal and very painful. As the damage was not just physical but emotional too. Morgan, the very same which who brought down her kingdom, beat her up in her very own game. The King of Knights deep down always looked down on scheming people, as to her they were cowards, yet now, she lost to a so-called coward. She is not Morgan from your history, you have no idea what she truly is, you've already seen her power, maybe she is nothing like Morgan you know. The warrior side of her reasoned with her. Plus she is Fae, wielding a power similar to Vivian herself, the outcome was obvious. The cynical side of her snorted at her. Slowly she moved from the bed she was laying on, her hand went to her face, and she can still feel phantom fists landing there. For now, she ignored it, instead, she focused on the new connection she has. A sigh escaped from her lips. She got betrayed by Kiritsugu, not unexpected, but, still annoying. Now what? Chapter 15, Saber Altar. This is more difficult than I thought. As someone who started anything fate-related with the original visual novel, Saber still is one of my favorite characters. And now she is standing in front of me, it's hard to not just fanboy, and pull her into a hug and cuddle. Especially now when she is in that gothic clothes. So, Kiritsugu truly betrayed me, Artoria said in a monotone tone. He didn't have much choice in that matter. I shrugged at her, trying to sound nonchalant. Sigh. I suppose, odds were not on his side. Tell me, Master, what do you want with all this? She asked me while pointing at Morgan and Berserker in spirit form. To get the third magic which will help me take over Mage Association, and eventually the world. There was little to no reaction from her when I said that. Don't you need to slay other servants until only one is left? Saber Alter pointed that out, not even reacting to the whole, taking over the world, part. Not at all, I only needed to slay one, the rest of them are just fuel to trace the deceased servant to the throne, I explained to her with a smirk, her eyes slightly widened when I said that. I see, if it's the truth then you will have access to the throne, meaning you will be able to resummon me even if I decline to be your servant this moment. She said with realization. Snort. Aren't you a heroic type? Don't you wish to save humans? Morgan asked with a distasteful voice. Oh. What do you mean? Saber asked while ignoring the jab at her. What I am saying is that humans are destroying the world in ignorance, in their short-sighted lifespans they don't understand the consequences of their actions. The pale blonde witch said with a slightly angry voice. You are blessed by my counterpart, are you not? Do try using your senses and tell me what do you feel from the planet itself. Saber Alter frowned slightly seeing how angry Morgan was. So, she looked away and closed her eyes for a second, while the two of us waited for a dark saber. You are right, the world is more disgusting. Artoria said with realization and same time with disbelief. The King of Knights probably was disappointed in herself that she did not felt this before, or she selectively ignored it. Correct, now that you know that, let me tell you my husband's intentions, Morgan spoke with a somewhat arrogant voice, she on purpose prolonged and sharpened the word, my. As you can probably guess, we wish to fix what is happening to the planet, and if humanity doesn't agree with our methods then we will use excessive force if need be. Saber Alter eyes widened for a brief second before returning to a stoic look. I see, you will conquer then the world. Is that even possible with third magic? She asked with a doubtful look, many people tried to do in some fashion. Oh dear little sister of mine, you didn't even realize that my husband is already special. Morgan asked that with a disappointed look. Artoria's eyebrows twitched, as Morgan jabbed her again. What my wife is saying is that I already possess first magic, that is the reason why I can sustain multiple servants. In fact, with my current body I could run Apocrypha event single-handedly without support. I pointed that out with a smirk. Apocrypha event? My pale blonde wife asked curiously. It's when Holy Grail War turns into Great Holy Grail War when two factions duke out with 7 servants each, I explained to both of them. I could see fascinated look on Morgan's face while Artoria looked somewhat interested. Can it happen here? Morgan asked with a thoughtful look. The ley lines here are too weak to support such grand ritual. I shrugged while saying that. My wife pouted for a second with disappointment, then looked at Artoria waiting for her. I see. Master. Saber Alter that moment summoned her sword and looked at it for a second before looking back at me. Her golden eyes looked at me with intensity before they were filled up by resolution. She then dropped on one of her knees. Goddamn, is she going to give me an oath of some sort? Master, as long as you remain true to your goals, my sword is yours. She said while giving me her sword. Is this for King real? It's one thing when a knight does that, but a king. She is basically. I already saw a victorious smirk on Morgan's face. She was super pleased with herself. Now that think about this, Saber's alter form is far too subdued. Did Morgan traumatized her in that battle? Oh, little sister, are you implying that your master is your king? The pale blonde wife of mine asked the darkened version of King Arthur. I am. I know from stories that true magic is one of highest mysteries in the world, performing miracles. I already experienced that personally. Damn, Artoria jabbed back at her. She implied that my wife would have not won without my help. Morgan's eyebrow twitched. But, she didn't say anything. The victorious smirk on my wife's lips didn't leave. You do realize that if you accept him as your king, you accept me as your queen, as I am his wife. The pale blonde witch showed Artoria the ring she had on her left finger. No, you are my king's fiancée at best. The darkened saber said to her as she looked at my hand for a second. It seems I have to start planning my wedding then, Morgan said with narrowed eyes, while Saber looked pleased with her second jab. Right, you two, enough jabs for one day, I said while taking the sword. The moment my hand touched the handle, some sort of judging feeling washed over, it reacted with my fey blessing. Seconds later the sword hummed and greenish-blue symbols glowed. It seems you can wield my sword, as expected of my master. Saber hummed happily. Of course, he is my husband after all. Morgan chipped in. You mean fiancé? Both of the blondes looked at each other, sparks crackled in their eyes. Is this my future? I do wonder how Chaldea masters are dealing with armies of ego-filled servants under their control. What a powerful mist, I can't even see what is in front of me, it's like I can't trust my senses. It's likely connected to myths about mists in Britain. Magus Killer said to his wife as they were standing in a designated area where Ren has said he will meet them. Are you sure we can trust them, Kiritsugu? Irisveal asked with a concerned look. No, we can't. But, we can trust in his distaste for your family IRI, and his pride in his family, he after all promised on his family crest. The Magus Killer explained. Irisveal could only nod. It took most of the night for her to wrap her head around what happened to Saber and their efforts for the war. All those years of preparation squashed in a single night by a sorcerer, Irisveal is no stranger to the concept of true magic. But, being at receiving end worked like a wake-up call to what these beings can do, and why her family has been pursuing for the past several centuries. The pair didn't need to wait for long as mist magically split in half, showing a way for them to walk. Both of them looked at each other and started walking where the mist was guiding them. Kiritsugu Amiya quite hated to be in such receiving end, no power over what he can do, no servant and his weapons are pointless in this place. He was going to the den of a sorcerer with 3 heroic spirits under this mage control, while he only had a handgun for protection. Eventually, they arrived in front of the mansion, and they were greeted by a somewhat familiar face. Irisveal can see the relation between these two, only that this older sibling was much more terrifying than the one she used to be around. Well, we meet face to face, Irisveal von Einsburn. The caster-class servant spoke to the woman with silver hair. Why, you are, caster. Morgan. Irisveal said with no amount of trepidation. Where King Arthur is synonymous with knight, Morgan is synonymous with a witch. Their legends were just that widespread. The one and only, and I know you wanted to call me Le Fay, which stand for the fairy, but that's not my name is just Morgan, the fairy queen. I am not just a fairy like in greater human history. Morgan was feeling generous after a fantastic morning and seeing Red Dragon bending her knee to her husband. So, she satisfied their curiosity, which she regularly wouldn't do. How can someone even summon a real Fay? Irisveal asked with disbelief. She expected Caster to be a different Morgan. But, not bona fide Fey Queen. That's like summoning Vivian herself. Something akin to summoning a divine spirit for a Grail War. Kiritsugu was not different, his mouth was slightly opened. No wonder Saber lost, it's like using a chainsaw to kill a chicken, an overkill. Quite simple actually, and impossible for a regular human. My husband used panhuman Morgan's staff shard, regularly one would summon her. But, he used so much prana that it would have made Morgan's vessel unable to contain it. So, Grail selected a Morgan strong enough to contain that much prana, Morgan explained to them. Impossible, vessel are prepared by the Grail beforehand, not at the summoning. Irisveal shook her head, what she heard did not make any sense to her. You are corrected on that front. Only that my vessel is altered one. Morgan waved her finger with a smirk. Making Irisveal and Kiritsugu eyes widened. You two forgot that this ritual was created more than a century ago. My husband already called it an outdated magecraft. While he has not cracked everything yet, he knows how command spells and servant vessel work. Morgan continued to spill the unimportant beans to these two. That explains how you finished Archer off. The Magus killer said with realization. The bulk of the theory for the chains was provided to me by my husband, rest was easy. The pale blonde witch shrugged then motioned for them to follow her. There is the reason why she is doing such grunt work, one is that it's her fault that they were doing preparations for the ritual so late. Turns out her seduction worked too much, and they spend most of the morning in bed, after that it was talking with Artoria and breakfast. By the time they realized it was time for the meeting. Not to waste too much time and just send out Morgan to do grunt work. While the witch protested, she was outvoted, not too shocking, as Saber had gleeful look when she agreed to her master instantaneously. After all, democracy is where everyone is allowed to vote. Thus a crusade to destroy this thing was born in Morgan's mind. She will wipe off this disgusting thing. Called democracy. It's either blow up the USA or return to the ancient past, Athens more precisely, and just nuke it with her lordless Camelot. And if remnants of machine gods appears, just nuke them too. She already did it once, she can do it again. Morgan led them to a special room where the ritual will be held. The room was empty apart from two specially prepared beds which had multiple runes inscribed on them. It didn't look that it was finished as there were around 10 homunculi drawings, finishing the ritual. You two here, good. Ren looked at the new arrivals. The preparations for the ritual is almost done. He pointed at the two beds. What is this? Irisveal asked while standing close to Kiritsugu. I will give you a new body, as the one you have now is breaking down while holding the lesser grail. He casually explained, making the guests slowly open their mouth and close it. Chapter 16, Getting the Lesser Grail. How? Magic. As a practitioner of homunculus arts, my understanding of human biology rivals people who have a PhD in that category. What my husband wanted to say is that he surpassed all that thanks to his first magic. No need to be humble, my beloved. Morgan chipped in from the side as she observed the ritual curiously. Ren rolled his eyes for a second, before focusing on the guests. What Morgan said is correct, this body I have right now is my second one. He pointed at himself. His previous one could use some regular magecraft. But, he discarded that so he could focus fully on ether creation and manipulation. At the same time he started to unravel secrets over the concept of souls. That's what Einsburns bought in Mage Association, scraps of his research towards souls, basically stuff related to heaven's feel. He did learn how to create soul, well, more like self-awareness. Self-awareness is nothing new and many homunculus develop that after a certain amount of time. But, what he developed was controlled self-awareness. He got this idea after remembering that beasts, like Ars Goetia, Tiamat, and primate murder. All those beings had an alien mindset towards humanity, thus branding them as evils of humanity. While it's just an idea from them, it has no relationship to them. That it is just that none of his homunculus will develop self-awareness in a certain direction. So far he was able only to do very basic stuff towards that. It did increase their loyalty to him and none of them asked dumb questions which indicated that it works. It's all in the programming of homunculus, they simply are unable to comprehend things like betraying their creator and master. It's an alien concept to them. It's far better programming than the mechanical one others develop, at least what he saw in other homunculus apart from Einsburn 1, it's pathetic to say the least. They were flesh robots with pathetic self-awareness potential, far cry from Einsburn and solar systems away from his. His interest in souls started when he realized his limits with his previous body, true magic clash with his magecraft making them weaker, thus he found a way how to transfer his soul from one body to another. Nothing like soul possession, as he found a way through rituals which he spent creating through the use of nothingness. He separated the body into layers and used denial of nothingness in reverse. He turned something into nothing, separating layer by layer until he found the soul. From there he started studying it and how to interact with it and make it move according to his wishes. And thus current ritual was created. You made yourself homunculus? Irisveal asked with disbelief. Snort. He offered his hand to her. You know structure analysis? Yes. Do try it on me. His offer starlit both. It was an incredible opportunity to skin a sorcerer, no doubt members of Mage Association would salivate at this opportunity. To satisfy her curiosity, Irisveal mustered her courage and took a step forward and touched his hand. Then she used structure analysis. Instantly her mind was blown away. 335 circuits, your body is that of human, but. It's like it doesn't have any flaws like a homunculus. The woman tried to wrap her head around this magical, miraculous body. Yes, correct. Still, I am considering this body outdated, as my knowledge has increased further. He casually shrugged, answering he already know how to improve his next body beyond this. Now that you know, lay on the bed on the left. He motioned the bed. The homunculus is already finished with the inscription. The circles will skin you and rebuild a human body based on you, Ren explained to her. That means you will possess your homunculus abilities, like superior circuits and ability to control your senses, same time you will have the human capacity to prolong life. He smirked as he was not done yet. Most importantly, you won't going to have your responsibilities of being host to the Lesser Grail. His words made her bite the lower lip. Oh, she knew how seductive these words were. But, the reason she is hesitating is that Ren is master of caster. By this point, she didn't care about her birth family Einsburns, only about her daughter and Kiritsugu. Still, she has no way to deny what he wants. He could even easily take her out and take the Grail for himself. Instead he was gracious enough to offer her a new body for the one she has now. I only need to lay on that bed and that's it. To her question, Ren only nodded. The silver-haired woman then walked over. While all that happened, Morgan was seething in anger. She was pissed that a woman touched her man. She was pissed that such a lesser being is resisting such an incredible offer. Yet, the pale blonde which controlled herself, she knew why Ren is so gracious. It's a twisted version of noblesse oblige, offering something which one can't possibly say no to. You either take my gift or I will end you. Some's it's like that in the witch's head. While it all looked big bother to her, it doesn't look that tyrannical from an outside view. Well, her view is twisted anyway. It's not to be trusted in such a situation. The moment Irisveal ended up laying on the bed, the circle glowed. Amiya Kiritsugu looked at this ritual like a hawk. The moment the circle started to glow, another body of Irisveal simply appeared on the other bed. It was even dressed in identical clothes to the original one. Moments later the new Irisveal gasped, her eyes fluttered open. For a second she panicked before calming down. Are you okay? Amiya approached her quickly when he saw the circles stop to glow. The whole thing was so fast, it was hard to wrap their heads around this. There was no chanting or any other actions. The whole thing started the moment the silver-haired woman laid down on the uncomfortable-looking bed. Why yes, is this how it feels like to be human? She asked Amiya, who didn't know how to answer that. Who know, Einsburn? We have never been a homunculus, so we have no ways to compare how it was for you before and how it is now. Ren said with a shrug as he walked over and touched the Lesser Grail container. He did a structure analysis spell of his own, well, a variation of that spell. Ether flooded the homunculus body and the Grail. He scanned it in detail and found it fascinating. Very fascinating. It's like an unfinished product. The thing was very close to the real deal, only it lacked, very small thing to a sorcerer like him. And, the current Lesser Grail uses prana and magecraft to perform its wish-granting ability. But, what if he is to change it into ether? Morgan smiled seeing her husband look. It was someone who found a new very fascinating toy. Does he can turn it into real deal? The witch thought to herself with curiosity. I suggest you wait in Fuyuki until the war is over, or you two are going to Germany now and wait for my arrival. Ren asked Kiritsugu about the next part of their agreement. We will wait in Fuyuki until this is over. The black-haired man said after thinking for a moment. Can I talk with Saber? Irisveal asked Ren as she was getting up from the uncomfortable bed. Up to you. Remember that she has changed a lot. Ren shrugged at her. If she wants to traumatize herself, he won't going to stop her. I will, thank you. Irisveal found it hard to thank him, knowing full well that he is a proper magus, who did many experiments to perfect this ritual which was used on her. Even so, she did it anyway. I will wait outside, don't take too long, Amiya said to his wife. Few moments later one of the homunculus took Irisveal to meet Dark and Saber while Amiya went outside to smoke. Leaving Ren with Morgan. You found out something, did you? That look you had when you checked the Lesser Grail. Her eyes then widened for a second because she realized something too. You can turn it into a real deal. She said eagerly. I believe I can, and it's not that difficult. Einsburn used their wish-granting trait and made it into a pseudo-noble phantasm, as its crystallized version of that concept, and because it uses prana as a source of energy it's locked in granting wishes through magecraft. He explained to her. Morgan looked with a deadpan look at him. So, you will complete it by using first true magic, finishing the concept and changing power source from prana to ether. None of these things are possible to regular magus or even fae. Even I could not do it. She spoke the latter half with difficulty and very quietly. You are a servant now, without your true fey powers. I am sure at your peak you could at least copy the phenomenon of the Grail. The witch smiled at him when he said that. He is getting quite smooth with her, something she is appreciating, instead of the previous semi-detached way he used to be. Smooth talker now are we. While I was powerful when I was alive, it was not in the realm of wish-granting like Grail. She shook her head. She was feeling much better after saying all that. Well, I will be able to see your true power soon enough then. He said with a smirk as Iris' veil homunculus body disappeared. The only thing that was left was purple crystal morphing into a golden cup slowly. Morgan's eyes widened before she smiled, realizing what he just meant. He will be reincarnating her. We should finish off the 2 remaining servants and then focusing on cleansing the Greater Grail. Ren then mentioned the remaining competitors. What for? If you can turn this cup into a real deal, we don't need to care about Greater Grail or the servants. She pointed that out with raised eyebrow. I thought you disliked unfinished business. He asked with his raised eyebrow. Morgan slightly huffed at him. Only bugs are left. But, I suppose we should deal with them and then finish with ritual without any bother. She said with a thoughtful look. My thoughts exactly, Ren said with a nod. So, rider or assassin? She asked curiously. Only rider somewhat make her curious. She heard from her husband that he has his whole army in his reality marble, which is an impressive feat. Assassin, I need to tell some things to Tokiomi. He said with a smile. Oh, another minion, he will keep watch on the Greater Grail. She asked curious look. Her guess was not that far from what Ren was thinking. Yes, originally. But, now. He said that while looking at the half-formed cup. I see, what you will do with him then, Morgan asked curiously. What you suggested, the Grail system, we will use it in future. The pale blonde looked questionably at him. Let me ask you this, my dear wife, what is the biggest enemy to stability and peace? He asked her curiously. But, Morgan wasn't that interested in what is on another scale of things. As tyrant her Britain was under her iron fist, she didn't delve into such philosophical stuff. While they do talk about the difference between good and evil and all that nonsense, she has massive loathing towards things like peace, equality. Antithesis to all things related to Vivian. Strife. Some sort of conflict. She asked with a dull look. Boredom, everything starts from boredom. Morgan looked thoughtful when she heard that. Once the world is united under a single banner, there won't going to be any infighting anymore, people will need to move their attention somewhere. The pale blonde witch eyes widened. She understood where this was going. Grail Wars. Like gladiator fighting. She said with disbelief. Not quite. While we will eventually leave this world for stars, it will take time for that. In meantime, we will have something similar to Grail Wars to entertain bored humanity. But, that is after everything is done, and we rule this place. He shrugged while looking at the half-formed cup. Chapter 17, Last Battle of Fourth War. As if knowing Ren intentions, a few hours later, before nightfall, one of Tokiomi's minions, the fake priest, well, he is not fake, yet, and probably won't be in this timeline, used official means to reach him. By official means, Kirai contacted Mage Association, which notified Ren through his already established communication channels. Ren was impressed, to say the least, by Morgan's ability to cloak their existence in Fuyuki, to point that Tokiomi needed to call people in England just so that they could contact him in Fuyuki, the very same city they all are. That just showed him the sheer scale of power between a Fae and human. He has no idea how the Chaldea's master ended the rule of Morgan, but this is just insane by human standards. She could easily mess with people's heads in the city perimeter, and to his knowledge, she could even suppress or even erase one's memory in her territory. So, it's no-brainer that no one could even find them in the city. After making contact with Ren, a meeting has been set up and the Master of Castor alongside his new knight and berserker in spirit form went to the neutral zone of the war. What cheap way to protect themselves. Morgan said with a snort as they stepped into the church territory. Knowing Kiritsugu, he would have attacked this place anyway. Saber said with her snort. Ren could only shake his head listening to these two. Saber Alter is very, very similar to Morgan. In fact, now more than ever one can see them being proper sisters. And that's where they competing in basically anything, from just talking to, trying to get this attention. He knows that there is no real connection between Saber and him, as the fallen king of knights only knows him for one day. But, Morgan's affection is enough to make Artoria act, trying to get his attention, which is cute in a way, as she is very blunt and doesn't know how to act cute or seductively like how the witch does. This makes Saber angry at herself. All that is amusing to watch, but there is time and place for all that cute family drama. It is a pleasure to meet the rising star of Mage Association. Ren has been pulled out from his thought when he heard Tokiomi's voice. Tokiomi Tosaka, the pleasure is all mine. I suppose you wish to discuss your surrender? Master of Castor asked with raised eyebrow. The man dressed in a red suit stiffly nodded as he looked at Morgan and Saber behind Ren. One can see the sheer resemblance in these two, if not for the fact that he knew the real identity in those two he would thought that they were twins. Correct, I have heard some disturbing news about the Greater Grail as well. By this point, I only care to survive this encounter and cleanse it. Very well, then I won't going to pursue this further, just get rid of your servant. I will take care of the Greater Grail cleansing, and will leave its future in your capable hands. Tokiomi's eyes widened. He understood what this means. His family will oversee the Greater Grail, meaning that the Einsburn family will cease to exist. Or maybe he just overthinking. We will discuss key points after this whole thing settles down. Ren waved his hand casually. Tokiomi nodded hearing that. He then looked at his hand where command seals are. By my command seal, assassin commits suicide. The seal glowed red before Ren heard someone or something stabbing itself. Next moment corpses dropped on the ground. Slowly it started to dissipate. That moment, both Morgan and Artoria looked at this with an unreadable expression. Both of them are relieved that their purpose is much more than this mere war. Good, I will see you later, Tokiomi. I still have to see my classmate. Ren turned around and started to leave the church, leaving frustrated Tokiomi. The red-dressed man was frustrated while Ren is considered proper magus. He was still eccentric in his eyes with his casual behavior. But, then again he was easygoing because he had all the cards. Why do all these eccentric people end up with miracle powers? This is where Ryder's master was hiding. No boundary fields, or any sort of protection. Was he hoping no one will notice him? Ryder is a beacon of prana, Morgan said with a distasteful look. Ren group appeared just outside the perimeter from simple-looking house. It was a simple middle-class house no matter how you look at it. Not long after that, he saw was Waver with bulking red-haired man coming out from the house. Ashwell. Why you are Caster's master? Ryder's master asked with disbelief. I am, Ren said while looking around for a second. I am quite shocked you didn't prepare any defensive measures. He pointed out that there is no boundary field to speak of. Well, King of Knights, what happened to you? Ryder asked curiously. Ryder. Just because I have fallen from my path I will not go down without fighting. Excalibur Morgan manifested in her hand. She pointed the pitch-black sword with green glowing engravings at the King of Conqueror. Oh. The inversion effect. The so-called alter form, is it? Ryder asked with a thoughtful look. He then looked at the silent Morgan. The Conqueror could only think of one reason the chivalric King of Knights fall from grace like this, and it's the similarly looking woman next to her. And you must be Morgan. I have heard of you in Throne of Heroes. Never I thought you will answer call to this world. Ryder asked curiously. The man is interested in such impossible summon. Why would someone who hates humanity like Morgan would answer a call to greater human history? Oh, that is simple. I was simply pulled from my throne, Morgan answered casually while shaking her head. My husband used so much prana that I was practically yanked from my throne. The pale blonde witch said while looking at Ren. She didn't mention that she was somewhat interested in how pan-human world looks like. It's better to praise her husband than instead tell some things about herself to the enemy. When Ryder heard that, he looked at Ren with no small amount of awe, while Waver was quite terrified to hear that. Does he has to fight someone like that? Very fascinating. That makes you very capable magus to summon literal queen of fairies. Waver took a step back when he heard that. A queen of fae. Is Ryder nuts? He still wants to fight. Alas, I won't be backing down. Boy. We will fight till the very last man. With a crack of thunder, Ryder's clothes changed into his battling gear, with sword of Cupriotes, and had he smirked at his opposition. Both Ren and Morgan knew he will summon his reality marble, while Saber didn't knew that, so she was on edge. Boy. Let me show you my most powerful noble phantasm. With a mere thought, white particles consumed the whole area and everyone was transported to Ryder's reality marble. Their bodies may return to ash, but their spirits still hear my call. These men are my legendary heroes, my loyal followers. They're my true friends, breaking the rules of space and time to fight once more at my side. They are my treasure within treasures, they're my right to rule. They make up Iskandar's mightiest noble phantasm, Ionian Hittite Roy. After telling all that to Waver, a loud shout spread through the whole area. Thousands of thousands raised their spears into the air, greeting their king. One moment we were in front of a house, the very next we were in a scorching desert with no clouds in sight. Saber manifested her pitch-black armor and rushed in front of me, waiting for any threats. Even the stoic berserker is itching to fight. What fascinating way to manifest reality marble. Regularly it comes from a single individual. But this one is summoning of multiple individuals. Similarly, how gods are born through multiple beliefs, this reality marble was born through one singular goal believed by many. As Morgan stopped talking, Saber saw the opposition. In front of us, there was an army stretching as far as one can see. This was the Greek army which crushed the Persian rule and brought Hellenism to Middle East. What a sight to see. Saber, here, this is for you. I summoned Golden Scabbard and handed it over to her. This. Avalon. B, but, how? Why? The darkened Saber asked with disbelief. The fallen knight could not believe I was giving it to her. I have my ways of acquiring things, some persuasion, little bit of threatening. I shrugged at her. Artoria's mouth opened and closed. She was in disbelief. Avalon was her most powerful noble phantasm, which is something she has lost to time. But, now she has recovered it. I don't think I should have it. Master. Hold it for me instead. She gave the scabbard back to me while shaking her head. She was ashamed to use it. More importantly, she doesn't believe she can utilize it anymore. Just like how her Excalibur darkened. So, did her ideals, she was not king anymore either. That's why she would rather use something else entirely. In that case, what about this then? I lifted my hand and showed my palm. Artoria was about to ask. But, then she saw black miasma gather in my hand, which took a form of a blade, before forming into a familiar sword. I saw your new fighting style. You use your sword with only one hand now. So, why not use two swords? I asked with a smirk. Alter Saber looked at the sword with awe, then at me for a second. I saw a little bit of blush there as well. This. I gratefully accept. Artoria took the blade with her spare hand. She grinned like a feral beast after swinging it a couple of times. A perfect replica. This is the miracle power of true magic. She asked with a grin. The fallen knight was itching to use it now, as the Macedonian army was approaching them slowly. It seems Iskandar is giving time to prepare. The man has his unique type of honor, it seems. Yes, I did a proper scan on the sword when you gave it to me. After that, I can replicate it any number of times, I explained to her. Anyway, this is the last battle of the Grail War. Don't hold back and don't worry about prana consumption. My words only made her even more giddy. It will be my pleasure to show you my power, master. After saying that, she jumped with prana burst. Both of the swords glowed in sinister light as she released underpowered Excalibur blast in rotation. Does this mean her noble phantasm ranking went up now? I should check her stats later. I forgot that in all that excitement. With shrug, I mentally summoned Berserker to my side. Use all armaments I gave you, no more holding back, I said to him while looking at approaching Alexander the fucking Great Macedonian army. Even living in the Fate universe for nearly 20 years, I still find those awe-inspiring moments. Just like now, I can guess that this desert spot is based on the Battle of Gaugamela, where Alexander has crushed Darius and took over his territories. Berserker howled with joy, as he jumped into the air as well. Moments later, a jet fighter appeared underneath him. With a sonic blast, the Mad Knight accelerated at the Macedonian army. While his achievement is impressive, for a human, he is still leagues below me, Morgan said while her hands are crossed. She is not even expecting a battle, to be perfectly honest. I could only nod at her. There is barely anything in the world that can match Rangaminiad, and that is just one. Morgan can spam those, and that just portion of her magecraft. I am not even mentioning the rest of her dark arts. Chapter 18, The Army of Two Knights. Is that a jet fighter? How in world? Waver didn't finish saying that as Gordius will accelerate it to dodge multiple incoming rockets, while Ryder dodged those. The rest could not be said about the tightly packed formation of Hoplite, which was incinerated upon the impact. The modern weapon are quite fascinating. I should get them for my army, Iskandar said with a grin as he appreciated how convenient these flying contraptions were. Ryder. Berserker is killing your men. Waver shouted from the side as he was barely holding himself. With another howl, Berserker released another volley of rockets at front of the army, denying any advance towards his master. Same with Saber. The fallen knight released multiple Excalibur blasts, making the army focus on taking her on. The King of Conquerors made a quick observation and decided to focus on Flying Knight first, as none of his men can fight flying opponents like this one. Boy. We will focus on Berserker. With Roar, Ryder focused on Flying Mad Knight. The Black Knight realized that quickly enough as he accelerated even further. The jet fighter's thrusters emitted even more prana, breaking the sound barrier multiple times over. Ryder's Gordius will quite easily match the speed of the jet fighter thanks to its mystery. While he looks mad, he can utilize the jet fighter to maximum. A noble phantasm perhaps? Iskandar asked thoughtfully as he saw how the Mad Knight piloted the jet fighter while being on top of it. Ryder. Not that I am complaining, but how are we going to attack him from distance? Waver asked while holding tightly on the chariot. He was somewhat getting used to the insanity he ended up in. The team looked at Berserker. He was quite baffled about the servant's ability to use modern weaponry. Not only that, but the jet fighter was nothing he has ever seen before. It looked like a combination of a glider and jet fighter. None of the world military use gliders, last time he checked. A custom creation. A mystic code. The last time he checked, Ashwell family focused on homunculus arts. None of this is making sense to him. No worry, boy. My Gordius will can do more than just fly. With a crack of thunder, the arc of lightning tried to take down Berserker, but the jet fighter barrel rolled and released several rockets at them instead. Hold on tight. Ryder roared, seeing incoming projectiles. More lightning arcs were generated from the wheels and it intercepted the missiles which exploded from the impact. The King of Conquerors had to do some evasive maneuvers to evade the explosions. Berserker used that moment to turn around and ignite all the bombs he had stored inside his jet fighter and accelerate into Rider. Unlike the Macedonian conqueror, his ride is very much expendable, it was even built as an explosive to be used upon impact. So very last second the Servant of Madness jumped off the jet fighter and turned into spirit form. Rider's eyes went wide seeing that. Boy. Hold on tight. The redhead giant grabbed the teen and jumped off the chariot as pitch-black jet fighter rammed into Gordius' wheel and then detonated upon impact, creating a massive explosion that stopped the fight between Saber and Alexander's army. Boom. The explosion was so massive that for a moment it clouded the whole desert, turning to a pillar of black, red, green, and blue flames. While Berserker didn't use up all the missiles as his glider/jet fighter was packed to the brim, it made the explosion even bigger. Sigh. Here goes the jet glider MKI. Ren sighed after seeing one of his creations goes boom just like that. Impressive. At first I thought why you were wasting your time on these toys, but now I see some potential with Lancelot's Knight of Honor Noble Phantasm. Morgan hummed in satisfaction. Now she knew that Ren didn't just wasted his time creating all the stuff with first true magic. Yes, pity that I could not replicate Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. Ren shook his head in disappointment. Otherwise Lancelot could deploy his weapons more amazingly. Morgan shook her head, and here she thought she was the one who uses world anchor on petty things, but it seems her husband can do much worse. He already is carrying all those weapons with him. I don't see any reason to add more unnecessary time wasting, besides wasn't it for that reason that he got Lancer off guard? She asked curiously. Yes, I think so. I guess we will keep all his stuff in that mystic code. He shrugged at her, still he will find time to replicate that noble phantasm. The pale blonde witch saw the look her husband had before saying that, it seems he has not shelved the idea of creating Gate of Babylon. All she can say is that it's the tool for ultimate laziness. But, she can see the perks of it was as well. Rider. Are you okay? Waver was shell-shocked at what just happened. One moment they were chasing the Mad Knight using a jet fighter as some glider or skateboard, next moment the Servant of Madness just rammed the thing into them and made it explode. Just a scratch, boy. The Macedonian conqueror slowly got up and looked at the battlefield with a critical eye. What on earth? Waver looked in the same direction as Rider was looking. Both of them spotted something shell-shocking and awe-inspiring. By Zeus. That's a tank. Isn't it, Waver? I wanted to buy one of these for my men. The tallman quite literally turned into a fanboy for a second. It is, you idiot. How in world did Berserker got his hands on this thing? It's not even scientifically possible to have hovering technology yet. The team pointed the crucial thing as the tank was floating and it's packing even more rockets on its body. Roar. Berserker roared as tubes opened on sides and rockets got prepped for launch. Take cover. Next moment tens of rockets were launched from the Hoover tank sides, blowing anything in its path. Rider grimaced seeing all the lost soldiers. He prepared the desert to utilize his numerical advantage, but, against such monster and his fancy weapons it utilized the open battlefield against him. Don't forget about me, Rider. Excalibur Morgan. The Macedonian conqueror grabbed Waver last second and was barely able to dodge the incoming pitch-black wave of pure destruction. The same could not be said about all the soldiers close to them. Rider grimaced seeing all the pure destruction the sword just did. So, that's your noble phantasm, King of Knights? Rider asked while pulling out his sword once again. Aye, it is. And I am no longer a king, I have sworn fealty to my new master, now I am nothing more than his sword, and I will do my duty as his sword. She said that while showing two of her swords. By Zeus. You have two Excaliburs. Iskandar took a step after seeing that. He is no stranger to the myth surrounding the legendary blade, but two of them. Beautiful, isn't it? With this, I can fulfill my duty to maximum potential. Both of the blades hummed with power. How? This shouldn't be possible. There should be only one Excalibur. Waver asked with disbelief. Oh. I thought you knew about my master's ability over first true magic. Saber asked as she looked at rampaging Berserker. The Servant of Madness was quite frankly annihilating the great conqueror's army. The main turret was shooting beams of prana while two Gatling guns next to the turret were shooting in separate directions while Berserker himself was holding a Gatling gun on its own, occasionally pulling out another anti-vehicle rocket launcher. This whole thing can be considered anti-army noble phantasm as none of the soldiers can even get close even though they are low-level servants on their own. Saber internally grimaced as she was told the real identity of the Berserker. It took her several hours to process that one of her knights apart from Mordred can be summoned as Berserker. Another reason for her not to care about her kingship. Even so, she is awed by the fact how her master utilized Berserker's ability to very peak, giving something similar to an armory and let him loose on Rider's army is most efficient way to utilize a mad knight like Lancelot. First true magic. Waver lost balance and landed on his ass, while Iskandar started laughing. Ha ha ha. It makes sense. Ability to sustain 3 servants. Even summoning Fairy Queen. And all those weaponry used by Berserker. Alexander laughed even more after saying that. Saber. Can you imagine my army equipped by your master's creations? We could conquer very stars. Ryder said that with spread out arms. The man can already imagine all the incredible tanks, jet fighters under his control. Artoria only shook her head hearing that. It does sound possible, Ryder. But, my master is the only ruler I serve, he already has plans in motion for all what you just said. Saber seriously said that as she prepared her swords. Pity, truly a pity, nonetheless we have a battle to finish. Ryder said as he prepared for a battle against the fallen king of knights. Boy, you better move away otherwise you will get hurt. The Macedonian conqueror motioned for Waver to move. Listen to Ryder, I don't want to accidentally kill someone whom my master finds of value. Saber motioned to get lost as well. Waver didn't need to be told twice, he started to run away from the battlefield. Ha ha ha, you may be rough around the edges but you still are king of knights. Only following orders, Ryder, your master and my master are acquaintances, and I was told if I should spare him. She said that while pointing one of her blades at him. Same could not be said about you. She said that while charging in with Prana Burst. Ryder quickly intercepted her strike, his eyes slyly widened when he saw the blade being coated in black miasma, as it started to glow even further. Unlike you king of conquerors, I don't have prana limitations. Saber easily pushed him with just one sword strike, she then swung her other blade at him. Oh, empowering yourself with prana. Impressive, I have few tricks too. He said that while channeling some lighting through his sword. Saber wasn't that impressed, she just used more prana and sent the massive man flying with an underpowered Excalibur Morgan blast. You are Ryder, not Saber, king of conquerors, don't mock me with such cheap lightning tricks. Artoria once more burst with prana as she charged in. Iskandar grimaced as he realized how Saber's fighting style has changed, there was no elegance or any proper fighting style, only brute strength powered by her sword and dragon core if the legends about her are right. While he can answer back with similar brute strength, he doesn't have a weapon of similar caliber to counter hers. Crack. Then Ryder noticed his reality marble started to fall apart. He looked around and saw only a small amount of his men's are left. Of nearly 500,000 only a few hundreds are left. What a ridiculous berserker, living up to his name. Iskandar shook his head in disbelief, if only he has someone like him, a more sane version under him. He maybe even would have reached Okeanos. Let's end this, Ryder, your reality marble can't hold this long and I don't want my master to be disappointed in me for breaking regular people backyards, Artoria said that while stabbing one of the Excaliburs into the ground and using the other one with both hands. The blade exploded with more black energy as she prepared to charge one more time at the Macedonian conqueror. Very well then. Ryder summoned his horse which simply appeared next to him, he got on it quickly enough then started to charge at Saber. Let's end this. King of Knights. Chapter 19, Greater Grail. With crack, only 4 people appeared in the yard. Well, Waver, your run in this Grail War was better than any other master apart from me, not bad rep, Ren said that as he turned around and started to walk out followed by Castor and Saber. The team could not believe what just happened. Ryder died, his war just abruptly ended just like that. All he saw was a blast of black energy and his servant ceased to exist. Is it true? Waver asked abruptly. True. What is true? Ren stopped walking and asked back. First true magic. That you have it. I was born with it. And now I will acquire third, I will see you in Clock Tower ta-ta. With a hand wave, he disappeared with his servants, leaving shell-shocked Waver behind. Ren returned to his workshop in the mansion and walked over to the specially prepared circle where Lesser Grail was forming. With the addition of 2 more servants' prana, it took a more cup-like shape. We only need to pour more prana, it will transform into a cheap imitation of the Grail, Morgan said to him from the side. Yes, I know. We will do that after all the threats are neutralized. He said to her as he walked to the homunculus chambers. He put his hand on the specially prepared panels and channeled his prana. So, cleansing comes next. She asked him as looked at the awakening small army of Fey homunculuses. Indeed. He looked at her for a second before turning back at his homunculuses, the liquid inside was drained and the glass containers started to open. One by one the Fey homunculuses opened their eyes, instead of regular red ones they had ocean blue eyes. With flash, all of them were dressed in blue and black robes. We are awaiting orders, Master. All of them said at the same time while kneeling on one knee. On Morgan's lips, a small smile appeared after seeing this, she truly has misjudged this art, then again homunculus art is very fickle art that depends on the creator's understanding of human physiology. Yet, that is not all, because the greater the understanding the lesser the mystery it is, that's why it requires true balance, and her husband achieved true mystery through his true magic just like his toys which were used by Berserker, his homunculuses can rival servants now. And just like that, he has a small army of servant-level beings. Primary mission is a go, begin cleansing. Hearing Ren's order 70 heads nodded. Understood. All of them then rushed out through the workshop doors. Can you feel the surroundings, husband? Morgan asked him as she walked over to him. Yes, it's like nature is singing. He said while taking a deep breath. All the smell from chemicals quite literally got blasted away from the sheer force of nature brought from the homunculuses. Indeed, you're brought to life 70 Fae, homunculus or not, they are Fae. Fae loyal to you, I am quite impressed you were able to control them. She said with no small amount of awe the last part. Ren turned around and walked over to her. Since he was taller than her, he looked at her from a higher point of angle. What Morgan did was quite simple. She wanted to see how much her husband lost himself in control. She knows her rule consumed her for 2,000 years, which led to stagnation and her being classified as berserker as primary class. Her being summoned as caster was all thanks to her master not wanting a berserker and shoving her into a container of caster. So, it was a test. Quite bold of you. He spoke without any emotion. The pale blonde witch gulped down, seeing how her husband's eyes quite literally changed on the fly. What she saw was void of space with black and blue swirls spinning. Root, even now he is connected to the root. Have you ever heard a saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles? It's one of my favorites. He asked with a smirk, which unnerved her slightly. Ren didn't wait for her answer as he knows she doesn't know Sun Tzu, it didn't exist in Fairy Britain. All I did, Morgan, was changed my thought process to that of being of Gaia, so, all the Fae homunculus thought of me as master and creator before being human. Her eyes widened, he changed the very thought process. They are still terminals of Gaia. She pointed the obvious. And so are you, a great mother of Gaia, no? He asked with raised eyebrow. Morgan frowned at him. Yes, but I am a servant now. I do not possess a majority of my powers or authority. Right now those homunculi possess more Fae attributes than me. She pointed that out, then she continued to speak. If what you say is true, then what you did is close to a work of a god. Controlling Fae like that was even hard for me at my peak. She said that, still trying to get over the fact that Ren didn't lie to her. He believed in the stability of his creations. Even her Fae Knights were not that stable, they had their quirks. Still, in the end, she will witness how truly stable are these Fae homunculi. Let's go, by sunrise I will have my third magic. He motioned for Morgan to follow him. He will discipline his wife in the morning for such testing. The pale blonde witch slowly nodded. She slightly gulped nervously. It seems her husband got cold with her. She lost some of her progress with him, then again she forgot to mention the possibility of the Fae going berserk on him. It is not every day that she does magic work with humans, to begin with, and back then she wanted to show that she is a valuable asset. The way it looked to her is that the war was already won and the servant didn't matter to her master. Well, I will just regain what I lost. It's not the first time I made a mistake. She obediently followed him to the ground floor. Soon enough Saber followed them as well. Their destination is Greater Grail's secret cavern. Situated just underneath Ryuda Temple in Secret Cavern, there is a flat expanse, a perfect place for a ritual. I can feel the evil just saturating in this place, Artoria said to her master. It's just mindless evil with no higher purpose, just to destroy, Morgan said from Ren's other side. Yes, in both regards, it's avatar of Zoroastrian god of evil, even not that, it's just regular human which is accused of all the evils of some village in Middle East back in the day. He explained to both servants, which frowned after hearing that story. Master, we are ready for the ritual. One of the Fae homunculi did a proper bow before speaking. Good, it's not a difficult one, but it requires manpower and prana. Yes, we were given the specifics upon our creation. We will not fail in such a simple task. The Fae homunculus spoke very respectfully, but one can feel the natural-born ego of elemental being in the background. Morgan listened closely to the whole conversation. She wanted to see just how stable these beings are. Good, then begin. Ren motioned to start with a hand wave. The Fae nodded and spread out quickly around the whole center where Greater Grail. Soon enough Ren saw the difference between humans and Fae. There was no chanting or preparations. Things simply happen around these beings. Ren watched the Fae perform magic closely. He spread out his ether field to maximum and closely observed how Fae work at the mystery level. As ether is the foundation of everything, Fae and gods are included in the category as well. This is the best time to watch them work. All 70 Fae homunculus lifted their hands, and the massive circle which was the Greater Grail morphed and turned into a massive silver ball-like construct. It might look silverish white, but it had that sinister aura around it. The Greater Grail reacted as a summoning circle appeared not far from its position. Master. The Grail is summoning a servant. Saber said while transforming into her battle attire. Ren clicked his tongue and looked at the circle. Disappear. You are annoying. With hand wave, the circle ceased to exist. Master. Saber lowered both of her swords in disbelief after witnessing that. He used denial of nothingness in reverse. Morgan said with a small gulp, the witch hoped that Artoria didn't heard her gulp. He denied the existence of the summoning circle. Artoria said that while looking at Morgan with utter disbelief, if it's true then he could win the whole war without a servant. The fairy queen simply nodded at her as she looked forward at the ritual. Ren didn't even bother listening to their conversation. His attention was on the ritual and the Fey homunculus working their magic. There was no circle or anything there, but one could feel how slowly the Greater Grail simply getting purified. Still, the Ingramenu inside tried to resist as much as possible. Many more summoning circles appeared around them but Ren made them all disappear. After getting more annoyed he simply cloaked the whole area with his ether and denied any existence of circles, making Ingramenu even more erratic inside the Greater Grail. Something everyone could see in the aura Greater Grail was emitting. Still, it was pointless for the all-world's evils to resist the work of 70 Fey. It's done. The moment one of the Fey homunculus said, the Greater Grail glowed and white light consumed the whole cavern. When Ren opened his eyes he saw a rainbow realm of sorts. It was stretching as far as he could see. He then looked around and saw a copy of Irisveil standing in front of him. You are Justice von Einsburn, the core of the Greater Grail. The sorcerer said with realization. Was he inside the Greater Grail? Correct, you are the last remaining master standing in this war. While not all servants are dead, it does not matter anymore. With the amount of prana I possess from the cleansing I can grant your wish. The Greater Grail said to him. Just like that. Ren was slightly caught off guard by her words. Didn't he broke few rules? But, then again, he is the very last master standing in this war. The woman dressed in white robes simply nodded at him, waiting for his wish. Then give me the third magic. Granted. She said with a simple nod, and once again light consumed his vision. You're not supposed to be here. Ren's eyes grew big when he heard a very familiar voice. He turned around and saw a very, very familiar guardian standing in front of him. The striking white hair, and tanned skin, with silver eyes, it's hard to miss this infamous individual. Your existence is an anomaly. It has already started to affect the main world. Every world connected to Alea and Gaia started to take this world model for a stereotype. Ren blinked hearing that. Did his decision to take Morgan as wife made such a large shift? Or is it his plans for the future accompanied by her? Nonetheless, you are not allowed to reach the root. The red-dressed counter-guardian said with crossed hands. His words made Ren start laughing. Hard. Ha ha ha. What amusing words you say, guardian. The sorcerer laughed for a few moments, then he cleaned off his tears of laughter. But, then he stopped and the whole atmosphere shifted and counter-guardian instantly felt it. What in world is this kid? He thought with a frown. No regular being should reach Akasha. He was sent here by Alea to stop this kid, but Alea usually just don't send him to kill one kid. Remove yourself or I will remove you. The teen said that with an indifferent tone. Chapter 20, Sorcerer vs. Counter-Guardian. Sorry kid, it's nothing personal. Amiya pulled out his two infamous swords and tried to charge in. But, very same moment his true mind eye reacted and he stopped his advance. He felt that he will die if he to take another step. The counter-guardian looked around and saw droplets of water everywhere. Water. He can create and control water. The sword user thought as he saw all the water simply appeared out of nowhere. The teen then pointed his finger at white-haired guardian and water drops morphed into needles. Emiya instantly realized what going to happen next. Trace on. Multiple massive swords appeared around him as they worked like shields against incoming needles created from water. The rain of these needles nearly broke his shields, which made Amiya sweat buckets realizing just how much power these small things had. Once the rain stopped, Amiya jumped up and out of his protection and summoned his bow. In his other hand, a warped sword appeared. I am bone of my sword. After saying the chant, the warped sword morphed into a makeshift arrow, then he pulled the string. Kalidbulg. With a loud whistling sound, the broken noble phantasm accelerated at Ren. Your existence is denied. With a single sentence, the projectile was simply denied from this existence. Kalidbulg, heh, what interesting weapon. I believe in myth it was said it can cause earthquakes. Ren said what he remembered from the myth, and of course, he remembered that Meb used it in her swimsuit version in Fate Grand Order. How? Where did the arrow go? Amiya landed on the ground. Well, it's not a proper ground after all, they were in space. I denied its existence, Guardian-san, Ren said that while putting his hands into his pockets. Amiya started to realize what his opponent was doing. Still, he needs to find out what is going on with his attacks. So, he quickly shot several regular arrows at this teen. Once again they ceased to exist after flying several meters. This time Amiya saw it. Your gradation air is on another realm spellcaster. Ren felt the counter-guardian's projections through his ether field. He was impressed how close it was to first magic in quality. Why you? Are a sorcerer, are you? Amiya understood what just happened. There was no magecraft in use. No thaumaturgy. Nothing. Like it's real magic. Indeed, now last chance, remove yourself, or I will remove you. No, scratch that, I will traumatize you while removing you from here. Slowly his amused smile disappeared. He was after all observing a new piece of magecraft. But, he already understood how it works. It's a lesser version of true magic. Now it's time to get his true wish. Amiya felt some sweat going down his forehead. While he has unlimited prana supported from Alea, he doesn't have the sheer power to fight someone of type level. Sorry. But, I have a job to finish. Once again the counter-guardian started to shoot arrows at Ren. This time from different angles and directions. Yet, none of the arrows arrived at their destination. Ren sighed. Well. It is what it is. More water droplets manifested into existence. They started to glow, getting more blue by the second. Amiya narrowed his eyes, then he quickly realized that he was in a lot of danger. His true mind, I was going crazy. The very next second those water droplets turned into laser, accelerating at him faster than anything he has seen so far. Row Ajax. The shield didn't even form properly as lasers pierced his right hand, and left, both legs, even piercing multiple body parts. Amiya instantly collapsed. He then projected Avalon and its healing capacities to accelerate his healing. You are not the only one with Artorias sheath, counter-guardian-san. Ren smiled at the white-haired sword used. Why you, what is that? The white-haired man slowly got up on his feet as he looked at Ren, who was holding something incredibly dangerous in his hand. Have you ever heard of hydrogen bomb? Ren asked as he was holding something glowing in his hand. Why you? Amiya took a couple of steps back, barely. Hydrogen bomb. Is this teen has lost it? So, you know of its existence. You have probably saw it in action thanks to your duties as cleaner. Alas, I have not. But, you will do nicely as a test. That moment he threw it from his hand at the counter-guardian. It was like a ball of water, but it glowed more sinister than any of its previous lasers. Amiya simply stared at the incoming ball of water. There is no point in trying to dodge something which can wipe the whole city in a fraction of a second. Now let's experience magic and science working together, Ren said as he saw the water ball hitting Amiya. The very next second a massive explosion erupted. Boom. Amusingly, none of the massive explosions even touched the sorcerer as he simply made it cease to exist around him. Meh, just large mushroom cloud. Magecraft explosions are always better, like Rider Chariot and MKI explode. Now that was beautiful. Ren shook his head before turning around and walking towards the swirl. His gaze made contact with the swirl in the middle. That moment he stopped in tracks as he gazed at it. What he saw simply made sense. The universe, and everything connected to it, how it works, how the spirits are connected to this place, and how it is stored in the throne, and how to access it. It simply made sense to him. Ren then just chuckled as prana simply started flood his very being. There is no limit to it. Like he is supplied by the very universe itself. He then turned around. He was about to leave, then he looked at the never-ending expanse which was this cosmos. That moment it just clicked something in his head. I see, so that's how it works. By using this concept. That moment Ren closed his eyes and dived into this new concept. What he saw was the past, the future, the present. As Ren was thinking, he heard a chant of sorts in the background approaching him. As I pray. Unlimited blade works. With a flash of fire once again Ren was transported to a different location. Very familiar one actually. The sorcerer looked around and saw swords everywhere, and clogs in the very sky. He didn't have a chance to enjoy the nostalgic hill of swords as thousands of swords started to rain on him. Yet they simply stopped existing before even touching him. You don't give up, do you? Ren asked the counter-guardian, who quite literally got respawned to face him again. Amiya flinched seeing Ren. He still remembered being at the very center of the thermonuclear explosion. He would never look at water same again after that. As the sorcerer said, he got traumatized. You know my boss, sorcerer, as long as you don't leave route I will come back to face you. The counter-guardian told him how long this going to last. I see. That moment Emiya felt a blade ran through his heart. Excalibur, Morgan, how? He looked forward. He saw Ren was still standing there. Yet when the darkened Excalibur pierced him, he collapsed on the ground. That moment he saw Ren simply appear in front of him. That moment the Guardian understood what was happening. And that is something faced before. Fifth, but, how? I looked at Horizon Amiya Shiro, that was all. I heard you like to use broken Noble Phantasm as weapons. Do you want to see how real Noble Phantasm explodes? The sorcerer asked the counter-guardian, who felt shivers going down his spine when he saw those empty eyes with space inside of it look at him like that. He met Zelrich before and saw his rainbow eyes before. It was terrifying. But, this was on a different level. Showing that this being has transcended humanity. He never again going to face this monster. Hell. He would rather face Type Mercury again. Before he can say anything, complete replica of Excalibur Morgan started to crack in his chest before it detonated in his chest, erasing him, and unlimited blade works alongside him. The explosion was so massive that it would have caused cataclysmic effects on the world outside. Thankfully they were not on Earth. While not a single scratch appeared on Ren's body. He looked around one last second before disappearing from the route. When Ren opened his eyes, not a single second has passed, as he can tell thanks to his new power. Time was meaningless to him now. Alongside third, he can utilize magic blue better than the original could ever would. Simple really, it's magic that utilize give and take to the very peak. So, all needs to do is pay with unlimited prana he wields now. Master. Saber asked him as she used her sword to block the massive burst of light. It's done, Saber, Ren answered back as he was able to relax. Done. What happened? I felt usage of prana. Morgan asked him as she felt something has happened. My wish has been granted. He answered her question. That burst of light was Grail being in use. The pale blonde witch asked with wide eyes. She could not believe she missed such a mystery in action. Yes, and as a side effect, I comprehended something else. He smirked mysteriously. That piqued the witch interest. Oh. Before she can say anything more, he turned around and faced her. Morgan sighed in relief when he saw his regular sea blue eyes instead of those void eyes. He then pulled her in. The witch didn't resist as the very next second he kissed her. The witch was expecting at least a regular kiss but not a mystery-filled one, as the very next second her whole body exploded with energy, morphing her very being. Giving flesh to her spirit. The very next moment whole cavern exploded with energy. That moment in the large cavern a fairy queen was quite literally born into this world. One could say. Age of Fairies returned. Just like that. Once the kiss was over, Morgan nearly lost her balance and collapsed on her ass. Well, it didn't happen as he was holding her waist. The buff in power was so vast that she nearly climaxed right there. Such an embarrassing moment didn't happen thanks to the kiss blocking any sound which came from her lips. You should warn me next time when you want to bring me back to life. The fairy queen said with a healthy blush on her cheeks. Thank Gaia that Artoria didn't heard or witness that disgraceful act, as Ren was blocking the view. Snort. Very well. He snorted before chuckling, then his gaze went to Artoria, whose facial expression going from shock to horrifying one as the fallen king of knights finally felt the real power of Morgan the fairy queen. Well, it's like standing in front of a god. That is her pressure when fully utilized in a proper battle. Artoria, you are next. Ren approached the shell-shocked Saber. W8. Master. Aren't you engaged to Morgan? Saber shook her head as she saw what Ren was planning to do. Morgan smirked, seeing how Artoria is so embarrassed by all of this. She should be pissed that Ren wants to kiss her pseudo-little sister. But, she is not. The fairy queen would rather see the fallen king of knights been embarrassed and put in such a situation more often. I am, and Morgan doesn't mind. After all, you belong to me, don't you? The sorcerer asked the fallen knight while looking at the recently reborn pale blonde witch. I don't mind. After all, your king wishes to shower you with his affection. Should you be glad that he is wasting his time on you? The fairy queen started to approach the fallen king of knights as well. Artoria realized where this was going, or at least understood to a certain degree. She sighed in defeat. Chapter 21, The Grail. Ren could only shake his head for a second before he approached and softly gave her a peck on the lips. That moment her whole body glowed as she was reborn into the world of living. The moment the simple kiss was over, the fallen knight looked at her hand. She felt wholesome, trying to forget about the kiss at the same time, of course. Her heart was beating, yet she felt a connection to her master's limitless prana. No. It like he is supported by the whole universe, now. It was quite absurd feeling. So, I possess powers of servant, yet I still possess all perks of living being as well. Artoria thought to herself. Perfectly honest, she was more powerful as a servant when she was living. Now she has both benefits. At least feeling alive is much better than feeling like possessing a doll. The same could not be said about Morgan. The power difference with the fairy queen is absurd. Artoria never sensed anything like this before. Even when she was in presence of Vivian, no. This was not the antithesis of the lake fairy. It was something much more. Well, my little sister is alive as well. Morgan arrived at her side. There was a massive grin on her face. The fallen knight could not read this Morgan, just like the one in the past. Both of these witches are mysteries to the Saber reborn. So, are you? How you have this much prana? Artoria asked quite awkwardly. Hey, this is not truly my full power, little sister. Morgan shook her head. I am only just reborn and my reserves are slowly refilling. The fallen knight eyes bulged out, hearing that. This was not even her full power. Can fairies even wield such an amount of energy in the first place? You look shocked. I suppose your true half-sister only wielded a small fraction of my power, did she? Morgan asked such an obvious question that it was not one to begin with. Well, I suppose I never told you much about my true existence since you are not truly dead and you never been in Throne of Heroes before coming to this war, are you? This time Artoria flinched from the question. No, she is not. King Arthur is not dead. As for him, her time has stopped before her death, Ren explained to the two pale blonde women. That moment Artoria's eyes bulged out. How in world he knows that? While Morgan had thoughtful look, she understood how that was possible. You made a deal with the world. You were that desperate? The Fairy Queen asked that with disbelief. She has been on the brink of death multiple times, yes. But, to make a deal with something like planet. For a human mind, it will be something to eternity to end such a deal. At that time I was desperate, not anymore. I don't care about the past anymore. I discarded all of that in our battle, remember? Artoria with quite a lot of heat said to Morgan. The Fairy Queen didn't care much about the heat behind those words anymore, it only increased her amusement. I do, you inverted yourself. Quite impressive achievement I might add, your ideals were that strong. Morgan said while shaking her head. The whole attitude of Morgan's just grind Artoria's very being. Anyway. Ren saw all that and he just shook his head after seeing how these two act, just holding a peaceful conversation is taxing for Artoria, while Morgan just loves poking and poking at anything she can. That's just how the world has shaped these two arch-nemesis. No matter the timeline, these two are like water and oil. Anyway. He said that again with more firmness and both of them stiffed and looked at Ren, turning into obedient girls instantaneously. Now that Morgan was no longer a servant but a full-blown fairy queen, she could gaze at Ren and see more. She sighed internally, it was like a poke to her pride that she could not make head or tails of mystery surrounding him. All she could say was that he was standing on a completely different plateau. At my peak, I was more powerful than the piece of scrap metal who calls himself a god. Yet, I can't even comprehend what I am seeing. Morgan bit her lower lip from frustration before relaxing. She has whole eternity to learn her husband's secrets, there is no point in pondering about it now. As I was saying, we are done here, Ren said that and the Fey homunculi nodded, they lowered the greater Grail back into its spot. The pale blonde witch was impressed just how the Fey homunculi barely reacted to her existence. It was something between dull wonder to borderline boredom. Just what Ren put into their programming. And why Gaia doesn't do anything to these new terminals. Morgan just wanted to pull out her hair from all these confusing things. Understood, what are we going to do now? Eventually, she just gave up, there is no point in thinking about this right now in the middle of some cave. Finish the cup I have in my workshop and return to Clock Tower. He said with a smile. Oh, right, the cup, it will become real Grail, more importantly. My marriage. Instead of thinking about the wish-granting cup, Morgan started to think about how marriages are done in panhuman society. While Artoria simply shrugged. But, then she remembered that Clock Tower supposed to be in England. Small part of her wonders how Britain looks at this time. Ren opened his eyes and looked at the glowing cup which was emitting power of pure mystery. It was like real Grail. He could feel an extreme connection to the thing, it's like, the cup is his noble phantasm of some sort. Crystallization of pure mystery. So, in the end, you did created the real deal. Saber said from the side as she was leaning at the wall with closed eyes. Indeed, quite fascinating really. Ren said as he got up and the cup simply ceased to exist. Yet, he knew that he can summon the cup anytime he wants. It's like having all 7 Dragon Balls on standby ready for use anytime, snort. Galahad spent years looking for the thing, yet you just channeled some higher form of energy into fake cup and real deal appeared just like that. The fallen knight said with quite a bit of melancholy the very last part. Sigh. You realize that your original dream is not truly necessary at this point. Ren said that while he leaned into his couch and motioned for the fallen knight to sit in front of him. For some reason, this moment reminded Ren of Gilgamesh and Kirai talking in church, it quite similar. Was he now the devil who was whispering into one's ear? Saber stiffed for a second, did her master know about her original dream? Of course he does, he has reached Root twice already in his life. The darkened Artoria simply sighed and walked over and took her seat in front of him. Why don't we test it? You should be hungry. Ren summoned the cup which appeared in his hand, with a casual wave on the table in front of them several bags of McDonald's have appeared. Works perfectly. The sorcerer then made the cup disappear like it was never there to begin with. Saber shook her head, she was about to speak. But, the smell of junk food snapped her out from any complaints she was about to say to her master about misusing such an artifact for such a simple task. Master, what is this, heavenly smell? The living servant said with a barely hidden gulp. That's my dear servant is McDonald's, one of greatest inventions of 20th century, Ren said that while opening the paper packaging and handing over 4 Big Macs to Saber while he only had one for himself. He then showed how to use the straw with the paper cup. Without waiting for anything Artoria took the first bite. She softly moaned after taking the first bite. Truly, a miracle, invention, Saber said, then continued to munch on the burger. Finishing first, then second, followed by 2 packs of fries with ketchup, then third burger, and finally stopping with fourth and last burger. While in same time Ren only finished one, he was simply enjoying watching King Arthur herself feasting on McDonald's. I am sure the creator of this fast food joint is crying tears of joy in heaven right now after knowing that his food was even tasted and enjoyed by King of Knights herself. Ren chuckled to himself after imagining all that. After finishing all that, the fallen knight grabbed the large-size cup of Coke and drunk it in one go. Damn, that's impressive. Ren looked at that with an impressed look. Now that we are done with. He looked at the clock, it was just past 3 in the morning. Breakfast, let's talk about your wish for the cup. Artoria snapped out from her satisfied looked at her master. You wish to redo your rule. He said that casually, which made the darkened Saber flinch. It was, my past self, original idea, you should know that I don't care about that anymore. The fallen knight shook her head. Yes, nonetheless it's a deep wound which doesn't heal over fortnight, Ren said while closing his eyes. You see, your King of Knights rule was vital in the formation of modern society, in the wider scheme of things it very important failed or not. You see, while your kingdom has fallen, the people did not forget your achievements, it spread through Britain, France, eventually through the whole world. Your myth is cornerstone for Charlemagne, you know. All the knights and paladins, it led the creation of Western nations like France, Italy, Germany. So, you just want to wipe all that out? He asked that while looking at her facial expression. No, at that time I did not think about such things. Saber said that with big eyes, the fallen knight didn't know that her 20 years of rule could do that. That's of course is not all. This made Saber look at him with even bigger eyes. There is more? She asked with a similar gulp Morgan does. Before the turn of this century, your Britain was known as Empire where the sun never sets. He said with a smirk as he saw her eyes bulge out. Did something happen? She asked seriously for some reason. Not at all, it simply reformed into a commonwealth, the monarchy gave more freedoms to its people. He simply shrugged at her as he answered. Everyone were doing the American thing at end of World War II. Saber nodded with relief as she decided to do some research on what was happening with the world right now. I see. Yes, so kingdoms rise and fall, but people remember as long as they are alive, there is no point for you to ignore the sacrifices of your knights and people of your era. He finished saying that. As I said to Morgan, just move forward. He shrugged again. I never expected to hear a motivational speech from you, master, Saber said that while she took single potato fry from him. Ren simply handed over the remaining potato fries to his fallen knight. It's not motivation speech, it's more of understanding a sorcerer has of the world, as such being has took a step at something more. He said that while thinking about how he sees the world now. He realized that he has developed something akin to clairvoyance, thanks to understanding fifth. You sound now like Merlin used to speak, Artoria said with a frown as she realized how similar these two were for a moment. He is Grand Caster candidate for a reason, I am sure we will meet him one day, and you will be able to use your swords on him, Ren smirked while saying that. Artoria for second grinned at such an idea, yeah. She does possess 2 Excaliburs now. While her original form only thought that the court wizard was annoying at a time now, however, she had no such restraints. That moment a certain white-haired man inside a special tower felt a shiver going down his spine. Does someone plot against me? What did I ever do? Chapter 22, Dealing with Einsburns. So, this is Germany. Morgan said as she exited the private jet. I believe this is the place where Saxons originated, Artoria said as she exited after her. Not quite, they originate several hundred kilometers north from where we are right now, Ren said as he left the plane last. I see. Still, they are related, aren't they? The fallen knight asked him. Yes, same Germanic group. He nodded as they left the plane. Unlike last time, they used a private jet to fly directly to Munich. There was no need for any sort of secrecy anymore, so Ren could use his family wealth however he wanted. After hearing the confirmation from her master, Artoria slightly got on edge. Sigh. You do realize that era is long past, Artoria. Hell, people sometimes barely remember what they did last week, not to mention what happened 5,000 years ago. Ren pointed that one fact out. Morgan for a second frowned when she heard that. No wonder humans only live for around 100 years with such short memories. How could they live longer? I see. I suppose it's acceptable, I still don't like this place. I was quite baffled when I realized that I was summoned to lands of my former enemies. Saber Alter said as they moved towards the terminal to pass the border control. Really? You wound me, Artoria. I am German by birth. Ren said while holding his right hand on his heart. Artoria's eyes widened when she heard that, panic instantly started bubbling in her stomach. Didn't. Master. I didn't mean it like that. The servant of sword quickly tried to apologize. But, she was extremely awkward in doing all that. While Ren once again made Saber embarrassed and in an awkward situation, Morgan was able to enjoy the show while they were walking through the never-ending corridors of the airport. Another thing she started to dislike about Pan-human history. With Mage Association help, it was quite easy for Ren to get documents for his two servants. Hell, Artoria already had an identity crafted for her by Amiya Kiritsugu. He only needed to do one for Morgan, who accepted it after several complaints. After passing through quick border control, since they had a private and quick checkup of their luggage, they exited the airport where a car was waiting for them. So, how we will do it? Do you want frontal assault? Or more stealthy approach? Ren asked the Magus killer. I only care about getting my daughter from there, nothing else. Do whatever you want once she is secured. Amiya said straight to the point. The men quite quickly noticed the differences in Artoria and Morgan. The supernatural, non-human air around them was gone, which one could feel from a servant. That was from Artoria. Morgan was quite a different beast altogether. She was like an element in human flesh now. It was enough for the men to realize that Ren was successful in his mission to acquire third magic. The Magus killer thought that one magic is enough to fight a type-level being. Now he has two. How more powerful he is. I see, then we will be the main diversion, while you do your thing, Ren said casually, and Amiya accepted that. The Magus killer already saw what Ren can do for showing off. He does need much convincing that sorcerer can make a very plausible diversion. Very well. He nodded without much fuss. While Ren and Amiya discusses the plan of assault, Iris Veal uncomfortably looked at Saber, who was standing like a statue with closed eyes. The living servant of sword had nothing else to say, the silver-haired woman. Nothing they already didn't discuss beforehand. She was betrayed, something Saber understood very naturally. Kiritsugu Amiya didn't even had a sliver of a chance of winning against a sorcerer of first true magic. That's why she was being a realist and is not angry at them for betraying her. At that point, it was like facing a natural disaster, and one needs to think about himself first before he or she can think about saving the rest. The snowing is artificial. It works like an illusion. Morgan said that as she used her senses. Another layer of security to keep people away. They are descendants of alchemists who used third magic back in days when magic was much more potent. Ren explained to them. They are reclusive by very nature. He shrugged while saying that. By this point in time, they lost their true purpose. Once they get their true magic, they would not know what to do with it. So, they pursuing it for sake of pursuing? Artoria asked with disbelief. Indeed, you just experienced another episode of humans' ability to forget, Ren said with a smirk. Morgan once again frowned hearing that. Morgan, why don't you introduce us to them? Ren motioned at the boundary field in front of them. The Fairy Queen smirked in understanding as she manifested her spear and pointed the tip up. Soon enough the snow was dispelled and greenish-blue clouds manifested above the boundary field. Few seconds later the clouds were blasted apart and the world anchor manifested in all of its glory and started to fall on the boundary field. There is no boundary field in world which can handle weight of Tower of Light holding realities together. Rangaminiad. Morgan said with the arrogance of a witch who comprehend the concept of Rangaminiad. Saber looked at the massive tower descending on the boundary field with a small twitch. The utterly casual way of manifesting Rangaminiad will continue to affect her for a very long time. If she can manifest it so casually. Can she add this concept into a weapon? Create armies of Rangaminiad-wielding soldiers. Unlike Excalibur, her holy lance was nothing more simple lance with the concept of world anchor inside of it. Yes, it looked beautiful, but it was nothing more than a container for it. Physical manifestation of world anchor. With Morgan in the living world, she could create more anchors in case her original lance ceases to exist. The green translucent tower reached the barrier as Saber was thinking how Rangaminiad's magecraft appearance slowly becoming a regular thing in her life. The barrier only lasted less than 2 seconds before it shattered under the weight of the world, and then simply ceased to exist before it could fall more. It should have got their attention, Ren said to the girls before he continued walking inside Einsburn territory. I don't detect any other defensive mechanism apart from that boundary field, Artoria said as they walked through the forest. It was pretty much like a stroll in a park. No, there was. I just disable everything the moment we entered the perimeter, Ren said that with both of his hands inside his pockets. He should have brought some gloves. Should he wish for them? Nah. He didn't knew that it could get this cold in this part of the Alps. Did they decrease the temperature here on purpose? Denial of nothingness. Artoria asked with a little bit of trepidation. An ability to simply making something cease to exist, no matter how many times she sees or hears about it. It makes her feel so weak in front of such power. No amount of training or prana matters in front of that. Yes. I spread ether around myself, creating a pseudo-boundary field with me inside of it. It allows me to control everything in that area. He explained to his servant of sword. Ho, you copied that from Fey territory creation. Morgan commended from her side. Indeed, magic is strong as its sorcerer and his imagination. He said that without any shame that he copied something from her. Eventually, they arrived in front of white-looking castle. I give 6 out 10, a castle without proper defenses is not a castle, there are no walls or a gatehouse. The pale blonde witch looked at the Einsburn mansion which looked quite close to a castle, but... no, I take back my word. It's 4 out of 10, such cheap imitation of the castle is an ugly thing. The fairy queen gave her final judgment. It seems this place will cease to exist soon enough. You have some nerve to attack the Einsburn family. A homunculus came out accompanied by multiple other homunculi, they all were battle-ready. Artoria was first to react as she transformed into her battle attire, with 2 swords appearing in her hands, she quickly stepped forward as her master's sword she was always ready to fight. You look like King of Knights. The old homunculus said that after seeing many similarities between recently summoned Saber and this invader. Jubstachite von Einsburn, as expected you are clueless. Ren stepped aside from Saber so that he could be face to face with the Einsburn family leader. You are? The old homunculus asked with a confused look. You've been buying rights to use my discoveries for the past few years yet you don't know me. The sorcerer said while shaking his head, as expected of such a reclusive fool. While Ren was not that insulted, it was a different thing with his wife-to-be, as Morgan's eyes narrowed when she heard that, such ignorance started to grind her nerves. Renia's Ashwell, why are you attacking my family? The homunculus family head said very seriously he understood the seriousness of the situation after hearing his name. He already realized that these 2 women were something similar to servants to some degree even if he can't sense that they were servants, the prana they radiated are massive. Apart from that I have right to attack you for corrupting Greater Grail with previous servant your family summoned, which was Avatar of Ingramenu, a manifestation of world's evils which could have wiped human race from the face of earth, apart from that I made a deal with previous Saber's master. That moment the old fool realized that Ren is using Grail War servants for this. You using servants to do this? The old man asked with wide eyes he then looked at the servants once more, it was his family Saber. Why it changed like that? Why are you listening to him? What you are doing here won't going to bring you closer to Holy Grail. He said with an angry voice. Ignorant to very core are you. Morgan took a step forward her spear manifested once more, she stabbed the ground with the bottom part, cracking it in process. Ren lifted his right hand and a golden cup manifested on it. The old homunculus gulped down when he saw the real cup. All the homunculuses around him lost all the will to fight that moment. I am the winner of the 4th Grail War and sorcerer of the 3rd magic, my servant staying with me after the war was already an indication of that, Ren said with a mocking smirk as he felt that Amiya already left the Einsburn castle with his wife, they were free to do whatever they want with this bunch in front of him. His mission to distract was utter success. I imposable T that's the real cup. Oh, you can see through that. Old man, you thought that you could trick servants with such fake ritual. Morgan said with a pissed-off voice, she is pissed that she was tricked by the Greater Grail which was created by Einsburns. Wish-granting cup. What load of crap. She was summoned to be a fool. If not for her husband telling pretty much everything early she would be ignorant of the real purpose. That moment her eyes glowed and her anger reached the peak. For tricking Queen of Fairy Britain I will kill you all. When Morgan said that Saber quickly went out of the way. Hell, Artoria doesn't want to be anywhere near when Morgan flips. With a wave of her spear torrent of greenish-blue fire accelerated like an avalanche at the castle and the shell-shocked homunculuses. Wait. What was next were screams of burning people, Morgan was not done by any stretch. As she used a familiar spell he saw in Matu residence. She is going to erupt their organs, Ren said to Artoria while crossing hands looking at everything with a nonchalant look. The way this spell work it cast mystery inside one body, as phase spell it even can bypass his servant class defense to a certain degree. He clarified to his Saber servant whose facial expression paled when she realized her class defense wouldn't work that much against such diabolical magic. Unless one has personal skill of a saint which grants magic resistance EX this dark magic is not dodgeable. Chapter 23, Back to England. Dealing with Einsburns was short work after Morgan flipped, it was practically game over to the opposition. Ren was able to see several more spells, one of them was voodoo style, multiple swords stabbed the witch but she was completely unhurt it was the enemy who had those stab wounds. How this mystery works was something that baffled Ren this time, and it seems Morgan saw his shocked and amazed face, she was pleased with that reaction quite a bit. Another spell was an actual space spell, which makes her spear simply appear next to an enemy and she can just stab from distance. By the end of Morgan's spell-casting demonstration, the castle was empty of any personnel. Ren simply picked whatever research scraps there was before Morgan used Rangaminiad to simply turn the castle into a crater-ending second Grail founding family. So, this is England. Artoria asked Ren, she felt a boost to her parameters just by standing on the ground. Yes, this is one of 4 airports surrounding London. I think the city was called Londinium in your time. He explained to her. Ah, yes. I remembered, it on the north bank of the River Thames no. She said, what remembering about this town? It started on North Bank. He said with a smirk, he can't wait to see the reaction of how much the city has expanded from her time to now. After passing through the border control they got into a black limo which will take them to the center of London where Clock Tower is. Once the car was left the Heathrow airport all they saw was the city, occasionally some parks, but it was a city sprawling as far as one could see. How big is the city? The fallen knight asked with disbelief after seeing all that. Quite big, it has over 5 million people right now and it's rapidly expanding. 5 million. That's many times over the amount of people lived in whole islands in my time. The darkened saber said with wide eyes. Morgan was shocked too, only she didn't show to them. Her fairy Britain never had such a large population of humans or fae, it was counterproductive to her rule. You think this number is impressive? Japan had many times over this number. Tokyo is one of the biggest metropolis in the world. It's so big that several smaller cities got absorbed into it. While Artoria tried to wrap her head around this number, the Greater Grail didn't provide this information. She doubts it was its original intention to educate her in the first place. It only provided the essentials for the war, nothing more, nothing less. Morgan understood the issue of the situation. The cities were so big, they consumed massive amounts of land and nature. How much there is untouched land in this island nation now? Eventually, they passed the iconic landmarks of the city center like the London Eye, Westminster Abbey, Big Ben. The amount of people in this place made the Fairy Queen experience goosebumps. So, she ended up snuggling with Ren and just closed her eyes and shut off her senses. This place still has buildings which look old compared to others. They are proud of their heritage, Artoria said, neutral tone. Correct, much different than cities on other side of Atlantic. We will be going there eventually and you will see the difference, Ren said to her as he remembers how different cities look in Europe compared to American ones. They are cities built from around 15th to 16th century, the age of exploration. That's what the Grail information shared with me. Yes, I suppose you will have time to catch up with history after your time. Saber nodded after hearing that. She doubts there will be much needed for her apart from being his bodyguard and showing her Excalibur Morgan to make pesky peasants stay away. After Ren arrived at Clock Tower he wasn't expected a welcoming committee. Most of the lords of their respective departments came to see him. At the front was a very familiar woman which he has not expected to see any time soon. As someone who spends most of her time hunting dead apostles she rarely is seen in Clock Tower. In front of him was Vice Director and Second Wizard Marshal Lorelei Bartholomew, a woman with the attribute Almighty. This was the perfect time for Ren to gauge her power, as the woman was one of the strongest living magus of the modern era. Ren used fifth to see the past, present and future of this lady. He was slightly surprised that she could rival a low-class servant in sheer force alone. You must be Renia's Ashwell, I have heard of you. Is it true that you wield first true magic? The brown-haired lady asked him. One could feel noble air around her. She was, as one say, pinnacle of nobility. Ren lifted his hand and a black sword manifested in his hand. It was humming with power. A noble phantasm. She said with wide eyes. A happy grin slowly manifested on her face. This is Excalibur Morgan, inverted version of Excalibur wielded by King Arthur. Ren casually showed his sword, which made everyone stare at the legendary sword with awe. He motioned his servant next to him who called out her sword as well. This, you achieved third as well. The blonde from the group of lords spoken up. Lord El Meloy noticed the similarities between this lady and Saber he saw in the war. Indeed, Lord El Meloy, meet Artoria Pendragon in history books know as King Arthur, she has pledged herself as my knight. His words practically started a storm as everyone started to discuss the consequences of having King Arthur herself walk among the living once again, not to mention a servant. And this is my future wife, Fairy Queen Morgan. Ren then introduced Morgan who was observing Lorelei. The Fairy Queen was curious about what she was feeling from this brown-haired woman. Her prana was potent for the period they were in, not only that but she can tell that she possessed powerful attribute of some sort distinct from other magi she felt. You saying that you brought to life 2 Arthurian legends? Lorelei asked with a baffled look. I am not from this history, Morgan answered the question. My husband summoned me from distinctively different timeline, separated from this history. I am not Morgan Le Fay, I am real. That moment she called forth her Fey powers, she activated her divine patterns, Fey equivalent to magic circuits. Her presence that moment was so powerful that she halted London with it. Fairy Queen, Morgan said that as her regal aura spread through the whole area. By Akasha, this means a new age. Everyone, instead of being terrified, they were all giddy like small children who were about to go candy store for the first time. The one who was most baffled about this was Morgan. The Fairy Queen thought that she will put these arrogant humans in their place. Instead, they all had stars in their eyes. Truly, what an achievement, Lorelei said with a respectful tone. Not 1 but 2 magic has returned to the world. It was an event worthy of celebration. As Vice Director of Mage Association, I would like to offer you the title of Lord. While all departments already have their lords, we can always find a new one. She said that while looking back at lords who sweat dropped seeing her gaze. Not many know, but the Bartholomew family see first magic users as their equal, and there is no way in hell she will make a sorcerer go through all the drag to gain lordship. After that, she will push for him to acquire the Wizard Marshal title as well, just like she has. Once that is done, then they will go on grand pilgrimage to wipe the vampires out. If only Rin could hear this woman's thoughts. Magi and their obsessions. Wizard Marshal Kister Zelrich Schweinorg, also known as Sorcerer of Second True Magic, finally was able to find the source of this annoying shift. A shift in both Aleia and Gaia. Not everyday water and oil start working in tandem. All that started to spread through several worlds in this part of tree. It even affected the branch where his counterpart is a dead apostle. And now he was finally able to find the core world where this shift has started. His regular modus operandi is just to yank the anomaly out and drop him or her in some god-forgotten world, yet this was not possible for the fact that he was facing someone who wields 3 true magics and has operating Holy Grail and Fairy Queen for a wife. That explains Gaia's involvement. He still wants to know why Aleia is helping someone who is not properly on humanity's side. No, if he antagonizes him, then this being will chase him through several worlds, possibly acquiring a kaleidoscope in process through the Grail if he annoys him too much. That is why he decided to stall him as possible. Stalling in this world will affect the shift in others for several decades, maybe centuries. As long as he doesn't send the fellow sorcerer somewhere far, nadir of the sorcerer's 2 new allies will be annoyed with him. He doesn't want that cynical white-haired man shooting his swords at him, not that it can do much damage in the first place. It's just that it will be annoying to deal with it. Let's see then. The man's eyes glowed in rainbow colors as he started to gaze at other worlds and find out about Renia's Ashwell, his newest nuisance. The more he looked at this sorcerer's life, the more he understood the reason for Aleia accepting the balance with Gaia. In the end, he brought stability to these 2 clashing factions. But it was through an authoritarian rule to humanity. While humanity and Earth as a whole lived longer in these worlds, it cost humanity its chaotic nature and individuality. Something he can't accept. It will make his life even more boring as it is. My congratulations on marrying a fairy queen, something that has not have been done since the age of gods. My gaze went to the men in front of me. It was the vampire troll, or should be vampire, but he is not. Apparently he doesn't become dead apostle in Fate verse. My thanks, Lord Mashal. I did a simple bow. After all, this guy was sorcerer longer than I was. Now. There is no need for such respect from fellow Wizard Marshal, is there? Did you had fun in one of Lorelei pilgrimages? I grimaced internally when I heard that, killing vampires. It was utterly boring. At least I was able to gaze at their reality marbles. But, turns out when you become equals with Bartholomew, the woman becomes quite literally best friends with me, no matter what I say. Eventually I ended up joining one of the hunts since Saber was getting bored in doing nothing for 2 years. The Magi and the executors' morale went off the charts when they learned that King Arthur himself is joining the mission. It literally became a freaking crusade. Not quite fun. They were weak. My knight was able to handle their strongest with little difficulty. I honestly answered him. Snort. Not everyone has King Arthur for a knight. Lord Ashwell, who has 2 Excaliburs for weapons, is there. The fellow sorcerer said with a smirk. True. After this I told Lorelei not to ask me to join if there is no big treats from these bloodsuckers, I said with a shrug as motioned the wizard to follow me into my office. Yes, I finally have an office, even a department of my own. That's right, I am teaching fellow Magi certain arts like homunculus craft and programming, fae, servants and much more. Most of these have their departments, but my prestige cast a massive shadow on Magus Association, making the whole management simply accept my requests. No one wants to mess with a sorcerer of 2, 3 magics. Once inside I offered him a seat and some tea which simply appeared on the table. Chapter 24, Holiday Leave. Really, can't even get angry at that old man for doing this. I said as I looked at the familiar red bridge separating the city in 2. Not long after I said that 2 more rainbow portals opened and 2 familiar figures exited from them. Where are we? Kaleidoscope. What happened? My wife said with a questioning look as she looked around. Her senses already discerned that it was Kaleidoscope which teleported her. This is Fuyuki, what we are doing back in Japan. Artoria asked from the side as she saw the familiar red bridge. Zelrich offered me to enjoy 5th Grail War in Fuyuki, I said while looking at the bridge in distance. You serious? 5th War, this doesn't look like 2040 husband. Morgan said while looking at the skyscrapers in the distance. They didn't look that different from the ones we saw in American cities or London. The year is 2004, it only has been 10 from last war in this timeline. What? We got transported to a different timeline. Why you accepted such a thing? Morgan walked over, she put both hands on her hips with a questioning look. Because I got tired of grading homework, attending boring meetings, ass-kissing, politics in general, I said with a tired look. Seriously, paperwork is the enemy and it doesn't care about how much understanding of the universe you have. Like seriously. Even Akasha can't help with that. So, I decided to take a holiday, and since we go on regular holidays as it is, so this time I decided to see a possible war, where I never participated in forth. My words made Morgan relax, she slowly nodded. Besides this war Saber is king of knights, and Berserker is Heracles, it should be entertaining. Now I got both of their attention, Morgan instantly smiled while Artoria had curious look. Very well, are you going to participate in this war? My wife asked while crossing her hands. No, it's already too late, last master was selected a couple of days back, no we going to watch this one, maybe but in couple battles, I said the last part on my knight behalf as Artoria is itching to cross her blade against some opposition, vampires won't do it to her anymore. A man dressed in a blue bodysuit was blasted out from a shed by a blonde swordswoman with an invisible sword. TSK. An invisible weapon. Seriously. The man with red spear said with an annoyed look. What? It's too much for you. The blonde woman taunted the spear user. Not at all. The servant charged in and started to fight the fellow servant. Few seconds later redhead teen rushed out from the shed and looked at two servants fighting with utter disbelief. Seriously, why is it always Saber fighting Lancer at opening night? The redhead heard a voice of an annoyed woman. He turned around and saw a man with two very familiar women standing next to him. They had the same face as the woman in blue armor which he just summoned few minutes ago. Are they related? Still, servants have incredible hearing and Saber who was fighting Lancer heard that, she turned utterly stiff for a second and jumped back and looked at the source of this voice. M. Morgan. The blue Saber said with a pale face. Did you just said Morgan? Lancer stopped and looked at the newcomer as well. He grimaced when he saw her as well, goosebumps went through his whole body. Don't mind me. Seriously. I am not part of this war. I am not a servant or even a master. Morgan raised her hands. Impossible, how are you even alive? Blue Saber said while looking at her in disbelief, as her senses told her that this Morgan was not a servant. No, it was something else entirely, she felt something similar to Vivian. Not only that but she looked like she was not even in her 20s yet. That's a long story, nonetheless, you should continue your war. She said nonchalantly as she looked at Artoria who was quiet the whole time. Little sister, who do you think will win this exchange? The pale blonde which asked the fallen knight. It depends, that lance looks similar to D'Armwood's, a cursed one perhaps, an Irish hero, too little information, master what are your thoughts? Blue Saber stiffed when she heard a black version of her mention D'Armwood. What is going on? Who are these intruders? Why she looks similar to me? Another homunculus? No. She feel human, this is confusing. Oh. You faced D'Armwood. I heard he is a great spearman. Are you a survivor of a previous war? The man in a blue tight bodysuit asked. Artoria. The blue Saber twitched when she heard her name being said by the sole male from this group. There is only one red spear with barbs like that in the world. He said while looking at the spear from distance. I see, the child of light, the shield of Ulster, see you chillin', heh, no wonder he twitched when he heard your name older sister, the darkened Artoria smirked when she said the last part. Humph. Morgan crossed her hands and looked away, she has not cursed anyone for months. Artoria chuckled seeing that, she then looked at See-You Chillin. I am indeed survived last war, not in this timeline, of course, we arrived here with Kaleidoscope. The Armani-dressed Artoria took a step forward. Blue Saber eyes widened she instantly understood what is going. Kaleidoscope. Seriously? Why this war has to get more complex? The blonde Saber grimaced and clenched her sword tightly. And I didn't just survive, we won, my master got his wish granted. That moment black miasma surrounded her as Artoria's suit got replaced by pitch-black armor with green sheen, she was holding two swords in her hands. That moment she activated her dragon core and prana spikes from her. And I was given a second chance to live as well. Blue Saber took a step back when she felt that presence, not only that armor, the sword. Sword she was holding. She has two. Two Excaliburs. How? I see, what a fascinating development. You are this Saber's inverted version, aren't you? I have heard of this phenomenon from my teacher. See-You Chillin said while pointing his spear at Blue Saber. Snort. Correct, I am someone who got its foolish ideals beaten out, I am no longer, king, or even a knight, no matter what my master says, I am his sword. Artoria said while pointing one of her sword at See-You Chillin. Now. Artoria, you are good knight even if you say otherwise. Her master said with a chuckle. Nonetheless, I wish to face you Shield of Ulster. D'Armwood was a strong hero from Ireland and I wish to face an even more famous one. The black Saber said with a feral grin. The blue Lancer slightly sweat sensing the oppressive aura coming in spades from this darker version of the Saber. Hold on. I am his opponent. You are not even a servant of this war. Blue Saber furiously said from her side, attracting the attention of her alter version. You are weak, your master can't even supply you with prana, how are you intending to negate Ki Balg? Saber alter said with a sneer. You wish to test me? Blue Saber said with a pissed look. I can sense your measly prana from here, there is nothing to test. The paler Saber said while twirling one of her swords. While I do love to fight any of you, my master is a coward, and he ordered me to retreat the moment my identity is exposed. The Lancer said with a sigh. Pity. Nonetheless, I understand. Artoria lowered her sword. She sighed in disappointment. Don't die, child of light, I wish to face you in proper battle. She said that while looking back at her master. Is it fine with you, my master? She then asked Ren for confirmation. Sure, we did came to this war to enjoy ourselves. He said with shrug. Ha ha ha. I like you, sorcerer. No wonder you have both the witch and the king with you. If only I had a master like you. It would be a dream come true. Lancer said while laughing. Oh. Truly. Then you allow me to call you from the throne if I need your help. Ren asked while smiling. His question confused Siyu Chilin, but his next words make his confusion disappear. After all, I am sorcerer of third magic. Ha ha ha, sure. I will answer your call anytime. Even if your knight wishes a sparring partner. Lancer happily said that before disappearing from the yard in his spirit form. You know, master, I remembered that you can summon servants at will. Why you never summoned anyone when I was bored? Saber alter stomped over to his side. There was a massive pout on her face. I forgot. Ren scratched the back of his head. You forgot. Is that even possible? Don't you sense the throne? Or just, no? Artoria asked with complete disbelief. I was busy, an association knows how to distract me long enough to forget about, plus there was no need for servants as I had you to deal with any nuisances. He honestly said that. Sigh. Fine, at least I know that you can summon the Hound of Ulster for me to beat up. The servant of sword sighed as black miasma surrounded her for a few moments before disappearing, revealing her in her black suit. All of that was observed by Blue Saber, who didn't know how to behave around these three anomalies. They were not servants of his war, which makes them not her enemies, but Morgan's existence makes them not her allies either. Can someone please tell me what is going on? Why that guy with the spear attacked me? Eventually, the redhead teen couldn't take it anymore. Everything was confusing as hell to him. Hey, you are master of Saber and you don't know what is going. Saber alter said with a baffled look. She then looked at Blue Saber. My condolences, not only he can't support you with prana but he is clueless as well. The blonde narrowed her eyes as she looked at the darker version of herself. Why does she sound like Morgan? More curiously, how on earth did he summon the same saber as in previous war? Morgan said curiously as she looked at the ignored redhead. This is a Mia residence, you must be related to a Mia Kiritsugu. That means he used the same catalyst to summon King of Knights. Ren said as he walked forward. You know my old man? Redhead happily asked that, while Blue Saber grimaced when she heard the name, Amiya Kiritsugu. She started to think that her luck stat should be E or even F by this point. We were enemies in last war, I was master of Caster. Ren motioned Morgan. And he was master of Saber, the same servant which is under your control now. In the end, I won. I took Saber as my third servant, while in return I gave your old man freedom to be with his wife and daughter. He explained to the guy, which made Blue Saber eyes widen for a second. She looked at Saber alter that was Saber of previous war in his timeline. And Kiritsugu lost and he handed over her to Master of Caster, who is Morgan. The King of Knights doesn't know how to feel about this, being betrayed at the end of war or being handed over to the enemy master. Wait, my old man had a family. And he was in this war. What is this war you talking about? The redhead teen was even more confused. That moment Blue Saber snapped out as she felt approaching servant. She looked at the group, then at her master. There is no way in hell she will allow her master to be anywhere near Morgan. Instead, she decided to wait at his side for this new servant. Few seconds later they saw a black-haired girl with twin tails. Tosaka. The red-haired teen said with disbelief. Chapter 25, Some Explanations. Emiya simply followed his master's directions. He still tries to figure out how in world did she summon him, as he is a counter-guardian. And yet he was summoned as a servant for this war. The side effect of this summon has completely messed up his memories. He has massive gaps missing, probably a side effect made by Alea so that summoner would not able to use his knowledge to his or her advantage. Eventually, they arrived at a familiar house. Master, Lancer has left, it seems the boy has summoned Saber. Emiya said through their connection. Rin bit her lower lip when she heard that. They entered the yard and saw a blonde woman in blue armor standing next to Amiya Shiro. On the opposite side was a man in his 20s, on both of his sides were women with quite literally the same face like the blue armored blonde. Are they related? When Archer Emiya saw the redhead teen, he wanted to run his blades through him and stab him again and again. The anger he felt was unnatural, yet he doesn't remember why he is like that. But, then he saw the guy who was standing in opposite side. That moment he saw water, everywhere, unnatural coldness washed over his whole body. I heard you like broken noble phantasms. The counter-guardian heard a ghost-like voice speaking into his head. That moment Emiya stopped following Rin and just stopped in his tracks. If he was in his physical form he would be hyperventilating as he remembered who this individual was. No way. Alea and Gaia are empowering him now. What did he do after leaving Akasha? Archer stared at Ren with disbelief as he sensed Alea and Gaia power radiating from him. This makes no freaking sense. Renia's Ashwell doesn't exist in this timeline. Amiya-kun, what is going? Why did you summon a servant? Rin asked Amiya Shiro, but then Archer defensively manifested in front of Rin. He was shaking from fear, but goddamn, he will protect his master. Archer. Rin said that as she saw Archer holding his two swords while shaking, he was looking at Ren with a fearful look. Oh, this is something else. Tosaka Rin, you summoned a counter-guardian as servant. Didn't your father left his catalyst for you? I thought you will summon King of Heroes to your side. Ren asked the twin-tailed girl, who looked curiously when she heard that. You know my. The girl wasn't allowed to finish as Archer stopped her from talking. More importantly, sorcerer, what you are doing in this timeline, you do not exist normally here. Sorcerer. Rin's eyes widened to a massive degree when she heard that. Oh, counter-guardian-san, there is no need to be so defensive, we are not enemies this time. Ren raised both of his hands. That slightly made Archer feel better. He is of Alea, and if sorcerer is blessed by Alea then they are on the same side. But, then why he was sent to fight him in the first place? Archer, you know this esteemed sorcerer? Rin asked with disbelief written all over her face. I do, we fought inside Root. After I won the 4th Grail War, I was greeted by your servant. Ren with a casual hand wave explained to the twin-tailed girl. He was sent by Alea to stop me. He finished saying that. Is that true? Rin asked her servant, who slowly nodded to her question. Then did you succeed? Rin asked him, but she didn't need to know the answer as Archer was even paler than he was before. It was all she needed to know that her servant is absolutely terrified of him. Not that I find this conversation fascinating, but can someone explain to me what is going on? Amiya Shiro couldn't control himself anymore. Tosaka Rin sighed hearing that. He is that clueless. I suppose we could explain to you then, Rin said that while looking at Ren and his group. If he truly is sorcerer then God knows what kind of miracles he can pull, and if he made her servant so petrified just by standing here then he truly is powerful beyond her understanding. That's why she is pretty much asking his opinion on things like that. Yes, I can chip in and clarify anything more, since I am the winner of one war in my timeline, Ren said with a smile. Morgan and Artoria snorted at him. Winner. You destroyed and annihilated the opposition and left it with 3 servants under you. Saber Alter said with a deadpan look. It's still a victory, overwhelming one, but still a victory. He shrugged at her, making the ones who heard it grimace. Thank whatever gods there are that this guy is not a master in this war. And so Shiro invited everyone into his house and prepared some tea for everyone. Perfectly honest, this was the first time Ren experienced Japanese-style living room, where everyone is sitting on the ground. It was a novel experience, especially how Blue Saber was on edge the whole time. Morgan Le Fay's reputation is so fermented in King Arthur that she was expecting an attack or some underhanded thing even now as Morgan was sitting next to Ren and slightly leaning into his shoulder, behaving like newlywed wife with that content smile on her face. So, can we now talk about what is going on? Shiro said as he observed Rin and the sorcerer. Your old men didn't leave anything behind about Holy Grail War? Ren asked before taking a sip of the Japanese tea. He hummed after tasting it. His question made Blue Saber pay even more attention to her new master. He doesn't even look that he was influenced by Amiya Kuritsugu. Oldman didn't want to teach me anything about magecraft, he only taught me some basics after he got tired of me nagging him constantly. Amiya Shiro said with an annoyed look. That's so irresponsible, why he would do such a thing? Rin Tosaka said after she heard what Shiro said. To make his adopted son experience living happy life without worries of moonlit world, Ren said with shrug. That's just even more irresponsible. Why then even open up about magecraft in the first place? Rin asked furiously. For her it's either you learn it all the way or you don't learn at all. He wanted to be clear with me, he told me that he is Magus from the very beginning. Shiro explained to her. Rin just groaned from frustration. While Blue Saber heard all that she could not put the Kuritsugu with the one she knew from previous war. They were completely different people. Anyway, since you are green as it is, let me explain about the Holy Grail War. The girl turned into something like teacher mode and started to explain about the 7 masters, the servants they summoned for the war, the grand prize. Ren's group didn't add anything to that, they allowed Rin to have her moment. That's just irresponsible. What about all the civilians? Shiro angrily asked. Oh, another heroic individual, maybe he didn't need a catalyst, your regular version fits like a glove with Amiya's adopted son, Morgan said to the altar version of King Arthur. There are many of that kind, elder sister, I doubt he could pull out the King of Knights. But, then again one can always have so-called fool's luck. The fallen knight said that between breaks of eating chocolate cookies. I suppose you are right, most cultures have that kind of idiots, Morgan said that as she had to listen to Amiya's rant about innocent people getting in the way. That's why the battles are done at night time. Rin clarified to the redhead. And what about people who still witness the war? Amiya, Shiro asked as he remembered what happened to him. Depends on master, honestly. Rin Tosaka shrugged while saying that. Then we have to stop this. We can't allow innocent people to get involved in this. Shiro said while clenching his hand. He remembered how he got hunted down like some wild beasts after witnessing the battle. More educated magus deploy boundary fields before engaging in battle. It's counterproductive to our society to allow peasants to witness magecraft, Ren said as he butt in this conversation. What happened to you was your stupidity and the laziness of the masters who participated in that battle. Rin flinched hearing that. She in truth didn't deploy the boundary field as she expected the school to be empty. So, what it's going to be, Amiya-kun? Rin coughed into her fist, forgetting the jab she experienced from the visiting sorcerer. I will fight then. Not for the Grail. But to protect the people. Snort. Both Morgan and Saber Alter snorted at the same time. Very well, then we have to register with the fake priest, Rin said while getting up. Both Saber Alter and Morgan looked with a questioning look at Ren, who just rolled his eyes. It's something which was added to Fourth War, a cheeky method for Tokiomi to know who is master and maybe even see a glimpse of the servant. He explained to his girls. Only Blue Saber caught the wind of this. She frowned after hearing that. The King of Knights still wants to see on what side these three, no four are. She did sense something akin to servant always around the sorcerer in spirit form. And he did mention that he had 3 servants. Hopefully, he doesn't go against her, doubtful that she could win against her herself, darker version or not, the prana output she felt was immense. That not counting the sorcerer who made a counter-guardian so afraid, and of course Morgan, after Amiya Shiro went to the church to register for the Grail War and had to listen to the fake priest sermon about the power of fake cup, everyone were walking back. Ren didn't say the reason why he was coming with them, which somewhat unnerved Blue Saber and Rin. The Tosaka girl have heard about the users of true magics as they always know more than they let up. Her ancestor was a student of second magic user, and he left his dairy for future heads of family, like proper magus family should. He spoke about the eccentric nature of his teacher, that's why Tosaka is so careful around this being, even her servant is afraid of him. Eventually, they found out why. Big brother, you did summon your servant. I am happy to see that. Little girl with silver hair said with a happy voice. You again, who are you? Why you calling me big brother? Shiro asked her, he then remembered what Ren said just a few hours ago. Why you are old man's daughter? The redhead teen said with realization while Tosaka looked baffled hearing that. Your father married Ainsburn. Seriously? Rin asked while her shoulders sunk, just how irresponsible is Amiya Kiritsugu? So, you know. Ilyasviel said with a furious look as her servant manifested next to her. It was a massive towering giant. Ren and Saber Alter grinned as they knew it was Heracles. Master, get behind me. Saber pushed Shiro behind her as she prepared to fight. Before anyone can say anything, the darkened version of King Arthur transformed into her battle attire as she jumped with prana burst into Berserker. Ilyasviel took a step back as she saw black-armored woman push Berserker with nothing but sheer force. Heracles. Show me the power of the greatest Greek hero. The sword hummed with power as an underpowered Excalibur Morgan blast sent the giant flying. Impossible. No one is stronger than Berserker. How do you even know that he is Heracles? Ilyasviel said as she took several steps back. She was shaking her head in disbelief. Chapter 26, Saber Alter vs Heracles. Saber Alter swung her right blade down with imbued prana. Heracles this time met her blade head-on, creating a large explosion that shattered the pavement and created a massive crater. The pale blonde fallen knight grinned after feeling the opposition power. Truly son of Zeus. To counter my prana burst with such ease. I might finally get a decent battle. Saber Alter grinned as she backflipped and rushed back in with even more power. Her new fighting style of using 2 swords improved considerably over past years. The darkened Artoria has completely discarded any concept of restraint after being revived. Not only she has her fully functioning dragon core, but her master buffs her up to realms above any servant. And yet, this Berserker can counter her with his raw strength alone. Iris Veil daughter increased the madness enchantment to level beyond regular, did she? The weapons clashed but neither of them got pushed. Berserker released even more steam from his nose as he tried very hard to push Artoria back. But, the darkened saber didn't move even an inch. She was like a tree with deep roots. Even with all that power in exchange for rational thinking is no match for her power. After all, she was only using one hand. The very next second another swing came from another sword empowered by black miasma. Berserker quickly reacted and disengaged with a backflip of his own. Saber followed him with prana burst which came like second nature to her. God, how can she emit this much prana? Rin said as her eyes were twitching from disbelief. Dragon Core, she is called the Red Dragon for reason, Morgan said while walking over to her side. As she is not a regular servant she is not limited to restrictions of a vessel created by Grail. She explained to Tosaka girl. Wait, you said, regular servant. She still is a servant. Tosaka said with a shocked look. She is, what is considered servant brought back to life, her container at this point is real flesh. The pale blonde witch explained as she looked at her little sister who was fighting against the greatest hero of the Greek world. So, she has powers of servant and perks of living person. Tosaka said with realization. That is not all, she still has the support of my husband, Morgan said that with a smirk as Tosaka realized what that means. Support from true sorcerer. The Einsburn master has no way of winning this, no matter what she tries to do. Why you are even intervening in Grail War in the first place? Tosaka Rin asked. By this point Shiro and Blue Saber got slightly closer to hear what Morgan has to say. As for Ren, by this point, he was enjoying the landscape-altering battle. Don't ask me, it was all my husband's idea. I was enjoying watching TV when Kaleidoscope activated and pulled me in. The pale blonde witch said with an amused chuckle when she remembered what she was watching. You, telling me that the infamous witch, Morgan. The fairy queen put her finger on Rin's lip stopping her from talking. Don't confuse me with King of Knight's half-sister. The witch said with a super serious voice making Rin gulp down from instinctual fear. I am not from regular history, I am my husband's original servant. Do you believe someone who can cause miracles will summon a regular servant? Morgan asked with a smirk. Tosaka Rin, being the smart girl she is, quickly put together the myths she knows about Morgan, the more absurd ones, which describe her as being a queen fairies. Then you are an elemental being, a fairy queen. Rin said with wide eyes. For a second Morgan's eyes glowed blue and Rin realized how small she was. If such being is walking among regular humans then it means, gulp end of one age and begin of new one. While Tosaka girl is getting close to having a mental breakdown, with this realization Blue Saber understood why the other version of her turned into that. She remembered how Saber Alter told to see you Chillin that her old ideals were beaten out of her. That means that King of Knights fought Morgan and very, very badly lost to her. Indeed, my resurrection from servant vessel was slightly different than my little sister one. As being of Gaia I got my authority back and I can use perks of servant. She smirked saying that, unlike her baby sister her perks are better than hers. She still possesses her noble phantasm sort of, unlike the regular one her noble phantasm is evolving as it was crystallization of her desire to reach Camelot. Now that desire is gone, it represented her stagnation and inability to forget long gone grudge. Thus new one started to form. She can't use it yet, but it's coming along. Hopefully she will be able to use it soon. For now she will use her Rhongdominiad, not that she used Lordless Camelot much, there is barely any beings capable of opposing her Rhongdominiad not to mention Lordless Camelot. While Morgan was thinking about her noble phantasm, Rin Tosaka was pale like paper, as she realized what kind of being was standing next to her. A fairy queen stuffed into servant. What madness is this? Why there can't be a regular servant around here? Like Saber for example. King of Knights. It's enough. Rin ranted internally in her mind, thank whatever deity there is that this sorcerer is not a master of this war. She thought about this for a second time in the past few hours. Then, do you know why your husband decided to come to this war? I mean if it's annoying your majesty you don't need to answer that. Rin said that realizing that this woman next to her is real freaking fairy queen, Rin tried to sound formal as possible. Fufufu, only now you realized my status. You humans are slow, well expect my husband, not that he is regular human from birth, to begin with. Morgan more or less said that to herself. Don't worry little Rin, I know you from our original timeline, your father works under my husband. So, I saw you several times already. Tosaka Rin eyes widened, she instantly got somewhat jealous of her counterpart, not only her father is alive and well, but she probably got some chance to learn some things from fairy queen level being. Then again if it was me before the Fourth War, you would be already dead. Morgan's words made Rin's shocked face morph into that of fear. The witch giggled in amusement for a second, she does love seeing such expression on humans. Even if you are different you still are Morgan. Blue Saber came to the rescue after seeing how the fairy queen was toying with the girl. Oh, I do miss my heroic baby sister. The pale blonde witch used more modern slang. As someone who watches television regularly now, she picks up new interesting words to add to her vocabulary. The Saber of Fifth War gnashed her teeth after hearing that, while Rin Tosaka realized that this was the legendary clash between the king and the witch. It was recorded in myths telling how King Arthur would never find even ground with her older sister Morgan Le Fay. Now however it looked more like a family squabble between two sisters. Don't look like that at me, I have not done any of the things you experienced in your past, I am fundamentally different. While your real half-sister plotted all those schemes, what I did in my timeline, I studied magic, grew in power so strong that I became akin to a divine spirit, and then I took my throne and ruled Britain for 2,000 years. The fairy queen leaned forward to Blue Saber eye level and told all that. I ruled longer than you ever did. So, don't give that noble look, Morgan said with a smirk as she returned to look back at the battle as Saber Alter started to overpower Berserk with even more power. Oh, the warm-up is over. The pale blonde witch said that as the darkened Artoria was swinging Excaliburs with dark miasma, the swords looked like they are 2 meters long and Berserker got chopped up badly. Excalibur Morgan X. The fallen knight released 2 Excalibur Blast in X shape. The Blue Saber gulped down after seeing that. How in world did the darker version of her was able to shot Excalibur Blast with one hand? While the rest could not believe the amount of destruction caused by this battle. The small forest was completely wiped out, with the cemetery and all that was gone. Berserker. This is impossible. We are leaving. The little girl said with disbelief which turned into anger after seeing that blast wiping out nearly all of Berserker lives. You think you can just leave little Einsburn? Ren asked her. The little girl is quite arrogant. She stiffed when she saw the sorcerer just pop out of nowhere. The little Einsburn looked at her Berserker who was regenerating after barely surviving the blast from 2 Excaliburs and then to the Magus which appeared next to her. She quickly glowed. Ren's eyes widened for a second after seeing that her whole body is a massive command seal. Berserker recover. And take me away. She quickly used one of her seals to recover her servant, then the massive Berserker appeared next to her and then took her away with supernatural speed. Moments later Saber Alter walked over to her master. My apologies master, I didn't finish off Berserker, Artoria said while lowering her head. She was disappointed in herself for not finishing her work. No worries, you still took most of Berserker's lives, nonetheless his god hand is powerful noble phantasm. Saber nodded after hearing that. She cancelled her armor wearing her suit once again. She then leaned on her master hand behaving like a puppy who did something wrong. Ren affectionately patted her head. His fallen knight is such a cute thing when she wants to be one. Seeing that battle was over they returned to others. Berserker survived. It seems his 12 labor-based noble phantasm is quite powerful. The sorcerer said more or less to his wife who saw how Saber Alter was behaving. Well, he is the son of that scrap metal god, I accept nothing less. She said with a sigh, no matter what she still gets reminded about Atlantean god's existence. Scrap metal. How it's related to Heracles? Rin asked with one hell-confused look. The so-called gods of Atlantis are alien machines from outer space, Morgan said with a straight face which made Rin look baffled, to say the least. They crash-landed here around 14,000 years ago. For over 2,000 years they ruled humanity creating an advanced civilization. The machines gave the technology and in turn they got worshipped by humans turning them into divine spirits. Ren this time explained as Morgan would usually get biased and usually tell how she blew up their stuff with Rongaminiad. What happened then? The girl quickly got interested in such a fascinating revelation. Sifar, the White Titan, the very same being who ended Age of Gods, it destroyed most of Earth's gods' physical bodies. If not for Excalibur creation Earth would have lost all of the life forms. He said that while pointing at the invisible sword held by Blue Saber. You telling that sword has that much power? Rin said while looking at Blue Saber's invisible sword. Its power is to amplify. I tried to use it as broken noble phantasm. If not for the fact that it was en route, where physics are all over the place, its destructive power is much, much bigger than anything I have seen so far. Ren said with a casual shrug. That moment Archer who was in spirit form the whole time flinched remembering how it happened with him in the very center. The blast was so powerful that it took Alea several days to reform him. He was obliterated, and according to Alea if that blast was on the planet's surface it would have caused a cataclysm and probably would end up humanity as they know it. As it was Excalibur Morgan which releases curses and not regular Excalibur which caused the explosion. Archer can't believe how the sorcerer is downplaying the explosion of Excalibur Morgan. While Morgan and Saber Alter looked at Ren with a somewhat baffled look as they never heard this story before. Chapter 27, Night Talk and Shower, R18. Master, are you sure this is wise? Blue Saber asked her master. Call me Shiro Saber, and I don't see reason why not. The redhead teen said with a shrug. Master, Shiro, with all due respect, we talking about Morgan here. She might not be Morgan from my past, but she still is the antithesis of Vivian. The King of Night said with steel in her voice. I know, but if she is that powerful as well as her husband who wield incredible power then they would have ended us long ago. Shiro reasoned with her. His words were something like a reality slap to the blonde knight, who could stiffly nod at him. What he said was right. She turned around for a second and saw how a darker version of her was holding one of Sorcerer's hands while the witch Morgan was using the other. This view was something that would never, ever dreamed of seeing. Kaleidoscope is one heck of weird magic. If something like this is possible, what other weird stuff is in the infinite cosmos? What Blue Saber was complaining about is simple. Ren asked to stay at Amiya's place for the duration of the war. He could easily rent a mansion or something like that, but he was interested in how Amiya will progress. One could say it's a project of his. How will Shiro Amiya evolve when a sorcerer is living under his roof? Ren is not staying for free. He will help the wannabe hero with his non-existing magecraft skills. To say that Rin was jealous was an understatement. A pity that Rin chose Amiya place to stay. Not only the house is nice and big, but he will be able to talk to the non-fallen king of knights. Eventually, they returned to the Amiya household. You know, if you wish to say something, just say, "I am not going to bite much," Morgan said to Blue Saber with a small teasing smile. The pale blonde witch was looking at the clear moon while enjoying some evening tea. The witch started to enjoy such small moments after living for so long. She forgot about them when ruling her version of Britain. Now, however, all that responsibility was gone, she can relax, or at least try to, if not for suspicious red dragon skulking around. You are weird, nothing like from my past. Morgan, I knew, never was sentimental. The blonde knight said as she walked over, closer not by much. Oh, you comparing me with woman who lived 50 years. Well, I am generous, so maybe 80 years, to my 2000 plus. Modern human civilization only has records of 5,000 years. I am almost as old as human recorded history. I have seen many things and did many things. Before the end of my reign I became what humans call a machine. Morgan explained to the baffled king of knights. My husband summoning me a miracle. I honestly was displeased for being summoned to a human-dominated world. The only reason why I did not kill him was that I had no idea if I could do so. Then what changed? Blue Saber asked with barely hidden curiosity. Morgan showed her left hand and where the ring was. He taught me to move forward. In the end, I could not control myself and just decided to marry him. Snort. You may say that you are different, but you did pretty much the same thing that Morgan of my past did, King of Knights said while shaking her head. You mean King Lot? I think she had 5 kids with him. Yes. Morgan said with a distasteful look. She heard about that. At least all of them were good knights who created their legend and ended up in Throne of Heroes. Indeed, he has been my ally, then turned into an enemy, then ally again. I am not that interested in how weird your past was, little sister. Sounds too unnecessary complex. The fairy queen said while shaking her head. Her Britain was nothing like that. Her rise to power was swift. She conquered every fairy tribe with overwhelming power. There was no need for allies or anything like that. Artoria frowned hearing that. As weird as it sounds, the blonde knight is satisfied that this Morgan barely knows anything about her history. It was personal satisfaction that this witch doesn't have any blackmail material which the original Morgan would always have on her. You did say that you do not care about Holy Grail. You truly do not have a wish for an omnipotent wish-granting cup. Still, no matter what Blue Saber has to see with her own 2 eyes, that this Morgan has no interest in this war. You can rest at ease, little sister. The Grail you seek is something I have no interest in. The pale blonde slowly shook her head. Why would she want some corrupt half-baked cup which can only grant miracles of current magecraft? Blue Artoria listened attentively to words the fairy queen just spoke. The Grail she seeks she has no interest in. It was very specific. It took a few seconds to comprehend what she means. You already have won. Yes, you won your war. The King of Knights said with realization. Sigh. Yes, and have not won. My husband did. He didn't even need a servant to win the war. He wields miracles as magecraft. I hope you understand that. Even I am powerless if he wishes to do something like our current situation, Morgan said with a tired sigh. She is getting tired of constantly being reminded of her counterpart unsightly reputation, as if she needs to scheme to get her way with weak mortals. So, the Grail is with your husband? Blue Saber asked for clarification. Indeed, he even improved it. The witch clarified with a shrug. The knight didn't know how to feel about it. On one hand, she would go and ask if she can use it, and on another hand, her knight honor dictates that she has to finish the war at her master's side. I am more interested in why you need it. Was it the same silly dream Alter had before her inversion? Morgan asked curiously. She was baffled learning that King Arthur wanted to redo her rule. The King of Knights instantly got defensive hearing the question. She can see that Morgan was ready to brutally destroy her dream for Holy Grail. It has changed from the 4th war, and I won't going to tell you. I will rather tell it to your husband. The knight said that before turning around and ready to leave. Wise choice. I didn't want to invert you by accident as well. The witch said that while shaking her head, returning to drinking her tea. She was wondering if the setup the witch did in the bathroom already worked. Ren entered the bathroom. Morgan decided on schedule who uses it, and Shiro quickly agreed to it, far too quickly. The teen nearly passed out from her gaze. He doesn't know if it's a natural thing when someone of her level looks at humans or it's that she is a high-class elemental being. Either way, it was his turn to shower, or it should, as there was someone there already. He was about to leave when a gust of wind closed the door for him and locked it. His eyebrow rose for a second as he knew the attack. Ren looked at the attacker. It was his fallen knight. Did you just use your noble phantasm to lock the door? He said with disbelief. It seems he and his wife started to influence the fallen king with over-the-top use of their powers. Maybe, she said that as her sword disappeared. To use invisible air like that, she has been practicing. I don't even want to know how you regained that ability or when you had time to practice it like that, Ren said. Artoria didn't say anything to his words as she walked over to him and hugged him. He realized that she was already wet and naked, as she was already showering. Did you and Morgan scheme? Seriously? Ren said that with realization. As long as Artoria remains little sister, then the witch will be nice to her. That over the years improved to the point that Morgan wanted to share her stuff. As weird as it sounds, the witch knew that Artoria's fascination and awe of her master reached the point that it turned into adoration and eventually unrequited love. The witch saw it and used it, and now she had her even more ensnared in her web, and the fallen knight didn't care about that anymore. She already said that she was her master's sword. Ren knew the Pendragons are weird people, but he ended up having both of the females, so it was a win-win situation for him. Maybe. It's not scheming, I believe it's called an accident. The fallen knight said with a teasing tone. Accident, huh? Well, they do happen. He said that while turning around. Indeed, master, she said that while waiting for his kiss. Ren leaned and kissed the needy knight. The moment their lips touched each other, the girl exploded with lust and wrapped herself around him. Yes. More, master. The king of knights was passing through the corridor when she heard her inverted version seduce her own master. The girl could not believe how utterly shameless this version of her is. Doesn't she know that her master is married to Morgan? Doesn't Morgan know? What is wrong with her family? All she wanted was to talk about Holy Grail. And what she discovered is something she doesn't want to know. Now she can't pull this out of her head. The blush continued to groan. The best situation would be is to beat up someone, but her prana is limited. Chapter 28, Breakfast. Next morning. Early in the morning, Ren had to detach himself from pair of blondes. Since both of them were functioning like living beings now, they now sleep properly. Meaning no more dream circles, and proper dreams for the girls. Ren is not going to lie to himself, he sort of enjoyed living through Morgan's and Artoria's dream circles. Seeing the round table nights, or even Morgan's fairy nights, even seeing glimpses of Lostbelts or fabled moments when the fairy queen nuked Atlantis with her Rongaminiad. Well, he had more chances with Morgan than Artoria. By that point he was only able to see Battle of Camlin. And few others before he reincarnated her. As he left the sleeping beauties, he walked over and saw the redhead teen already cooking breakfast. Morning, Amiya. Morning, Ashwell-san. The teen greeted him back. I don't know what you guys like, so I am doing some British breakfast. Sure, by the way, it's just a warning, but your servant and my knight have dragon attributes. So, they eat a lot, Ren warned the teen, who slowly nodded. I see, then I will cook more then. The teen said that as he went over to the fridge and pulled out more eggs. Don't worry about products, I will cover them for the period we are here. The sorcerer said while dismissively waving his hand. Are you sure? We already have a deal that you will teach me magecraft while I will allow you to stay here. The redhead asked while raising his eyebrow. Yes, for staying, not for food. So, I will cover the food expenditures. Ren said that as a cup of hot tea appeared in front of him. Shiro saw how magically tea just manifested in front of his new teacher. The teen understood how he will cover food expenditures. Well, at least he will save up more money. Not long after that, Blue Saber walked into the kitchen. The King of Knights could not control herself and just went over to the dojo and spent most of the night swinging a wooden sword, trying to remove her frustration. The moment she saw Ren, embarrassing blush crept over. Remembering what he did to her inverted version is very, very embarrassing. Hearing her voice like that had far-reaching consequences. Still, she pushed the embarrassment down and sit down opposite to Ren. Tea. Ren offered some tea. The blonde scrutinized him with her gaze for a few moments before opening her mouth. Servants don't need to consume any food or liquids. She gave the same answer his fallen knight did once. You do realize I already heard that before. He shook his head and a cup of tea appeared in front of her. Drink it, it's from your homeland. He said that with a smile, knowing how to deal with her. The moment he mentioned her homeland, it instantly got her attention. The King of Knights realized that he probably knows how to counter her every single argument, and know every inch of her body. What in world I am thinking? She shook her head quickly. It looked quite amusing for Ren, who was just sitting there and seeing the blonde shaking her head and blushing. At that time the sorcerer had no idea why the King of Knights of all people was blushing like a high school girl. The blonde got hold of herself and started sipping her tea. For a second she thought that it may be poison, but her master's words slammed back into her head, reminding her that they are much more powerful than she and there is no need for such an underhanded trick. But, then her eyes snapped open wide as she looked at the men in front of her. She was utterly shocked when she felt her prana reserves increase from a simple sip of this tea. She started to take bigger sips and eventually finished the whole cup. She didn't even taste the tea at all. The knight only cared that her prana reserves increased by 20%. As someone who has massive reserves thanks to her heritage, it was a lot. Once she finished her tea, she put the cup on the table and looked at her half-sister's counterpart's husband. The man who married the antithesis of Vivian, is he evil like her sister? Then again, this Morgan is weird to her. Maybe because she already achieved everything she wanted. The current Grail War saber thought seriously. Well, how was it? Ren asked her while sipping his tea. You put a large amount of prana into the tea. She said with a straight face. I did. I see, I suppose my normal has been warped, try again. Ren motioned for Blue Saber to try again as the cup was full again. The blonde did, but this time she barely felt any prana there. She wanted to curse internally for her bad communication skills. So, instead, she focused on the taste. Well. Is this what people drink in my homeland nowadays? The blonde knight asked with a frown. It was a weird combination of bitter yet sweet and some herbs in there. They went to war for this. Ren said with a chuckle. Your homeland's culture has expanded and evolved to a large degree after conquering a lot of land in other continents. He explained more to her. I see, I should read up how my homeland did after my demise. The King of Knights said with an interested look. But, then she remembered the grail this man has. Now how she is going to approach this subject. Both sides of her were battling for supremacy, one is to ask for it, the other one just to forget about it and focus on winning this war in the grail. Breakfast is ready, guys. Shiro said while starting to bring food to the table. The Blue Saber's face perked up hearing that. As if knowing two more people entered the kitchen, both Morgan and Saber Alter had faces of someone who didn't want to wake up, but they had to. The darker Artoria was hungry and Morgan just wanted to snuggle with Ren. Eventually, both of them very casually dropped next to Ren, taking over both of his sides, the witch just leaned into her husband's side and closed her eyes. While the inverted Artoria already snapped out from her sleepiness and looked at British breakfast in front of her with drool. Damn. Amiya, I am feeling at home away from home. You made a perfect copy of the British breakfast I usually eat in the clock tower. Ren said with a slightly odd look. That was another reason why the sorcerer decided to stick around Amiya this war. The clock tower doesn't have a regular cantina. Nobility don't have a such thing, that's why it's more or less a 5-star restaurant, funded by the most powerful families. Most students enjoy the best food for cheap prices. After all, the Magus are the cream of the crop of humanity, at least that's what most Magus think. You think so? I just have a knack for making food. The redhead teen scratched the back of his head. You should open a restaurant or something, Ren said while taking a bite. He then hummed with satisfaction. That moment Morgan opened her eyes and looked at food in front of her. Moments later she elegantly tasted fried egg, then a hum escaped from her lips. Adequate. The pale blonde witch said a single word. What my wife wanted to say is that it's good. The moment Ren said that his wife elbowed him, he just chuckled the moment he felt her sharp elbow. Shiro nervously laughed seeing that. His gaze went to his servant and Ren's knight. Both of them were like black holes consuming eggs, sausages and bacons at a rapid pace. This would have put a dent in my savings. Amiya thought to himself seeing how elegantly and quickly these two females were consuming food. As everyone were enjoying breakfast, that moment a loud female's voice spread through the whole house. Shiro, I came for breakfast. The red-haired teen stiffed hearing that. That's Fujine. I completely forgot about her. Shiro said with a panicked voice. How he is going to explain 4 foreigners in his house? Don't worry Shiro, I know you're old man, we can always improvise. Ren spoke casually before the teen can answer. The hyperactive woman was already in the kitchen. Wah. Shiro. Why you didn't say we have guests? The woman pointed her finger at the redhead in an exaggerated manner. My apologies Fujimura Taiga-san, we came here unannounced. My name is Renias Ashwell, I am Karitsugu Amiya associate, we worked together on a project back in Germany. Ren quickly took control of the conversation. Shiro is far too nice to say half-truths, and has no idea how to fix the situation without making it a mess out of it. Oh. You know Karitsugu. Though aren't you too young? She said that bluntly. Not really, I worked with him when I was in my late teens, I became lord of my house at that time, Ren said with shrug. Wait. You are noble from Europe? No wonder Karitsugu had that much money to buy this place. The woman said with stars in her eyes. Soon enough she was sitting next to Blue Saber. The King of Knights pulled her plate closer to herself, indicating that she is not sharing her food. So what did he do to be employed by old families in Europe? She leaned closer very curiously, forgetting that there are more people in the room. Well, he was a freelancer before retiring. He did a bunch of stuff from organizing demolition to tracking and discovering old battlefields, Ren said with shrug. Morgan and inverted Artoria smirked hearing that. Ren didn't lie at all, he only changed how to approach the subject. So, related to archaeology. He didn't seem like the type. the English teacher said with a thoughtful look. He was one of best outdoors type of guy, we worked together in the Alps just before his retirement. He explained, remembering how they dealt with Einsburns. Oh, I see, interesting. He never explained any of the things he did. She said that as the woman started to put food on her plate. He was under a contract, can't talk about things we discover, Ren said with another shrug. Shiro looked with quite fascination how Ren controlled his guardian, he does wonder if he truly worked with his old men. After all, they were enemies in the previous Holy Grail War. I see, it makes sense if he was working for old families in Europe. The brown-haired teacher said while already eating, she was not at Artoria's level but she was close. Yes, now that is out of the way I would like to introduce you to my wife and our bodyguards. Ren motioned the pale blonde witch to his right. This is Morgan Ashwell, and this is Altria and Artoria. The sorcerer introduced the ladies. Blue Saber stiffed when she was called Altria, it was another of her names, birth name in truth, but then she changed it after becoming King Arthur. The sorcerer does know quite a bit about her, doesn't he? The English teacher slightly bowed to them. My apologies for ignoring you three, I was just shocked that someone from Kiritsugu past came to visit Shiro. She was more or less baffled that Rinia's bodyguards are beautiful females, are they twins? She can see that they are not identical but extremely close. That was not all as she can see that each of them had an aura of warrior, especially the bodyguard of his, while his wife had aura heiress maybe even a princess, this guy truly was nobleman from Europe. It's alright, I can understand the desire to know, Morgan said elegantly between her bites. Even her voice. This lady is amazing. To say that she was awed by this lady was an understatement, from the way she holds herself to the way she speaks. My thanks. Shiro's legal guardian stuttered her words. Blue Saber slightly frowned, does this Morgan has charisma skill? The way she affected her master's guardian was similar to charisma-related skill. Chapter 29, Going Sightseeing. After a short introduction, Shiro reminded his guardian that she will be late for her work if she continues to stick around. After short panic and stuffing herself the woman left to work. I am curious, is she truly your guardian? The way I see is that you are her guardian. Morgan said that as she was sipping her tea which was created by her husband. The fairy queen was so in sync with her husband that it had baffled the Blue Saber. The King of Knights observed her half-sister's counterpart the whole time when Shiro's guardian was here, she wanted to make sure the witch didn't do anything to the woman. Turns out she barely even talked with her. Morgan's husband did the most talking while she would join from time to time. Nothing like the Morgan from her time who would have schemes inside schemes followed by a plot. This was a content woman. The Blue Saber could only frown internally, not going to lie, she is jealous of that. After that, the Saber of the current Grail War learned that her master is going to school without protection, without her, something she doesn't like at all. We can compromise, you can attend your school while we go to the city, not far from your place, Ren said to them both, as Shiro and King of Knights are stubborn beyond belief. The sorcerer remembered that his wife had her stubborn streak too. But, she lost it after he put a ring on her ring finger, that moment the fairy queen transformed from a queen to a wife. And ever since then she agreed with everything he said and from time to time gave her opinion on some things. He usually asked her for the best methods for tormenting people, dark arts, boundary fields, and alike. In the end, her arts don't align with modern magecraft and current society that much, but then again even a simple understanding of her arts can make some incredible discoveries in human magecraft. Still, because of her existence, the capital of the UK experienced a massive increase in prana and even there were reports of Fae being born into the human world. That was something excited and horrified some of the magus in the tower, nonetheless Morgan very quickly collected these newborns and stored them somewhere. Ren didn't even want to know what she will do with those Fae. As far as he knows Fae are not that nice in the Fate franchise, unlike other places, that's why Ren is allowed for Morgan to do whatever she wanted with those Fae. Still, that discovery reminded the sorcerer that the world was changing. Now, however, the sorcerer can relax in this place before he returns to his timeline, but before that, he needs to leave a gift for the kaleidoscope who allowed him to use his portals. Well, Ren is still thinking about what to leave for the sorcerer who is obsessed with magic girls. The Blue Saber for a second frowned, like hell she wishes to stick close to these anomalies. That sounds nice. You can even show Saber around the city. While Shiro found this situation a win-win. Shiro, I don't. The King of Knights realized that her master was quite effortlessly persuaded. Nonetheless, Amiya you will have to return before sunset, as battles are fought at nighttime, and I still have to teach you about magecraft. Ren reminded the wannabe hero. Of course. The kid excitedly nodded at him, he even looked like a puppy who finally found his long-lost master. Damn this kid. Ren internally grimaced, the redhead should have been born in Age of Heroes, this timeline is not right for him at all. Not long after Amiya left, just before that Saber has reminded him to use his command seals to summon her in case of emergency. After the doors were closed the blonde knight got defensive and ready for battle. Really? Sister-in-law. Ren always loves to use that title. He still sometimes reminds himself that his in-laws are Pendragons. The King of Knights flinched, and Morgan giggled while his fallen knight laughed out loud. What you three plotting do with me? The blonde knight with some panic asked them. Perfectly honestly, Ren could just take the contract by force with Heaven's Feel, or even Magic Blue. But there is no need for that. The city has a certain witch from Age of Gods around. He doesn't need to do anything. Shiro will lose his saber one way or another. He can see the future after all. Even if the sorcerer is going to assist Hero wannabe, the witch will eventually do her thing. Well, Ren is not going to hold the wannabe hero's hand. His role will be that like Obi-Wan who gave Luke his lightsaber. Everything else is up to the redhead. He will give the tools for the team to be a hero. What he does after that is up to Amiya. Plotting. Seriously, dear sister-in-law. If I wanted to do something, it would have already happened. Do you know how long the Fourth Holy Grail War lasted in my timeline? He turned away from the doors and looked at the blonde who took some distance from them. As if distance matters to him. I do not, I only know that you want it. The King of Knights sighed as she slightly relaxed. But she was ready to grab her sword at any moment. He showed to her 4 fingers. 4 days, on first day Morgan took out Archer, the king of heroes. The blue saber eyes widened. She finally understood why the blonde was so arrogant, why he was so powerful. Humanity's oldest hero. And her half-sister counterpart took him out. On the second day, I took over Berserker. The blonde knight's eyes widened even more as she instantly knew who that is. Lancelot, you have Lancelot with you. The woman paled and took several steps back. Just remembering him makes her feel despair. One of her mistakes as king is here right now. The whole time. But, how? She remembered him going nuts just by seeing her. Of course, where Artoria is my sword, he is my berserker who destroys everything and anything for me. As Ren spoke, a silhouette manifested next to him. The King of Knights' eyes widened further when she saw that this berserker was much different. He has not fully manifested, but she already can feel power rolling from him. Not only there is no red anger around him, instead it's greenish blue. Did Morgan did something? Probably did, if he can stay quietly next to her inverted version. A berserker like Lancelot with unlimited prana. Wait. His master possessed denial of nothingness, which means unlimited weaponry for him to use as well. What a terrifying combination. As Ren finished talking about his berserker, the silhouette already disappeared. I see. The blonde knight eventually said the only thing she could say in this situation. After acquiring Berserker, the next night we assaulted Einsburn Castle. Berserker finished off Lancer, while Morgan fought you at full power. You know the result. He motioned at his fallen knight, who had a poker face. But Blue Saber saw Alter touch her jaw for some reason, probably remembering something. While the night after we finished of Assassin and Rider, few hours later we summoned the Grail. He said with a shrug he didn't mention about corruption. There is enough drama as it is. The King of Knights processed what Ren just said. His war was much shorter than hers. They didn't have insane caster or anything like that to deal with. How did you even dealt with Archer? He was the only remaining servant apart from me in the last stages of the war. The Blue Saber asked very curiously. That blonde bastard was one of the most annoying people she has ever met. Very close to her true half-sister in annoyance ranking. This time Morgan lifted her hand and a very small greenish-blue tower manifested just above her index finger. The blonde knight shook her head in disbelief. She took multiple steps back. No, this is impossible. How? Rangaminiad. This is impossible. She didn't want to believe this. She can understand that this Morgan is Fairy Queen. She can understand that she is close in power that to divine spirits. But, to use Rangaminiad as magecraft. Literal magecraft. That insanity is on a different level altogether. That was my reaction seeing her creating Rangaminiad just under King of Heroes' feet. Saber Alter said while shaking her head. I believe even King of Romania would be proud of such impalement. The darker version of King of Knights said with a satisfying chuckle. She only saw the golden hero for a short amount of time, but she already disliked him. Thanks to her master, she didn't need to experience him more than needed, as the fallen knight can see that her goody two-shoes version had to suffer this blonde half-blood godling presence much longer. I see. The King of Knights said with an utterly defeated tone. Good, now that I explained that we have no ulterior motive towards you, let's explore the city. Ren said that while ignoring how Blue Saber defeated looked. He hopes that she does not fall into despair and invert herself. Same with Morgan, she prefers this one who can be easily embarrassed. The city was slightly different from what he remembered. After all, 10 years have passed since the war, and he has not been in this city for around 6 years. Even if it was a different timeline, not much has changed. The cars got an upgrade in technology. The mall is slightly more modern too, still a far cry from its original timeline. Ren took the females to male, then to main Broadway where most of the shops are, then obviously, food. No matter how much the King of Knights denied, she would always cave in when Ren is about to hand over the food to his fallen knight instead of her. This process continued for several tries before the blue saber stopped resisting. Thankfully she regained some of the vigor after tasting whatever food she wanted. In the end, they saw something interesting. A bunch of police officers blocking walkways. They have closed up the whole section around some sort of office building. Walk along people, it's just a gas leak. The policeman with glowing sticks was controlling the traffic, making cars drive around and not block the road and cause a traffic jam. This war's caster's work, Morgan said as she was eating her dessert. Yes, I can sense a residue of prana from here. The King of Night said seriously. She was clenching her ice cream slightly harder than necessary. Well, why I don't help you, dear little sister? The witch said with a hum. Help how? She doesn't like the sound of that. Oh, relax, I am not doing anything crazy. The fairy queen rolled her eyes, as she saw how quickly her heroic little sister turned defensive. All I am going to do is help you discern something from this prana so that you will start learning of this caster's identity. Blue Saber relaxed hearing that the blonde knight could always use some help in this war, even if it's coming from Morgan herself. My world truly is going crazy. While the saber of this Grail War has realized that her world is getting crazy, the pale blonde witch used her face senses to analyze the prana. Morgan was quite excited to learn the real identity of this caster. After all, Ren did not reveal the identity of this war's caster. Interesting, it's a female, and her prana is potent, similar to Fae, but not bound to element. Then it means a magic user from Age of Gods. The witch spoke as a smile started to creep on her face. Another rogue servant. Or her master can't support her. The King of Knights realized how this situation was similar to her previous war. What's with these evil casters who can't be supported by their masters? This is getting ridiculous. The blonde knight thought about this with the annoying look. Chapter 30, Starting Training. Let me get this straight. You attacked him in the middle of a day? Ren asked the twin-tailed girl while massaging his temples. No. The classes have ended, and I made everyone leave the building. Rin said with a huff. She crossed her hands under her breasts. Plus he was behaving like nothing is happening. It's infuriating. The girl said with a pissed-off expression. Really? Amiya. Ren just got reminded how stupid the redhead can be. Not everyone plays by the rules, at least be vigilant. The sorcerer shook his head. The sorcerer is right, Shiro. Don't let your guard down. Blue Saber said with a no-nonsense tone. Okay. I will. The teen raised his hands in defeat. You better do. I won't be going easy on you tomorrow. Rin said with a huff as she started to leave the school grounds. Rin, control yourself, we don't know how that monster will behave. Archer reminded her about the elephant in the room. I know. Nothing has happened. And he is a role model magus. The twin-tail teen said to Archer while trying to control her blush. Oh Alea, why are you forcing me through all this shit? The counter-guardian thought with a frustrating groan. The faker realized that Rin started to hero-worship the monster, if only she knew the truth about him. Did you say something, Archer? Nothing, just focus on what is in front of you. She huffed when she heard that. Once Ren and the group returned to Amiya's residence, they had a quick dinner. The redhead teen couldn't wait for his magecraft lessons. So, after all things were done, he took his new teacher and his curious wife to his workshop. This doesn't look like any workshop I have ever seen. Morgan said with barely controlled disbelief. She had never, ever, seen such non-magecraft workshop dedicated to study magecraft. It was just a regular storage building. No boundary fields. No security. Nothing of magecraft even. Right so, Amiya, do you know why Rin was so upset with you? Ren asked while inspecting the shed. He noticed the servant summoning circle on the ground. As I said, Oldman only taught me very basics, and he called himself a magecraft user, not magus. Shiro, Amiya said with a sigh. I see, let me explain about what magus is in general. You see, magus is like a researcher who tries to uncover mysteries of the world. Tosaka family which Rin comes from has been working on winning the Holy Grail War since 18th century, and with that kind of behavior you did today is like a spit in face of her family work which has been in generations of making. Ren explained to shell-shocked teen. And what I have seen here is that you've been training reinforcement. What proper magus would do in this situation is to find a way to minimize the amount of prana you use and maximize the reinforcement spell, Ren said while pointing at stuff on the ground. Wow, you can tell that just by looking at it. Red-haired teen said with awe. Yes. Anyway, show me how you do it. Ren motioned for him to start. Shiro nodded and picked up the pipe. He then said the famous chant, used by all the fakers. Trace on. The pipe glowed with green lines appearing on it. That man didn't want to teach this child at all, Morgan said as she realized what the redhead did. She could not find anywhere to sit, so she was just standing there next to her husband and observing this silliness. Alright, stop, that's not how you activate your circuits. Your old man didn't want to teach you at all. as what you do right now is self-mutilating, Ren said that while earning a look of disbelief from Amiya Shiro. Human, what you are doing is turning your nerves into makeshift circuits. You either don't feel pain or you've been doing this for so long that it became just a nuisance. The Fairy Queen didn't know if she should be impressed or completely baffled by this teen behavior. Truly. This is how Oldman taught me. Well, he thought that after experiencing this pain you will stop trying to learn magecraft. Ren just shrugged at him. Well, first of all, you need to activate the circuits you are born with. That moment Ren appeared just behind Shiro and put his hand on his back. All of that was so surreal to the teen that it took him few moments to realize what just happened. That moment Ren channeled some prana, did a proper scan of his body, checked the teen's attributes and origin, then checked if Red had started to manifest his reality marble. All that in a fraction of a second. While Shiro felt something activate in his body. I have awakened your circuits. It will take time for your body to readjust to that, so no magecraft for today, not that you can use it without mental trigger. He lowered his hand and continued to explain. Mental trigger is a mental image which triggers activation of your circuits. It can be anything, from something silly like bread popping from a toaster to sun going supernova. All that happened so fast that the teen somewhat stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Yet, he had to listen to his new teacher words as well. Okay. So, it has to be some set of images. The hero wannabe regained his balance and asked that. Yes, in your case it has to be related to metal in some manner. The sorcerer said that as he created a simple sword and handed it over to him. Tell me, doesn't it feel natural for you to hold it? Amiya grabbed it and did a simple swing with it. Yes, it feels very natural. Is that my magecraft? He asked with some realization. Everything sword related is your speciality, that includes certain metals, not by much, but it's cheaper for you to use it. As long as the shape is that of a sword it will cost you less prana, nonetheless I can't teach you much because of your very specific classification. Once you find your mental trigger I will teach you gradation air. He said that as his gaze went around the shed. And we going to fix up this place? Finally. Morgan said with a huff, this was not a place for a married queen like her. Shiro gazed with shell-shocked look as he saw how his shed transformed into a magus workshop. More like an underground bunker that was built in less than a few hours. Just underneath the shed building. Since you are a sword, I built a forge, and sparing area over there, as well as some other training equipment. Ren showed to the teen. Forge. I never worked in a forge before. Shiro said while shaking his head, but he can feel attracted to the thing. Don't worry, it will come to you naturally. Working with metal is something you are naturally attuned to, Ren said that while crossing his hands. Nonetheless, I have a book for you. The sorcerer then pulled out a thick and old book on Taoism of all things. Taoism. What this? He asked with a confused look. He has heard about this, it's something that originated from China. World is not just black and white, Amiya, all my achievements come from understanding the bigger picture. If you can grasp what I mean, then you will achieve your true potential, maybe even break the chains of human limits. He said while smirking at him. After saying that he left the workshop while leaving the teen with an interesting look toward the book he was holding in his hands. Are you trying to convert him to your mindset? Morgan asked curiously. What the witch found utterly baffling is that her husband has the blessing of both Alea and Gaia. Is it because of this Taoism thing? If this kid follows her husband's footsteps then he will achieve the same thing. I am his teacher. It's duty of one to point him towards the best direction. Ren said to her. If he can grasp the principle that I can't save everyone until I am strong enough, then he will become true hero. Is that even possible? Morgan asked with wide eyes, such a mindset, is that even possible? In a world where concepts can crystallize into weapons of mass destruction. Are you seriously asking me that? Didn't you grasp something impossible yourself? He asked that with raised eyebrow. Fair enough. Morgan said, realizing that she was being hypocritical of all things. He is Sword Morgan, and it's up to us to shape it how strong it is and where to point it. He said that with a smile. I see, what fascinating origin. She said that while realizing what Ren meant, another individual with fascinating origin. Both, Morgan, his attribute and origin. Will make him very specialized in one direction. He will develop reality marble, doesn't he? You don't show much attention to regular Magius, dear. Morgan continued to understand more why Ren is interested in this kid, as Magus to a bone, her husband finds him interesting Student. Yes, I am finding it weird that you don't remember him, Ren said that to her, who looked at him curiously. Remember him? She frowned for a second, then she had a flashback. Wait. Redhead men with katana. Senji Muramasa. She said that name with wide eyes. Correct, he can be summoned with Shiro's body, becoming pseudo-servant. Ren clarified for her. Fascinating, he can reach realms of god-slaying. She asked curiously. It's always fascinating when humans reach such a high level. Not normally. But, he has potential, it's all about mentality, that's what puts roadblocks to greatness. He said something that Morgan knows better than anyone. She was someone who destroyed those roadblocks and reached her peak. Very well, I will watch this with interest. Morgan smiled. That moment Shiro in his workshop felt a chill going down his spine. Once evening came, Blue Saber saw Amiya implanted his face into a thick old-looking book. Shiro. We should seek out some servant to fight, the Grail War is ongoing. The King of Knights reminded him. I disagree, Shiro doesn't have proper access to his circuits yet, I suggest we talk some tactics first, Ren said from the opposite side of the table. You are not participating in this war, sorcerer, why you are helping us? Blue Saber asked with narrowed eyes. Because, dear sister-in-law. The blonde knight flicked when he used that title. I am your master teacher, and if he is to die before I can teach him everything it will be a bad rep to me. Until then, going into battle is pointless. He said to Shiro. Since you can't support Saber with healing or anything else you know how to shoot arrows from a bow, yes. Shiro quickly nodded, his eyes widened in realization, yes. He can use a bow to support Saber. Yes, that could work. Blue Saber gave a small nod towards the sorcerer. That could work, she can't believe these three are helping her, the blonde king doesn't know how to feel about this at all. Right, since that is over, let's talk about the current situation. Ren clapped his hand and a map of Fuyuki manifested on top of the living room table. It was not a normal map, as it had ley lines and other important landmarks of the moonlit world drawn on it. The Grail can manifest in these three areas, the Ryuta Temple, the church, and the park. Ren pointed at those. Of course if Rin tries she can do that from her house, but it has a history of collateral damage. So, the Tosaka family stopped doing that. Blue Saber twitched when she heard collateral damage. They after all saw the park, the site of Fourth War, and she didn't like that place at all. I can safely say that one of the masters or servants has the temple as their base. Ren mentioned the temple on the mountain. Now, that you mentioned, Issei mentioned that some foreign woman moved in there. Amiya pointed at the temple on the map. Now that we talking about mentionings, there was something weird in the school today too. The redhead scratched the back of his head. He was embarrassed that he didn't mention that before. Blue Saber gave Amiya a deadpan look. Shiro. Yes. The redhead teen asked cautiously, as he was sensing something from his servant. Before he can say anything, the King of Knights hit him with a karate chop on his head. Chapter 31, School Assault and First Projection. After talking about tactics, Morgan beefed up the boundary field around the house and everyone called in the day. The next morning Rin woke up early and went to the Amiya workshop where the teen already was practicing reinforcement. Well, better now. He asked the redhead. He didn't even bother asking if he found the mental trigger or not, as he was using prana more smoothly now. Yes. The reinforcement is much more smoother. And it's far easier to use structure grasp too. The teen said with a happy voice. He can't believe the amount of progress he did compared to before. Good, now let me teach you gradation air, Ren said to Amiya as he took a seat next to him. He then lifted his hand and on top of his palm, a katana inside a sheath appeared. Now, use structure grasp on it. Shiro slowly nodded at him and took the blade. For some reason, he already knows what it is, the name, from what it is made, and how old it is. This doesn't make sense. It said that this blade is several hundred years old, but same time it's freshly made. Amiya shook his head. He was confused as hell. How can such a weapon exist in the first place? Oh, you can already say that much. Impressive for the first time. Come now, try again. Tell me more about this sword. Ren motioned for him to try again. Shiro closed his eyes, and focused on the blade. He started to dig into the blade's history. That moment he started seeing images. A tree with galaxies of some sort inside of it, a massive titan-shaped being inside of it. Then, this blade killing this titan, gasp. The experience was so much for Shiro that sweat started pouring from his forehead. A god-slaying sword. Tsumukuri Muramasa. But how? This doesn't make any sense. The sword is not god-slaying one, but it still is. The more he tried to make sense of this weapon contradicting existence, the more he did, the more he was confused. Don't think too deeply into this, Amiya, listen carefully. This blade was wielded by servant of extra class known as alter ego. This blade was crafted by this servant who is a blacksmith to be wielded as a weapon to kill gods through a personal skill, Ren explained to him. Now try, again. He motioned to try again. Shiro nodded and tried to use structure grasp on this anomaly. While the sorcerer could only smirk, the future looks bright, after all, he sees it all. Was it wise to show Shiro a sword crafted by his ancestor in Lostbelt? Well, what Ren is seeking can only be achieved by power from Lostbelts, and his wife is a treasure trove when it comes to stuff from that place. If Shiro can understand this sword, then he will know how to slay gods, and not only that, but his unlimited blade works would evolve to something more. And all we needed is some miracles from a sorcerer. Still, it's a work in progress. After morning passed, Amiya left for school. Ren knew today there will be some action. They all left towards the school at a specific time. The most confused about this was Blue Saber. Why are they going out at a specific time and why towards school specifically? All those thoughts eventually crumbled when they felt a spike in prana. Saber instantly transformed into her battle dress and charged in with small bursts of prana. The school was already empty, so it didn't matter, as Saber went through a high fence and towards the school. So eager, she truly wants that wish. Morgan said while shaking her head. I would do same, not that I have any wish right now. If it's master who is in danger, then I would charge without a care in the world. You wouldn't? Saber Alter asked with narrowed eyes. No, I wouldn't. Because he would never be in danger in the first place. I would never allow my husband to leave my sight if he was weak as this human. She said her point, and the fallen knight nodded instantly. Ren could only shake his head at how these two operate. They continued to walk towards the school, and soon enough they saw fighting inside the corridors of the school. He can see Rin and Shiro fighting Dragon Tooth Warriors. Those are Dragon Tooth Warriors, a magecraft used in Age of Gods, Ren said as they casually walked inside. Taking a flight of stairs, they arrived at the same floor where the action was taking place. Blue Saber blasted the Dragon Tooth Warriors with Strike Air. I am not joining this, it looks boring to be perfectly honest. The darker version of Saber said with eyes roll. The pale blonde which joined Saber Alter in this regard, both of them saw this beneath their station to fight some walking bones. But, it doesn't mean they won't be blasting these things of existence. As Morgan waved her hand and portion of the skeleton warriors stopped existing. Blue Saber saw this, she instantly focused in a different direction, moving towards the source of these creatures, leaving behind the trio anomalies who were advancing with leisure pace like it was a stroll in a park. While Amiya and Tosaka were chasing a blue-haired teen, who was crying and panicking, he reminded Ren and his ladies of those extremely petty villains. Is this truly a Grail War? Seriously, Master, it's an extreme letdown from the previous one. Majority of masters in the previous one were competent mages, and this one. Saber Alter said that while shaking her head. Ren can understand just how different the war is. The last war had 3 kings, with noble phantasm between A++ and EX. And this one. Berserker who only has a single noble phantasm. Where is the fabled 9 lives? Underpowered king of knights, underpowered Medusa, an assassin locked to a single place. The only competent master is Rin Tosaka, who messed up her summoning too. I want fucking refund. Ren said softly to himself. Both the blondes snorted hearing that. Eventually, Blue Saber reached the place. Caster. I will cut you down. The king of knights blasted through the doors. What she saw was a hooded woman holding another female by the neck. The woman held by the neck was struggling to free. She had long purple hair. Wah. She blinked for a second, realizing that it's another servant, but for a caster to dominate another servant in physical combat. What the hell is going on? The blonde knight decided not to wait and figure out. She was a person of action. So, she charged with a burst of prana. The hooded woman who Blue Saber believes is caster released the other woman right into the swordswoman path before taking some distance. Saber's eyes widened for a second. She decided not to cancel the attack and take out the opposing servant while she had a chance. And so, she redirected her strike air accompanied by some golden Excalibur particles, slamming the servant into a wall, creating a massive dent, breaking most of the bones and killing in the process. Well, I have overstayed my welcome here. The hooded woman said to Blue Saber. She was very much interested in this strongest knight class servant. While Saber didn't bother saying anything, instead she rushed at her. But the hooded woman already turned into purple particles and disappeared. The blonde knight's swing missed its target. Instead she destroyed a portion of a wall. TSK. Well, at least one servant is gone. She looked at the cracked wall where servant was implanted by her. It already disappeared. It seems, caster has drained this servant, or it was severely lacking prana to function at a proper level. She never faced such a weak servant before. Amiya was using a piece of reinforced metal as a weapon. It was quite efficient to destroy these skeletal things. For some reason, these things are completely ignoring Shinji, who was right behind them. It was as if they are protecting him from them. Amiya-kun. That book Shinji is holding. It's probably how he control his servant. Tosaka said to him as she was using Gander to shot the skeletal things. The redhead teen looked at what Shinji was holding in his hands. It was some sort of glowing tome. We need to get closer to him to take it. Amiya said while swinging the metal pole wildly. He thought about the options available to them. He then remembered about her servant. Where is your archer, by the way? He asked the twin-tailed girl. Tosaka grimaced hearing that. He is on the lookout in case another servant wants to join this mess. The last Tosaka said while hiding her grimace. Her servant can't properly operate around the sorcerer. He is either too terrified or constantly complaining to Alea, or is mumbling something about water. So, she started using him like a proper archer class, shooting from distance. I see, I suppose it makes sense. The teen redhead said with realization. Rin could only sigh. How easy is the master of saber to manipulate. He didn't even question her at all. Still, the skeletal things continued to get in their way. Amiya, try using projection, project that sword. That moment the redhead teen stopped in his tracks. He heard his teacher speaking directly in his head. His teacher can do that. But, I failed. I can't even understand half of the things that sword is. It's a contradiction. The teen thought with frustration while smashing a dragon-toothed warrior with extra force. Your magecraft is a sword. When a sword cuts, does it care what it is cutting? Ren questioned the teen, who that moment stopped in his tracks. It's as if at that moment he understood something greater. No, it does not. Trace on. Amiya said that softly. Green lines manifested on his right hand, going all the way to his neck and right cheek. Amiya-kun. Tosaka took a step back away from him. The wind started to pick up around the fake janitor. The redhead now completely understood the meaning of that sword, contracting or not, impossible or not, simple or not. It's not his place to question all that. It's just a sword meant for cutting down. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Ignoring the limitations. Tosaka eyes went wide-eyed, seeing a red glowing katana, which looked like it's just a bare sword. It only had an edge, no handle, nothing. Like some kendo wooden sword. What is this? What magecraft is that? The pressure from the blade was that of a noble phantasm. Maybe even more. That Rin is a sword capable of cutting gods themselves. It's called. Ren said to the girl as he finally arrived at the room where Rin and Amiya was. When the girl heard that, her eyes went wide. The redhead fake janitor of her school can summon god-slaying sword. What the hell? Tsumukuri Muramasa. Amiya did a single swing and the whole classroom exploded. It maybe was too much in this situation, but Ren wanted to see the blade in action. The only other way to see this is if he goes to the Grand Order timeline. Maybe one day he will go there when he will grow tired of ruling the world and instead will do some world saving. While it did shatter the whole classroom, destroyed the flooring in the process, the cut was extremely precise, at the level of doctors who treat their patients. All the dragon-toothed warriors were destroyed, and the book Shinji was holding was cut too, yet Shinji was alright, not a single hair was touched on his head. The sword Amiya was holding started to break apart, like it was built from sand. Slowly it was disintegrating. The redhead turned around and looked at his teacher, who looked at the whole thing with fascination, even the pale blonde which looked at this with a raised eyebrow. She was having a déjà vu with all of this. I did it, sensei. I understood the meaning of the blade. He said that, smiled for a bit before collapsing on the ground. Damn. Master, what kind of things are you teaching him? Saber Alter said with wide eyes. What kind of stuff is that? It's not Excalibur. But, that thing can cut anything. Amiya-kun. Tosaka quickly went over to check the passed-out teen. Chapter 32, Amiya's New Ideology. What is this? Archer looked at his younger self. The counter-guardian already remembered that it's his past self. Nonetheless, that's where the differences start to appear and their path diverse. In his past self he was master of saber just like this one, but there never was a visiting sorcerer in his past. That moment the servant of Bao saw the crumbling sword his counterpart had in his hand, he instantly was blown away. His unlimited blade works copied it. But, he didn't know what it was. Yes, he can project the katana, but it will be just a regular katana in his hands, not a noble phantasm, yet in his younger version hands, it was something akin to a god-slaying weapon. What is this bullshit? Nothing makes sense in this war. Moments later, after saying something to his monster of a teacher, the teen collapsed on the ground. Rin rushed over to see if he is okay. Archer could not understand how quickly his counterpart is progressing with his magecraft. He remembered projecting Caliban for the first time. But, that was after trying multiple times, and it was much further in the war. Shiro. The redhead servant rushed forward. She saw her master down. She panicked for a moment. He is only exhausted, nothing more than that. The sorcerer said to the king of knights. What happened? The blue saber asked seriously. He succeeded in using his magecraft. The true magic user said with a large smirk. A smirk which sent chills going down Emiya spine. What this monster is planning with his younger version. As the battle was over, the school was in a complete wreck. The whole first floor was destroyed, from shattered windows to destroyed doors, tables, furniture. Because of this, the school is closed for a week, something unforeseen, and so now he will be able to teach his student even more. But, then he remembered something. Please, Ashwell-sama. Teach me magecraft. Rin Tosaka on her knees was begging to teach her magecraft. Both Morgan and Saber Alter looked at this with baffled looks. This was the second time they saw this happening. Ren already taught a younger Rin before. You want me to teach you magecraft? He asked with raised eyebrow. Perfectly honest, Shiro has greater potential than Rin. Yes, she has all the basic elements, yes she has more circuits. But, all those things pale in comparison to what Amiya can do, sigh. I suppose I could teach you some things. He said with a casual shrug. That moment Rin jumped back on her feet, fist bumped into the air. Rin, what about the war? Archer asked with a barely hidden groan. We can always ally with Amiya-kun. Rin said to her servant, after seeing what he can do with just a few days of learning she is somewhat reluctant to face someone who can create a noble phantasm capable of killing gods. Archer reluctantly nodded, he felt how Rin is feeling about facing his younger version. Well, we will talk about this more once Amiya is awake, I am sure you want some sort of alliance with him now. Ren said out loud what Rin was thinking at this moment. Tosaka looked with disbelief at him for a second, is she that easy to see through? Why yes. I will come over later if it okay with you sensei. Tosaka respectfully asked him. Sure, take your time. Her eyes brightened when she heard that, not long after that she bid goodbye and left towards her house. Are you sure it's fine? You didn't even ask for Shiro's opinion. The blonde knight asked with narrowed eyes, she disliked such disrespect shown to her master. Not at all, Amiya will be delighted to hear that Tosaka is to become his ally, Ren said while shrugging his shoulders. Now you sounded like Merlin, do you have clairvoyance of some sort? She asked while realization that may be the case. The King of Knights remembered how they arrived at school at a specific time when Shiro required her help. I was like a setup of some sorts. Cold sweat run down through her back. If this is true then it means he knows how the war will end, he probably knows so many more things. You are not wrong there little sister, husband is the sorcerer of 3 magics when he combines them he can do incredible things, Morgan spoke with an arrogant look, she was basking in Artoria expression. 3. What sort of madness is this? The blonde took a step back, no wonder her master can already use incredible magecraft. But, 3. Seriously? That means he can use clairvoyance, probably with a permanent connection to the root itself. By this point, she started to believe he can do anything. If he puts his mind to it. After she realized that the internal battle she was having just intensified even more. Once evening arrived, Amiya woke up, Ren has fully restored his prana reserves, and the team was delighted to hear that Tosaka is willing to ally with him. Blue Saber could only grimace realizing that what Sorcerer has said was right about the whole her master is delightful about alliance thing. Her master was just that naive about how dangerous the Holy Grail War truly is. Few hours later on, Tosaka arrived with luggage of all things. She is moving in for the duration of the war. Thank you for having me over Amiya-kun. Tosaka said with a smile worthy of nobility. Tosaka. The redhead teen scratched the back of his head. How in world he should respond to this? You have a Western-style guest room, no? It was built with Magus in mind. Amiya just send her over there. Ren popped out of nowhere and said that while popping back to the kitchen the very next second. Tosaka squeaked seeing that while Amiya Shiro already got used to his teacher using time magic casually like that. What was that? Tosaka asked Amiya. Sensei making his point, let me show you the room he has mentioned. The redhead grabbed her luggage while motioning to follow him. Oh, Amiya-kun, what happened to Shinji? The twin-tailed girl remembered about the Mato. He was given to Sensei's wife, I think she did some mind magecraft on him. To the fairy queen Morgan. Rin eyes went wide, she doesn't know if she should pity Mato or look at this with glee. And you okay about it? The girl then asked curiously. Shiro thought about it for a second. It cannot be helped, Shinji was worse than I thought of him, he wanted to sacrifice whole school and did things with Sakura. He cannot be saved normally Tosaka, so he requires a different type of saving. The twin-tailed girl blinked several times hearing that. What are you talking about Amiya-kun? Sigh. My dream was. To become hero of justice. Shiro started to explain to the girl. But, that is just one side of the coin, justice only exists with human but what about everything else? What about fairies? Or other creatures? What kind of justice do they follow? That's why I started to think about bigger things, not just human justice, no. I want to become a hero who saves as much as I can. That's why I was started to think about what kind of types of saving there is in the world, for what Shinji has done, he would spend behind bars for hundreds of years, that's why he is better to serve punishment with Fairy Queen. Tosaka blinked several times hearing all that. No wonder he can summon God-slaying sword, he is not normal at all. You do realize that Morgan is not a merciful person, do you? The girl said with a raised eyebrow. I am sure she knows what she is doing, she is Sensei's wife. Amiya quite casually shrugged at her, earning a twitching eyebrow which he missed. Here, this is the room my old man prepared for my stepsister but as you already know how it ended up. The redhead teen motioned the Western-style room. It will do, it was built with Magus in mind, Tosaka said while looking around. Great, I will be in the kitchen. He left after saying that while Rin started to unpack her stuff. While the master of Archer was doing his thing, the servant in question was in astral form the whole time listening in. It seems the sorcerer has changed the whole mindset of my younger self, he turned into something more. Twisted Kiritsugu ideology and made it into an even bigger picture. Saving Shinji by leaving his fate to evil fairy queen. Seriously Shiro. Emiya shook his with quite an amused look, he never expected such a thing from his younger version. It's quite refreshing actually. Nonetheless, this was better than his original self-destroying ideology of being hero of justice. But, seriously. What kind of justice does fairies follow? Is it similar to a human one? Never thought about this before. For the first time in eons, the counter-guardian didn't know how to answer that. We should attack the temple tonight, we know that it's under Caster's control. Blue Saber pointed at the temple on the map. I already did scouting in that place, it only has a single entrance through the stairs. Rin Tosaka pointed at the stairs. It's a trap, Caster will be at her strongest if we attack her directly like this. The master of Archer explained to the blonde knight and her master while looking at her sensei waiting for his reaction. Rin is correct, what we saw so far of her, she is a traditional caster, her territory creation should be a high level, she will be in her element at the temple. The twin-tailed girl was happy that her judgment was right, she internally fist-bumped to herself. Even so, she has been attacking regular people and draining their prana. The blonde knight said with an angry look. Listen, Saber, we already finished one servant tonight, we can plan this in more detail, we can't just match in blindly. Emiya reasoned with her, as someone who wants to be the hero he wants nothing more than to fight this woman and beat her up. But, this Shiro already understood the bigger picture, if he is to blindly attack he will lose since he knows this caster is strong, that's why he needs to build up his strength and attack when he is ready. Rushing blindly is not the way. Once again Emiya needs to thank his sensei for those books he gives him to read, it's like the sorcerer know what kind of books the teen needs to understand his hero way even better. Emiya-kun is right Saber, we have no clues about this servant apart from that she is powerful magus. I can safely say that she is anti-hero like I am, a woman with a sad past, I could guess that she is a witch. Morgan chipped in from her side. Blonde Knight that moment nearly groaned hearing that Morgan is an anti-hero. Well, that can slide for a moment, the King of Knights is more interested in this caster. They are multiplying. Why for once I can't have someone easier to face? Last war I had some lunatic who was obsessed with me, and this war we have a scornful witch. A witch? Can you tell more about this witch please? Tosaka respectfully asked the fairy queen. Well, that she is from Age of Gods, her prana is very powerful compared to magus of today, Morgan said that while putting a finger on her chin. The dragon-toothed warrior are magecraft used by Middle East and Greek mages of old, Ren told to the teens. Okay, so, that narrowed down to quite a bit, my wild guess at Circe, she is a famous witch in Greek mythology, Tosaka said from her side after thinking for a bit. Nice guess, but her methods are slightly different Ren said while sipping his tea. Tosaka raised her eyebrow. Where did the tea come from? Wait. You know who she is? Rin slammed her hands into the table and asked him, then her eyes went wide. She quickly realized that she was behaving wrongly, so she quickly kowtowed to him asking for an apology. Ren and Morgan shook their heads seeing how Rin like this girl behaves. Of course, heavens feel remember. The sorcerer said while shaking his head. Chapter 33, Saber's Assault. It was nighttime when Ren's eyes snapped open. If one could see his eyes now he or she would rather be disturbed, as they had an empty void in them. What he was seeing was that very few beings could see. We are at crossroads, I wonder what will King of Knights choose. He softly said that to himself. He slowly extracted himself from two over-affectional sisters who are not sisters, but no one cares that they are separated by the space-time continuum. Once he left the room, the darker Artoria lifted her head. She was half asleep. She woke up when she felt that her source of heat was gone. Masta. The darkened knight asked with some drool running down her lips. That moment Morgan's hands coiled around the half-asleep fallen knight and pulled her into her chest. You will do for now, the pale blonde witch said as she used the inverted saber as a hug pillow. What of Masta? The younger sibling said while barely awake. Clairvoyant, remember. She said that while falling asleep without a care in the world. Right. Saber Alter that moment mumbled a single word before falling asleep too. Where are you going? The blonde knight stopped in its tracks. The King of Knights looked at the sorcerer standing in front of her. I can't just stand by and allow that witch to hurt innocent people. Saber said with an angry look. So you going in alone? Ren asked, while he knew the answer it was still something else seeing this in person. Just how silly this girl was, well she not lacking bravery, but it was stubbornly silly bravery which doesn't fit in this type of war. I am a saber. My magic resistance ranked at A. There is barely any magic in the world that can affect me. So, you put all your bets on that. You didn't realize that your resistance works only on offensive spells which attack you. He asked that with raised eyebrow. She slightly flinched, but it didn't affect her much. The King of Knights will continue with her advance. Nonetheless, my class has the advantage. And my prana reserves are adequate. She said that while taking steps forward, arriving in front of the sorcerer. You know what's going to happen anyway. So why this conversation? The blue saber asked him, not understanding the point of this conversation. It's not how it works, Artoria. Ren shook his head, making her even more confused. The stronger one's power, the more he or she affects the timeline. Like a rock thrown into a lake, the bigger the rock the greater ripples it creates. He explained to her. That's why I barely did anything in this so-called war, yet you already saw how much I have affected it. No. He asked her, the blonde some with the general idea what Ren means. That's why I am standing in front of you. This moment Artoria's eyes went wide. She got a flashback, this moment all those years ago, when Merlin offered her two choices. Pull or not to pull the sword. I am offering two choices, you either return and rest or you continue your advance. He showed two fingers to her, now she was truly experiencing a déjà vu. There is more to this than just simple battle, is there? She asked that while closing her eyes. But of course, I wouldn't wake up in 3 in the morning and ask this, huge life-changing consequences depending on your choice, for you. He said that while moving aside. For a second the knight thought all about that, then she remembered what he said. Only for me? She asked in a somewhat disbelieving voice. She is not used to that at all. Her decision usually led to her kingdom fate. Now it's just a decision related to her only. Then, there is nothing for her to worry about. I have decided. I will return soon enough. After saying that, the blonde knight dashed out from the house and towards the temple. Pendragons and their bullheadedness, thank the root I am there to fix up their mess. Ren shook his head. Now that Blue Saber has selected her future, the sorcerer can discard a completely different what-if scenario, which is something similar to Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel. Only the difference is that Amiya Shiro pretty much dominated the war, with Senji Muramasa Blade. Pity that I won't be able to see him killing Gilgamesh with it. Oh well, at least this scenario is not that bad too. Ren for a second checked it out again, seeing future him summoning an interesting lancer. This can wait, for now, I need to wake up Amiya and Rin. He clapped his hands and both of his students quite literally were pulled out from bed from discomfort as if someone scratched the blackboard very close to their ears. The King of Knights rushed towards the Ryuta temple. The moment she arrived at the stairs she transformed into her battle dress and grabbed her sword. Soon enough she dashed up the stairs. Before she can arrive at the temple, a servant manifested right in front of her. Assassin. She quickly came to that conclusion as she did not sense the presence of this servant not until he revealed himself in front of her. Sasaki Kojuru, servant assassin, I have been waiting for a challenge, and it seems my luck is quite high tonight. My first opponent is a fellow sword user. The blue-haired man dressed in kimono pulled out his nodachi. The blonde knight was in a pickle since the servant revealed his name like that. Her honor dictates that she has to do the same. Servant Saber. But Sasaki stopped her. It's fine, Saber, let's fight. Soon enough battle between Western style versus Eastern style of swordsmanship has started. What quickly shocked Saber was that this guy very quickly learned about her sword even if it was invisible. It was obvious that his swordsmanship was better than hers, which was a humbling experience, but her other parameters made up for it, allowing her to slowly push him back. Eventually, Assassin had to disengage. The blonde knight that moment realized that he might be using his noble phantasm soon. Perfectly honest, Artoria has no idea what kind of noble phantasm this swordsman possess, as she never heard of him before. Still, soon enough something happened which made the assassin-class servant sigh. It seems my master wishes for me to go all out. The blue-haired man said that as she walked down the stairs. You giving up high ground? What are you up to, assassin? Saber asked defensively as she prepared for battle against the samurai on even ground. The moment Sasaki took his stand, Saber's instincts flared up, her eyes widened to a massive degree as she released Strike Air. What she saw was certain death. So, her instincts flared to maximum to dodge this attack. Tsubane Geishi. Very next moment 3 simultaneous attacks came from 3 directions. There was no magic, nothing fancy at all, it was just 3 strikes from one sword at the same time. A true magic phenomenon done through nothing but pure swordsmanship. Saber blasted herself out its path, flying down several stairs before getting back on her feet. She was breathing heavily, not from tiredness but from close to death encounter. Some sweat was running down from her forehead. You dodged it. Impressive. I suppose you Westerners have some techniques, not just flailing around. Alas, I would like to do this again, but since you survived that you are allowed to pass, it's my master's orders. The assassin motioned for her to pass. The blonde knight's eyes widened hearing that this looks like a trap she is walking into, but she has an advantage against caster class. Still, she started to have doubts about this whole expedition to the Ryuta temple on her own. Even so, her current master is not much of support as he is right now. Plus she can't allow that witch to continue to harm innocent people. So, she nodded at the assassin and dashed up the stairs to the temple where open grounds awaited her. It was perfect condition for someone like her. But, when Artoria saw who she was facing, she could not believe. It was a regular guy with glasses dressed in a suit. "Caster, is this my opponent?" The man asked in a monotone voice. Saber could see his hollow eyes. One could say he was a machine. "Yes, Suchira-sama." A woman in purple robes manifested next to the man. Saber couldn't see her face but she could see her lips. She had a very, very similar smile to Morgan. What's with these witches and disturbing men which around them? The King of Night saw similarities between this witch and her half-sister. There should be a reason why his man is in the front line like this. "Please, I need her alive." The witch softly asked him. "As you wish." The man took off his glasses and took a martial stance. Martial artists. The knight realized that quite too late as the man was already in front of Saber. She enchanted him. She saw a purple aura surrounded this regular-looking man. The King of Knights barely blocked the strike to her solar plexus with her sword, but that was quite pointless as it was just the beginning of multiple katas which quickly went through her defenses. Before long she received several strikes to her stomach area, solar plexus, and then right into the neck. If not for her high endurance she would be dead long ago. This non-assuming man just through a few exchanges figured out her durability. And in less than a few moments, he took the wind out of her sails as they say. He then grabbed her by the neck like some toy and started to pull the blonde knight right towards Caster. "Fu-fu-fu. Beautifully done, Suchira-sama." That moment Saber remembered what Ren said. About life-changing event. "Will I become some witch plaything?" That moment she exploded with strike air, but before she can do anything, the man rammed his fist in her neck one more time, taking out whatever explosive energy she generated. "What a feisty one you are, my precious little knight. Don't worry, I will take care of you." She said that while taking out a wicked-looking dagger. Saber eyes widened for a second, but then she looked at the shape of it. "What is this thing?" "Hurry, Caster, we have guests." The men said as he heard combat already happening outside the temple. Their guard dog was facing another servant. "What are you going to do to me?" Saber asked while trying to stand up. Her vessel is screaming in protest. Those hits were quite devastating to her whole body, and since Shiro can't properly support her, she is in no condition to fight. A change of master, dear. Rule breaker. Caster stabbed the servant of sword with her wicked-looking dagger. That moment Saber felt her contract with Shiro disappear and it formed with Caster. Her whole body started to heal as the amount of prana the woman provided for her was quite large. Begrudgingly, Artoria slowly got up on her feet. She can't believe she walked into such a trap. And unlike Shiro, this woman can enforce her will, like some doll on strings. "Now Saber, why don't you?" Boom. Assassin's body like a rag doll flew through the gates and slammed into the wall, destroying it completely and continuing to fly some more. Caster somewhat stiffed seeing how her guard dog was dealt with, while the man which Artoria believes is her master looked at this with narrowed eyes. "Counter Guardian-san, you are taking far too long, it looks like we are late." Very familiar voice spread through the temple. Saber clicked her tongue internally. Now she understood the whole picture. Was she angry with the sorcerer? Not at all. He gave her choice, just like Merlin did. She took it and now she is going to suffer by facing this abomination. She would rather fight Vortigern and Albion together at the same time than this man. As smoke cleared up, Artoria saw the sorcerer accompanied by her ex-master and master of archer. Chapter 34, Taking Over. "Saber. Are you okay?" Concerned Amiya asked the blonde knight. The King of Knights looked away. She was ashamed of herself. Caster that moment wrapped her hands around the servant of sword from behind. "Don't worry, she is in good hands." The servant of magic softly said to the newcomers. "Now you understand what is going to happen, Artoria?" Ren asked the blonde-haired knight. "Yes, just be done with it. I had my choice. Once again I have chosen poorly." Saber's resigned voice freaked out Caster. "Who is he, Saber? Why are you resigned such?" She asked seriously. It didn't make sense to Caster. As the guy was human, she can sense his incredible prana, which she is itching to drain. But, apart from that, there is nothing much else about him. No modern human should be able to match Servant of Sword, especially when the servant is fully powered and powerful as her one now. "You didn't know? He is a sorcerer of 3 true magics." Saber explained with a questioning look. That moment Caster's felt a chill going down her spine. How did she miss this? This is impossible. She is scrying the city in detail every single day, multiple times. This should have not eluded her. Oh, she doesn't know. Morgan's territory control is unprecedented in this time and era, especially when we combining our efforts. Even divine spirits would have a hard time observing and tracking us. That moment Ren stopped to hiding, his presence exploded, his magical reserves became limitless, and he was like a mountain whose ceiling one could not see no matter how hard one tried to look up. In truth, it made one feel even smaller when this mountain stared back at them. Artoria gulped down, after feeling all that. So, Medea of Calchas, hand over saber, or I will make you hand it over, it's your choice. Ren started walking forward, leaving behind dumbfounded duo students of his and counter-guardian turned servant who was almost shaking in the sorcerer's presence. The most shocked of them all was Saber when she heard that, he wants her contract. But, why? If Archer can guess, the sorcerer was maybe 5 to 10 times more powerful than he last faced him, that was just his rough estimate from just prana output-wise. But, someone who doesn't need prana to begin with, how he can rough estimate his battle potential? Medea grimaced hearing that. How on earth did this ritual attracted such a being? Sorry. But, I won't go to give my cute servant away this easily. The witch said that she made Artoria attack him immediately with her prana burst. The servant of sword grimaced, feeling like a damn puppet under whatever this weird contract created by Castor. The blonde knight did a wide jump followed by a swing down with her Excalibur powered by strike air and golden particles of the divine construct. Such swing would even make Berserker of this war prepare to take the hit. But, in Ren's case, he simply caught the blade, with his bare hands. That moment everyone stopped in their tracks when they saw this, servant and human, both stared at this wide eyes. Artoria's was the most shocked of them all, her attack at that moment was somewhere between A++ to A+++ in rating, from picking up speed from prana burst, to using strike air to charging her sword slightly. And to stop all that, Ren only needed to catch it with his hand. He looked at the invisible sword in his hand. Wind is denied from your sword. That moment the invisible air around the blade simply ceased to exist. The King of Knight's eyes bulged out seeing that. Medea clicked her tongue, she then ordered her knight to retreat, but the servant simply could not overpower the sorcerer. Artoria tried to pull her blade away but Ren's grip was too much. After doing a proper scan of the blade with his ether structural grasp, he yanked the blade away. What he found out was what he already knew, well more like had theories on the blade, only never tested it out, since testing with divine contracts built by Gaia of all things is dangerous. Now that he confirmed he can create both blades with denial of nothingness. Saber looked at this with disbelief, the second time today she was humiliated like this. This is ridiculous. Before she can even complain, Ren was already in her personal space, he moved so fast that even her instincts flared up too late. This is madness. How I am. As Ren's hands ended up on top of hers head, he patted her for a second before accessing one of his true magics. Accessing Heaven's Feel. That moment Saber's body stopped reacting to her, it's like someone is pressing her down with so much force that she can't even move. Accessing Vessel. Discerning Soul. Locating Contract. Rewriting Contract. Once again the King of Knights experienced a change of master. When she was under Castor's control she could feel a large amount of prana the woman had under her command. Now, however, she can't even tell where this prana starts and where it ends, it's like infinity. While Saber was confused about these weird events which were happening to her, Ren felt 3 new command seal appear next to his already existing 8. And now I have a second saber, Ren said happily as he lowering his hand, only 1 saber remains, to have full set. What is the point in all of this? Don't you have the cup already? Saber asked while not understanding the point of all of this. Oh, don't be like that. He gently stroked her cheek, making her blush from embarrassment and even some shame. Aren't I best master for you? Since I already have my cup, this one can be yours, plus you will never run out of prana as my servant. His words made sense to her. But, by this point, Saber knows that there is more to this than as this guy probably has schemes inside schemes and a plot running somewhere in the background. No wonder Morgan is his wife, they are made from the same cloth. Artoria realized that slightly too late. Very well, master. I shall be your sword in this war. She didn't do any knightly bowing or anything like that, Ren knows that it would mean if she is lower herself. Funny as it is, even with their power differences she is still a proud king. Glad to hear. He smiled at her, it was such disarming smile that Saber found it very, very difficult not just to accept it. But, she knew better than this. Now then Medea of Calchas, surrender, there is no way you can win against 3 servants on your own, and me of course. As Ren was talking his berserker manifested next to Saber. His aura flooded the whole temple, greenish-blue particles danced in the air. That moment nature came to life, a fae has graced them, and it was not a friendly one. Saber didn't know how to feel about this. Not long ago, for her at least, she fought against Lancelot version of berserker, and now they are on the same side. Life-changing event indeed. She could only grimace from thinking about that. The berserker didn't even reacted to her presence, he simply pulled out 2 long swords from somewhere. Medea by this point could only bite her lower lip from frustration, her guard dog is dead, no surprise there, so she is alone to face 2 knight classes, a servant of madness, which she has no idea where he got it, and a sorcerer of 3 magics. Those odds were, not good at all. Are you making fun of me? You know full well that you need to kill the other 6 servants to win the war. The woman said with a very pissed off voice. Normally yes, but the rules are that you need to eliminate servants called to the war to win the Grail. Ren lifted his hand and at that moment Golden Cup manifested in his hands. It doesn't specify what kind of elimination it has to be, most people assume it's that of slaying, but there are different types of eliminations of a servant. The cup glowed in his hands. Here is the deal, I will reincarnate you since I am in a very good mood right now, what do you say? He asked her with a smirk. What? You will do that? But, why? The witch was utterly flabbergasted hearing that. Sensei. Are you sure about this? She has hurt many people in the city. Rin said with wide eyes she can't believe he has a real working grail. And it looks amazing. She can barely move her eyes away from it. Yes, she did, but none of the people are dead, Castor only needed to sustain herself to continue to participate in this war. Rin realized that what Rin just said is the truth, but even so, this woman doesn't have a great reputation to begin with. Why would you do that? Whatever fighting tension there was now, it was completely gone. Everyone were either staring at the Holy Grail floating above Rin's hand or were looking directly at him. Because I know your story, the real story. He said with a shrug. So, out of pity then. Medea didn't know how she should feel about this anymore. I have soft spot for several heroic spirits, as someone who has full access to the throne of heroes I know a fair bit about their lives, not that I have summoned one before out of curiosity, since I have quite busy life, nonetheless I have soft spot for Maid of Orleans, you, Chaste Huntress and several more. He said that out of the top of his head. If not for Morgan, Ren would have summoned Atlanta without much thought, only that he was quite apprehensive to do that since Tokiomi would have ended with Castor version of Gilgamesh who is much more dangerous in the Grail War setting. Even more controllable than his archer counterpart, plus his absurd clairvoyance ability would have been a pain in the neck. So, Big Bad Sorcerer has a soft spot for tragic stories, Medea said with a teasing tone. You can always choose the alternative, I haven't seen Golden Excalibur release yet, Ren said that while narrowing his eyes at the witch, whose mouth quickly snapped shut. Whatever she wanted to say never came out from her mouth. It either we finish this the regular way or, you accept my offer. Snort. Only stupid people won't accept such an offer. Still, won't you regret this in future though? The witch asked curiously. Not at all, I already know how it's going to end. He shrugged at her. The witch clicked her tongue, she hates when someone plays her like this. Reminds her of the gods she despises so much. Very well then, I accept your offer. She begrudgingly says that. And very next moment her whole body glowed, and next moment she was living, breathing human. Your wish has been granted and Castor-class servant has been defeated. He said that as he lowered his hand and the Holy Grail ceased to exist. The ex-servant looked at her herself. She could not believe her dream has been granted so abruptly. Her brain was still processing all of that. It was a great day for war effort Saber, 3 servants defeated in a single night, Ren said that to his new Saber. Right, what should we do now? Is it all right to bring a witch from Age of Gods back to life? The blonde knight asked with an uncertain look. The girl not going to lie, she is somewhat jealous that this woman dream has been granted by her new master of all people. It's so obvious that reincarnation was her dream that which haven't moved yet. It's all right, don't worry, she is harmless now, we should return and call it the day. He said that to his group as he turned around and started to walk towards the stairway. I originally was thinking of ending Medea the same way as Medusa. But, was persuaded differently, so thank Darkstar 11051999 for that, apparently he is a big simp of hers. Chapter 35, Talking with King of Knights. Can't sleep. Servants don't need to sleep. The King of Knights pointed out sharply. Especially with the amount of prana I am supported with. If you say so, what on your mind? Ren shrugged at her, this is not the first rodeo with Artoria after all, Saber Altar was even worse after all the fighting has ended. The sorcerer continuously nagged the fallen knight until she finally opened up to him. So, it will take time for the knight in front of him to open up. That the contract I have with you is eternal. That I will spend the rest of my days in the presence of a scheming witch. The King of Knights said with a deadpan look. So, she figured that out. Quite impressive that she figured that out this quickly. Oh, that. Don't worry that much about Morgan, she quite mellowed down after beating Alter in a physical brawl. Ren waved that off with a casual gesture. A caster beating a saber in brawl. What kind of parameters did she had? Blonde Knight asked with disbelief written all over her face. Her lowest parameter at that time was B+++ in endurance, strength was A++, other parameters were mostly in EX category. Saber's eyes bulged out hearing that, what kind of parameters are that? Can servant even have that kind of parameters? How? Her servant vessel was modified by me. Before the war, my original magecraft was that of homunculi creation, so I designed a vessel for the Grail War, that why I didn't care who I would summon, yet in end I got a literal fairy queen. Thank my lucky stars that he didn't participate in my previous war. Saber internally sighed in relief, no wonder the other version of her looks like this. Will she be forced to discard her honor too? That's what Morgan from her past did, continuously stomped on her honor, until her kingdom was destroyed. Oh, don't worry, you already are my servant, so she will treat you like a little sister. That didn't stop the worry she felt for meeting Morgan tomorrow. But, then again, after seeing her how she was behaving before, being sentimental of all things. Maybe, there is some hope in this. Maybe it's not going to be so bad. If that is the case. The blonde knight decided that if she is to be with him for the rest of her existence, then at least her wish can be granted. You have granted wish of that woman. Saber said that, with barely hidden jealousy, as his servant, her wish should be priority. No. I did. You would like for me to grant your wish as well? He asked with a smirk. Ren walked over and took a seat next to her. Ironic how Saber was sitting in the same spot where Kiritsugu was sitting right before his death. Yes, if you can grant it then I will serve without any complaint, Morgan or not. The blonde knight said seriously. Sigh. You mean your wish to allow someone else to pull the sword from stone? He said that while giving her the look. Artoria flinched for a second. He already knew. Of course, he knew. The King of Knights is not surprised anymore, it seems this guy is even worse than Mage of Flowers. Yes, grant me that wish and I will dedicate myself to you. Ren slightly grimaced, she is that clueless. Any other guy in his situation would be blushing up a storm. Artoria, you know that I know that you are a girl, right? The blonde knight slightly frowned hearing that. What is he getting at? And what you just said can be interpreted in several different ways. He said that with a growing smirk, as the blonde started to think, really think. The moment she realized, her cheeks exploded in blush. Wait. That's not what I meant. I am a servant and my purpose is to fight my master's battles. There are many different types of battles, Artoria. He continued to tease. She understood what he meant by that, and it didn't help with the growing embarrassment she is feeling. Her blush intensified as remembered what she heard in the bathroom not long ago, her whole body started to heat up. No. No. Not now. Blonde Knight realized that with the amount of prana she has she won't be able to get tired and be able to get rid of this frustration. Can we talk about this later? Please. The blonde fought off her blush and said seriously, she was borderline begging him. Very well. Ren very quickly caved in, he knows he will have lots of time to play with his new and cuddly King of Knights. Let's talk about your dream. He said that as if it's some theme of conversation, the blonde king was certain that they weren't going to talk about the fulfillment of the wish. First of all, I need to explain that changing history is a very, very risky thing. I already explained to your counterpart before, so I will do it once again, so listen carefully to what I am about to say. And so, Ren explained about Tree, main world, and that her period is important for Western civilization. To say that Artoria was blown away is an understatement. Now, since you know the importance of all this, do you know what will happen to the worlds? If we are to change your main history and main world, every single world will experience similar thing. He then looked directly into her eyes. Do you wish to end trillions of lives just to change that? Artoria gulped down hearing that. Is my life that important to everything? She asked with disbelief after hearing all that. It's not about your kingdom or its people, it's about your legacy. Your story evolved through the years and became a beacon for chivalry. That's why you have your title of King of Knights, you are the first most famous knight. It inspired many people outside Britain's borders, France, Germany, Italy, those are only the few, especially in this era you became even more famous. So, my dream is not possible then. I should just live with my failures. She asked with the downtrodden look. I suggest to continue moving forward, Morgan does that, Alter does that too. He shrugged at her. Changing past is far too dangerous on such scale, you will never know who will take your place, do you wish to gamble on trillions of lives? After all we will be erasing over 5,000 years of history. After thinking for a while Artoria made up her mind, there was not much to think about in the first place. No, you are right. It's far too much, and it's far too selfish of me to do that. All those lives. I would rather continue moving forward. That moment the King of Knights realized what they talked about just a few hours ago. Life-changing event. Now she truly understood what he meant. She gave her soul to a devil without even realizing. Now she is his eternal servant. Why you plotted everything? She quickly got on her feet and moved away from him. But, to her utter shock, very next second she was sitting right back in the same spot. True magics. He can control time too. Not quite, I knew how it going to end, There were two distinctive routes, in one I play a supportive role and in another I play active role. And my choice affected that. You said that it only going to affect me. She said that with a massive pout of sorts. And it did. No one from our side got hurt, Nader, Rin, or Amiya got affected, Castor even got her wish granted. So, it's a good thing in a way. It affected you too. You got another servant. She said that with an angry pout. You're right, and I apologize, your choice affect a couple of people in the grand scheme of things. Ren said that with raised hands in a defeated fashion. Humph. She huffed at him angrily while crossing her hands. For some reason she started to show tsundere tendencies. Good, that you understand. I am going to watch over you from now on. Wonderful. The moment he said that, the girl appeared on his lap, he hugged her from behind. Artoria's whole body stiffed when she realized what just happened. What are you doing? Master. The blonde knight panicked instantly. This guy is using true magic for such silly things. What is wrong with him? Sho, I already knew that King of Knights is cute. Artoria's blush increased even further when she heard that. My alter can be cute sometimes, but she is more of sexy when she wants, while you on other hand are cute and just wants to hug you and don't let you go. He said that while hugging the blonde. Why, you are crazy. Did all that power made you mental? The girl said that with heavy blush. Who said that I was sane in the first place? My origins and true magic from the very beginning make me a different person. Constantly fighting oneself from not just using my power to overwrite everything, you do realize that I can become something more any time of the day. That main building block, the ether, is under my control. The very fabric of reality. Do you know what kind of teasing that is? He asked that seriously, which made the girl out of words. She never thought he was going through something like this. So, yes, I am quite mental for not just doing it. I am pretty sure Kaleidoscope is already as very much insane as he sees all those worlds at the same time. There is a reason why he doesn't get more power, and so I am. I am satisfied with 3 true magics. I already know more about everything than any other being on the world at this moment, and the more you understand, the less human you are. Truly. Then you know how I feel, don't you? She asked that, realizing this is where behaving inhuman comes into play. She experienced it, and so it seemed her master does too. Oh, your behavior is like that because you choose to do it like that. Mine one comes from higher understanding. The blonde knight for a second thought about it. She could understand how knowledge can affect such. Right. I can see that you are confused. Let me reveal something which will shock you to the very core. That moment Artoria had a bad feeling about this. Let me ask you this, why your court wizard was not with you at your last battle? His question made Artoria think for a moment. She even forgot about the fact that she was sitting on her master lap. I don't know, I haven't seen Merlin since I have returned from Rome. Maybe he was imprisoned by Mordred by that point. The King of Knights shrugged at him. Nope, not at all. By that point he was already locked up by Vivian in Avalon. Ren casually answered the question. You see, Merlin's clairvoyance is unique because he can see everything which is happening at that time, but not in the future or the past. He sees everything at once what is happening now. That means he didn't know how your kingship will end, so he bet everything on your success, even getting Gaia's divine constructs for you. Artoria's eyes went wide. She didn't know that. She thought Vivian gave it to her because she lost her weapon. But, he realized something far too late, that your type of ruling will not going to last. Before Artoria can complain, Rin patted her head, making her calm down. You see, you wanted a utopia, with one king ruling for eternity, that why you even declared Mordred not suited to be your heir because you never expected one to begin with, right? He asked with a smirk. Yes, in a way. I was quite shocked about her existence, but then I realized that she doesn't fit to be one too. The King of Knights looked away with a small pout. It's her communication skills lacking too. Anyway, back to your utopia dream. Your Camelot would have been destroyed one way or another. Since you never ruled your people, it would have led to stagnation and Alea would have purged your kingdom. That's why instead it was used as a legacy to inspire other nations. Chapter 36, Some More Training. After telling such a thing, Artoria quite literally felt drained mentally. Ren could only sigh seeing her turn hollow like that. Since she was sitting on his lap, he gently hugged her. Her whole body shook that moment. The girl never was hugged like that before. So, it was very alien to her. Nonetheless, it was pointless for her to resist someone who can control time however he wishes. So, she lowered her guard around him and allowed herself to get comfortable. Don't worry, since you are my knight, I allow you to get the fights you want. He softly said to her. Not just that, but we will have some adventures too. Kaleidoscope kind of wants me to explore other worlds. So, you will be able to experience fights against other worthy heroic spirits. He continued to say to her, then again he will want to see the old man's reaction to his little side project he was doing in this timeline. Artoria remembered how he allowed the alter version of her to fight just like that. This already sounds much better than her previous masters like Kiritsugu Amiya, while she can't say much about Shiro since she only knew him for a very short time even in Grail Wars standards. Do you promise? She asked that softly, for Ren it looked very cute. The great king of knights was very cute at this very moment. I do, my cute knight deserves that. He said that while hugging her more tightly. That moment Saber blushed even more, this was the very first time someone treated her like this. Even so, she finds this acceptable. After having a first heart-to-heart conversation with his second Saber, Ren returned to his room. His eyebrow went up when he saw Morgan using Saber altar like some hug pillow. The great and mighty fairy queen Morgan has been reduced to big sister who likes to give hugs to her little sibling. I do wonder what historians would think about the real face of Morgan. He internally chuckled for a moment before getting into the bed, his hand wrapped around his wife from behind, who the moment felt his presence she quickly pushed herself closer to him. Even pushing her shapely rear into him. Ren could only roll his eyes at her behavior, still he put his head above hers and closed his eyes. Congratulations on getting Red Dragon, my husband. The fairy queen said to him while her eyes were closed. Yeah, she is very cute when she wants to be. Yes, can't wait to tease her. Morgan said that while hugging Alter more tightly for a second. Ren softly chuckled for a second before starting to sleep. As he thought the fairy queen is just a big softie after one bypasses all that hard exterior she tried to portray. It will be a long time after that Ren will realize that he is one of few beings who were able to change Morgan to what she is right now. After all, one needs to be stronger than her to contain her obsessions and to make her listen. And all that was possible only because Ren summoned the caster version of her and not Berserker. If it was Berserker Morgan then would have ended quite differently. Which includes finding few new kinks for the witch. But, that is a story for another time. While the trio were sleeping a certain king of knights looked at their sleeping form from a small gap in the doors. The girl could not believe what she was seeing. Morgan was using her altar form like some sort of pillow. While her husband was hugging the witch extremely closely, he could see a satisfying and genuine smile on her evil half-sister. The blonde knight will not going to lie, she is jealous of this, after experiencing how her new master can be cuddly with her she does want to join in this situation. Though she is still reluctant it is hard to just forget what her evil sister did, even though this one is different she still is Morgan. For now, she is going to wait. Artoria. Morgan. It seems my husband is going to be having an active role in this war. The fairy queen said to the blonde knight. Yes, he is. The blonde stiffly said to the witch. Yet, both of you have no wish for this cup. The pale blonde fairy pointed out. Yes, it appears so. You should not be so stiff, I am not going to hurt someone who is of mine, Morgan said that with an eye roll. She was getting started to get annoyed by Artoria's stiff behavior. I am not yours Morgan. Artoria said with narrowed eyes. The pale blonde witch rolled her eyes again and showed to her half-sister her left hand, specifically her ring finger. You are my husband's servant and his knight, your duty is to serve your lord and his wife, and if that is not enough to you then by the current law in this world all familiars are owned together by Magus and his wife. Morgan knows her laws, as a queen, she must know how things are run and how to use them to her advantage. Artoria mouth closed instantly she didn't know how to answer to that. I suggest you control your animosity other me. Saber Alter said to the king of knights. The more you push your pride, the more older sister will want to crush it, especially when you targeting it at her. The darker version of Artoria explained to the clueless blonde knight. Morgan pouted at the fallen knight after hearing that. This is not fun. After husband explained more about me to you. You started to maneuver around me. Morgan said that with a sour look. I am supposed to live with you for eternity, it fairer to me to know how to not hit a landmine. The king of knights looked at the duo, she can see that these two have some sort of synergy working for them. While Morgan is more dominant, or should say older sibling figure, the alter version of her is more sly and is utilizing the fact that Morgan is an older sister. Landmine. Are you watching World War II movies? Morgan asked curiously, forgetting about the previous conversation, instead focusing on this new one. Some. I was interested in how war is done in this era. Saber Alter said with shrug, she is not that impressed with how war is conducted in this era. Snort. Yes, that. It's quite ugly. Morgan said with a distasteful look. The fairy queen sees modern warfare as a very disgusting thing to look at. I agree on that sister. And the Saber Alter agreed to that, which made the already forgotten king of knights shell-shocked. This is surreal, seeing myself having a civil and casual conversation with Morgan. She thought with wide eyes. Now it was official, this was the most craziest thing she saw so far. Maybe, just maybe, this will not going to be so bad as I have thought. While the Pendragons were talking among themselves, Ren was in Shiro's workshop. Even Rin was with them, the girl forced herself to wake up early for the morning lessons from the sorcerer. She disliked the whole idea of waking up early, but the opportunity to learn stuff from a man who can produce miracles on a whim was far too lucrative to simply ignore. So, she forced herself to wake up and join them in Shiro's workshop. Perfectly honest, she was baffled by the idea of being in someone else's workshop like this. Right, so, let's start with forge. Ren casually waved at the forge and the flames ignite in them. He then created a bunch of ingots on the side. Do you know the basics? The sorcerer asked the teen, and Rin at the side looked curiously at the interaction. No, I don't. But, you feel like you know what to do? Ren asked with raised eyebrow. Yes, the sword you gave. I saw it. I saw how to work in forge. Interesting, it appears Senji has influenced him that much. Ren thought curiously about this. I see, then go and try, and if you are not successful I will help you. Amiya's eyes widened hearing that. Does he know how to work in forge? You know how to craft weapons? The teen asked with disbelief. What can't he do? No, I don't. But, we can always go to a place and see it firsthand. Ren said with a shrug. I don't think Fuyuki even has active forges. Amiya, Shiro said with a thoughtful look. I never said we will go to Fuyuki, Amiya. The past is full of blacksmith legends. Why you would use fifth magic for a lesson? Rin said from the side. Partially, we would glimpse at past, like watching a TV. He answered the twin tails' question. The girl's shoulders sank and she stared at him with a wide-open mouth. While it sounded utterly silly to do such a thing, she instantly saw the positives of such a lesson. Watching how a master of his craft is working should be a massive boon to one. I see. But, first, let me try on my own. While Shiro was partially ignorant of what Rin just said, he decided to try normally at first. Seeing him missing such an opportunity made Rin growl internally. The redhead easily ignored Rin's death stare and walked over to the forge. At first, he looked at the fire, then at the instruments, inspected several hammers. Eventually, he walked over and picked up the katana of Senji Muramasa. While all these actions looked utterly normal to someone like Rin, they were not to Ren, as he was always using his clairvoyance. He was guiding Amiya to the best possible future, and so far, his future was bright. The future hero just went from possible A-class servant to borderline EX. The teen was already a candidate for the throne since he has a god-slaying noble phantasm. A one more push and he will get a king trait in the distant future. Now then, since Amiya is busy, let's focus on you. Ren turned around and faced the twin-tailed girl. Rin turned stiff for a second, as she felt the sorcerer's gaze. She is not going to lie. Being alone with such a being is making her all skittish. She doesn't want to mess up. But, that's a Tosaka trait. Same time she wants to show off that she is capable while not trying to look too arrogant. Show me how you do your jewel craft. I want to see if it's different from your counterpart. Ren motioned for the girl to do so on a table that just appeared. The girl already started to get used to the sorcerer's casual way of showing his true magics. She gulped down when she saw a small box of jewelry appear on this table. That's right, he can produce jewels in bulks. Her brain started to work overtime thinking about this. The girl is not going to lie, she started to have different kinds of thoughts about her teacher. She is after all a healthy teen. Okay. Do you have any specifics you want me to do? Rin asked him while walking over to the table and picking up simple-looking ruby. Nothing for now, just show me how you store prana into the jewel. The request was simple enough, and Rin showed how she stores prana in her jewel. It's the same as your counterpart. Good. Let me show you what I have shown to her. Ren grabbed a diamond. Certain elements have affinity for each other. But, before that, let me teach you how to store elemental prana. As he said that, the girl's eyes went wide as she saw lightning dancing inside the diamond. He stored pure lightning in the diamond. How? She thought with disbelief. None of her past family members even came close to doing something like this. All they could do is store regular prana and then use it for larger-scale magecraft. As far as they could go is to have prana chance its element upon release. But, what she saw was pure element stored inside a diamond. Right, so let's start with lightning. Ren said to Rin, who was wondering why they starting with such a volatile element. As she had a confused look, Ren looked at her and for a second and imagined her with blonde hair and red eyes. Chapter 37, Preparing to Move Out. Ren observed Amiya's work from a distance. There is no questioning the redhead's drive for work. The kid was a machine. But, that was not good enough for Ren, for the simple reason that no amount of work would give the boy more magic circuits. As the sorcerer continued to observe the teen, he kept using his clairvoyance, going through multiple futures. In the end, Ren only saw the same ending, and that the redhead would die in glorious battle. Not an ending the true magic user would want for his student. In the end, his magic circuits can't support his true power. Ren hummed to himself, in that case, they will have to increase the amount of circuits he has. A very painful process, for regular people that is. Once break time came, Ren approached Amiya. Not bad. If someone is to look at your craftsmanship they would think that you have decades under your belt as a blacksmith, Ren said to the redhead as he inspected the freshly crafted sword. It looked very much usable, and Amiya only worked for a couple of hours. You think so? I know it has some faults. The redhead teen said with a frown as he inspected the sword himself, the fault just pop up for him. And that already means that you know what are you doing. The sorcerer said with a grin which made the redhead's eyes slightly widened, what the older man said is the truth. It's like Amiya knows instinctively what to do. How to make the sword best as possible. Still, there is something which I want to offer to you. And so, Ren offered the redhead to have more magic circuits. Is he going to be okay? Rin asked Ren as they observed sleeping Amiya. The sorcerer just added few more magic circuits to the redhead and upgraded already existing ones. The only reason the teen is sleeping now is to get over the shock his body experienced from the upgrade, a natural response. His body just experienced a shock and now he is just resting. The black-haired sorcerer shrugged at her casually. I see, I thought anything to do with magic circuits is borderline impossible or very painful. The Tosaka heiress said with no small amount of awe, she just saw Ren upgrading Amiya's circuits to God knows what kind of level. With nothing more than a touch. Oh, it's not easy as you may think, I used all 3 of my true magic for this one. The sorcerer said while shaking his head. I quite literally went to past with magic blue, then used denial of nothingness, and heaven's feel to replicate and upgrade his already existing circuits. Her eyes bulged out hearing all that. Single true magic can't do what I just did. How many circuits he has now? The twin-tailed girl asked with a gulp. She is anticipating some seriously crazy number. Enough to fight properly with his reality marble. He smiled mysteriously at her, this earned a huff from her as she returned to looking at sleeping Amiya. Now the girl does wonder how much better the fake janitor of her school going to be at his already insane projection magic. While she is getting left behind in all of this. Now she understands why Ren focused on Amiya. The redhead progress towards his specialized magecraft is utterly insane. The teen could produce god-slaying weapons in just a few hours of practice from nothing. Compared to her progress in storing elemental magic in her gems is abysmal at best. While Amiya is resting, let's go over your progress, Ren words snapped out her from her thoughts. Alright, not that I progressed far in my magecraft compared to what Amiya did. She said that in a self-mocking tone. I will be the one who decides that, Rin. The black-haired girl stiffed hearing that, she quickly nodded. Oh, of course, sensei. The girl said with a shaky voice. Ren nodded and inspected the gems. He can feel the residue of the element but it has left the gem and only the original prana was left. The problem with your magecraft is that you do not fully convert the energy into an elemental one. By the time you store it in your gem it returns to neutral regular prana. To solve this issue you need to master element. He explained to her before having a thoughtful look. For this, you will need help from someone who is master of this element. Before Rin can say anything she felt like she was yanked out from the workshop. Before she realized what is going on, she saw her surroundings change rapidly. What is going on? She quickly looked around and saw buildings in which looked like ancient Greece. She was standing in the middle which looks like a city square with people dressed in togas, and from the looks of it, it was early morning. Whenever she looked the buildings were built from white marble. She then quickly inspected herself and saw that she is translucent, like a ghost. I have sent you to past, go and find the magus who is famous for his lightning in this town. Once you observe his work, I will pull you back. Once she heard his explanation she gulped down nervously and started to look for this magus. This was the only way for her to return home. This was a great opportunity and same time very unexpected. Nonetheless, this fits with the eccentric behavior of a magician. Once evening came it was time for Ren to advance in Holy Grail War. The only ones who are left to oppose him is Lancer, Berserker, and Archer. The Blue Saber already discussed with Archer that they will fight once only when they are the only ones remaining in this war. Not that Archer will win, for the simple fact that Saber's master will not allow the counter guardian to win anyway. Still, he wants to leave this place at least having a good fight. We will go on offense and attack Einsburn Castle. Ren showed the castle on the map. This brings back memories, Morgan said as she looked at the map. This was the place where she has put her past behind her. This castle has a special place in her heart. While Saber Alter shivered for a second, the castle reminded her how catastrophically she lost against her half-sister. This means we will fight Berserker. How does his noble phantasm based on labors even work? The King of Knights asked, more specifically asked her master who knows things directly from the Throne of Heroes. He has 12 lives, which regenerates 1 every day. So, this means he should have 3 to 4 lives, maybe even more. The blonde knight slowly nodded. Now that she has his full support it should not be too difficult for her to fight at peak capacity. Nonetheless, Artoria remembered that her inverted form started the fight with Berserker. So, the King of Knights looked at the paler counterpart of hers. You can have this fight, other me. The Tyrant of Knights said with a bored voice. Why are you giving me this chance? It's your fight to finish. The King of Knights said with a slightly frustrated and confused look, she doesn't like charity like that. After yesterday you need this fight. So, I am giving it to you. The fallen knight said with a nonchalant shrug. Artoria's eyebrow twitched when she heard that. That's one stain that will be hard to clean off. Still, it is somewhat understandable, her opponent was someone whose expertise lies in miracles, no amount of training will help her there. Very well, I won't going to forget this favor. Saber Alter only shrugged hearing that. The inverted Artoria will have her time to beat up some guys, she just needs to ask her master to summon some servants from the throne to beat up. What about the Einsburn? She is the lesser Grail. Rin chipped in from the side. Now that Ren is part of the war, they have much more leeway in this and can discuss different things. Ren looked at his wife, who just shrugged at him. They had a conversation with their gazes and body language. It was a pretty basic one at that. He asked her if he should reveal the truth about the Grail. His wife's response was that she didn't cared, since Artoria was already past the point of caring about the wish. They can reveal the truth. Well, there is a problem with the Grail itself. Ren started talking about the ritual. To make it even more interesting, he used his true magics and sucked everyone into the time stream to show what Einsburns have cooked up. He showed everything, how the Grail got created. Tosaka even saw her ancestor, the very same one which was a student under Zelrich. Same with Matu and Einsburn founders. Then he showed the Second War, and of course the fateful Third War where Avenger was summoned. This is the Avenger, the avatar of Engra Mainyu, the cause of the corruption of the Greater Grail. The reason why it was corrupted is because the material the Greater Grail was built contains cursed silver, Ren explained to everyone. The servant looked quite pathetic, with some crazy tattoos all over its body and a headband around his forehead. The guy even had some similarities in looks with Shiro which everyone noticed. Well, Morgan already knows about the ritual in more detail since they did some research on its creation of their spare time out of boredom. So, when he died, and he died very early, since his parameters are just barely above regular human, his essence did not leave Greater Grail when the ritual has failed, instead his essence took the system over and corrupted the Grail. The sorcerer explained as everyone saw right in front of their eyes how the Greater Grail slowly started to emit a malicious aura. After explaining this, first ones to react were Amiya and Artoria. This explains why Kiritsuga wanted me to destroy the Grail. The King of Knights finally understood her previous master's unreasonable behavior at the end of the previous war. We must destroy this thing, Sensei. Who knows what such thing will do if we allow it to continue existing? The redhead hero wannabe said seriously. And we will, only the matter is how we going to do it. As it is right now the Lesser Grail is barely connected to the Greater Grail. But, that connection grows as the war progresses. That's good then. We can save Ilya. Right. Amiya wants to save whatever connection he has with his family. Yes, that should be no problem. Ren shrugged at him, he already turned a homunculus into a human before, this should not be a problem. What about the Greater Grail? Is it possible to cleanse it? Rin asked seriously. Normally she would just offer to destroy it, but with Sensei and Morgan, it should not be impossible. I did cleanse it in my timeline, the Greater Grail is under your father's management. The sorcerer explained to the twin-tailed girl, whose eyes slightly widened hearing that. So, her family over there runs the whole thing. Would you able to do it here as well? Rin hopefully asked him. The Grail is her family dream since 19th century, she can't simply abandon it without at least trying to save it. I suppose we can try, I don't see reason why not to. He casually shrugged at her. The more magic there is in the world the better. Are you sure it's wise? The Grail Wars did more damage than anything else. The redhead teen said from the side. Think like this, if we are to disassemble it, the Einsburn could quite simply try to recreate the ritual in future, which could cause even bigger problems than it is right now. But if we are to cleanse it and leave it under Rin here, it could end up working and another true magic user could be born. Ren reasoned, and Amiya just sighed hearing that. There is no use arguing with a magician who only cares about magic and its continued existence. Whatever you say, Sensei, there is no reason for me to argue with you. The teen said with a resigned voice. Chapter 38, back at Einsburn Castle once more. Walking towards Einsburn Castle felt quite nostalgic to Ren. It reminded him of the time when he revealed his true identity as magician. Before that he used to have so much free time, now all he does is teaching a bunch of kids who believe that they are a gift from the world to humanity. While at the same time behind the scenes he started to plot something much bigger. The best part is that there is no rush, as someone who has a limitless lifespan he is in no rush, not that he feels a sense of time rush anymore. Well, he has some rush which usually comes from overwork when he has to fix his wife's and his night mess. Once the group arrived at the Einsburn boundary field, Rin slightly stiffed. The girl remembered the brutal lesson in magecraft she had to experience from her so-called guardian who brought her here to show how a real boundary field looks like before telling her she is far away from creating something like that. The fake priest known quite well how to motivate his student. Should I? Morgan asked with a casual look towards her husband. All yours, dear. Morgan for second a smirked, hearing all clear. It has been some time since she revealed herself to the world. Ren students who have not seen Morgan in action before looked with interest at what a Queen of Fae can do, while the blue saber instinctively got on edge waiting for something, yet knowing that there won't be any threat to her. It's still an instinctual thing. For a second the pale blonde simply lifted her hand, and a blue-greenish aura surrounded her. Next moment whole forest around them simply came to life. The vegetation got more colorful and blue-greenish particles started to manifest from the leaves, trees, grass. As if the vegetation itself is creating them. Before long this effect has spread as far as one could see, indicating that Morgan is taking over nature itself. Before long Morgan casually just snapped her fingers and the boundary field which was protecting and hiding Einsburn Castle simply shattered like glass. Rin's eyes went wide, seeing the barrier which supposed to be borderline impossible to break in her eyes simply ceased to exist. The twin-tail girl knew already that Morgan is an extremely powerful magecraft user. But, seeing things firsthand like that, there was no intricate magecraft, no chance, no staff waving, no foci, nothing, just casual hand wave. How can someone fight something like that? The most affected by this was of course King of Knights. She knew that Morgan from her time was nothing like this. The blonde knight already established that when they met for the first time. The fact that she looked around in her early 20s was enough to put her on edge, as Morgan of that time was still her ally, and was not at her peak of power. Yet, this one appeared looking like in her 20s and simply screamed power under a tight leash. Now Blue Saber saw a casual demonstration of her half-sister's power. How on earth someone supposed to fight someone like that? Once the boundary field was down, Morgan motioned to enter. She alongside her husband lead the way. Both of them looked like they were having a casual walk in a forest. Not looking that they were in the middle of war or inside enemy territory. After walking for around 15 minutes the group spotted the castle. Once more Morgan snorted, seeing that it was very much identical to the one she remembers. "So, you came to finish me off?" Iliasville said with a frown, seeing the very same group who had beaten her last time. The homunculus girl was not that afraid, more like annoyed. That's why she is already waiting for them outside. King of Knights took a step forward, her invisible sword manifest on her hands. Normally Artoria would try to establish some sort of dialogue. But, from what she was told by her master, the white-haired girl won't going to listen to any reason, for the simple reason that she believes that with her berserker she can do whatever she wants. "This time I will be facing berserker," the blonde declared to the Einsburn master. Iliasville didn't say anything, instead her servant manifested next to her. Saber's eyes slightly widened, before turning into a frown. Something was off with berserker, and she can't put her finger on what. The only thing she can tell is that something was different with the massive demigod. "Berserker, kill her," the white-haired girl ordered sharply. Her servant nodded and rushed with a burst of speed. Artoria quickly intercepted the rapid attack, her eyes slightly widened once more after feeling the amount of force behind the attack. "Just how strong is my alter form to take this attack head-on?" The King of Knights grimaced as she was sent flying. She could feel how her hands started shaking from that recoil created from the collision of their weapon. "Don't lower your guard," the girl lowered madness enchantment of her servant, that in turn made the demigod stronger. Artoria's eyes went wide comically when she heard this absurd thing. What? But how does this even work? Madness enchantment supposed to make servant stronger for price of sanity. The girl argued while same time she landed with a flip on the ground. Her combat boots left a trail on the ground as she finally stopped. Not that Heracles allowed her to get hold of herself. As the massive son of Zeus rapidly advanced at her with quick steps and engaged in combat befitting a demigod of his caliber. This is not good. I can't take direct hits from him. Artoria very quickly realized that she can't fight him like this as her whole body started screaming in protest from the punishment she was receiving. "Don't worry, it's time for me to show you why I am your master." The moment she heard her master speak directly in her head, she felt power rushing through her body. Not only that, but her body started rapidly healing as well. This is Avalon. Artoria's eyes went wide when she felt the familiar energy of her sheath wash her over. One could visibly see her wounds glow gold before simply vanishing. Can't upgrade your parameters much since your vessel was not created for that. This is the limit of the empowerment. If I add more, your vessel will start breaking apart. On better part, the Avalon healing factor will remain. Blonde Knight slowly nodded. She could not believe her master has Avalon. But then she remembered how he has Morgan, her alter version, Lancelot. It's like he is collecting everything related to her legend. This is enough. Much appreciated, Master. For now, the blonde decided to focus on the enemy in front of her. The King of Knights started fighting back while empowering her attacks with her strike air. The difference quickly manifested between them. Artoria's weapon was far stronger than Heracles. And since she doesn't need to care about her prana reserve, she can quite simply spam strike air and underpowered Excalibur blasts. Not that Artoria will ever tell anyone that she copied this style from her alter version. She saw how the darker version of her simply and constantly used empowered swings of that black Excalibur. Dismantling is the greatest hero from Greece little by little. Before long the golden sword went through the demigod's guts. Don't let up. Use your Excalibur, you have my permission. Artoria was about to pull her sword out but she heard her master's order. She was baffled from disbelief when she heard that Ren wants her to use Excalibur Blast when the blade is still inside Heracles' guts. Before she can complain, she saw the massive son of Zeus start coming back to life just like that. Very well, since this is how you come back to life, let's see you do that with a full blast of this. Instead of releasing Excalibur while inside the demigod's gut, Artoria pulled the blade out, and quickly positioned herself that the blast would go away from the castle. She does not doubt that her group will survive a simple Excalibur blast since they all are monsters. The blonde king of night simply doesn't want to cause unnecessary collateral damage. So, once she positioned, Saber lifted her blade and started rapidly charging the sword with prana. Since the amount of prana she has is way above anything she had before, the charge was nearly instantaneous. Just a few moments later she lowered the golden sword. Excalibur. Torrent of golden light descended on nearly regenerated Berserker. The demigod had no chance to dodge such blast which was done so close to him. Very next the greatest hero of Greek myths has been consumed by the sword of promised victory. And no Berserker. Ilia shook her head when she felt a connection with her servant being severed. So she used my style. Well, it does work better against such a large opponent. The fallen knight said with a casual shrug as she observed the battle from the side. Of course, ignoring the uprooted trees and craters created by this short but destructive battle. That enchantment on sword is Merlin's work, isn't it? Morgan asked from the side. She did wonder where this noble phantasm originated from. It is, it was added to the blade when I lost my scabbard. Tyrant of Knights answered with a simple nod. And how on Gaia name did you lost a divine constructive primordial god? Morgan slowly turned to the side and looked at her half-sister with wide eyes. How does such a thing even happen? Aren't this kind of weapons bonded with its users? The paler Artoria scratched the back of her head from embarrassment. Well, it's your fault, you know. How it is my fault? If you kept them close to yourself such a thing never would have happened. Morgan said with an eye roll. The paler Artoria grimaced. Soon enough an amusing argument started between those two. Which Ren simply ignored, and instead looked at Ilia who had a look like someone stole the very ground she was standing on. While Ren's students slightly got closer to the sorcerer as they saw that those two blondes might start a catfight which can level the whole forest. Ignore them, it's a regular event with those two. Ren saw how his two students nervously looked at Morgan and Alter and calmed them down. Boom. Earth cracked underneath Saber Alter as she stomped with her foot. Do they regularly destroy things as well? Rin asked with a gulp. Yeah, sort of. I already forgot how many times I had to fix up things in Westminster. The true magic user said with a sigh. The amount of mind wipe Ren had to do is annoying as well. This is another one of the reasons why the sorcerer started actively working on his plan, eternal life or not. He is annoyed with the amount of work he has to do when his ladies start throwing a fit. Mostly his fallen knight who gets pissed up by Morgan, well that lowered down recently and instead he had to calm his lovely wife down. Which usually evolves into a steamy situation. I see. Rin said with a gulp. Thankfully she does not live in that timeline. Ren only smirked seeing her relieved face expression. If only the girl knew what will happen tomorrow. Nonetheless, there are some other things to deal with, and that is the white-haired girl in front of them. Einsburn, your servant is gone, and I have a proposition for you. Ren's casual voice snapped the girl out from her disbelief. Her gaze went on him. Just get on with it, kill me already. She said with a sigh. She has failed, what else there is to do. The homunculus would rather offer him to kill her. Maybe he doesn't know her true purpose as Lesser Grail. Snort. You Einsburn are quite bad at this. Morgan said as she walked over. Her hair is slightly a mess as she was pulling Artoria Alter by a collar like some sort of disobedient animal. Yes, my dear wife, they are. My offer is simple. I will give you a new body and in return, we will get the one with Lesser Grail inside of it. The sorcerer casually offered. Chapter 39, Another Cup. No wonder I have lost. What nonsense is this? Ilia pouted after hearing how her opponent was very much a real magician who can use 3 out of 5 known true magics. Yes, yes. Already heard that. So, do you accept the deal or not? Not the first time that the sorcerer heard that it's not fair for them that he is participating in such a small-scale ritual. Normally he wouldn't. But, people are generally just bad at this war, and Fate franchise is built upon drama and bad endings. Morgan is the best example OT that, not many people develop madness enchantment to rank B. So, it's up to Ren to fix up these small problems. Of course I accept. The white-haired girl said with a huff, who wouldn't want to be fixed and have another chance at life. Great. He said that while walking over to Ilia, the white-haired girl got defensive when Ren approached her. Before she can ask what he is up to, he put his hand on her head. That moment she felt something akin to a full scan of her from inside out, and the next moment another Iliasville appeared next to the original one. A sharp gasp escaped from the lips of the other Iliasville. She quickly looked around and inspected herself. While the other Iliasville body was caught by Ren's berserker, who manifested at the right moment to catch the body which looked like it was cut from its strings. Right, the deal is done. The sorcerer sounded like he just went through another Tuesday shopping trip and was discussing things that are on sale. What was that? And I feel different. White-haired girl said while inspecting herself. That's probably because you are human now, Ren said with a casual shrug. He then turned to his wife and the fallen knight she was holding by the collar. We are done here, let's return. Okay, it was quite a short visit this time. Morgan commented on how short this visit was. The last one was much more explosive. It's usually how it is when you visit a landmark, dear. First time it's always most memorable, Ren said that as he remembered Cornwall where he summoned Morgan. If he is to develop a reality marble one day, then it will be that place. Suppose you are right. Morgan said that as she finally decided to release her little sister and instead got comfortable by holding her husband, and by that point, her hair got into pristine condition like nothing has happened. After all, a married queen supposed to look perfect no matter of situation. Holding his hand for a second, she then switched into hugging his hand. A small smile appeared on her face. She hummed with satisfaction. This was how incredible her life has become. The married couple by this point forgot about the rest. Rin and Amiya looked at each other. What they supposed to do now? While Saber Alter was fixing her clothes and looked at her counterpart, who was staring at Morgan, and Ren, who continued to walk towards Amiya's house. What should we do now? The King of Knights asked her counterpart, who was dusting away dirt from her high-class suit. The battle is over and we should return to base. By this point those two are in their little world. Alter said with a sigh. How did it turn so romantic? The Blue Saber asked with disbelief at what she saw. How does Grail War battle turn romantic? Well. The fallen knight looked at the Einsburn castle. This is where Morgan has put her past behind and decided to embrace the future. To the point that she lost her noble phantasm. The moment Alter finished that, the whole area turned silent. Artoria's eyes bulged out hearing that. How on earth do you lose your noble phantasm? Is that even possible? It is, since she can't use Lordless Camelot anymore. She even forgot how her throne room used to look, as it is a key area for her noble phantasm manifestation. Alter said with shrug. It sounds more like reality marble. A male voice said as Rin, Amiya and even Iliasville was with them. The voice belonged to Archer, who manifested next to Rin. He gave his 2 bits when he heard about Morgan's situation. Similar but different at the same time, her noble phantasm used to be accumulation of her mastery over magic and crystallization of ambition of reaching Camelot. As it was a human place, it didn't allow a fae like her to be there, or something like that. I have no idea how it used to work, but she can't cast it anymore as she doesn't want to have anything to do with that place anymore. Alter explained what she remembered from the source itself. I see. Artoria softly said as she looked at the ground with disbelief. She has no idea where to look after hearing that. Morgan has truly and completely moved on. And proof of that is that the Fairy Queen can't use her ultimate weapon anymore. Such shift in personality. I have never heard anything like this happening. The Counter Guardian said with disbelief as well. He has eons of battle experience, but he never heard anything like this before, a servant losing his noble phantasm through nothing but mental state. Then again, someone like her never was summoned into any Grail Wars I have been to clean before. The Counter Guardian frowned internally. Fairy Queen Morgan never has been summoned before in any wars he has been to clean. Alea has sent him to many failed Grail Wars, and many times he had to clean aftermath. Several times over he even killed servants who survived the war and went on doing crazy things. Not even once someone of Fairy Queen Morgan caliber appeared. He would have known. After all, Fairy Queen Morgan despises humanity, at least the current state of humanity. The woman can hide it well enough. But Archer has keen eyes, and he knows how to read facial expressions. And Morgan's mood would drop the moment there is more than a few humans around. All the Counter Guardian can think of is that Morgan is being of Gaia and thus despises humans. That should be the ground rule, but Archer has to lower his hat at Ren for doing the impossible. For taming a great mother, the man knows his dream of reaching Avalon is an insane one, but making Fae Queen fall in love with a human and making her fundamentally change. That is an even greater achievement and an even more insane dream than his ever was. Wait, so that woman was the Black Madonna? Iliasville asked curiously. Unlike Rin and Amiya, she had no clue what the conversation was about. A sigh escaped from Archer's lips. He looked at Amiya. Explain it. She is your sister. You don't want her to confuse 2 distinctively different beings in front of your sensei. After saying that, Archer disappeared. It feels nice dropping responsibility like that on someone else. The redhead nodded at the Counter Guardian turned servant. Amiya quite dislikes the white-haired man. He just rubbed wrong to the team for some reason. Did I confuse her with someone? She is Morgan, isn't she? The one from King Arthur Legends. While Iliasville said that with a frown, she should not be wrong about this. After seeing the saber in front of her who shouted the name, Excalibur, and that another saber which looks exactly like the other one, is calling the pale blonde sister, she can't be wrong. She is Morgan but not the human version, she is the fairy queen Morgan from a completely different timeline, anyway. Einsburn. What are you going to do now? Rin quickly clarified before asking the most important question at this moment. I will be staying with my little brother, of course. The white-haired girl grabbed the redhead's hand happily. It sounded amusing how she, being smaller, grabbed the hand of someone bigger and called him little. I am kind of bigger than you. Amiya said with a twitchy eyebrow. Height is a touchy subject for him. So. I am older than you. I am 18. The girl proudly said that she is older. Amiya's eyes bulged out for a second, but then Rin snorted at her. Technically you were just born, your human body is not even 10 minutes old, Rin said with a massive grin on her face. Iliasville instantly frowned hearing that, the Twin Tails girl was right. Still, her mind is older. So. My soul is still the same. I am 18. The white-haired girl said with a huff. If you say so. Rin shrugged at her, not caring about this. After all, Einsburn body is still a newborn baby in her eyes, and nothing will change that. We should move on, Master and Morgan already are out of my sight. Artoria reminded them that Ren and Morgan are already gone. Right. Of course, let's go. Realizing that it is the truth, Rin started running towards where Ren and Morgan should be. Like hell, she will look like a slowpoke in front of her sensei. The rest of them quickly followed after, while the duo saber servants very quickly caught up to her master, beating Rin in the process. So, this is the Grail, doesn't look like one at all. Commented the last Tosaka, she was expecting it to look more cup-like. Yet, it looked like a heart forming into a cup, part of it was already looking like a cup, the other half looked like a piece of heart with purple crystals sticking out of it. Iliasville was not even here for obvious reasons, instead she took her little brother and went to explore the house with him. It is still forming, 3 servants' essence are missing, it started taking proper form when only 2 are left, Ren explained to his student. While Blue Saber standing next to him, slowly nodded, yes she remembered it perfectly fine that it looked like a cup at the end of her previous war. So, it's lacking prana. You could pour some into it and it will take the form of a cup. The girl asked after realizing that. Yes, only for regular Magus it would take couple years of non-stop pouring. The ritual itself is created so that Magus could follow the deceased servants back to Throne of Heroes to reach Akasha. The wish granting is just a bonus, a means to entice servants to accept the offer to fight the war, Ren explained to her to his student mostly. Nonetheless, King of Knights was hearing this for the first time as well, and she wanted to beat herself up to believing that wish granting cup is real in the first place. But, it still grants wishes, no? Rin argued. After all, Rin already has a fully functioning cup. In a limited sense, it grants wishes, in boundaries of current magecraft. After all, it was crafted by Magus, it was meant for Magus who will use it. After explaining that, Rin nodded while Artoria clenched her hand in frustration. This thing is an abomination. Master. You must allow me to destroy it. The blonde said with an angry voice as she looked at the half-formed cup as if it was her biggest enemy up to date. Not only do the creators of this Grail War lie to heroes of old, the amount of pointless destruction and innocent casualties it has already caused was immense. The last war even left scars around this very city. Not to mention now it being corrupt. The amount of things piling up. She wants to simply nuke that thing with her sword and be done with it. Sure, if you want, I will allow it, anything for my cute knight. He said that while gently stroking her cheek. The King of Knights instantly got atomic blush spreading through her face. Saber Alter snickered not far from them. She wanted to see what her master will do with another cup, so she decided to eat her burgers in Amiya's workshop. Chapter 40, Assault on the House. The King of Knights was once more humbled by her half-sister. First, when the blonde knight learned that Morgan can use Rangaminiad as magecraft and use it in all sorts of sizes. That was extremely impressive, and beyond anything she has seen. But, the true shocker which took earth underneath her feet was that she lost her noble phantasm. The blue saber was so taken aback, even ashamed. Morgan discarded over 2,000 years of her rule compared to Artoria's 20 years. Yet, Artoria could not accept her failure and tried even using different means to redo it, and even thinking different person taking it over for her, not accepting that her kingdom could fall, believing that it should stand for as long as possible. This was even worse when she heard from her counterpart how much Morgan has done to her Britain and how much worse were fairies from Morgan's timeline. To point that Morgan turned into berserker with caster skills. It was a humbling experience, learning how much Morgan has sacrificed and then just discarded all that. But, then again the witch simply got tired of all that and wanted to move on. Nonetheless, it was a much more powerful blow than seeing that her half-sister can use Rangaminiad like mere magecraft. I thought you will be happier than this for defeating the greatest Greek hero. Artoria snapped out from her thoughts and looked at her master, who simply appeared not far from her sitting location. Yes, she knows that he appeared because she felt his presence in the kitchen the next moment he was next to her. Haven't thought about it, much. My attention was somewhere else. Ren slowly nodded. His sabers are not the communication type ones, in other words, you either poke them until they tell you or you tell it yourself, otherwise they will keep things for themselves. So, Morgan, not having her noble phantasm affected you this much? Ren asked her as he took a seat next to her. Everyone asleep, well, humans, fairies that is, not servants, sigh. I should have known you will figure it out faster than you should. She said that with slightly narrowed eyes. She was close to pouting too. You are open book, all I need to do is to read from it. He shrugged at her response. Artoria huffed and looked away. Is it true that even after being betrayed constantly, Morgan still persisted in ruling Fairy Kingdom of Britain? The blonde knight asked while not looking at him, she still trying to get over the fact of how much her half-sister did to her people who don't deserve such a dedicated ruler. Indeed she did, it was more like selfish reason, as in, Britain is my property and I am its queen. Ren quoted his wife, who once said that to him. I see, even if it was selfish reason she still didn't give up. Even so, Artoria was impressed how long Morgan lasted with her rule. True, it did drive her mad though. He said while looking at the moon. I have heard it, a berserker lucid enough to be a caster as well, truly terrifying combination. The King of Night said with a slight amount of trepidation. Indeed, even when I summoned her as caster and pampered for several years it was not enough to fix what those fairies did. Fret not, I will have my way with them one day. Artoria gulped down hearing how cold his voice was. Is her master thinking of something insane? Well, he is Morgan's husband, and Morgan was insane enough to master Rongaminiad as magecraft. Now she was sure, he will do something crazy, sigh. Not that I can persuade you not to do something crazy. The blonde said with a tired sigh. We shall see in future, Artoria, for now, it's cuddling time, I need someone to hug. Wait, morning came and Ren's students went to train just like the day before. The changes in Amiya was quite obvious. The sorcerer's upgrades worked like charm, to hold more prana, the redhead's body was upgraded, enhanced as well. All that transformed into better efficiency in the forge. Ren's other student noticed the changes quickly too, even so, she worked even harder now, especially since she saw how to make proper and everlasting lightning elements from ancient magus from Greece. Not bad, you stored the element prana properly inside. The sorcerer praised his student as he inspected the gem filled with elemental prana. It was nothing. Rin humbly countered his praise, it was nothing. After all, she spent several days in past observing, watching the men working on his magecraft. The twin-tailed girl even felt like she has stolen the man's knowledge. It's quite shameful to a proud magus. Nonetheless, she still picked up that knowledge, as if she wanted to return to her time and stop being a ghost. No, this is impressive, you just did at least 10 years of work in a single morning. The black-haired sorcerer explained with a smirk, earning a gobsmacked look from the teen girl. Don't look at me like that, I only send you back 2,547 years, the rest was all you. Ren casually said the part of him sending her back into the past, he was more impressed with her achievement than his own. Rin could only smile at him, her eyebrow twitched for a second, she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Good, continue practice. Don't worry about the gems. With a hand wave, the stock of gems was back to full box. The black-haired girl dumbly nodded, seeing the gems, in her eyes, Ren was perfect husband material. Not only did he achieve the impossible of achieving true magic, he tamed an evil witch, has Holy Grail, and is an incredible teacher and a lord. Pity that he is married to an insanely powerful woman which the teen doesn't want to cross. While the girl was lamenting such loss, Ren was looking at Amiya with a thin smirk on his face. He just used his clairvoyance and found out that Amiya Shiro just crossed into the realms of EX servant ranks. With the possibility of becoming even a Grand Saber after he ascends to the throne. Some self-satisfaction started to rise in Rengut, he did this better than Merlin did. 120 high-class circuits did the trick, now to figure out how his reality marble will look like. Then I can call this holiday trip a success. The true magic user hummed to himself with satisfaction, now this is what he called teaching, making a teen into a real hero and what kind of effects he will have on the world at large. Yes, this Amiya Shiro will become a king, once Ren will leave this world, his student will become a complete powerhouse which will affect the timeline to the point that it will become a separate branch on the main tree. So, this is where you are, Saber. A proud male voice said as he lifted his hand and golden portals appeared behind him. He pointed his hand at a separate building in this Japanese house complex. The golden hero can sense another servant of this war in this location which is not Saber, he is going to kill it, leaving only Saber and that blue hound in this war. Very next moment swords, halberds, spears and all sorts of weapons rushed forward, shredding the alarm boundary field and slamming into the smaller building. Ha ha ha. Once dust settled, the blonde ancient hero saw a red-dressed white-haired man using his body as a shield and taking most of the weapons to protect his master. Quite durable mongrel you are. The king of heroes said with a minuscular amount of respect. Before motioning for more portals to open. Before he can do anything, warning bells ringed in his head as a greenish-blue tower was about to drop on top of him. Gilgamesh quickly jumped out of its path. Who dares? The blonde asked with annoyance. He was about to get rid of servant and someone dares to interrupt him. Mud boy. You dare to interrupt my beauty sleep. Morgan came out from the main building dressed in her sleeping clothes with slippers included. The pale blonde witch waved her hand once more, sending a torrent of bluish-green energy at the blonde invader. Gilgamesh gulped down, seeing the incoming attack. Who the hell is this woman? Why he is sensing a great mother of Gaia. This doesn't make sense at all. The king of heroes quickly used his gate of Babylon to summon several large shields in front of him, which took the hit. Even so, he needed to jump away once more. The attack quite literally melted his noble phantasms. Who are you? Why someone like you is even around in this time and age? Gilgamesh asked with an annoyed voice. Morgan ignored him instead. She was surrounded by the blue-greenish aura and several more copies of her appeared next to her. Each of them radiated the same amount of prana as the original. That moment King of Heroes knew he was fucked up if he is not going to pull out EA. Without thinking much about it, as in there was no time for that, a golden portal opened next to him, and the golden handle of EA came out. He was about to grab it. But, ghostly bluish-green chains coiled around his hand and yanked him away. No, Mudboy, we will be playing a game in which a queen punishes a bad boy who disturbed her sleep, Morgan said with glowing blue eyes. She looked extremely pissed and it started sending shivers down the demigod's back. While Morgan was throwing the unlucky demigod around like a rag doll, Ren walked over to Rin and Archer, who were the targets of Gilgamesh's assault. The sorcerer had a feeling it will be him who will attack. Nonetheless, the King of Heroes is quite annoying even to him. Even right now, when he wields 3 true magics, Gilgamesh still eluded his clairvoyance. All the sorcerer saw was that Archer is going to be attacked and that he will turn Rin into a pseudo-servant. Well, you haven't seen this one, did you? The counter-guardian said with a grin. Even though it hurts like hell, he was satisfied that something slipped past this magician. It seems so. Gilgamesh always has a trinket in his sleeve to hide from me. That moment Rin heard a body colliding with a wall. And now he does not. The sorcerer said that as he was now able to see King of Heroes with his clairvoyance. His gaze went to his wife, or this time it was wives, as he can see severely pissed of 5 Morgans. All of them had bluish-green like ghostly chains dancing around them. These were the very same ones he invented for Gilgamesh, more exactly for any vessel created by the Grail War. So, at this moment these chains were like Enkidu against divine beings. And Gilgamesh was at complete mercy of pissed of woman who has even enough power to level the whole continent without much difficulty. I kind of pity him. Archer said that as he started to lose his physical form. Gasp. Archer. Rin was about to use her command spell. Don't. It's a waste of time, it's not like I can beat that, Emiya said as he looked at Morgan, whose ghostly chain have coiled around Gilgamesh's ankle and spinning him around in midair like some lasso cowboys used to use before slamming down into the ground. Sigh. Fair enough, you have my thanks for assisting me in this war, Rin said that with a smile. While Archer only smirked before fully disappearing. Finally he was gone from these insane people. Well, that only leaves Lancer and Saber. Ren said with disbelief. Somehow Lancer lasted till the very finals. Why do you sound shocked, Sensei? Rin asked curiously. Because they die early. Ren said with an obvious tone, which confused Rin. Well, he is going to change that soon enough though. Anyway, I have a proposition for you, Rin, want to hear it? The sorcerer asked with a smile, which intrigued the black-haired girl. Okay, let's hear it. Only one more chapter left before this FIC fully caught up. Chapter 41, Ereshkigal. You want me to become a pseudo-servant? Rin dumbly asked. This was not what she has expected. Asking for a person to accept another soul into them, that's just crazy. Well, she should have expected something like that. After all, magicians already are crazy in the first place. You do have a chance to avenge your father, you know. Ren said that with a shrug, as he looked at Morgan, who slammed Gilgamesh into the ground. That blondie over there was your father's servant. He allowed him to die, even watched over when he died. Rin's eyes went wide and fury appeared moments later in them. Nonetheless, we can let Morgan finish him off, or you can do it yourself. How does it work? The twin-tailed girl asked sharply. If her body will be taken over, then she won't going to accept it. Not regular possession, that's just pathetic. Rin sighed in relief after hearing that. She should have expected that her sensei won't going to do something simple. I will fuse your soul with divine soul, creating a servant powerful enough to face someone like King of Heroes. Last Tosaka reaction to that was that her eyes went up to her browns. Divine soul, a goddess. If it's done regularly, then extremely high compatibility is needed between 2 souls. Since I have heaven's feel, I can influence your soul to gain more power in the soul fusion, Ren explained patiently to Rin. Meaning that instead of 30% yours is going to be 40% of your personality there once the fusion is done. In other words, you won't be going to disappear and your personality will heavily influence your new you. Rin nodded slowly at this explanation. This was a very enticing offer to become a goddess. But, this was not enough, even if she wanted her revenge against that blondie. Wait a second. I will become a servant. But servant needs a master. Inside her brain, she made a connection. There is only one master available right now, and it's the one who is offering this to her. Wait. Does this mean I will come with you to your timeline? Since I will become your servant? The black-haired Magus girl seriously asked him. Ren blinked a couple of times hearing that. This question came quite from a weird angle. Well, that's how it normally works, isn't it? The sorcerer said that while not seeing her point of asking that, it's common sense. Then I accept. Only with those conditions you said before. And as your servant. She sharply said, you're to make her point. Rin internally grinned, she might have a chance after all. Fusing with a goddess she will going to influence her. And she will have him. And achieve more than ever before she dreamed. If only Rin knew how silly Rin was, and why she accepted becoming pseudo-servant. But, then again, even with clairvoyance and 3 true magics he can't sometimes understand his wife, he won't be able to understand hormonal teenager girl. I agree with your terms. To make this even better I am going to upgrade your body the same way I did with Amiya. The last Tosaka nodded at him, she then looked at Amiya who was shell-shocked alongside the sabers looking at what Morgan was doing to Gilgamesh. We should hurry sensei. I don't think there will be anything left of him for me to avenge. Rin said with a grimace. Morgan was not holding back. At this moment Rangaminiad has been put on the King of Heroes. The teen girl never imagined seeing a day when Anchor of the World's layers is used as a torturing tool. Morgan is showing her mastery over the manifestation of it. Adding, removing, adding again its weight. It's like making the blonde experience the weight of entire reality for a short moment before removing the said weight. Rinse and repeat. Right. I guess she just wanted to snuggle that much. Ren said with a sigh. Rin grimaced once she heard that. Morgan is the pissed for interrupting their SNU time. Realizing that he will need to use magic blue soon to reverse Gilgamesh death if he doesn't move with summoning. Now I wonder if it's Ishtar or Ereshkigal. Ren thought for a moment. He saw that it was Ereshkigal, but Gilgamesh is not the only one who can mess with his clairvoyance. Gently he lifted his right hand and slowly just above his palm a red circle manifested. This was a servant summoning circle used by everyone who participates in Grail Wars. There are multiple versions of this. Deeply in its code there are inscriptions of what kind of vessel is to be used, how classes are selected, what kind of knowledge is provided to the servant before summoning, all that can be inscribed, altered by the Magus who knows what he is doing. It's a ritual given a form, a program of prana which does its magic to pull a copy of a soul from Throne of Heroes, and inserts it into a vessel. All that is done in a simple circle drawn from blood. Only this time, Ren is not summoning a servant from Throne of Heroes. He doesn't need a circle to do that. His heaven feel is like him being the circle, or more like understanding the process to a subconscious level. He could summon a servant with flick of his hand, and with first true magic he could provide even more powerful vessel for said servant. Yet, he is not summoning servant. What he is doing right now is a sub-branch of the said ritual, a possession ritual. Normally humans can't sustain a divine spirit, that body will simply explode from excess energy from the very concept of divine spirit. That's why the human body is turned into a concept as well, the concept of a servant, turning it into a vessel powerful enough to hold a divine spirit. As someone who is a master in crafting vessels, Ren will be able to push Rin body to the very limit and draw the majority of goddess power out of it. It took him a fraction of a second to draw the circle though. While Rin could only stare with wide eyes the slowly rotating circle slightly above Sorcerer's palm. The true magic user motioned for the circle to move towards Rin. It expanded to its supposed size. The girl looked around at this with awe and curiosity. Soon enough she was in the middle of the circle. Moments later the circle started to glow crimson red and Rin started guiding the process. More like selecting and choosing the best compatibility for Rin. Just how Grand Order has shown, 2 goddesses have above 90% comparability with her. Yet, there is a slight difference in this percentage, as the current mental state of the host can influence the fusion, and the perfectionist he is, Rin will pick the bigger one for greater success. And so, once the selection was done Rin dived in to pick the best goddess for Rin to fuse. By diving, he went to a distant past where gods roamed the world. As he can time travel better than reaching the reverse side of the world. Diving more than 5,000 years to the past he arrived in Sumeria. His goal was not the civilization built upon rivers of Tigris and Euphrates, but the netherworld known as Kor. Ren heard a curious female voice. Interesting, a sorcerer. What can this goddess do for you? Time traveler. She quite easily discerned who Ren was. I have a proposition for you, goddess Ereshkigal. Ren said with a confident voice, which intrigued this bored goddess. Oh. And you think you can offer something which I would want? She asked with interest. I do, you want to see the world above, and I could offer you that, indefinitely. He quite smugly said that, which earned him a prolonged silence. The goddess realized that this time traveler came prepared. Interesting, do tell me this, offer. Now she asked with barely hidden giddiness. The deal was far too good for goddess Ereshkigal not to accept. She was bored beyond belief, with her authority not allowing her to leave the underworld. This offer was more like a blessing. All she had to do is become a servant of Miracle Maker and fuse with a girl who is extremely similar to her. Best of all, she will be able to beat up that arrogant prick king of Uruk. This was nothing more than a double win for Sumerian goddess of the netherworld. Let that counterpart of hers roam the skies of this boring world. Ereshkigal is going to the future and different timelines with a Miracle Maker. And so, she accepted the offer with little to no thinking. This was no-brainer for the goddess. Once the fusion started, Ereshkigal started to take in Rin's memories, and so did Rin. Normally a human being would quite easily lose itself when taking in a goddess' memories, only the difference this time was Rin's soul has been severely buffed up to take such massive amounts of memories from a divine spirit. And so that fusion was not one-sided, and Ereshkigal and Rin became Lancer-class servant Ereshkigal. Light of servant summoning has settled down. It was quite bright and attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity. One of Morgan's clones curiously turned around and looked at the source. She felt the shift in air. As the highest being of Gaia, nothing eludes her when she is on guard. And so she knew that her husband was doing something, and it turns out he summoned a goddess as servant. The woman was somewhat conflicted by this, yet same time amused, a goddess reduced to a mere servant. Only her husband would show such respect towards divinities. Well, I appears you will have some more use to us, mudboy, Morgan said with glee as she realized that a Sumerian goddess was summoned. There is a chance that they will see something entertaining at the end of their vocation in this timeline. Gilgamesh could only groan for an answer. He was utterly destroyed by this woman. He has no idea who this witch is, but he started to fear her. How on earth does something like this even exist? Morgan leaned forward and picked King of Heroes up by his hair. Since the upper portion of his armor was long ago turned into dust, there was nowhere else where she could pick him up. Then she started to drag him towards where this new servant manifested. The blonde demigod could only groan from pain being dragged through the ground. What was that? Amiya asked curiously. His attention was pulled away from seeing how his sensei's wife was beating up this blonde intruder. It was surreal and an eye-opener in how dangerous Morgan can be. It appears another servant summoning. Did Master finally decided to use Heaven's Feel original purpose? Saber Alter said from the side. She was observing with satisfaction in how Morgan was beating someone up and not her this time. Then of course she saw a familiar light of servant summoning. The timing is off, most of servants are gone, and Archer is gone now too, that only leaves me and Lancer. What is the purpose of this summoning? King of Knights reasoned with them after hearing about servant summoning. You asking for a logical explanation for a magician's behavior? Come now, other me, are you asking me that? The fallen knight asked with a raised eyebrow. She had the look which said, are you for real? Fair point, let's go and see what Master has summoned. Ren looked with satisfaction at what he has seen. He only did this once before with Lancelot's vessel, but this time it was even better. He used his master's gaze and looked at the pseudo-servant in front of him. Class skills. Magic resistance, B. Territory creation, A+. Divine core of the goddess, A. Noble phantasm. This is the last chapter one got. When I am going to update next? No idea. Shrug. Chapter 42, Standoff of Sumerian Myth. Here is a chapter, maybe going to write another tomorrow or the day after depending on the mood. Strength, EX. Endurance, A++. Agility, EX. Mana. Luck, EX. Noble phantasm, expersonal skills. Charisma of thirst, B. Protection of the lake, A. From the ends of the world, A. Gaia's champion, EX. Alea's champion, EX. What is my husband's is mine too, EX. And what's with that skill? She can access sensei's items. That's cheating. Ereshkigal pouted seeing so many EXs in the Noble Phantasm section. Thanks to some ability developed through nothing but marriage vows. So, that's how human-turned pseudo-servant looks like. Interesting. Morgan said as she walked over while dragging the blonde king through the ground. You are quite powerful now, aren't you? We can test your strength on him. The pale blonde fairy queen released her hold on the ancient king of Mesopotamia and dropped him on the ground. The golden king groaned from pain as he landed face first into the ground. Sensei. Ereshkigal looked at Ren before she does anything, waiting for his confirmation. Sure thing, do whatever you want. This was one of the reasons why I made you into a servant. Ren shrugged at her while saying that. The Sumerian goddess turned servant nodded before walking forward, out of the summoning circle and to face Gilgamesh. While the pale blonde fairy queen walked over to her husband's side, her clones were already gone. Once she was there, Morgan started snuggling while looking at the impending battle between two powerhouses from Sumerian myths. Only that, well, Gilgamesh was half dead. Master. What's going on? What happened to Rin? Why do I sense that she is a servant? The pale blonde fallen knight asked her master with a confused look. The same was with her counterpart. The king of knights was feeling that Rin was a servant and that she was not summoned by the Grail. The feeling she got from the new blonde servant was unique. While Amiya looked at Rin with disbelief, he can't understand what just happened, this change was so fast. He just talked with Tosaka this afternoon and now she looked nothing like before. Dressed in a black gothic dress, some of the dress pieces were highlighted by pure gold and she had a black cloak. Is that a birdcage she has on her hip? What kind of servant is she? I never heard that it's possible to turn into a servant. Amiya thought about this change while looking at Rin. Well, someone who should be Rin, but this was not Tosaka anymore. Because she is Lancer-class servant, Ren said that very simply, he was very much satisfied with this summoning, he summoned Ereshkigal as servant. Something like this was possible only in singularity when the laws of the world are blurred. Ren has no clue how Chaldea summons their servants, but one needs several true magics to make Ereshkigal summoning happen. Even the sorcerer only was able to summon her, because he knew what to say and he could seamlessly utilize all of his true magics at the same time, and his understanding of root helped him. All he can think about is that Chaldea can only summon their unique and impossible servants through interactions they have in singularities and lost belts. In other words, they rely on Ritsuka Harem protagonist EX ability to make the servants interested in assisting humanity, and once summoning is happening, which is random by the way, the last and only master of Chaldea summons the servant which was persuaded to be summoned after the singularity. Quite sneaky way. Why use the hero's possessions or true magic? Just persuade them to join and accept Chaldea's call. You turn Tosaka into servant. Is that even possible? King of Knights asked with a wide-open mouth. Ask her, she can answer that for you, Morgan said with a smug tone towards her younger half-sibling. The fairy queen won't going to tell the detail of what kind of servant has Tosaka become. The witch words made blonde knight shut her mouth and frown. The saber of the fifth war should have known that something like this would happen, her master would do something outrageous on a whim. Now she wonders if something more outrageous can happen. No, I should stop thinking in that direction, otherwise master will pull something out just to confirm it for me. For sake of her common sense, Artoria decided to stop thinking about what kind of servants her master can pull out from Throne of Heroes. The British king didn't even realize that her master can summon beings not even from Throne of Heroes, it has not even crossed her mind. What servant is she? Her parameters are off the charts. Saber Alter asked with wide eyes. The fallen knight looked at Ereshkigal parameters, more specifically at personal skills and class skills. Those can't be altered on a whim by her master, so they are what she is most curious about. You can read her name, can't you? What's the point of asking? Morgan asked with eyes rolled as she was slightly annoyed for being disturbed like this. Again. Unlike you, I don't get direct assistance from Gaia or Alea, no one gives me knowledge on unique servants like Tosaka is now. Saber Alter said frown. She nearly pouted for not getting buffs and benefits like Morgan got from pair of primordial beings. All that because Morgan got a ring on her ring finger. That's so absurd that Saber Alter nearly stomped out from the church where the whole marriage happened. Alea and Gaia directly blessed Morgan after that whole thing. Fine. Ereshkigal is the Sumerian goddess of the netherworld, happy now. Let me snuggle with my husband and watch this entertainment. The fairy queen explained quickly before returning to snuggling with her husband. Sumerian goddess? Master, you stuffed a literal goddess into Tosaka's body. The fallen knight asked with wide eyes. This was new. It's one thing to have access to Throne of Heroes where human heroes are stored, but summoning a goddess and stuffing into a human body and then turning into a servant. While Saber Alter just looked at Rin, who turned into a servant, a deep curiosity started to manifest in her. The fallen knight wonders how truly strong is Ereshkigal. On the other hand, King of Knights had a twitching eyebrow. Here it is. It did turn into something outrageous. The blonde knight lamented how quickly her guess proved right. It seems to summon regular servants became a boring thing, as the more outrageous it is the better. Indeed, both of my students should be something amazing, isn't right, Amiya? The minimum requirement is either becoming some sort of divine being or someone capable of slaying it. You planning to make all of your students some sort of monsters? Even the ones in Clock Tower? The fallen knight asked with some sort of trepidation. She doesn't even want to know how the planet will look with such monsters running around. Snort. Don't be ridiculous, I'm never going to turn anyone into anything if I can't control it some way, Ren said with an eye roll. He was disappointed that his knight thought he will do something like that. Both sabers sighed in relief. The fallen one only cared that it can get out of hand and her master will pay less attention to her, while the King of Knights, of course, thought about commoners and their well-being. It would be interesting though, another age of gods, only this time it's humans who turned into gods. It would be an interesting sight. While Morgan casually thought about such development, it would be an interesting experiment in her eyes. I doubt our sponsors would like that, and you are not that good at babysitting, Ren said with an amused tone. The idea had some merit, but his gaze is towards a different direction, not where gods used to exist. True. It would be bothersome to teach how to behave and how to maintain stability in the world. Realizing that it will be more tedious than it's worth it, Morgan decided this train of thoughts is not worth it. They should better look at the so-called battle in front of them, as it would seem Gilgamesh regained his bearings. Ereshkigal walked forward and looked at down blonde King of Uruk. Her eyes that moment turned golden and rage started to surface. She has decided that she will drag this piece of filth to the darkest reaches of Kor. And since her master is the champion of both Gaia and Alea, none of the restrictions apply to her as well. Meaning that she can manifest Kor around her. You won't be going back to Throne of Heroes. The blonde lancer thought to herself, before citing to herself, still I will have to do with a mere copy of you. Why you filthy mongrels? Gilgamesh said with pure hatred as he slowly got on one knee. Are you talking about yourself, Gilgamesh? Last time I checked half-bloods like you are called mongrels. Ereshkigal said with a curious look. Ouch, that one burn. Ereshkigal heard her master grimace from this burn. There were some snickering and laughter coming from the Pendragon side too. Only except the King of Uruk didn't find this amusing at all. With all that pain from the previous beat-up forgotten, the oldest hero in the world was shaking from fury. Except this time it was not blind fury or anything like that. You. I am going to enjoy killing you. The blonde king said that while lifting his hand and Gate of Babylon activated, a clay jar dropped into his palm. The King of Uruk opened it and pulled out whatever was there inside. It looked nothing more than a root of some sort. The servant of Spear looked at him with curiosity. She could not sense anything from this thing. Not that it was around for long, as Mesopotamian hero just eaten it with a few bites. The next moment most of Gilgamesh injuries healed as if time magic was cast on him. King of Heroes that moment got on his feet, inspected himself for a moment before showing a feral grin to Ereshkigal. You had a chance to finish me off, right there, but you chose not to. There won't going to be a second chance, mongrel. The blonde king said with an arrogant tone as the Gate of Babylon opened behind him and the weapons of all shapes started to come out. Each of them were pristine and priceless looking. You got something wrong there, Gilgamesh. I have decided that I am going to drag you to Kor personally, with my bare hands. Ereshkigal that moment summoned a birdcage into her hand which started to reshape itself, growth in size, becoming as large as the servant which was holding it. Forming into something similar to a lance or more like a double-bladed sword. Answer my call, Meslamtia. As Ereshkigal said that her weapon fully formed in her hand. Kor. Meslamtia. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh started laughing hearing that. It was a laugh that sounded like half insane and half amused. To the point that he has put his hand on his face. Until the laughter ended and the King of Uruk looked at the blonde lancer. Interesting. How interesting. Not only I am going to kill Tokiomi spawn but Ereshkigal as well. For this. Gilgamesh retracted his weapons, and instead summoned a golden key. That moment the blonde king didn't see a massive smile on Ren's face. I am going to kill you with everything I have. I am going to drown you in my treasures. As King of Heroes said that he used the key to open something. Massive amount of portals opened behind him. There were so many of them that the backyard of Amias was bright as if it's daytime. King of Heroes has fully opened his treasury this time. Chapter 43, Aftermath of the Standoff. Here is the chapter. The conclusion of the battle. You shouldn't bother with him. There is no way a servant could face a sorcerer, no matter how great one legend is. The hero from Ireland manifested not far from the fake priest. We talking about King of Heroes, Lancer. Sword of Rupture and Enkidu should be more than enough to deal with a witch and two King of Knights. The fake priest spoke with certainty. He after all witnessed Gilgamesh power in the Fourth War, completely ignoring the whole sorcerer part altogether. What can those do to someone who wields miracles? Anyway, I will be waiting for the results since there is nothing else for me to do. The Hound of Ulster said that as he turned into his spirit form to conserve the prana of his master for that golden prick. As a massive amount of weapons started to descend on Ereshkigal, the blonde lancer tapped with one of her heels at the ground and all of her surroundings started to burn in crimson. With simple motion of her foot, the goddess of Netherworld summoned her domain. Pillars of rocks rushed from the ground to create a wall in a fraction of a second. Moments later all the weapons collided with stone pillars. What shocked the King of Heroes was that the stone pillars captured all the weapons. This shows that Ereshkigal used an enormous amount of prana in creating this stone wall. A few seconds later the goddess-turned servant appeared on top of the pillar and looked down on the blonde king from Uruk. Welcome to Kor, King of Uruk, in here I am omnipotent. The blonde said with a grin. Her golden eyes were glowing with fury. This is impossible. How can you summon the Mesopotamian underworld in Japan? Gilgamesh looked around with wide eyes. He was missing something here. Where is Gaia's and Alea's presence? Why are they allowing a goddess to summon her domain like that? By asking my masters for permission, of course. You are quite dumb, aren't you? Well, I guess you haven't matured yet. Ereshkigal had a thoughtful look for a moment before focusing back on dealing with fellow blonde in front of her. TSK. This was bad for Gilgamesh. Once you are in core, you are not getting out of it, at least without a fight. The blonde lancer pointed her hand and birdcages started to come out from earth around the blonde king. Lightning was crackling inside of them. The king of Uruk quickly jumped away, but the birdcages simply followed him. Once again the Mesopotamian hero clicked his tongue. He can't shoot his weapons without care in this situation, simply that he had limited prana, and he already sensed that Kirai used a second command seal on him as a power source. He can't play games anymore, so he decided to use Chains of Heaven and then shower the netherworld goddess with anti-divine weapons. Yet, Gilgamesh's eyes went wide when he felt that he lost connection to his treasury. This was such a massive shock to him that he forgot that he was mid-jump and landed on his stomach. Even Ereshkigal stopped summoning her birdcages as she saw the oldest hero in the world lose his balance and drop on his stomach. It was very unkingly of him. Do you need help? I was in the middle of something here. The blonde goddess turned servant asked the fellow blonde. Who did this? Who took my treasury? Gilgamesh furiously looked around. His gaze eventually ended up on Ren, who curiously was holding the golden key-like thing. You. Do you know what are you holding? How dare you? The ancient king furiously said that. Forgetting for a moment that he was in a life and death situation, that he was in core and the person who was holding his key was not. Eresh, sweetheart, why don't you just end this? It's late evening and I am kind of tired and want to sleep, Ren said that while ignoring the pissed-off king of Uruk. Why yes, sensei. Sorry. I got carried away there. The blonde lancer quickly got embarrassed there. She can't believe how easily her sensei got under skin like this. Control yourself, Ereshkigal. You are a goddess now. The goddess-turned servant shook her head before looking back at Gilgamesh seriously. She tapped with her heels on the ground once more and several more birdcages came out from the ground surrounding the ancient king. The Mesopotamian hero looked around with grimace and panic this time. This was very bad. Damn, damn, damn. Kirai used one of the command seals to summon me back to the church. Gilgamesh tried to contact his master, but to his horror, something or someone was interfering in the connection he had with his master. Told you, didn't I? No one can escape core, and you Gilgamesh will be staying here for a very long time. I suggest reflecting upon your actions. Ereshkigal said that as she started to spin her weapon above her head. Lightning was crackling and power was building up rapidly. That moment Gilgamesh knew that the blonde lancer is about to use her noble phantasm on him, while he had no weapons, no treasury, even his armor chest piece was broken. Damn, you. Kor Kaigalir Kala. Crimson flames and lightning from the cages exploded. That moment Gilgamesh was dragged into very depths of underworld, leaving nothing behind. The next moment core around Ereshkigal disappeared, looking like nothing has happened around in Amiya's backyard, apart from Gilgamesh's original attack which destroyed the western type of house. The blonde lancer turned around with a proud look. She was very much satisfied with her work right now. King of Uruk is gone. The version of him which killed her father is in the depths of the Mesopotamian underworld. She would want to rip him from the throne altogether, but as much as she finds him annoying, the man can be useful with his treasury. Sensei. He is gone and never coming back. The blonde lancer said to Ren as she walked over to him. Good job, Eresh, and we got a souvenir too. The sorcerer showed the golden key as he started spinning it on his finger. Is that Gilgamesh's Babilu? The blonde lancer asked with wide eyes. This was incredible. The Gate of Babylon is one of the world's most powerful noble phantasm. It is, only the problem is I can't use it right now. You can say I have a small project going on now. The true magic user said with barely hidden excitement. Master, if you can truly access his treasury you will be able to use all the noble phantasm he has and then replicate them. As the fallen knight was saying that, she slowly herself realized what her master will be able to do with all that wealth. While King of Knights was thinking how quickly the greatest threat in the last war was dealt with, it was even hilarious. Yes, a lot of wealth. I get it, but now girls, I am going to sleep and I am taking my husband with me. So good night. Morgan grabbed her husband's hand and started pulling him back into their shared bedroom. We can discuss the fact that Sensei has the world's biggest treasury at a later time, Ereshkigal said casually as she looked around, realizing that her room is nothing more than a crater. She looked back at Amiya, who was spacing out at that time. Amiya-kun. The blonde lancer was about to ask Amiya for a new room to stay, but her old room simply reappeared where the crater was. Oh, never mind. It was obvious who did that. It was almost like a miracle. Well, it was a miracle. Thank you, Sensei. All she got from her sensei was thumbs up as he was pulled back into the house. It would seem Gilgamesh is gone. The contract simply disappeared, indicating that he was sealed off. The fake priest said with a frown. I told you that sorcerers are dangerous. You have heard of Kaleidoscope, didn't you? Lancer manifested in one of the seats in the main church hall. Of course I did. My point is why someone would care about this small-time failed ritual in other side of the world. Kirai said with an annoyed look, his entertainment is gone. How is he supposed to find something interesting to do? At least with King of Heroes, they could scheme something. Now Gilgamesh is gone, and Lancer is the only one left. And this stupid Hound of Ulster only cares about a good battle. He doesn't give a flying fuck about some battles. He is a Christian priest in Japan. Halfway across the world where most Christians are. Meaning there is barely anyone who comes to his church. Making his life boring beyond belief. Now that Gilgamesh is gone, I should just drop this stupid job as overseer and go back to executor. Now that I know what I want, I can enjoy my entertainment there. The survivor of last Grail War thought to himself, he found this idea more lucrative every passing moment. Lancer, tomorrow when sunsets, go and have your battle, win or lose, I don't care, Kirai said with a bored tone. Before starting to walk to his office, he decided to inform his superiors of his request to rejoin the executors, and send someone else to do this boring job. Hell, the next Grail War will be 50 years from now on. Fuyuki just turned boring beyond belief. Now you talking my language. The fake priest rolled his eyes hearing that coming from Irish hero. When morning came, Ereshkigal opened her eyes. There was a massive smile on her face when she saw sunshine coming through the curtains. Finally. With her own eyes, she can see the world outside. Never before she was this excited for such a simple thing. Yet, her sensei made it happen. She, the goddess of Netherworld, can see the overworld. The very same world which her counterpart enjoys every day, now she can do the very same thing. For eternity. Just thinking about that makes her extremely excited, to the point that she jumped out from the bed. What I should for day. Oh, this is just so exciting. Ereshkigal giddily thought about this. Before she realized that the war finals will happen this night. So that means she has a whole day, do something. Right. Sensei will be teaching Amiya stuff, that means I can be around the workshop too. The blonde Lancer put her hand on her chin, stroking for a moment. I wonder. I still should be able to use regular magecraft. Thinking for a moment, the blonde walked over and picked up some gems stored with prana. A short checkup later, Ereshkigal realized that she can indeed still use her magecraft, but her element has changed. This means Sensei has altered my attribute and element to fit with Goddess Ereshkigal. Sorcerers are a crazy bunch if they can do such things. Shaking her head for a bit, the blonde Lancer decided to go to the main house to get some breakfast. Another exciting thing she is itching to do. And that is food. But before that, she needs to dress up. Chapter 44, Concept Crystallization. Here is another chapter, another weird and baffling day when Ren is around. The blonde Lancer felt weird about this. She was here before as Rin obviously, but it felt new. Rin's memories make a very small piece of Servant Ereshkigal total memories, so for her, it's more or less something that happened some time ago, a fleeting moment. So, it was more or less a feeling that she was here before some time ago. In a way she was feeling nostalgic. While Ereshkigal was feeling nostalgic, Ilya followed them too out of sheer curiosity. After all, not every day a sorcerer is teaching. Well, not in this timeline. Ren's first course of action is walking over the forge and starting to inscribe something on it. What shocked Amiya and Ilya was that the way he inscribed, it was with nothing more than brushing a finger through the surface of the forge. Those, how did you learn them? Ereshkigal said that with wide eyes as she realized what kind of runes those are. I double-checked on them en route. When did you go to the route, again? The blonde Lancer asked with disbelief while the rest of the group went over to check the runes. Most of them, especially Morgan, had thoughtful look on her face as she inspected the runes. She found them fascinating. Well, it's good for Ren if she get even more powerful. When we were in the kitchen, I had to double-check for this specific training. Ren casually explained to his servant. What kind of specific training includes primordial runes? Ereshkigal asked with a flabbergasted look. Well, I needed them for something specific I am going to do. Think of it as a hobby, a side activity while I am on holiday, while at the same time I can teach these to Amiya since his affinity for regular magecraft is abysmal. Primordial runes will give him more versatility. Right, so knowledge for which Odin sacrificed his eye is holiday stuff for you? Ereshkigal asked with disbelief, and here she thought gods can be whimsical, her including, but this was above and beyond that. Not quite, I am not treating this as some casual stuff, more like a souvenir from a holiday, Ren explained to her as he turned to Amiya. Let me explain how this is going to work. The sorcerer got everyone's attention since Ereshkigal mentioned Odin's knowledge. This became fascinating, especially for Morgan and Ilya including, while the blonde Lancer pretended not to care much. Remember how you used Muramesa's noble phantasm? The redhead teen slowly nodded, remembering, ignoring limits. He has no idea how he used that noble phantasm without dying on spot, but that's probably Sensei doing something to make sure he was still alive after using anti-divine level noble phantasm. The extra step I took in that projection, Amiya said that while remembering what he did. Indeed, that moment you added a concept in that weapon, a weapon which doesn't have it originally. Ren words made everyone, even Morgan, eyes widen for a second. She looked at her husband with a calculating look for a moment. You telling me Shiro crystallized a concept into a projection? A gradation error? Do you know how insane that sounds? Ilya said with utter disbelief. Exactly. He was able to do that on the fly because he retraced Senji Muramasa's steps and copied everything he did. What I am going to teach is working on crystallizing concepts. Ren explained with an excited tone, making both Ereshkigal and Ilya want to take a seat for a bit after hearing that. So, you saying you going to teach him how to craft Noble Phantasm? The white-haired girl asked for confirmation of what she just heard. Same thing, Noble Phantasm is crystallization of hero's legend, but that is a very long process and is done how humanity remembers that hero. While this is different, we are going to use Amiya's attribute and element working through a forged to crystalline concept of sword. Ren said that while handing over a hammer with runes carved on it. For this to work, remember the process which created that projection, it's all about intent. The sorcerer explained to the redhead. Amiya nodded. That moment the teen softly to himself said the infamous words which will one day manifest as his reality: marble and personal skill. I am just a sword and nothing more. Chapter 45, Understanding of a Concept. Here is another chapter. Don't raise your hopes for a chapter over the weekend though. The forge by this time looked like something from a fantasy setting with those glowing runes inscribed on the surface. Even the fire was burning more intense without any extra assistance from outside. It's like the runes were empowering the fire just from being close. Eventually, the redhead started hammering the steel ingot. With each hit, sparks of different colors were generated and cracks of lightning manifested along the way. Well, this does it, doesn't it? With those runes, Amiya-kun work is at the level of divine now. The blonde lancer said with a sigh. Once again she is behind. The what now? That's impossible. Are you telling me he is crafting divine constructs now? Ilya asked with utter disbelief. How on earth did possible Noble Phantasm turn into a divine construct now? No, don't be silly, he is using steel at this moment. The forge does the majority of the work, but if you can give him a core of dying star and the concept needed, he could craft another EA. Ereshkigal told to Ilya, more like specified what she meant by divine work. Oh, I see, makes sense, so the forge is this level now. The white-haired girl slowly nodded before panic manifested on her face. This kind of bad, you know. Do you even know what is going to happen if anyone from Clock Tower hears about this forge? The Einsburn girl said with wide eyes as horror started to settle in. Clock Tower. You do realize that this is what you can call Odin's knowledge? The very same one which allowed him to call himself Allfather. I won't be surprised if divine spirits at reverse side of world will take note of this and will try to possess humans with hopes of learning the runes and reconstructing their divine bodies with this knowledge. Gulp. So, we just going to leave these runes here in the middle of Fuyuki's residential area? Ilya squeaked that out, realizing how horrifying the consequences can be if they do that. Don't be silly, these runes were bound to Amiya-kun. Sensei did say that these are his. So, they are only around when Amiya-kun is around. Ereshkigal waved the concern off. She has full confidence in her sensei, so she is not bothered. Instead, she looked at him, as after giving the hero wannabe the hammer he went to do this own thing on the other side of the workshop. And Morgan followed him right after. When did you learn primordial runes? The fairy queen asked her husband as she ended up sitting on his lap, the moment he got comfortable on the couch on the other side of the workshop. And the sound of forge? It didn't reach them. When Ren and Morgan built this place, they made sure it had all the accommodations. This breakfast. Turns out I can access the knowledge I desire, instead of just using it as extra support for calculations, Ren said with a nonchalant shrug. Wait. So you never tested your connection to the root properly? Morgan asked with disbelief. If it was her, she would have checked every possible angle, possibility, and use. You do realize that people with connection to root either go insane or incredibly bored, and I mean very bored to the point that they can kill humanity off for sake of finding out how counterforce will react to their blatant genocide. Fair point. I guess. I was too excited. So, how do you resist such an amount of information available to you and you don't use it? The pale blonde fairy asked him while leaning forward. Closer, Ren can see an extremely curious gaze looking at him with the maximum amount of attention right on him. I suppose not thinking about it. And you with Artoria can be distracting, so I simply forget about the knowledge and run it on passive mode. Snort. The way you put it sounds like some sort of computer which humans love to tinker with nowadays. Morgan snorted before using this opportunity to cuddle. It doesn't have form, the connection depends on the user. That's of course if one has enough understanding of how to alter this connection to suit its needs and not be overwhelmed, Ren explained to her as by this point he started stroking her hair with one of his hands while his other hand he pulled out the golden key. The fairy queen eyes went to the key. She was curious about so-called one of the greatest noble phantasm in the world. Can you access it? the treasury of that mud boy? She asked curiously. No. I can't. No matter what we say about Sumerians who used to play with mud and clay, their gods knew what they were doing with this. Ren waved the key, making his point. Then what's your plan? You won't going to leave this as it is, don't you? Morgan asked with a very curious look. Hearing how the key can't be cracked like this is a very interesting development in her eyes. Of course not, that's why I learned primordial runes, Ren said with an obvious voice as he pocketed the key and created another one. This one ended up on the table. The sorcerer slightly moved. To get more comfortable, he didn't tell his wife that she is in the way for his small project. That's a one-way ticket to sleeping on the sofa. Not that it going to work much, as Morgan would end up sleeping with him on the sofa anyway, but that's not the point of that. He then started drawing a circle around the key with his prana. It looked like he using some sort of glowing liquid as the circle was glowing. After the circle was done, he started drawing primordial runes around the circle. The whole time Morgan looked at this with bated breath, as this was magic she had never seen before, something from a different pantheon altogether. Moments later she saw the key simply turn into brittle sand, then disappear completely. What just happened? I felt some sort of magic being used there. She asked her husband without looking at him. It's what you call reverse engineering done through magic. You see, Babilu is hand-tailored to be used by one individual in its entire existence, unlike a sword which can change owners. Babilu can't. It's meant to be used only by Gilgamesh, end of the story. So instead I am going to reverse engineer this and will create my key and treasury the same way, maybe improve the concept a little bit, as his vault only has human stuff with some selected few items which he stored there himself. Once Ren finished explaining, he created another Babilu and placed it on the circle once more. Morgan slowly nodded, hearing that. This sounded very much how she recreated Rangaminiad, through nothing but magecraft, but what her husband is doing is a step further, as he is recreating the whole thing to be hand-tailored for him to be used. Does that mean you make one for me? She asked him. She moved her hand on his chin and gently made him look at her. Ren wanted to roll his eyes seeing her acting like a cute puppy, as that was the way she was looking at him. I thought you dislike whole limitless wealth, laziness, increasing noble phantasm of king of heroes. He said that with matter-in-fact voice, recalling what his wife said not long ago. Yes, I disliked, but if my husband is giving one as a gift I will gladly accept such a thing. She said that while snuggling more. Well, since you asked, Ren said with a sigh, it was obvious he can't say no to his wife, especially when it's something simple as the noble phantasm he was reverse engineering. Don't worry, husband, since you're giving me a gift I can help you get a Rangaminiad to add to your collection, Morgan said with a slightly smug voice. She knows how to pull her husband heartstrings. Ren's eyes slightly widened. Now she was speaking his language. With concept crystallization, he can recreate the lance properly. Alright, since I have proper motivation and encouragement, let's get this done. Once again the sorcerer went through the motions of creating and trying to understand the key through the concept of reverse engineering with the help of primordial runes and some tips from Root itself. By this point, the shed, which was holding nothing more than a few broken items, has turned into a workshop that even gods would salivate to visit. So that's how it is. Ren said that as he stroked his wife's hair. After several tries he grasped the concept. While Amiya can grasp through forge, Ren can grasp through nothingness. That was quick. Even faster than the hero boy. He is creating while I am breaking and learning from the pieces. I think my route is faster, dear. The sorcerer said with an obvious tone. You just trying to be humble, don't need to hold back in my case, I can feel your excitement. The pale blonde fairy said with an amused grin. Yes, true. I am very much excited. He said that while arranging his mind and memories for this specific crystallization. He lifted his hand and showed his palm. Moments later lightning crackled above his palm, space warped and lines started to appear. It looked as if someone was drawing, more like self-drawing. A few moments those lines started to take a shape. It started to look like a key. A futuristic key, a blue key with highlighted black lines. And so the Gate of Sorcerer was created. As Ren said that the key dropped into his palm. His wife curiously like a kitten inspected the key from distance. She didn't touch it, more like observed it. Well. Do you have some sort of connection to it? She asked him, not hiding her excitement. Yeah, like it's part of me. I even recreated the same abilities to seal portions of the vault, sorted for better and quicker use. In other words, one won't going to need mentally skim through the content of the vault looking for specific things, as they will be sorted out. Morgan nodded, hearing this sounds very nice, indeed. And, is it full now? Or you going need to fill it up yourself? She asked that with a thoughtful look. As I mentioned before, I slightly changed the concept behind the Gate of Babylon myth. That's what it took so many tries to understand. Ren explained to her as he inspected the key himself with his free hand. Once I understood it, I added a few extra words to the concept and then used fifth magic to give it the time needed to saturate as a noble phantasm. Thus creating upgraded version of same noble phantasm for yourself. Morgan finished for him as she looked at the key with wide eyes. Indeed. Ren stopped inspecting it and instead used it as a key. He pushed it forward, it looked like it sunk into space itself, completely disappearing, but he felt another connection forming with an empty plane of space. Moments later the sorcerer felt a drain on prana, quite an enormous one. He could power at least several great Grail War without break which was pulled from him. It was only a one-time thing though, as a few moments later, inside this plane of space weapons, items, food, clothes, vehicle all sorts of things started to appear. Thankfully all that was sorted out for him before it can become a mess. That's a lot of stuff. Ren said that as he realized that the pace of items appearing only increased with time. Well, there is a reason why that mudboy was that arrogant. Husband, now it's your wife's turn. The pale blonde said with a huff, she didn't hide the fact that she was interested just as much as her husband. Chapter 46, Another Gate. Here is the chapter. Right, so to make it hand-tailored for you, I will be guiding you and doing the majority work of crystallizing. So I will be supplying the prana. Since it's my noble phantasm. She said that with realization. Indeed, and once you run out I will be channeling through the connection we share. Morgan raised her eyebrow hearing that. She will run out of prana. Is that even physically possible for her anymore? Her current self already surpassed her original self from Fairy Kingdom of Britain by a landslide. The pale blonde fairy is not even including the skill she got through marriage, her prana reserves are constantly growing as she is fairy who is attached to a sorcerer of 3 true magics. Even so her husband says that she will run out of prana. This quite intrigued her in truth. Well, what are we waiting for then? Morgan said as she got comfortable sitting on her husband's lap, this time she was facing away and Ren was holding both of her hands. Frankly, it didn't look like they were doing anything magecraft related, it was more like another cuddling session, which happens multiple times throughout the day. The sorcerer brought her hands closer, it looked almost like he made her pray as both of her palms were close to each other. Alright, start channeling your prana, dear. Ren softly said to her. And the pale blonde fairy nodded at his request and she started channeling prana through her hands, and after that Ren was weaving the concept into it. Soon enough there was lightning crackling and space started to warp. Lines started to manifest looking like they were drawn. Moments into it, these lines started to take shape and form into a key. Unlike Ren's, Morgan's was more elegant looking, coloring was similar, only that it had the pale blonde's green color for its secondary while primary color, the majority of the key color was blue, just like the fairy's husband. Morgan slightly grimaced when she felt her prana reserve start to rapidly diminish, the fairy queen didn't notice that when Ren was making his key. Then again she can't put a marker on his prana, all she could tell was that he was using it. Who would have thought that creating hand-tailored noble phantasm can be this draining? Once she felt her reserves dwindling, they were rapidly refilled by her husband through their connection. It somewhat baffled her how quickly it was restored, the amount of prana she has easily matched that of a deity, yet it was resupplied in a moment of notice. Sure enough, the key was created a few minutes later, and with Morgan's calculation, she used at least 3 times the amount of prana a god-level being should normally possess. In other words, it's a ridiculous amount of energy. Then again her prana was the fuel for the 5th true magic needed for this crystallization. Another thing she noticed is that her key had some fey elements, like the handle was shaped like butterfly wings. The pale blonde fairy didn't know if she should be annoyed or amused that her past simply doesn't want to leave her alone. It does look beautiful, Ren said to her as he saw the key in her hands. Morgan internally sighed hearing that, since her husband likes it, then she will too. Now the difficult part, I am going to link your prana with mine, so that you don't die by activating this. The sorcerer seriously said that to her. Wait. Are you telling me that there is much more prana usage after this? And it's more than creation of this? Morgan asked with a flabbergasted tone. There is more? And it's more than the creation of the key? Well, yeah. All we did was give the concept form, next is vault space creation and concept activation. He explained to his fairy wife, who didn't know how to react to that. Since this is a completely new concept, yes it's new. There is no Morgan who has the world's treasures in any recorded history, so we adding this to the system. To make it even better I made it so that every single item in the vault is to be hand-tailored to be used for you. In other words, the concept is among the lines of World's Treasures of Morgan Ashwell. So, every single item will go through a filter that will alter them to fit with your preferences. Ren explained to her with quite a happy tone, as he was proud of this customization effect. Something akin to having a private garage that customized everything for you. I see. I don't know if I should be awed by the fact something like this is possible or flabbergasted that you come up with something like this. The pale blonde fairy sighed slightly while fully leaning into her husband. Why not both for my dear wife? He said to her as he snuggled and hugged her this time. Morgan enjoyed the affection for a few moments before returning at the matter at hand. Why don't we finish this, and then we can enjoy each other company? The pale blonde fairy words brought Ren back, who simply nodded at her. Even though the fairy queen said to him to finish, she was not ready for the floodgates to open, which were the limitless amount of prana which started to flow through her. She thought that the amount she had before was quite large, even absurd compared to other fairies, but she never realized how insane is to have no limits. Nonetheless, she controlled herself and didn't want to look pathetic in front of her husband, so she used the key. Just like Ren's key, her sunk into space too, and the next moment the pale blonde fairy felt the drain of her prana. Internally she gulped when she felt the amount of prana was drained from her. It was an enormous amount. Morgan understood why though. They were activating a noble phantasm which touches the whole of the world. Past, present and the future. All the treasures going to be at her disposal. Still, it's going to take time for her to get over that she has access to such a thing. She never was someone who relies on items. The fairy queen prefers her magecraft knowledge over material things. Even so, if her husband is making something equivalent to Gate of Babylon and if he can make one for her, then she will accept it. After the initial prana payment was done, Ren disconnected Heaven's feel from his wife's. That moment the pale blonde fairy felt the difference. If not for her husband, she would have died from prana depletion, as the amount of the energy needed could easily sustain the planet for several centuries. A horrifying thought. Now she knew why the noble phantasm was considered one of most powerful in the world. And then her husband took that noble phantasm's concept and hand-tailored further. No regular being would do such a thing, but then again sorcerers exist outside the norm. Thankfully she is a wife of one. Even so, the amount of prana which was used, even my 2,000 years of rule, I didn't gather that much. The fairy queen heavily sweat for a moment, remembering the drain on her reserves which were empowered by her husband's Heaven's feel. It was like trying to feed a black hole. Well, did it work? Ren asked Morgan after noticing her being quiet like that. The pale blonde beauty slowly closed her eyes and checked the space she is connected with. Incredible. Morgan was in slight awe seeing the assortment of weaponry already there. Her eyes scanned them, landing on one particular item. This noble phantasm acquired it. The fairy queens felt the power of these chains pulsating with power. The chains of heavens. She then looked further, seeing weapons radiating power and connected to her. Unlike Gilgamesh, who only threw weapons without being able to utilize their true potential, she felt a proper connection to them and can use their peak abilities as if they are part of her legend from the very beginning. It did, husband. You are one crazy person, Morgan said with a joking tone. I never said that I was not crazy. He shrugged at her words. You do realize that now I have EA painted in my colors or any other legendary weapon? She said that as she felt the sword of rupture just appear in her treasury. It appears you have skipped my mentioning that all of treasures will be hand-tailored for you, colors, especially colors included. Ren seriously said the latter half. Yes, colors are the most important. Morgan agreed with him. Good that we are on the same page. I am your wife and fairy, I am always on the same page with you. The pale blonde fairy said that with an arrogant tone. Indeed you are. Now that we have the gates done, we should discuss the names for these noble phantasms, Ren said with a thoughtful look as he looked at the ceiling for a bit. The beauty on his lap used that moment to get back into a more comfortable position before starting to speak what she had in mind for her gate. I was thinking to name it Gate of Camelot, she said with an incredibly amused tone. Oh, how she loves to include Camelot just for amusement's sake. You still harboring a grudge against Artoria's castle? Ren asked with an amused and even baffled tone. Not quite, by this point, it's like a reminder from where I come from, Morgan said with a shrug as she decided to taste her new toy. The pale blonde fairy gently lifted her hand and blue-greenish ripple appeared above her palm and a cup of tea slowly came out from it. Fascinating. She observed the noble phantasm in action. She calculated that the prana she used at this moment is very minuscular. All she has to pay for is activation of gateway. Very convenient noble phantasm and has quite low maintenance if she is to brush away the creation of space and activation of the gate. After checking her prana, she tried out the tea while Ren observed what his wife was doing. This is truly wonderfully tasting. The fairy happily said that as she offered the cup to her husband. The sorcerer happily accepted the cup. The tea looked like a broth, greenish even. He is not a big fan of green tea, is all about gray tea with him. Nonetheless, it's stuff that the world considers a treasure, so he has to try it out. It's quite good, not going to lie, never expected green tea to taste this good. Ren had to accept the fact that this tea was good even if not his favorite flavor. I know, the best part is that there are several different teas. I bet that they are from different cultures, the witch said with quite an excited tone. Well, aren't you sound quite excited? The sorcerer immediately noticed her excitement. I am. This is almost like a new adventure, tasting all the foods and drinks. She then got an idea. I know. Once we are back we should go on a trip around the world. We only went to some beaches over the past 3 years and that trip to Japan. The pale blonde fairy looked at him with some hope. Ren could only smile internally seeing her behaving like a human by this point instead of a fairy. Whatever you want, we can book a cruise or airplane, or even both. He said with a shrug. It was not an issue for him. Great. We can start planning this once we are back in our timeline. Chapter 47, Origin Sword. Ren inspected the blade Shiro just finished. He could barely control himself and not smile while holding the simple-looking thing. His theory, the whole idea of carving a concept into a weapon, has paid off. While he did use the red-haired teenager in this experiment, it was rewarding for the sorcerer as well as for his student. Now that he knows that it works and which method is needed to enable its activation, he can continue along this path. It's as I have expected. Did you feel it when you hold this sword? Ren asked him as he tested out the blade by swinging it a few times. It was an absurd thing, just by swinging the blade he felt like he was a master at arms. Almost like he possessed Lancelot's eternal arms mastery. Yes. It's like I become very good just by holding this sword. Is this what my magecraft is? His student asked curiously. You channeled your origin into this through the blacksmithing. There is barely any magecraft involved in making of this. This is more like pure smithing with some magecraft sprinkles on top of it. Simply put, your ability lies in the creation of weaponry. With this, you could create weapons with different abilities. All you need to do is practice. Ren explained to his student as he inspected the blade before handing it over to Shiro. Now that we have this part covered, I want you to try your new weapon out. Okay. As Shiro said that, he looked at his weapon. He does have his projection, maybe he could combine these two. Interesting. So, he did achieve it. Well, it's no surprise since the forge was powered by those runes. Morgan said that as she observed the weapon from distance. While it looked like a normal sword, she could feel some sort of presence in this weapon. This was the first time seeing when someone added its origin into weaponry. Combined with the boy's projection, he could easily arm an army with something akin to pseudo-noble phantasm. Is husband thinking to use the boy to arm? No. There is something else, he is planning something. With him having 3 true magic, I can't predict his angle this easily. Well, I am going to watch what will happen with this boy. With such abilities, he will be powerful, very powerful in future. Morgan thought about it as she looked at the pair talking in front of her. This spar is simple. Amiya will use his new sword while you Saber will test him out. And do take this seriously. He will surprise you. Ren said that to the pair in front of him. Don't worry, master, I never take fighting casually. Saber quite seriously said to her master. Her master simply nodded at her and walked away from the pair towards his wife and the other observers. Everyone gathered to see how good is this unique sword. Once he was away, the pair quickly took their stances. For this spar, Artoria is given a simple sword while Shiro is using his newly crafted one. For a few moments, the pair looked at each other, appraising FOT bit before the redhead lunged forward. Artoria's eyes slightly widened as she just witnessed her opponent utilizing perfect reinforcement. He didn't know how to use them before. Saber quickly blocked the strike and then went on her counter-offense. To her surprise, Shiro quite effortlessly parried her strike, before attacking her once more. Seeing that her attack is ineffective, the King of Night started increasing the tempo of her attacks, which once again surprised the blonde king as Shiro was able to keep up with her to some extent. Quite fascinating. He is like Lancelot with that sword, maybe even better. Since, when he is using that sword, he knows how to utilize his body to the maximum. What a powerful weapon. Artoria Alter said with slightly widened eyes. She was quite baffled that this simple-looking Western sword can do that. I think this would only work for a Miyakuen as his origin is sword, isn't it? With that sword, he becomes the very embodiment of the sword. Ereshkigal said with a thoughtful look. This is not bad. Not bad at all. Give the redhead some time and he will become a powerful warrior. He gets the maximum effect from the sword, but it works for others to some extent as well, Ren said to her from the side as he remembered holding the weapon. So, it's almost like Mystic Code. I suppose one could classify it like that. Ilya said from the side. She had her hands crossed as she continued to observe her little brother fighting Saber. He was doing not bad against a powerful servant. On the contrary, I believe it's closer to Divine Construct than Mystic Code. You purposefully forgetting that it was forged in a forge empowered by primordial runes. That alone gives this weapon unparalleled durability, probably even some side abilities. Morgan said from Ren's side. The pale blonde fairy already was leaning her head into her husband's shoulder. Right, the runes. What are you going to do with them? Ilya asked Ren. The white-haired girl is wondering what will happen to those runes in the workshop. They are for Amiya to learn and master. They are carved in a way that they only appear when he is in the workshop. I see. Ereshkigal smiled when she heard that she was right on the money with her theory that her sensei going to carve them in this specific way. Don't you think it's quite risky that these runes are here? What will happen if association going to find them when you are not around? Ilya asked with some nervousness. The city already is housing Grail Wars. Now there is primordial runes. You shouldn't worry on that front. I already checked the timelines in case something like that could happen. Ren said while stroking his wife's hair leisurely. If you say so. Well, that was impressive. What do you think, Saber? Ren with the ladies walked over when the test of the new sword was over. Amiya was on the floor breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down from his forehead. The teen was very tired after being beaten down by the King of Knights. While Saber, well, she had a perplexed look on her face. She was not tired or anything like that. She was more fascinated by the weapon used by Shiro Amiya, or it was something else that made him this good. She turned towards her master and started talking. He fought like a veteran swordsman who spent years on the battlefields. How is this possible, master? Did you send him to the past and made him train on battlefields? The blonde king asked him curiously, or it's truly just the weapon? If it's the weapon then it's quite unbelievable. Nothing of that sort. It's the sword he forged. How? An enchantment. Like the wind around my blade. She asked with more confusion. What he did is only possible because he channeled his origin into the weapon. As his origin is a sword, the one who holds the blade becomes a sword in the most literal sense. I see, in a way. If he becomes a sword then he can cut anything with his hand in that sort of way. Amused snort. Nothing like that, Artoria. When a person holds that blade he becomes an expert user of that weapon. The world around us makes it possible. Morgan explained with an amused tone. That's quite unfair to people who practice the sword their whole lives. Artoria said with a sour look. She realized that Shiro just skipped decades of practice with a sword just by forging a simple sword. I know. This is why it's amusing. The pale blonde witch said with a smirk. This was another moment where magic triumphed over the regular sword. In a sense, this was another small victory for her. Even though she already got over the fact that she is better, in the whole king versus witch thing, magic versus sword. It was nice to get reminded that her methods are better. Artoria simply rolled her eyes as realized that Morgan is still pulling her petty things over her. Is there going to be any more testing, master? Or we are done here? The King of Knights asked her master, ignoring the smug-looking witch. No, this is it for today. You can relax, there is that fight with Lancer tonight. The blonde king nodded at his words. Yes, she still has a battle coming up against Irish hero. Once the moon was high up, Ren went outside to finish the Grail War. Only Saber and Lancer were left. Siyu Chulin already was itching for a fight as he was projecting his prana for everyone to sense it. Amusingly or not. He has chosen a fighting spot just outside the church. It's either he doesn't care or he just wants to mess with Kirii Kodomine. Regardless of those things, it was an amusing thing. This is it, Saber. This is the reason why I accepted the call to be summoned as servant. A fight against a worthy opponent. No more nuisance from my side. My master allowed me to do as I pleased. Lancer said that as he took his fighting stance, there was a feral grin on his face. The Irish hero scanned the people opposed to him. His eyes eventually ended up on ex-archer's master. A chill went down his spine when he saw how different she looked. He had a bad feeling, a familiar feeling around this blonde girl. Why there is a goddess here. As Siyu Chulin said that he remembered all the bad stuff happened to him from certain goddess from Ireland. Hell, this one even had a similar feeling to it. Oh, relax, would you? I am not here for you. I am a pseudo-servant of Lancer class. Ereshkigal said that while waving her hand casually. I see. Saber, your master is mad. I haven't met someone who actively summons a goddess of underworld to be a servant for him. The blue-haired hero said that to the fellow servant of this war. Ignoring the pout from the blonde girl who has turned into a pseudo-servant. I know. I am the one who is contracted to him after all. Artoria said with a sigh as her clothes changed into her armor. Moments later she grabbed her sword. To the rest, it looked like she was holding empty air. You right on that. Well, it's not my problem regardless. Lancer said that happily as he lunged forward with his spear. Artoria quickly intercepted the attack. And started her advance as well. Soon enough their fight escalated to the point that the asphalt underneath their feet started to break. TSK. Just like before. That wind is annoying. The Irish hero said with an annoyed look. The wind around Saber's blade just pisses him off to no end. What? Are you giving up? We are in the finals of the Grail War last time I checked. Saber quite smugly said to him. Siyu Chulin just clicked his tongue. He knows well enough that even if it is finals or not, he won't be getting his wish granted. Hell, his wish already is granted regardless. All he wants is to fight, and the cup. That thing can get blown up all he cares. I know that well enough. That is why I am going to be victorious. Once again Lancer lunged forward at Artoria. Irish, you okay? Ren asked the blonde Lancer of his. Why, of course I am okay, sensei. The Sumerian goddess said with a bright smile. Her smile was far too bright. If you say so. The sorcerer said while his gaze returned to the fight in front of him. Ereshkigal then looked at Siyu Chilin. How dare he? If he survives this I will kill him myself. Chapter 48, End of War, Cleaning Greater Grail. Don't get too excited, I am opening my vault to release couple chapters, that just to make people notice about a plagiarizer Gilgamesh Babylon who wants to make money for my fix. You can find him on WN, while we bombed his fix the damage has been done. From the very beginning of this fight, Siyu Chilin knew he was the underdog in this fight. The saber he was fighting against had greater parameters than his ones. Not only that, but she could counter any tricks he was employing. Combined with her invisible sword, he steadily started to lose ground. Eventually, the Hound of Kilin was pushed back to the point that he needed to utilize his noble phantasm. Let's end this saber. While I am having fun, there is a limit to how much fun one can have before it becomes boring. As Lancer said that he took his favorite stance. He leaned forward almost crouching before dashing forward with impressive speed. The Lancer then jumped up and took a javelin throwing stance. Red prana exploded from his spear as he said the true name of his noble phantasm. Gibalg. The Irish hero threw the spear. This was a more powerful version of the cursed spear technique, far more powerful than simple thrust. But it was pointless as Saber knew and had a way to counter that. Just like the Irish demigod, her prana exploded as well and she started rapidly to charge her main noble phantasm. Siyu Chilin for a second smirked. Is she going to try to overpower the spear with her Excalibur? However, he was shocked the moment the spear smashed into the saber. Avalon. His eyes bulged out as he saw the spear simply bounce off her. Then her sword exploded with golden light. Oh, fuck. Excalibur. A golden beam consumed the entirety of the night sky as it was an upward strike, consuming everything in his path. The Lancer didn't even try to resist the beam, he simply smiled for a bit before he was consumed by the energy. It was quite a boring war, but it had its moments. At least he had some fun in the finals. Well, finals he reached by doing nothing. Regardless, a fight is a fight, and he lost. Once the blast has settled down. There was nothing left, Lancer was gone. He is gone, the Grail has formed, Ren said as he sensed how the cup had formed. We still need to fix the corrupted Greater Grail, Saber said to her master as she walked over to his side. She already recalled her holy sword. Pity that jump of his was the last one he will make, Ereshkigal said with a disappointed sigh. She was the only one in this group who wanted that Lancer to perform well so that she could kill him herself. There is hidden disappointment in your voice. Saber Alter said that while looking at the pseudo-servant. Maybe. I wanted this to last a little bit longer. The blonde Lancer said with a disappointed sigh. I suppose, with him gone the Grail War is over and this holiday soon will be over. Artoria Alter said with some disappointment as well. Is it going to be boring once we are in Sensei's timeline? Ereshkigal asked curiously. It appears the darker saber is as disappointed as she is. It used to be, but I have few ideas about how I will keep myself entertained this time. The pale blonde saber said with a mysterious smile. Oh, sounds interesting. The underworld goddess Curiosity got pinged there. While Shiro Amiya, who was in the background, felt a shiver. What were these two are planning? As the last fight was over, there was quite a bit of time left. Instead of wasting it, Ren went to the underground cavern behind the temple. This was his second time doing this, so he simply knew where he needed to walk to find the Greater Grail location. Ugh, this is just like I remember last time. It feels revolting. Morgan said with a disgusted frown. She got reminded how this was before. It was just gross. Her memory of that time is much more bright, as she returned to life. Now she remembered how it was bad before she was resurrected. Was it similar last time? Ilya asked as she frowned quite a bit. What she was feeling is quite disgusting and her senses are not as good as the Fey Queen. She doesn't even want to know how much the pale blonde witch picked up with her senses. It is the same, the curses here are weak, but to counter that weakness there are many of them. Mindless and quite pathetic, but once they are piled one on another they make quite a substantial effect. Morgan explained as they proceeded to walk into this cave for a second time. Though this time she was hugging her husband's hand trying to ignore this ugly sight. How are we going to proceed? You want me to destroy it with my holy sword? The King of Knights asked after hearing what Morgan said. It sounded quite detailed and quite dangerous. Nah, I am going to cleanse it and then take it for myself. We can use this to make Grail War games or something. I know my servants get bored of just killing dead apostles. So Grail-like wars are great alternatives. This would allow me to study the procedure in greater detail as well. That's a bad idea, / that's a great idea. The pair of sabers said at the same time, which made Ren and the rest look at them with amusement. Master, this thing is dangerous. If you take it for yourself, who knows how much chaos it can bring? The King of Knights tried to reason with him. What are you talking about? He is a sorcerer. I am positive he knows what he is doing. The altar said with a snort. She has been longer with him, so she is quite certain, and it will be more interesting for her if he brings the Greater Grail with him. They could have minor wars all the time. Simply fantastic. While the pair bickering, Morgan and Ereshkigal were thinking about all the possibilities of studying this thing. The underworld goddess is still Rin, so she still has her curiosity. And the Grail War was always on Tosaka's family's mind. So it is win-win for her. Fine, I suppose not that I can fight you, nor that I care about this anymore either. Ilya said with a resigned sigh. She lost the war and found that she has a little brother. Which is more important than some sort of a cup. Ah. I am the only one who thinks this is a bad idea. Saber asked with a shocked look. Everyone is sorta on Ren's side for this. Don't worry, you will always be my Saber, we can mix it up from time to time. Alter Saber one run, then you rinse and repeat. The sorcerer's words didn't make her happy at all. Fine, whatever. Worst case, I just use my sword to blow it up, Saber said with a grumpy voice. She was still reeling in that no one was thinking this was a bad idea. Maybe it's her trauma from the last war. Or something like that. Grail War equals very serious stuff in her mind. Relax, worst case I'm just from Rondaminiad from orbit. It would erase any enemies. Morgan said with a confident smile. I will pass on that. The King of Knights quickly declined such an idea. Making Ren and Saber alter smirk for a bit. They saw Saber react to Morgan's words. Yes, they all are crazy, why did I even consider otherwise? Internally she groaned from frustration. She decided just to roll with this and forget about it. If something happens she can always say, I told you so. Eventually, the group arrived at the flat and wide cavern area. There is a huge circle carved on it. The Greater Grail is hidden under this one. At this moment it can't access the prana the Lesser Grail has gathered. While it wasted the majority of energy it has gathered for the war. Ren explained to them that he was looking at the ground. So we just drained it while fighting our battles. Artoria asked him, she was still green when it was concerning the mechanics of the Grail War. Indeed, you can say interfere with the battle, It appears Ngramenu noticed us. It's preparing to summon servants. His words made everyone except Morgan start arming themselves. Master, will you allow it to summon someone, or are you going to cancel it? Saber Alter asked him as she armed herself with a single Excalibur. Morgan. Ren looked at his wife who simply shrugged at him. With the amount of prana it has left, it should not be capable of summoning a proper servant. A shadow of it at the most. The witch said while sensing the grail under her foot. True, since you could not face the Heracles you can face whatever this thing will summon. In the end, Ren decided to pamper his fallen knight who grinned at him. She used prana bursts to appear. At the front and face whatever will be summoned. A moment later in a self-drawn circle appeared a shadowy creature. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes and tried to figure out what it was. Eventually, he realized that this thing summoned Jean Alter's shadow. An Avenger, that thing most likely used itself as a catalyst, and since he had Artoria Alter which has a dragon trait. Be careful, that's the Dragon Witch, Alter form of Jean Dark. It has powers over dragonkind. Good to know. Saber Alter rushed at the shadow form with empowered prana bust. Her swing carried quite a bit of energy as the blade released a blast of black and red energy. The Alter was not holding back, with the amount of power her body holds she can practically spam overpowered techniques. The same can't be said about the Shadow Servant which was blasted into the wall of the cavern. While the one-sided beatdown was happening Ren looked at the ground. For a second he used his connection to the root and started to design an amulet. He decided that this time he will do a different type of cleansing. More like, he will find some use for all that cursed energy that thing still has. You are not going to pay attention to that fight? Morgan asked him as she sensed that he ain't paying attention. It's fine, it's a Shadow Servant, if it was the real deal it would have been more interesting. Avenger-class servants have few perks other regular classes don't have. They are quite freakish if employed properly. But this one, it's just a shadow. As he said that Saber Alter overwhelmed and cut the shadow in half. It was nothing impressive. Saber Alter's grin disappeared, she had a frown on her lips. She was just getting started but the shadow just died on her. See, nothing major. This is why I've been doing this. As he said, an amulet starter manifested in his hand. He utilized several known myths around amulets which hold curses. Using that as a basis he created a specific amulet that can hold all the world's curses. This was nothing quite an easy task, much easier than creating a custom-made Gate of Babylon. It was a simple black stone amulet on a chain. What is that? I can sense dark magic. Morgan turned her head when she sensed familiar energy at her side. A different way to deal with the cleansing. His words made her think for a bit before she understood what he was about to do. Oh, I see. Did the gate creation make you into someone who wants to collect now? Well, it doesn't matter, let's see what you will get after that amulet absorbs all the curses. Ren simply nodded at her before he pointed to the amulet and the circle, and it started to suck in all the curses from the Greater Grail. Chapter 49, Returning Back. Don't get too excited, I am opening my vault to release couple chapters, that just to make people notice about a plagiarizer Gilgamesh Babylon who wants to make money for my fix. You can find him on WN, while we bombed his fix the damage has been done. Ren looked at the pitch-black crystal attached to a golden chain. The black crystal was so dark it looked like it could consume the light itself, it even felt sticky to the touch. Not that regular humans could touch it, as they would be cursed forever and die in just a few moments. It was much easier for Ren, who just used his magics, to be able to touch it. So that's it. It feels like noble phantasm. Morgan inspected it with her eyes. She was standing behind her husband while using his shoulder to put her chin on it. It is quite amusing for the sorcerer how she is finding new ways to cuddle with him. Because it is. It's not difficult to attach some Zoroastrianism roots to this, as it already is in Gramenu, to begin with. Though it wouldn't surpass rank B on the grand scale of things. Not enough substance. He said that while starting to spin the chain around his fingers before he activated his gate and casually threw it into his vault. Well, at least you have a new toy to play with. Add some nice ornaments to it and you will have a nice gift to give to a nice person. The pale blonde witch said with a knowing smile on her lips. There was a glint of sadistic glee in her eyes. Indeed, you know it, darling. As he said that, he tapped the ground and the stone flooring started to shake. What now? Ilya said from the back as she noticed the shake. Amiya started to look around, followed by Saber. Only Saber Alter didn't bother, she already knew that the Greater Grail has no juice left inside to summon anything. This means it was her master doing it. A few moments later a white object started to rise from the ground, it was in the shape of an oddball. So this is what the Greater Grail looks like, Ereshkigal said with a curious and slightly impressed tone. To her understanding, this system was created with the help of two true magics. Something only possible in modern times. Though as a pseudo-servant with the soul of a goddess, her pride tells her that she could potentially create something equivalent to this. A goddess is still a goddess. Though she has no idea where to start this in the first place. Indeed. The hiding of this thing is not bad. Though if a rogue magus stumbled upon this he could take it with enough effort. Ren said that as he remembered the alternative timeline to the Fuyuki Grail Wars. The one in Romania to be exact. I could do it on my own. Morgan casually said it as she has few ideas on how she could carry this thing. I have no doubts you can do it. He said while turning around and pulling her into a proper one-hand hug. That moment ocean blue ripples appeared underneath the Greater Grail and golden blue chains rushed out and coiled around the Grail system and started to pull it into this vault. However, we are discussing the regular folk. The Fairy Queen simply hummed this point, she had no strength to say that they are weak and so on. She prefers this cuddle. Sigh. Only a sorcerer can call magus families with long heritages regular folk. Anyway. Since you took the Greater Grail my life has pretty much no purpose. Ilya said nonchalantly about her situation. She had a single purpose, which is a super major failure on her part, and huge oversight by her family. Why did they never consider an eccentric sorcerer with Fairy Queen for a wife taking interest in the Grail War? Just stick with your brother, think of it as divorce, you leaving your mother's house for your father's, Ren said with a casual tone of his own. That's a great idea. Shiro Amiya quickly agreed to that. He always wanted a sibling. Especially a younger sister. At that moment Ren looked at the future and simply smirked with amusement. Now, that situation will play out for the hero wannabe is amusing to watch for the sorcerer. Instead of answering, Ilya just hugged him. You are the best little brother ever. Ereshkigal and Saber looked at this with some amusement, there is that certain misconception between these siblings. Will they ever fix it? Though Shiro didn't say anything to Ilya he just sweat-dropped and decided not to comment that he was older looking. As this was happening the Greater Grail ended up inside Ren's vault. By this point, he did almost everything he wanted to do. It was nearly time for him to leave and get back home. At that moment a rainbow portal opened not far from Ren's location and an old man in a suit walked out of it. Right on the cue. First, one to react to this was Ereshkigal. Kaleidoscope. Yes, well. Should I can you Rin or, Ereshrin? Well, anyway, you have caused quite a stir. I send you on a vacation but you caused a civil war. The old man said with a sigh as he looked at Ren who was just looking at him. Did I? Unlike you, I can only see one line, you can see all of them. The younger sorcerer simply shrugged at him while saying that. That may be, but this line derailed so much that it became a branch on its own. Ren that moment nodded to himself, so he did that much. Well, whatever. I suppose it was a good enough vacation. Are you here to pick us up? He asked the older sorcerer who just sighed in annoyance. Is this how it feels like being annoyed? Is he getting back at it? You can see the future, you should know already. Yes, well, another true magic user can mess with that perception of what is future and not. I wouldn't dare. You have no idea how Gaia and Alea are acting all suspiciously around me when I send you to this timeline. I don't know what you did to them, but they all want you back. Morgan's reaction to this was the funniest one. She went all jealousy overdrive. She was feeling like her annoying mother started to show interest in her son-in-law that was just brutally annoying to her. Even if she knows that both of those are emotionless beings who only care about the planet's and humanity's survival, it doesn't matter to her. She is an unreasonable fae and that's it. Ren felt his wife's chaotic aura, so he stroked her back for a bit. Internally he was amused, though he did make sure she felt his attention was on her. This did help as she calmed down for a bit. Her reaction made the kaleidoscope slightly uneasy. He never imagined that Ren would reign in such a dark witch, but he did see her world after finding out about the Fourth War's results. He was quite uneasy allowing such an anti-human being to walk around through the streets. Thankfully it all turned out well. I see. Well, the world system just loves me. Just keep it at that. Ren commented on that before turning around and looking at the group. He decided to finish this and deal with a few remaining unfinished businesses. At that moment another Ren appeared next to Ilya and handed over a grail to her. Here, take this. It's an empty grail, it needs quite a bit of prana to be charged to be useful. You can give this to your family members in Germany to get them off your back. Oh, okay. The albino girl was slightly shocked to see this, but she swiftly adjusted. Ren's copy nodded at her before ceasing to exist. Then another one appeared in front of Shiro Amiya. Well, I will teach you the best and most important things over these few days. Just continue practicing what I taught you and you will succeed in what you wish to achieve with your life. As Ren said that, he handed over an item that made the team confused. Is this a special Rubik's Cube? Think of it as a grindstone to sharpen your swords. The sword-wielding teen slowly nodded. He still didn't grasp what his sensei said, but he accepted it nonetheless. Good, we will meet again. After saying that, this copy ceased to exist. Then the original Ren looked at his two new servants. All right ladies, we are leaving. Both Ereshkigal and Saber nodded slightly. This was quite sudden, but then again they started to get used to the randomness of this sorcerer's actions. What about the things I left in Amiya-kuin's residence? The blonde lancer asked him. Already collected it a few hours ago. Master, you use time travel. Saber asked him, though she was resigned, how he is abusing the powers he is wielding. Indeed, I can't just leave my darling wife hanging. He said that with an obvious tone. Ren was almost offended that she even asked him. Not that he could get angry with his knight. Though his words made the fairy queen snuggle into him more. I see. Ren just nodded before looking at the two remaining people as his servants walked over to his side. You two take care. Seeing that it was his cue, the second true magic user pulled out his gem sword and did a casual swing, opening a portal large enough for the group to pass through. I am wondering what has spooked that old man so much that he arrived to pick up so quickly, Morgan asked her husband as they ended up sitting on their favorite couch. The fairy queen was already cuddling with him once again. They finished settling in their new servants and finally can fully relax in a familiar environment. He sends us to that timeline to give more breathing space for this timeline. And he was quite right to do so, since I have slightly changed my mind. However, in the end, he took out a small fire so that he could allow an even bigger fire to burn everything. Unlike fifth magic which I have. I can see the past and future. My clairvoyance is far better than his. The one he developed allows him to gaze at alternative timelines for reference, making it not 100% one. Morgan slowly nodded. She continued to listen to his explanation. This means that it's not perfect and his gaze is quite limited. Simply put, his gaze is wide, while mine is singular, but it has depth. Truthfully, I prefer this way as it doesn't drive you as mad as the one which he has. I see, though you didn't say what you did in the end. I left a gift for him. Which is a timeline, which keeps him entertained, and keeps him on his toes all the time. Oh. Yes, I left him unhinged Amiya Shiro, the future king of caped heroes. Fufufu, I see. Pity we can't watch him squirm. Ren simply smiled at her as he recalled what he saw in that timeline. Amiya Shiro, surrender. You have brought the wrath of the entire clock tower. Do you think you can escape? One of the magus said with a furious tone. They all are hunting down the criminal who is showing magecraft to the wider population. That is a death sentence from the clock tower. This is good. You all are in one place, I needed this to be perfect, and this moment is just that. Everyone was confused. What is this man even talking about? At that moment the space started to ripple as prana in the form of lightning was cracking all over the white-haired man. I am just a sword and nothing more. I have crafted over 10,000 blades. Wielding them for the sake of saving the world. As I was taught by a sorcerer and blessed by an ancestor. Their fury is on those who cannot be saved. And so, I unleash them on the wicked. World-saving blade works. The very world at that moment was overwritten by another one. A world where no amount of magecraft can save these maguses. Chapter 50, Booking Trip and Attending Magus Business. This time around you should be excited as this FIC is back. This makes 3 actives fix, I am trying to kill myself, lol, but anyway, this one will be secondary and will be getting chapters in rotations with my God's Lair FIC, while the primary one is my ATG FIC, so this is the Clock Tower, Modern Mages. The blonde goddess turned servant and looked curiously around. Her Rin side was quite gushing about this place as she was thinking of attending this place after the war. Take your time, we are not in a hurry. Oh. My thanks, Sensei, Rin wanted to attend this place, so part of me wants to explore this as well. The Mesopotamian goddess nodded at Ren with a smile. I see, then do so. Though I am curious about how your personality operates. I know that it was a merger since I did so with compatibility in mind for perfection. She had a thoughtful look for a second. I don't know how to explain this in human words. The majority of my experiences as a goddess are blurred out as a human's mind doesn't need so much useless information. Core principles of Ereshkigal are kept which are merged with that of Rin Tosaka. What emerges from that is Lancer class servant Ereshkigal. So this means, I love nature because I never saw proper wilderness before, the upper world was always the domain of Ishtar. More or less what I thought, good, you will be pleased then, since we will be going on a world cruise soon. So you will see the entire world. Her eyes glitter in happiness as she realized what this means. So this is where Morgan and your sabers went too. The blonde lancer exclaimed. Now she knew where those left all of a sudden. They are booking a cruise. Indeed. Anyway, let's enter. He motioned for her to enter the room. What was inside was like a parliament or a senate. The goddess recalled this from Rin's studies, those memories sure helping her out now. It's already in session, so we are late. The blonde for a second felt bad for forcing her master to be late like this. He wasted time showing things to her. And because of that, they were late. Lord Ashwell. You are back. Don't mind me, continue. Her master motioned for them to continue. Though everyone was slightly spooked for seeing him back and seeing her. Do they realize what I am? This, Lord. Oh. Is it something related to me? He asked curiously. Sure enough, they saw his eyes turn pitch black. He was gazing at the timeline. From the looks of it, everyone started to sweat buckets. Naughty naughty, humans always do something naughty behind one's back. Especially Magus people. Call Rhaenys. It appears you people tried to take Archibald's wealth without my consent. Ren said with an annoyed tone after stopping with his timeline gaze. But Lord. She is just a child. Such resources should be split evenly. And when she is of age we can return it. One of the lords said with a sweaty forehead. He is trying to weasel through this. Would you? Asterisk. Would you return the properties you take from Archibald's family? Ren asked with a serious tone as he leaned into his throne. One could see his eyes were nearly glowing. Ereshkigal could sense sheer dread coming from the fellow lord who was at the forefront of her master's gaze. This, well. Don't lie to me, it's pointless. I would. With some consideration and a trade. The lord said with a stuttering voice. Then no. Lord Archibald was part of my political party, so his property remains where it is. Lord Ashwell, you can't decide so arbitrarily. Oh. And what are you going to do about it? Want a duel? Ren proposed with a friendly tone. Ereshkigal grinned for a second, as she saw how Sensei is messing with these uptight Maguses. She could see the opposing faction pale. On second thought. Yes. You should rather reconsider. In the meantime, can someone call Rhaenys for me? Can't you just use your time power thingies and do it yourself? The blonde lancer asked with a cheeky tone via their mental connection. Yes, but this time around I can make them squirm until she comes here over. He said that with an amused tone, as he turned his gaze to her and smiled. Of course. One moment, Lord Ashwell. One of the Magus just rushed out to be an errand boy for her master. In the meantime tell me what is going on. Didn't you just use your true magic to figure this out? I did, but I have no idea if you all figured this out. Ren motioned leisurely as he summoned a cup of tea from his gate. After all, you might have done this wrong and done this pointlessly. Now he was treating them as if they were idiots. Fine. After you left somewhere, Lord Archibald was assassinated in his suite. A soft sigh escaped from her master's mouth. Truly, I was the only one who was prolonging his life. The moment I left this timeline, his life expired. The rest were quite clueless as to what he meant. Don't mind me, one can't have perfection everywhere. Once again he mumbled something to himself before motioning to continue. Investigation turned up without clues as to who did it. This is quite self-explanatory who did it, Ren said with a lazy eye roll. It is. Yes. His fiancée was cursed by his lancer when he was part of the Holy Grail War. His fiancée fell in love with D'Armwood, who had his love spot. You might not know, but Lord Archibald left the war quite quickly. His fiancée didn't like that her lancer died like this. Everyone looked at each other. From the looks of it, a bunch of people knew what went down, but they pretended not to know. Now the sorcerer is back and whatever scheme they have just got destroyed. He, let's see what they do now. The goddess internally giggled at the expressions everyone had. For advanced chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 51, End of the Meeting, Deciding on a Servant. It was far too quick and sudden for Rhaenys El Meloy Arcasord. One day she was part of the branch house of El Meloy, next day she was the heiress of El Meloy main house. Before she could even react, people were already fighting over her family's wealth. When she was about to think of something, she was called by one of the wizard marshals. This was where she was nervous. As far as she knows, her brother was associated with the first magic user. So she has no idea what will happen. Those true magic users are eccentric, to say the least. She won't even think it's strange that he has decided to strip all her family wealth and make her work from the bottom to climb back up just to see if she is capable. Maybe that's just my anxiousness making things up. Once she was in the Parliament-like hall, she could see him sitting there like a king, though they aren't supposed to have a king. Her eyes went to the blonde girl standing next to him. This girl had red eyes, which radiated power. This was not a regular human. A servant. Didn't he contract the fallen version of King Arthur and Morgan? Those two are exceptionally powerful in England. You wish to see me? Lord Ashwell. The blonde magus girl greeted him like a proper lady with a small bow. Yes. Since you are underage, Clock Tower wants to strip you of your inheritance. So, instead of allowing this to happen, I am giving you a chance. If you can run your family as it is for a couple of months, you can keep your assets. If you fail, I will strip them. I understand. I will try my best. Good. Let's see how you will navigate these treacherous waters. He said with a smile. This made Rhaenys gulp nervously. Lord, can I have some sort of help? It's your choice. If you can get someone to help you run things, then do it. He casually shrugged. The true magic user didn't care about her methods. Then I have someone in mind. Good. Yes, she has a certain someone in mind, Waver Velvet, the same one who stole her older brother's catalyst and participated in the last Grail War. She then decided to ask something important. And, who murdered my older brother? His gaze went to the side. Rhaenys followed his gaze. She saw a red-haired young adult look nervous. Sophia Rhee family. But. The girl's brain quickly caught up. She realized something. The Lancer of last Grail War had a love spot curse. You are smart enough to know what this means. His explanation was the last bit of information needed for her to fully connect the dots. If this is the case, then I need compensation and justice for what has happened. J. Justice. Your brother has summoned a familiar which has brainwashed my sister. The red-haired heir of the Sophia Rhee family quickly found a scapegoat. Then she was weak-willed to fall for a basic curse like this. If I can't get justice for my older brother, then I want my family crest. Fair enough. That moment Rhaenys felt pain wash her hand over. Hiss. You have it. Ren Ashwell said with a casual tone. This. The blonde girl inspected her hand. It was her family crest. All of it. Lord Ashwell, you can't just. Can't what? Last time I checked, my noble faction did more to Clock Tower than any other faction or department combined. I even stabilized the decline of magecraft, so tell me what I can't do. He pointed out with a sharp tone. The politicians quickly squirmed and shut up. Those were from the pro-democracy faction. Rhaenys thought as she looked where the voice came from. Those were the ones who opposed the noble faction for many years. And they will be her biggest opposition as well. Thought so. We still have issues with a dead lord. In that case, you should sort this on your own. The other parties proceeded to leave. They realized they won't be getting anything from this. Vultures. Once people from other factions were gone, only the nobles left. One of them was the redhead of the Sophia Rhee family. Rhaenys, now that we have them gone, you need to remember that they will be looking at you closely. The moment you slip, they will start looking to get something from you. Ren explained to him. Yes. I understand, Lord Ashwell. You have eternal gratitude for helping the Archibald family. You might be seeing this way, but I don't. Me helping you right now is helping myself in future. He said with a casual hand wave. I see. You might understand one day what I mean. As he said that, he then looked at the heir of the Sophiari family. Bram Nuadari Sophiari, your sister has killed Lord Archibald. How are you going to pay back for that? Lord Ashwell. He was important to me because he organized things for me, and now your sister took an important person from my faction. This. He did. My older brother was useful to Lord Ashwell. This was the first time Rhaenys heard about this. I have heard that your family has a selection of catalysts for servant summoning. The true magic user pointed out this small detail, which made the redhead heir twitch nervously even more so. Gulp. Why yes, we were thinking of selling some of those to you. Truly. Ren Ashwell hummed with a smirk. This is the first time I hear that. Bram paled for a second. Did this magus try to hide these catalysts from a true magic user who can see the future and past? Are these people this dumb? Unless, of course, they didn't know that he can see the future and past. He after all should only have denial of nothingness and heaven's feel. Rhaenys knew that he had something similar to magic blue which allowed him to see the timeline, but this was because her brother told her. So there is a chance these people don't know it. Then I will give you a list of catalysts my family has and you can pick one for free. The other one will be for sale with a discount. Fair enough, though you will give one to Rhaenys for free as well. Fine. Wonderful, what do you think? Lord Ashwell asked the blonde magus. I accept. While this won't bring my brother back, this meeting went better than I thought. Indeed, in the meantime for protection purposes, I will assist you in summoning a servant. One of Artoria's knights would be a good bodyguard for you. Rhaenys' eyes widened for a second. This was unexpected, and a certain amount of giddiness washed her over. I gladly accept such a proposition. Though, I don't think I will be able to maintain one. Her concerns were waved off by Lord Ashwell, who didn't see it as an issue. Don't worry. My previous mistake was not paying attention to my faction. You could say I paid too much attention to what is far ahead and what is not in front of me. I understand. Good. By that point, Bram already sneaked out as Lord Ashwell was answering the question asked by the future head of Archibald's family. Which of your knights would be best to serve as bodyguard to a magus girl around 11 years old? Ren asked Artoria, the king of knights, for a second, looked confused, but then she thought seriously. Ser Gawain. He is one of the greatest knights. I thought the same thing. Ugh, isn't that knight my pan-human version's son? Morgan asked from the side as she was watching TV. He is. Ugh, at least I won't be seeing him much. You barely go to the clock tower anyway. So I don't see any reason why you should bother about it. Fair point. I don't like all those humans looking at me like I am their queen. Morgan said with a small grimace. And you are not? Artoria asked with disbelief. She is not declaring herself their queen. No. Why would I care about human subjects like that? I am a fairy queen. At this moment I am my husband's wife queen. This is too complex for me. Artoria thought to herself, Morgan is changing her queenly status at the moment of notice. Indeed. Ren casually accepted what his wife said. As he then summoned some tea and biscuits. As my husband said, he should be a good bodyguard, as he is after all my pan-human version's son, so he should have some skills. Why the need for a servant all of a sudden? Morgan asked as with a burst of dark blue light she was sitting on her husband's lap and used her gate to summon some tea as well. You two should remember Lancer of the previous war, the 4th Grail War. Yes. The Irish hero. D'Armwood of Lovespot. The pair remembered the knight, especially Artoria, who vividly remembered the knight's chivalry. Yes, you see, Artoria, the 4th war in this timeline went differently. Lancer's master survived and returned to Clock Tower. However, the damage was done, and Lancer's curse affected Lord Archibald's fiancée. She killed her fiancé, and now 11-year-old is taking over all of Archibald's holdings. Artoria deeply thought about this. She remembered how she dealt with D'Armwood and his master. It was disgusting. Kiritsugu was ruthless to the extreme. Wasn't he the one who manages all the minor things for you, husband? So we have lost a steward. Morgan frowned deeply. Exactly, it was my fault for looking too far ahead and didn't notice the hanging axe over my steward's head, Ren explained with a sigh. This is why you want to summon a knight to protect this girl? Morgan asked him as she understood the full picture. Yes, she is smart enough, I saw her future. Ren nodded at her as he knows how crafty the girl is in future. She will make a good steward in future with Waver as the work mule. Since she will be useful, then summon Gawain. Morgan agreed. Yes, I agree, but master, how will you summon Ser Gawain specifically? Don't you need specific possession which belong to him? Morgan and Ren smiled at her at the same time. We have something better. You do. Yes, it's you. Me. You are his king, your voice enchant alone will flock all your knights towards you. The true magic user explained with a small smile. Oh, you're right. I never thought of that. That's how you summoned the majority of your knights to Camelot Singularity. Ren thought that part to himself as he remembered that particular event. By the way, where is Alter? Only now he noticed that his Dark Knight is missing. He knows Ereshkigal is doing her thing, but where is his saber? Oh, she is raiding a place called McDonald's, I think. Morgan casually mentioned that as she tasted our new tea. Where does she have money for that? He asked with a small frown. I gave her a briefcase full of money. It should last for a while. Briefcase. Is she planning to buy the whole restaurant? Ren asked with a baffled voice. Don't think so, she is planning long-term expenditures. Right, just don't inflate the economy for no reason. He warned them. Don't worry, she is my human counterpart sibling, she is responsible enough, Morgan said with a confident tone. Well, at least she developed some trust in others, though trusting in Alter of all people when she is close to a fast food is a bad choice. I still don't understand how she can eat that cheap food, Artoria said with a frown as she is disturbed by her Alter form's fascination with that food. That's your inversion. Your likes and dislikes are inverted to a certain degree. This is why when she doesn't like certain things you like them. Artoria stiffly nodded. Regardless, she will need to get used to seeing someone who has her face eat that junk. For advanced chapters my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 52, Life of Waver Velvet. While back. Waver Velvet's life wasn't the easiest. After coming back from Holy Grail War he ended up being part of the Nobles faction even though he was nowhere near being a noble. His reason? Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald. After the war, he was pulled aside for a talk. If not for Ren Ashwell his life would have ended long ago, or he would have been expelled. But the true magic user spared his life and now he was the lackey of Lord Archibald. Mr. Velvet, can you take this pile of documents to the library? The blonde man asked with a barely hidden sneer. There was a massive pile of random stuff. A sigh escaped from Waver's mouth as he just knew Kenneth did this randomly. Understood, Lord Elmeloy. Good, we will be discussing further objectives when you return. As you may know, I am a busy man, running noble faction for Lord Ashwell is a tall but honorable task. The man said with a proud tone. You mean you are his lackey? Waver was quite amused by the fact that someone his age is bossing around this proud magus from an ancient family. After spending close to an hour carrying books, documents, and other things the young magus was back with Lord Elmeloy. Good, we will be seeing Lord Ashwell, he has some assignments for us. The ex-master of Ryder nodded, as the pair proceeded to visit him. You know, time is a fascinating thing. You throw a rock in one direction and someone could pick it up thousands of years later and could use it to kill some warlord. Just seeing that makes one see the world differently. Ren Ashwell said that as he was looking through the window into the road below. He can see time. I thought he knew denial of nothingness. Waver was caught by surprise. Does this mean you have something in mind? Small objectives which would impact the future in some way. Kenneth said with a thoughtful tone. The magus was not surprised to hear that Ren Ashwell can see the time. Exactly, Professor. I have a few simple objectives which I want you two to do. It's nothing major. At that moment the sorcerer handed over the paper with tasks. These tasks are very random. Like buying land in Africa, buying a car in Germany and selling it in Spain, buying a TV set in Japan. None of this made sense. Though Lord Elmeloy didn't look bothered. I understand, leave this with me. Follow me, Waver Velvet, we have things to do. Then all these small tasks and random missions ended. Excuse me. Do you know where Lord Elmeloy is? Waver asked passing by Magus. You didn't hear it. He was found dead in his office. The Magus answered simply before continuing to walk. Wait. What? Yeah, they already have a meeting to decide what will happen with Archibald's family wealth. This came out of nowhere. Sure, Waver didn't like Kenneth much, but he did respect the man, he was a genius of magecraft and quite respected in Clock Tower. So his death came quite as a shock. Not knowing what to do he decided to lean against the wall and think. Some time later someone walked over and stood in front of him. When he lifted his eyes he saw a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes grinning at him like a devil. Waver Velvet. Why yes. And who are you? Rhaenys Elmeloy Arcasort. As the girl said she brushed her hair with one of her hands. I am the newly elected Lord Elmeloy, Kenneth was my older brother. Oh. Oh indeed. You have been helping my brother, so you will help me. Lord Ashwell expects things from us. All right. Good, then follow me, you will brief me what you have been doing for the Wizard Marshal. Yes. Sure enough, he liked it or not, Waver Velvet got roped more than ever. Since Rhaenys was just 11 years old, yes, she was crafty and smart but still just a small girl. This means he will be doing more than before and she will be relying on him to do certain things. Much more than Kenneth ever asked him to do. So, why are we going to Lord Ashwell's place? I was asked to come over to receive my servant, Rain said with quite a smug tone. A servant? Yes, for protection purposes, since my brother was assassinated in his office. Makes sense. But won't that be an issue? How can one sustain a servant without a ritual like Holy Grail War? No idea. Lord Ashwell said it won't be an issue. After the blonde girl said that she knocked on the doors. A few seconds later the one who opened it was Saber. You are Ryder's master. Saber recognized him. Though this was quite strange, as for the Saber it was a while ago, and what Waver remembers is different as he remembers her changing into the fallen version and using 2 swords. Yes, did you change back? Rhaenys looked curious, as she could see confusion in his look. Change back? Oh right, no, I am Saber from a different timeline. Different timeline? Does this mean you are not inverted King Arthur? Yes, that. Now come in, master is waiting. Open the doors wider and let them in. Waver looked even more baffled. Does this mean he has 2 sabers now? 2 kings of knights? Sure enough, they saw another Saber. This one was dressed in black clothes and had paler skin, paler blonde hair and yellow eyes. Oh, it's you. I wouldn't mind if you bring your catalyst so that we could summon Ryder again. He was an interesting foe. You had a chance to fight him properly? Artoria asked the darker version of herself. We had. Master used Lancelot as well. It was us 2 versus his whole army. It was the best battle of that war. Artoria Alter said with a bright tone. For a second Artoria could not believe that this Alter fought alongside Lancelot, who was insane and wanted to kill her no matter what. That berserker was insane in the most literal sense. How did this even work? He would lose any sense of control the moment he would see me. Saber mentioned that with a frown. I think it was because Master and older sister did something to him. The last time I remember he was augmented into some sort of Fey Knight. His parameters became absurd as he took on me and Lancer at the same time. After hearing that, Saber remembered how different he looked when her master summoned him to face her with that whole caster debacle. I see, sadly for me none of that happened in my war. Of course not. Master wasn't there, I bet it was one stale war. Saber Alter said with a bored shrug. That moment the King of Knights had a flashback, how Lancer committed suicide, the insane caster who summoned some sort of sea monster, Lancelot, and his reveal, Banquet of Kings, where she got laughed at. Yes. It was one stale war. The way this King Arthur said it didn't buy the humans who were listening to their conversation, but it did work on Saber Alter, who didn't care or was bad at reading lies. Anyway, let's go. Master is almost done with his preparations. You little girl are lucky. Having Gawain as servant should be an honor. He was one of my best knights. Alter said with a proud tone. Gawain. The Knight of the Sun. Rains exclaimed with some disbelief. She didn't expect to get a saber. One of the best. That's one of greatest knights to ever have lived, wielder of holy sword Excalibur Galatine. The same, he was one of my best knights. Our best knight. Saber Alter corrected her regular version. Right. The pair of King of Knights took the pair of Magus to the basement. It was quite wide with thick walls made from bricks. The flow of powerful mana could be felt by the pair. This felt like a workshop of a Magus. In this case, workshop of a sorcerer and an actual dark witch. You two are here, great, come over. Ren Ashwell motioned for them to walk over. Morgan and I were working on a formula for how to help you have a servant without worrying about upkeep. In the end, we decided to access Heaven's Feel via Holy Grail. Just mentioning Holy Grail and Heaven's Feel made the pair gulp. Right so, Rhaenys, stand here. He motioned for the blonde girl to stand next to him. The moment she did, he lifted his hand and with blinding golden light the Holy Grail appeared above his palm. Show me your dominant hands back. Oh okay. The moment she did, the Holy Grail moved and spilled its content on her hand. It was a drop of blood, but it had a golden glow to it. Upon contact with her hand, there was a glow and it turned into a tattoo, a command seal. This is a special edition of command seals. There are 3 of them, and they are linked with Heaven's Feel. As long as you have them, you don't need to worry about upkeep for your servant. It will be kept in optimal condition. In truth, if you want, you can channel your mana to buff your knight even more. Though the downside is the moment you use all of them, you will lose support from Heaven's Feel and the blunt support for the servant will fall on you. I see, I will keep that in mind. The bright side is that you will regain those seals as long as you have at least one. This made her feel relieved. Now time for the summoning. As he said that, he motioned with his hand and a circle simply appeared in front of them. On the ground, it was drawn from golden blood. Lift your hand, and make your mana flow, repeat after me. She nodded at him. For this summoning Artoria will be a catalyst, so she has a chant as well. Right. After doing all the prep work, the chant proceeded. The changes to it were obvious. It has no relation to the Holy Grail War or the Kaleidoscope, instead it was related to summoning and protecting. This kind of summonings rarely works because heroic spirit won't just answer a call so randomly. But, this is where Artoria comes into the play, as this was the King of Knight's voice. Come forth, Sir Gawain. With a burst of light in the golden circle, a tall man was standing dressed in white armor. He was holding a large two-handed sword which was emitting heat. He was quite similar to Artoria, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Dressed in a cloak with a lion's mane. Servant Saber, Gawain from the Knights of Round Table has answered your summons. The blonde introduced himself. He quickly scanned the surroundings. The moment he saw what he wanted to see, his eyes lit up as he saw his kings. My king, S. It's good to see you, Sir Gawain. Artoria was the first one to respond. Likewise. He then had a gaze which said, please explain. What is going on? This is here your master. She is a magus who is important to my master. Artoria explained as she put her hands on Rhaenys' shoulders. She was standing behind her. Understood. At that moment the blonde magus girl felt a contract being formed with her. So once again the blonde knight looked at two kings. Different timelines. Oh, makes sense. This was enough for the knight. He saw enough as a servant to know what was going on. Right. Since the ritual is done, master. Can we please have some fun now? Saber Alter said that as she grabbed Waver for some reason. Fun in what way? Ren asked curiously. A fight. This kid's rider and Sir Gawain against us. Saber Alter said as she walked over to her counterpart. I suppose. Laughter spread through a desert as a massive army was matched to face two kings. Rider. Why do I have to come with you? For some reason, Waver once again was in the middle of all this. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 53, Arriving at Blackmoor Cemetery. After summoning Gawain and having some fun, which includes summoning the King of Conquerors and using his noble phantasm to summon his army, it was time to get back to regular things. As regular as it gets in a household which has Dark Witch and a sorcerer. Ren was back to his regular activities, which were being a professor himself and teaching a group of his students. Now there is a reason why he is doing this. He is preparing the next generation of magus who will be the backbone when the time is right. Then one day there was a knock on the doors. Yes. Wizard Marshal, I have something which could pique your attention. More specifics would be needed for that. Ren sighed when he heard that. How about a village which is planning to resurrect King Arthur? Now I am interested. Since you have King Arthur as a servant and even a variant of Dark Witch, this ritual and village should be of interest. You don't say. I don't need King Arthur reborn since I already did it myself. This should be related to Grey, the girl with Rhonda. Oh, of course, Lord Ashwell, what is your decision? I will visit the place myself. As you wish. You saying, someone wants to resurrect me? Artoria exclaimed with disbelief. But I am already alive. Thought so, Alter said with a shrug. She already expected something like this. Morgan always schemed against her or for her, but she did it either way. We must stop it. I agree, and I want to see my counterpart's handiwork. I have no doubt she did it. Merlin doesn't have the mental capacity to do that. Morgan said from. Oof, even I felt that. For a moment Ren flinched before continuing to listen to the conversation. Resurrection is extremely difficult to do. Ereshkigal got everyone's attention. As goddess of underworld, I have some idea how this could work. For one, it wouldn't be a proper resurrection, as Artoria's soul is already departed and in Avalon according to the myths. No. The pair of sabers said at the same time. At this moment they are sleeping and dreaming this under a tree in a place where they are cut off from time and space. Ren explained before the pair could do it. Oh, I see, but this doesn't change the fact that without true magic you can't bring them back. The only thing that could work is servant resurrection. This way it would be a copy of the real deal but not truly the real deal. So this means a body, or someone extremely comparable would be offered. Most likely a girl who looks like the Red Dragon. Morgan contemplated while drinking her tea. Are you saying someone's life is being destroyed right now because of this madness? Artoria looked livid for a second. There is. Some still believe in your greatness. Ren's words have deflated her for a moment. Even so, we have to save this girl. Sure, I am interested in what has happened to her. Then we shall be booking a flight to Wales. A van stopped just outside a remote mountain village. The first one to react was Ereshkigal, as her senses are most attuned to undead. I can sense a cemetery, a unique one. There is some sort of thaumaturgy in place. Should be, after all these people trying to bring Red Dragon back to life. We already are, Artoria said with a twitchy eyebrow. Yes, well, how remote this place is I doubt they have any idea. As Morgan said that everyone left the van and proceeded to walk into the village. Very small place, 100 people at maximum, Ereshkigal said with a small frown. She could see an old-style mill on a mountain. This means they most likely make food of their own. Are they completely detached from the rest of their world? As they entered the village some people already noticed them. Whispering has already started. Artoria swiftly summoned her holy sword and lifted it. It started to glow. I am the King of Knights. King Arthur Pendragon. I demand to speak with the one who is in charge of this ritual. She exclaimed loudly. The sword's holy glow made the villagers shell-shocked as they even went to their knees. This village is so remote that they are worshipping King Arthur like God. Ereshkigal said with disbelief as she just saw this happening. You don't say. Morgan's reaction was that of annoyance. Come, let's see who is the leader of this little ritual, Ren said with a smile as he knows, but at the same time he doesn't bother to check things on the timeline. He does want to see Grey. She should be younger than in the series. A magus. You must be the wizard marshal who has King Arthur as his servant. A man in his 60s greeted them. That would be me, Ren said with a nod. The men looked at this group. There was a certain disbelief for a second as he could sense the amount of mana there was around them. They were like reactors. I am Bursak Blackmore, the Gravekeeper. I was the one who spread the news about this place. Oh. Close to 4 years my successor's face changed and it became just like you three. He pointed at King Arthur's and Morgan. The ritual which everyone thought was folklore became reality. I see. I would like to ask a true magic user if you could fix this up in some way. Grey is a talented girl and I don't want her to die just to resurrect an already resurrected king. Master, you have to do this. We can't let this continue. Already working on it. As he said that he proceeded to dive into the timeline and look at what was going on. After a few moments of silence, Ren opened his eyes and looked at his wife. Impossible to do it on my end. If I were to alter history it would turn into another timeline. This means we need to fix it the old way. Are you going to use the Grail? Most likely, I can't fix what is done. If I am to remove the curse she won't be born, another being would take her place. This would kill the one who exists now, even removing it earlier in the timeline won't do it, either that or not summoning Artoria, but that's out of the question. The wizard marshal said with a sigh, it appears they will need plan B, as long as her life is not threatened it's fine. The men said to Ren as he realized that timeline tampering is being considered. I suppose, the girl is a rare existence of consequences of certain actions. Lord Ashwell said while stroking his chin. Though the more they talked the more people proceeded to notice them. Soon enough they all realized that this was King Arthur and Morgan who were standing in the middle of their village. Follow me, we talk more in private. It appears your action has caused quite a commotion, Artoria, Ren said with an amused snort as they noticed how fanatical everyone looked at his saber. It appears I might have overdone it. Artoria looked embarrassed for a few moments. The men didn't know specific details about resurrection, but what is obvious is that Grey's body will be the perfect vessel. If this is the case then one needs mind and soul, Ereshkigal said. Indeed, goddess of underworld. The old man said with some reverence since he realized who this blonde twin-tail girl was. Though the most fascinating thing about this place is not the whole idea to resurrect Artoria but to find a proper heir to her lance. My lance. Alter said with a small frown. You mean this place has Rangaminiad? The blonde knight of knights looked for a second shock. It's sealed away in a specific item. The Gravekeeper said without hiding anything. I see, regaining my lance could improve my overall performance. If you want that thing I can make 10 for you. You sound as if it's incredible. As Morgan said that she lifted her finger and a small Rangaminiad appeared above it. Yes, I get it, but this is still my lance, it was entrusted to me. So it's sentimental. The Dark Witch had an understanding look for a second. Knock knock asterisk knock asterisk. The doors opened and there were tens of people waiting outside. We have heard. King Arthur and Morgan have returned. This is a truly glorious day. Use this opportunity to alter a few things. Ren swiftly sends a message to his wife via their connection. Ugh, why do I have to use the authority of a lesser version of me? Morgan said with a pouty tone. She was like a spoiled child at this moment. The smoother we deal with this the better. He smoothly explained, which made sense, but the sense is not something for the proud queen of the Fays. Fine. I expect another date later. Though she caved in quickly, Morgan simply can't say no to her husband. Indeed. I am Morgan Le Fay, we have been summoned by my husband and my master Ren Ashwell, who is a user of true magic. Consequently, we have been reborn and we are now alive. Summon your sword, Artoria. Ren instructed his saber. Yes, master. The blonde summoned her sword and revealed its golden glory. Whispering, whispering, asterisk, asterisk, whispering, asterisk. We understand, the Black Madonna is back. Ugh, can I kill this human afterwards? No. Pretty please. No. Then, I need compensation. What kind of? Ren asked her. He is pretty sure he has given everything to her by this point. She can even use his constructs. Another wedding. This time there is a different cultural style. She nearly gushed just from thinking about that. Asterisk sigh asterisk sure. Ren didn't even bother to contemplate that. Very well, then this slight by this pesky human is forgotten then. Morgan extremely easily caved in as well, after the deal was done. Yes. Now bring me the girl which King Arthur should have inhabited. The ritual is no longer needed, I shall take care of her myself. The Dark Witch with a commanding tone ordered. Yes. As you wish. A few short minutes later, Raynor saw a girl with silver hair. Her hairstyle was the same as Artoria's one, she had the same emerald eyes. Interesting. Morgan hummed with a curious tone as she inspected her. With simple hand motions, greenish-blue energy washed the girl who looked like Artoria. What just happened? The girl exclaimed as she looked at herself. The curse has been lifted. You no longer have any sort of connection to the Red Dragon's spiritual origin. This. The whole thing was so sudden that Gray, the girl, had no idea what to say. I can sense that you have an identity crisis. Something I have experienced, in a different fashion but still one nonetheless. Morgan explained simply before having an idea. I know, I will take you under my wing. Ren internally snorted, does Morgan have a thing for taking in stray puppies? She took in Baobath Sith and now she is making Artoria look alike. It's a great honor, Gray. You must take it. This is Morgan Le Fay you are speaking to. The villagers were pushing her to accept this. Then, I accept. Good enough. Husband, is it fine? Why not? You have another apprentice, a human no less, you truly are losing your touch. He said with a teasing tone. Which made the fairy queen contemplate life. You are right. She is a human, but I will make her superior to any human who has lived so far. That's a tall order. In my last project I turned him into a grand saber. Can you turn this girl into a grand assassin? Is that a challenge, husband? The pair didn't even realize that they ended up in the center of attention as everyone is wondering why they are staring at each other. It was strange as if they were talking to each other. What do you think they are discussing? Alter whispered to Artoria. No idea, but my gut feeling is that it's going to be something crazy. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 54, Morgan's New Student. Morgan looked at the statue of her panhuman version. It was her more developed version while holding a baby of some sort. Honestly, she doesn't care who this version is holding or anything like that. What pissed her off more than anything is how this panhuman version of her used cloak and dagger tactics and seduction. As if she needed it. Her talent for magic is immense. After all, she was the one who inherited the memories of panhuman Morgan. She knows well enough how talented she can be. But, no. Now everyone thinks she is the Black Madonna, someone who had multiple children and was a scheming witch. Disgusting. Simply disgusting. Her power alone was enough to keep Britain under her foot for 2,000 years. Husband, I need to kill something. Anything. Morgan breathed out heavily, her mind was a jumbled mess, and her urge to kill something was rising, she needed to release her pent-up anger. I guess you can kill the Corpse King in the cemetery. What is this? Corpse King. The pale blonde witch asked with a confused frown. It's Artoria's mind, it's one of the parts necessary for her resurrection. Good. Very good. I will drop Rangaminiad on her. The fairy queen said with gleaming eyes. Fine, but first I need to destroy the connection between this, he showed a cube which had parts of gold and blue. And the Corpse King, otherwise this will get out of control. What is this? You said the Rangaminiad is sealed inside of it. The witch for a second forgot her anger and instead, her curiosity took over. This is Logo's React replica, this thing has a personality and all that stuff, this thing is one of the Atlas creations, so it's dangerous stuff if used wrongly. Not bad for a human creation. Yes, that, and, done. Just like that the whole thing cracked and shattered, soon enough he was holding a golden lance. At that moment his gate and ether field scanned it. Finished. He then turned around and looked at Artoria and Artoria Alter, the pair were with a very shy-looking girl by the name Gray. Artoria, your lance. Oh, one moment. His saber swiftly walked over and collected it. I guess we have 2 divine constructs each, Alter said with a small nod. Master, now I need a horse, and I will be a lancer or rider for you. Artoria swiftly suggested as she had this bright idea. Yeah, no. You won't bribe me with that. But. No buts. This time the blonde saber pouted for a second at him. Anyway, since you removed that thing, this means I can destroy the corpse king. Morgan got his attention back. Yes, let's go to the cemetery. She nodded and the group proceeded to walk to the cemetery. They finally got rid of the villagers who were relieved and disappointed that their job was finished. Yes, the Blackmoor Cemetery can now return to doing its regular stuff without worrying about some crazed version of King Arthur getting resurrected. Though this reminds me, wasn't this cemetery used in Tsukihim's version? Maybe I am confusing this with another place. For now, he decided to lead his wife where she can release her pent-up anger. Why does it look like me? And me. Me as well. Sigh. Because we all have the same face. As Morgan said that, she raised her hand and it started to glow. The sky turned cloudy and bluish-green lightning started crackling. Seconds later the thunder descended and smashed into the corpse king. Impressive, even if it was just our mind, it still felt danger to its life and tried to dodge the strike. Alter hummed with an impressed tone. Yes, but it was no match against the thunder strike. Don't be disappointed, this magecraft is powerful enough to level a city. Morgan grinned with a feral smirk before the sky turned into something akin to a water ripple. Here it comes. Watch closely, Gray. This is what a proper Rangaminiad looks like. As the Dark Witch said, a bluish-green pillar started to descend. Is she killing the corpse king or destroying the cemetery? The girl asked with a confused look. This was an overkill. You will get used to this. This is Fairy Queen Morgan style. Ren said with a small smile as they watched how a massive pillar descended and slammed into the corpse king. After the dust settled down there was nothing left, even a portion of the cemetery was gone. Before anyone could complain, blue energy washed the whole place up and everything was restored how it was. The Wizard Marshal has fixed everything up. Well, do you feel better now? A little bit. After this I demand a date. The Fairy Queen said that, as she dismissed her spear and turned around to look at him. Of course. These people, they are strange. Gray thought to herself as she watched them interact. The silver-haired, emerald-eyed girl looked through the window as they were traveling through the road. This was the first time that she was out of her village, everything was new to her. Her eyes widened and even glitter when she saw how many cars there were in the wider streets, and how many buildings there were. You are quite lucky. We will be going on a trip soon around the world. So you will be able to see a lot of things after just leaving your village. Truly. Yes. Okay. May I ask, if you are truly the king everyone has been talking about in the village? And why are there 2 of you? No, I am the fallen version, and the other one is the proper version. Artoria Alter said in a simple tone. Fallen. Yes, it's linked directly with my blade, and most likely that I was fighting Morgan at that time, as she is a queen of fairies, certain conditions were met which inverted my Saint Graph, or at least this is what my master and Morgan thought. The darker saber said with a shrug. Can you explain why you are calling him master? You should better talk with Lancer, she is a magus and goddess hybrid. Alter motioned at Ereshkigal who was sitting on the other side, the blonde Lancer was gazing through the window as well, she was enjoying sightseeing. Goddess. Sumerian goddess of underworld. Master has turned a magus girl into a goddess servant. Alter, stop confusing her. Let me explain from the very beginning. Ereshkigal who finally noticed this decided to help the girl. Soon enough there was a reshuffle at the back of the van. Lancer pulled Gray closer to herself and proceeded to explain. This is going to take a while, but the goddess is confident in her tutoring skills. Once the group returned to London, Morgan decided to organize that date and other things, but first, she needed to take care of her new student. The first thing she did was to take her shopping, of course, she took her 2 little sisters as well. Who will be carrying stuff after all? Don't you have storage with infinite space? And an endless amount of clothes as it is? The pair of sabers frowned as they realized how pointless this is. I need to know how much I have bought, and if I am to walk into a place with a lot of people then I need to have a few of my own. Come, Gray. We are getting clothes for you. Aye, is it necessary? Yes, you are to be trained by me, it's my duty as your teacher and queen to be taken care of. As they arrived at the mall, Morgan swiftly took her through a bunch of women's stores. She quickly noticed that black and ash colors fit the girl well. Not bad. Though why do you want clothes with that cloak on? This is, well. Because you have a red dragon's face. Gray stiffly nodded. You do know that there is nothing wrong with your face. Both Red Dragon and I have it, no doubt Mordred and Panhuman Morgan had it. You can still be you and have that face. Think about it, now let's go and check some high heels for you. Ugh, I don't think I can wear those. Practice makes it perfect, Morgan said with an extremely confident tone which made Gray question just how much craziness this witch passed through. After setting the girl up with all the things she needs, Morgan proceeded to start teaching magecraft, but there was a difference, as Gray was a human and she was a fairy. They fundamentally use different magecraft systems. This is something I have not considered. Don't worry, I am a queen of fairy Britain, I have ruled my lands for over 2,000 years. I had to defend them from all sorts of beings. Teaching a human magecraft doesn't sound difficult now, does it? This well. I already know the basics from Gravekeeper Bursak and Father Fernando. Fine. Then show me and I will see it from there. Gray nodded and proceeded to show what she had learned. Her magecraft was quite interesting as it's related to necromancy, from interfering with souls to storing them away. She would make deadly opponents to a servant if utilized properly. I assume you want your mystic code back, in some shape or form. Her words made Gray's eyes widen and slightly tremble. Why yes. Ad was with me for over 4 years. I suppose, it is acceptable for you to have a weapon. As Morgan said that, she closed her eyes for a second. Mana hummed around her for a bit. Here. The fairy queen casually threw a cube towards her. Gray swiftly captured it and inspected it. It was the same as her previous cube, but the coloring was different. Husband already created a copy and stored it in his gate. Won't he complain? The pale blonde witch had a confused look for a second. He is my husband, his things are my things. Why should he complain about this? The answer made the Gravekeeper girl out of words. It made sense to her, though she is still trying to grasp the whole idea that she is being taught by Morgan Le Fay, a more dangerous one, not the one she remembers from stories and folklore. No, that one pales in comparison to this one. This one is an actual fairy queen from a parallel timeline. I understand. Great, then let's start with some basics. I will give you a fairy blessing. Okay. Morgan walked over and placed her hand on top of Gray's head. Her mana washed the girl over. Now you can walk on water, and wield Gaia's constructs. As well as other abilities which you can learn on your own. The girl slowly nodded as she inspected herself. What she was sensing was incredible. As she channeled some mana into the cube, it transformed into a scythe, then into a huge hammer, followed by a bow, then a shield, boomerang. And lastly the lance itself. This is Rangaminiad, Morgan said with a nod, as she finished for the girl. But you can use this one, or I can give you a separate one. Gray's lips twitched for a second. Wasn't this thing supposed to be something her village protected for many years? Now this witch is giving away like some sort of sweets. Don't think too much, your teacher is the Queen of Fairy Britain and her husband is a sorcerer and true magic user. You are my student. This means if you lack something we will arrange for you. Morgan explained as she brushed her hair for a second. She was thinking about how to proceed with the girl's teaching. After all, she never trained properly before. She still remembers how her husband trained Shiro Amiya, now she needs to train this girl to a similar level, no. Greater level. No, I am fine with this. Maybe after I learn some more at a later date. Fair enough. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or Chapter 55, The Start of a Cruise. 1 out of 2 chapters this week. I thought I would be learning magecraft, but are we going somewhere already? Gray asked with a confused tone. She barely had time to adjust to the lifestyle in a large city. But now they are going somewhere already. The place where you will be practicing magecraft doesn't matter. We have a cruise to go to. Morgan said with a casual tone as she was looking through the window of the car. I understand. In the meantime, enjoy the trip. Ren curiously listened in. It appears maybe this little girl will soften his wife even further, which is a good thing. His darling fairy queen can be stiff sometimes. Sure, she no longer has her madness enchantment, it was a long process, but he was able to straighten her out. However, it doesn't change the fact that she was extremely traumatized by those stupid and lazy as fairies from that lost belt. As he was thinking about it, he continued to drive his fancy family van to Bristol where the cruise would start. According to Morgan, they will take a trip down alongside France's west coast, then Spain, and Portugal, going down to Africa until the ship reaches one of the countries that have safari. Turns out his sabers want to see lions in their natural habitat. Something he would want to do as well. After more than 3 hours of driving, the group finally arrived at the city of Bristol. Bristol is the largest city in southwestern England. It is a county and a city which has been granted by King Edward in the year 1373. Artoria was reading out loud from a book. She was geeking out since this was her country. So, would you still want that wish even knowing the history of your country? Ren asked curiously as he parked the van and proceeded to leave it and collect all their luggage. This is just some basic stuff since they don't need luggage, but blending in is something they still have to do. No, but the Grail doesn't explain history. I didn't even know that the world is round. Saber sounded quite pissed. If this information was given to me upon my summoning, then I would focus on my master and what he wants from the Grail, that is if the Grail grants wishes and is not corrupt. Artoria deadpanned when she said the last part. I see. Good to know, though I doubt you would accept the call that easily if you knew how history has progressed. That's certain. As they continued to discuss, the group proceeded to enter the cruise ship via the gangplank into the ship. One of the crew greeted them as he asked for the tickets. All clear, welcome to the Queen of the Seas. Ren looked at his wife when he heard the name of the ship. They proceeded to move towards their rooms after hearing the instructions. What? I have this feeling you picked this ship on purpose. The Wizard Marshal said with an amused sigh. What gave you such an idea? The ship's name. He pointed out. You must be imagining things. She said with a knowing smile. Does Morgan like everything related to Queen? Gray asked the blonde lancer. Ereshkigal brightly smiled when she heard that. Something like that. After placing all their stuff, everyone split up to explore. Ren went with his wife, the pair of sabers went to look for food, and Ereshkigal was with Gray as the goddess is quite good at tutoring, so she is tutoring the girl on magecraft as the Gravekeeper girl's setup is quite close to the goddess of the underworld. I was thinking, we should figure out which one of us is better. Saber Alter said with a thoughtful look. Better. Aren't we the same? Only inverted. Artoria exclaimed with confusion as she looked at the pale blonde saber. Not that, what I am talking about is competition. As she said that, she pointed at something with her fork. Artoria looked towards where she pointed. It was a shop. What are you thinking, specifically? Since we are on a ship we can't use our weapons and mana, I am thinking of something more harmless. Saber nodded slowly, but she still didn't understand what her alter version was saying. Sighing internally, she finished her food and motioned to Artoria to do the same. A few minutes later the pair walked over to the toy shop. She grabbed a gun. This is a water gun. It sprays water. We can play a game, a competition where one will have to hit another with water. These would work similarly to real guns. There are water tanks which will work like ammo. Artoria Alter explained her master plan, showing one of the plastic guns as if it was another Excalibur. She was extremely meticulous with this. Her actions even baffled the shop clerk. Like, we get it, you like these toys, but you need to calm down. It's nothing special, it's simply plastic which uses pressure to spray water. I see, this makes sense, though we need a battlefield. No worries, there are several pools and water slides on the ship. Oh god, why are these two so serious about this? This is just a water gun. The clerk was so spooked by this that for a second he thought these guns were the real deal and the pair were planning to rob a bank or something. Eventually, the girls decided to buy 2 pistols each and a couple of large ones. This will be 31 pounds. That's expensive, Alter exclaimed. With that kind of money she could eat in McDonald's several times over. These are Nerf guns, they are the best when it comes to water guns. You won't find better ones in the world. Oh, so they are like Master Smith's weapons, I get it, Artoria said with glittering eyes. She got sold real quick on this one. Yeah, something like that. The clerk was slightly confused. What does blacksmithing have to do with anything? Fantastic, then we are buying them. Just like that, the blonde pulled out a rolled-up pack of banknotes. She most likely has several thousand in that one. The clerk nearly coughed seeing the amount of cash these girls were carrying. The King of Knights handed over 40 pounds before taking the water guns. You can keep the rest. As she said that, the pair just left. The clerk was stupefied. Is she for real? Well, whatever, he will get something nice to eat on his break. This place is fascinating, it's like a floating city. Morgan was impressed by the sheer size and how many shops there were. Yes. This place is massive, with gyms, cinemas, live concerts, and other things like casinos, and a multitude of restaurants. You can eat food from all over the world on this ship. Ren said that he was checking the map of the ship. Indeed those two will have enough food to eat. The pale blonde which mentioned the pair, she realized that those two have absurd appetites. Yes, well, we don't need to worry about food, instead we should worry about what we are going to do for over a week until we arrive in Africa, Ren questioned her as he looked at the map. That doesn't sound long. I used to do nothing more than months at the time, just continuously waiting for mana to grow and store it for my Rangaminiads. She said with a lazy shrug. Eventually her eyes ended up on a clothes store. More specifically swimming clothes. Let's go there. Sure, I don't think we bought swimming-related stuff. He was not counting his gate, which continuously generated stuff for him. Yes. Sure enough, the pair proceeded to look around. Morgan quickly found several different blue bikinis, a black one, and a white one. Which one do you think? She asked him, as she could not pick. All. They all look beautiful on you. You can switch more often if you have several of these. He said to her after inspecting them. True. The Dark Witch proceeded to select several more. These had patterns. Eventually, she went to check what her husband was doing. You should pick something to match my colors. She swiftly found swimming trunks blue and white, black, then they went to buy some shirts with palm trees, some hats after. Weirdly enough, they were not as bored as one would think. They had unlimited space to store stuff and an unlimited amount of money. At least for now, they have fun just buying things. Girls, are those water guns? Yes, we will be competing later on, Artoria said with a small smile. Okay, you mean at the pool? Yes. Alter chipped in as they started to remove guns from the packaging. Okay, and do you girls have swimming clothes? You won't be fighting with regular clothes. He asked them as he realized they didn't have any of that stuff. He is right, regular clothes will slow us down when they are wet. Alter mentioned this when she realized this issue. Then we have to buy some. Master, show us where you bought yours. The pair quickly walked over to his side. Sigh. Fine. Follow me. He quickly took them to the same store and the pair proceeded to explore and look for bikinis. Alter quickly found a black one and Artoria found a white one. Let's try them out. Master, follow us. He nodded and walked with them. As Alter undressed for a second, she had a crafty look. Why don't we have competition now? What do you mean? As Master's women, we should know how to seduce him quickly. Wawahat. Artoria said something incomprehensible, which made Alter smirk. Oh, right, Master never made love to you. What are you saying? Isn't he married to Morgan? And Big Sister knows well enough that she is the one and only wife, and she is gracious enough to allow us to lend her husband to us. You make no sense. The darkened saber smirked when she heard that. I know, I am simply telling what she told me. Now then. After saying that, Alter walked over and poked her head out from the changing room doors. Hey Alter. Show. Our competition should have even ground. Why, you are crazy. Artoria started to blush, as she realized where this was going. Master, can you come over here? The moment Artoria Alter said that, a deep red blush crept on Saber's face. She was about to start dressing up. That moment Alter pushed their master in. Master, to make this as even as possible for us, you need to claim the goody two-shoes version of me. How is this related to anything? Artoria tried to hide her privates while exclaiming with an angry blush. Please, I am helping you here. As we are Master's servants and bound to him for most likely eternity, you need to relax. This. Sigh. You can go outside, Alter. I will assist Artoria in the meantime. Okay. Alter happily left the pair behind, after quickly dressing up, leaving the pair behind. Master this well. He didn't say anything. Instead, he approached her and gently kissed her on the lips. Don't worry, you don't need to listen to your naughty counterpart, she sometimes has her moments. Saber slowly nodded, though she leaned forward into him. Then. What should I do? She knows about my competitive spirit. Well, how specific she was with her wording. She said about seduction and making love. Oh, then we can just do this. As he said that, he swiftly pulled her closer and proceeded to kiss her. And fondle her a little bit. He knows his King of Knights needs a little bit of time before they do it properly. After all, she is the opposite of his Alter, who can go all the way just after coming up with the idea. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 56, The War of Sabers. 2 out of 2 chapters this week. With twitchy legs, Artoria walked out of the changing room. She was dressed in a white 2-piece bikini, and her hair was done into a single ponytail. There was a deep blush on her cheeks. Holding her shoulders was Ren, who was smiling brightly. Well, my goody two-shoe self looks much better. Alter acknowledged that Saber looked better. Though she doesn't realize that apart from an extremely long session of kissing and fondling and his finger poking her special place, nothing else has happened. Why you, I will have my justice, Artoria said with deep blush mixed with anger. Justice? In what? Everything is fair in love and war. Artoria Alter said with a nonchalant shrug. I can't believe this came out from someone who has my face. Your face. I was here before you, so it's my face. You are like me, King of Knights. You should know what honor is. Artoria exclaimed. She was still blushing from the shame and pleasure she experienced before. Well, now it's mostly a shame. After all, because of this Alter version of hers, she went from a simple master-servant relationship to something ambiguous, something a knight like her should not do in the first place. This is why she is so pissed off now at her. Ha. Remember? Inverted. I don't care about your thingies. The fallen knight snorted with some anger as she didn't care about those thingies. Fine. We will decide this on the battlefield. Artoria said with a serious look. Fine. The loser will have to serve the master in any way he wants. Artoria Alter said with a grin. This made the king of knights blush up a storm. Fine. The blonde blushed a storm, but she can't back down now. Good. Master, you heard it, didn't you? Yeah, you're just making more issues for me, Ren said with a resigned sigh, his fallen knight getting quite out of control. Please. You like it. You will like it even more than one of us will serve you any way you want. Can't deny that. The true magic user smiled at the idea of that. Good. Then let's proceed. After buying the bikinis for his sabers, the trio returned to their rooms. It took a few hours, but the ship was finally on its way. The pools are outside, so the weather is not the best to enjoy swimming. They needed to wait for a few days. Instead, the group decided to laze around for a few days. Gray continued with her studies. Both Morgan and Ereshkigal were tutoring the pair while Ren continued with his research and studies. He rolled out his journals and proceeded to check out homunculi arts. He already can create proper life, resurrect servants, or more precisely make them reborn. But back when he was in the other timeline, he learned the primordial runes. So may as well utilize them. He quickly checked his formulas and inspected them. We can work something with the spine, reinforce and regen, same with ribs, focus on the structural integrity. Then organs, these could potentially be upgraded from the very bottom. He then swiftly pulled on his link with his sabers and made mana flow on a paper he just created. Slowly letters started to write on their own on the paper. A full formula of the servant's body manifested on the paper. Let's see, Dragon Core, where are you? Ren skimmed through the content. Oh, there it is, a whole paragraph. If I mix it with Heaven's Feel, I could increase the output by several times. As he thought about it, he stroked his chin. Regardless, he finally found something where to waste his free time when he is not with his wife or the girls. Master. You will be our judge and referee. Artoria said as she was dressed in white biking and had a belt with ammo. This ammo is several plastic containers with water. That's right. You will decide who will win and who will lose. Saber Alter said with a serious tone as she raised her pistols. Right, the rules are simple. You need to bathe each other with water. The first one to be fully drenched wins. Who would have thought that I would do something like this? **** From crazy true magic acquisitions to silly servant competitions, my life is one crazy roller coaster. Ran had a few seconds to reflect on his crazy trip so far. But oh well, he is in fate, so something like this one should expect or at least try to prepare in some fashion. As he thought about it, he watched how two sabers, one dressed in a black bikini and the other one dressed in a white bikini, are trying to hit each other with water attacks. That reminds me, didn't servant variants dressed in bikinis exist in the Fate Grand Order game? As he thought about his altar, he scored her first hit. His regular saber still needs to adjust to the situation. While his fallen knight is less chained by certain rules. I guess that's why that bikini version of Artoria is Archer, she is more relaxed. First match goes to Alter. Ren casually raised his hand. Ugh. You cheated. It's not my fault that you thought that I would do it honorably. The pale blonde said while spinning her guns in her hands. Really? Honor, justice. Even in children's games. Ren is baffled at how these girls are operating. Bringing serious stuff into this. Fine. If you want me to fight dirty, then I shall. Artoria seriously said that before looking at her master. Master, can you dry me up? With a hand wave, the entirety of the pool area dried up alongside the pairs of bikinis and their bodies. He can't believe he is keeping this whole part of the ship to himself. Just so that these two will settle their grudges. In a battle with water guns. My thanks. Yeah, shall we get to it? I want to see what Master will do to you once I win this whole thing. In your dreams, you're honorless, woman. Amused snort. You need to develop your swearing words repertoire, Alter said with a small giggle as there was a grin on her lips. Ugh. The embarrassed blush returned to her cheeks with force, and this made her look away with some shame. The King of Knights got roasted again, but this was coming from her other self. Which makes her feel that extra damage. As I said. Victory is mine. Alter rose her water gun into the air. She looked like she was revealing her holy sword, radiance, to the unworthy. Ugh, fine, you cheated your way to this. But I will get my revenge. Justice always prevails. Artoria said while clenching her hand. Yeah, whatever. So, what does the master request of you? The fallen knight forgot about her victory quickly and looked at what Ren would choose to do with his saber. This made the King of Knights quickly remember that she promised to do whatever her master wanted. A small blush crept on her cheeks as she was awaiting his choice. For some reason, the very first idea was that he would want to have his way with her. "Oh, right. I have an idea," he said with a smirk. This made the pair curious. They wondered why he exclaimed like that. Artoria looked at herself in the mirror. She was dressed in a maid uniform, knee-length skirt, black socks, white and black uniform, with black gloves that went all the way to her elbows. She was the perfect example of a maid. To finish this off, Ren has put the maid's headpiece on her head. It's unbelievable that a cruise ship has a maid uniform like this. Ereshkigal looked with wonderment. She was thinking of dressing like one just to play along with what Artoria was doing right now. "Master. It's not fair. You're supposed to do something to her, not make me jealous." Alter pointed her finger with some jealousy on her usual poker face. "How is being a maid making you jealous?" Saber questioned her counterpart. This was absurd. She was reduced to a servant, with small s, not capital 1. Because of how professional it looks. Maids are simply an art. Just look at that professionalism radiating just from wearing the uniform. Now that I remember, doesn't she have a rider-maid variant? Which is a 5-star servant, unlike her Saber version which is a 4-star. It's like she found her calling and her dedication rose once again to become a 5-star. Ren had an amused look on his face. "I think it's just her charisma B," Ereshkigal said with a confused tone. "Doubtful," Alter said with crossed arms. "Master, I request a uniform as well, and you have to figure out another thing for my goody two-shoes version, because this is just not fair." "Fair? You cheated to win. What does fairness have to do with anything?" Artoria exclaimed angrily as she turned around and looked at the fallen knight. "So, you chickening out? I thought as a King of Knights no matter what you will hold to your values." Alter said with a knowing grin. "You are just the worst. An evil version of me. Someone who abandoned everything for a few extra scraps of power." Saber said with a somewhat disgusted look. "Yep. That's why I wear black and red, and you wear your gold and blue." The fallen Saber didn't even look offended by whatever her goody two-shoes version tried to do. It didn't even cause any sort of reaction. "Fine. I will do whatever master wants me to do. No matter what it is," Artoria said while holding her head high. "These two are testing each other quite a bit, aren't they?" the blonde lancer commented via her connection to her master. "You have no idea, they have been at this for days now. Both are serious for the wrong reasons." Ren said with a sigh. The group was dressed for the occasion of seeing the wilderness of Africa. In shorts and shirts meant for such expeditions, accompanied by hats, sunglasses, and climbing boots. "Master. Look at the elephants." Artoria forced Ren to look at the side. When a group of elephants are walking somewhere, they look majestic. Not bad. I can see why Romans were terrified of them for a while. Alter said with an acknowledging look. She can see them as worthy war beasts. Impressive, couple enchantments there and there, combined with armor for vital areas and they would be perfect for crowd control, Morgan said with an acknowledging tone. She was stroking her chin thinking for more uses. While the pair discussed war uses for these majestic creatures, Ereshkigal and Grey simply observed everything with hyper-curiosity. They had never seen anything like this before. For Ereshkigal, it was since she never left Kor while Rin's memories are just around Fuyuki, while Grey is even worse, she only has her village so she is trying to process everything. After looking around for more, Ren continued to drive the rented safari SUV, and now there was no one else with them. They hypnotized the people to let them do whatever they wanted. A few short kilometers later, the pair of sabers looked at Pride of Lions. They didn't speak, simply observed the beasts. They were taking in the sheer picturesque view of this. Others followed their example and simply watched the scene for a while. "Oh, I think they are going for a hunt," the blonde lancer whispered as she looked through her binoculars. "Yeah, females hunt while the only male in the Pride lazes around. That's quite a life he has." Ren commented on the lazy life of the only male in Pride. The original harem kings. Ren sagely nodded to himself. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 57, Pet Lions. 1 out of 1 chapters this week. The pair of Artorias looked with bated breath at what was about to happen. A pride of lions is about to invade the territory of another pride of lions. Just to satisfy the curiosity of the pair of blondes, Ren used his timeline powers just to figure out what was going on. In other words, he was like a narrator from a documentary. What was happening was quite simple and natural. The male lion is getting old and the lion from another pride is at the peak of his life. So he decided to expand and get some more females. So what the group looked at was a battle to death between two lions. However, the pair worried the most was the fact that once one wins he will kill all the cubs of the other lion. Sure enough, their worries were on the spot. Once the older lion was killed, the younger one was about to start killing the cubs of the older lion. Master. What is it, Saber? Ren sighed when he heard how serious his knight was. We can't let that lion do that. And how do you suggest we do it? We are in the wilderness, you are about to interfere with the natural course of the wilderness. But Master, TSK fine. I want to save those cubs. There are 3 of them. 2 for us and 1 for you. What do you think? Saber used a different way to persuade him. She already saw this before when Morgan and Alter tried to persuade him. Now that you have mentioned, I do want a pet. Just like that, all 3 cubs appeared in their car. Artoria and Alter both had glistering eyes. As they picked them up. Even Ren had a certain look on his face as he picked the one he had chosen as his lion. So soft. Let me hold it. Morgan slightly got closer to him as she looked at the small feline. Sure. He handed the small lion over to her by placing it on her lap. The pale blonde witch inspected the confused-looking feline. The small mammal hissed at her, showing its impressive fangs. There is no need for you to get all hissy like that. She tried to bring her hand closer but the cub tried to bite her. This made the dark witch frown. I thought witches have a natural affinity with felines, Ereshkigal said from the back. Very funny, Morgan exclaimed with a not amused tone. She had to bring her hand away as those fangs looked sharp. Just don't make sudden motions and let it get used to you, Ren said with a sigh. All right. The fairy queen seriously nodded as she barely moved with the feline on her lap. The fairy is trying hard to make sure it doesn't fall or move too much, it is hard to do such a thing as she can't do much either. While the fairy is busy with the lion cub, so are the other 2. The pair of knights were gone to their fantasy world as they were cuddling their lion cubs. Master, I don't want to sound like a bad person or something. But these are lions. They can eat people if they are not supervised, not to mention they grow insanely fast. The responsible goddess reminded the sorcerer. Ereshkigal reminded him that these lions are not domesticated animals. I know. That's why I have some idea what I am going to do. Oh. Curious, what are you thinking? Morgan asked him, as the lion got slightly less terrified of the witch. The animal can sense that the woman is quite dangerous. She might have mellowed down on her dark magic, but it's not something one can just wash off. Phantasmal beasts. The entire car got dead silent for a moment. Nemean lion, in Greek myths, was a golden lion which was killed by Hercules, who was a demigod. It was said that its fur could not be damaged by any regular weapon. So Hercules choked it to death. Morgan, you know how to get title and such things give power. Your 3 knights could use powers from Knights of the Round Table. If we were to apply a similar principle we could have Nemean lions. That's a tall order, but I like it. At that moment she took the lion and lifted it. The cute feline hissed at her and tried to scratch her with its pawns. The idea is not bad, but some things need to be considered. My fairies by nature were magical and I could imprint the Saint Graph on them. These kittens here are just that, kittens. The fairy queen said with a thoughtful look. But we could enchant, and the enchantment could grow, eventually becoming a mystery, from there we could make something from it. She suggested that the Dark Witch is considering making the lions into something more than pets. In her eyes. She never considered that these wild animals were something of a greater threat. Sure, they have claws and fangs. But she is a fairy queen and she is a far greater being on the pecking order. Unlike people who have some human common sense. Master, are you sure? Artoria eventually started talking. About what? The lion you hold in your hands will only live a decade or something like that. After that, it's going to die from old age. Something like that for us is a drop in a bucket or even less. You don't want it to die just like that, do you? Don't forget, if it becomes something akin to Nemean lion you could use it as a mount. Oh. Oh, indeed. Ren nodded as he could feel how the gears were spinning in those 2 girls. Master sure knows how to persuade us. Alter said with small glee. She can already imagine these cubs growing into something like 3 to 4 meter tall fluffy monsters with huge claws and fangs easily biting things apart. And her being its owner. Simply glorious. This makes her like her master more and more. He knows how to spoil his women. Yes. I can see it. Morgan imagined it as well. A huge lion-like being sitting on the ground next to her throne. Best sort of intimidator. Those 3. Ereshkigal, who had some Rin's common sense, could only shake her head. While Gray was wondering how they would smuggle those lions onto the cruise ship. After the whole lion stuff, the group drove around for a bit more, and they saw some of the crocodiles in action pulling animals into the water. Then the infamous scavengers, the hyenas, in action bullying a leopard. It was a fun 2 days. But they eventually needed to return to the ship as it doesn't stay more than 3 days in the port. There is a limit to how much hypnosis they can use. Once back on the ship. Keeping the lions a secret is a pain in the butt. Until Ren figured out why not put special collars on them. This way he can start on that enchantment he was thinking of as well. You three bring those cats over, Ren exclaimed with a small smirk. Okay, you finished? Artoria asked with a curious tone. Yep. He showed her a yellow golden collar. It has inbuilt minor hypnosis and light-bending spells. This means even cameras will think that this is a cat. Then you will be able to sense where the lion is at all times. Followed by the spell enchantment for stronger fur. This way we can start working on that mystery. He explained to her while his saber was inspecting it from different angles. Not bad, husband, let me add a few bits. Morgan praised him for a bit before taking the collar from the King of Knights. She then proceeded to use her magecraft as well, adding a few enchantments to it. After all, her item creation EX is one of the best around. So she knows a thing or two about creating items like these. Here, it should give more towards mystery growth. Now hand over the other two. The Fairy Queen handed over the collar before taking the other two and repeating the process. Eventually, the trio put all of them on the lion cubs, who didn't even bother with them. This is a bonus as sometimes animals hate the stuff which is put on them. Looks amazing. We can even distinguish which one belongs to whom. Artoria was pleased with this, as she will show to that altar whose lion is better. Ren already sensed the competitive spirit returning to the pair of knights. Though, he does like the collars. A golden one, a black one and of course a blue one. We should add some ornaments to these, Morgan said from the side as she was looking at the cubs. We do have enough time to do that, Ren said with a casual shrug. They do indeed have quite a bit of time. The next port is in Cape Town in South Africa, and it will take over a week to get there. True. I will think of something in the meantime. Ren did notice that his knight was acting quite skittish. Like she wants to say or do something but she always ends up changing her mind at the last second. What is it? He finally asked her with a sigh. The blonde for a second looked like someone found her stealing or something. You do know you have that certain look when you want to say something but then you just drop it. He explained to her with a certain look which made her get self-aware. This, well. I don't know how to explain. She fiddled for a bit before looking around, making sure no one was looking or listening in. It's quite amusing when someone like her is doing that. Then start from the very beginning. He said with a resigned sigh. Well, after the whole thing in the changing room. I could not stop thinking. The blonde King of Knights is trying to explain. It's very difficult from the looks of it. Oh. About this whole situation. Which is? What Alter said made sense. You have tied us in the most direct sense possible. With your true magic, I don't think you will die in just 100 or so years, not that it matters since I am alive in a weird sense. Artoria said while looking at her hands. She realized that she is not aging because of Avalon, and at the same time, she has a proper body and the perks of a servant. While Avalon is an incredible noble phantasm, it was meant for her to be used when she is a king, so that her reign would be extremely long. But now she is attached to a guy with the same noble phantasm. This means she will be with him for thousands if not hundreds of thousands of years. Okay. It took you a few weeks to realize that, but yes. I have a bunch of things planned in the very long term. He said with a shrug. For a moment she had a deadpan look but then she just sighed. I am a knight. Not a magus. I am good at using a sword to slay my enemies. My apologies that it takes a while to grasp what your words mean. She explained with a resigned sigh. It should be obvious, magecraft can be over her head, at a bunch of times. It's fine. Just tell me what you want to say. She took a deep breath and decided to finally explain. After that incident, I realized that our standard relationship may not work anymore. I know what you have been doing with Alter. So, I don't mind doing it as well. Since, I will be around for a very long time. The proud King of Knights said while fiddling with her clothes. The blonde could not keep this inside of her any longer. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 58, Meeting His Biggest Fans, R18. 1 out of 3 chapters this week. Artoria blushed quite a bit as she ended up being pushed against a wall. Ren looked at her with a smile. I agreed to become yours, but... She looked around, they had sneaked into a room. The blonde is pretty sure he used some sort of magecraft to make sure people ignore this place. Now she is certain that he is thinking some naughty stuff. But what? Can we do this in a proper setting? She asked him while fiddling with her clothes. Heh, sure. He grabbed her and the next moment they appeared in a room. The sorcerer threw her into the bed. Her eyes widened as she realized that they were in their house, in London. You. Don't worry, going to have quite a bit of fun before returning to the ship. As Ren was sleeping soundly with Artoria in his arms, that moment something invaded his dreamscape. He sensed a mana usage. So when he opened his eyes, what the sorcerer saw was not his room anymore. Someone has warped the surroundings, which meant he was in the dreamscape. As Ren looked around, he could see this was some sort of royal room, with walls being quite luxurious, and a very large bed. Eventually, his eyes ended on a large opening on the other side of the vast room. This is the future. He realized that someone had made the dreamscape of the future he was building. As he walked over to the large opening, he exited the room and walked to the balcony. He could see a vast city underneath his castle-like building. The reason why it was a castle is obvious. His wife is the Dark Witch and she will only live in a castle. So why not build a massive citadel then? That is the conclusion they came up with in the future. Eventually, he leaned on the handrails and enjoyed the illusionary dreamscape. Then he felt someone hugging him. Do you like it? It sounded very similar to his wife's voice, but... You are going to quite the ordeal to speak with me, Alea. Ren said with a deadpan look as he turned around and looked at Morgan. For a second she pretended to pout. But that's just an imitation as the counter-force doesn't have emotions. And here I am. Doing all this to impress the balanced dot. She said while crossing her arms. Yeah, well I am honored that such a being like you is going through all of this to speak with me. At that moment. His eyes slightly widened as he saw another being appear. This was Goddess Rangaminiad. No wait, the magic signature. Gaia. Exactly, the planet itself took the form of adult Artoria. What is with this weirdness? Why are they imitating opposites? Alea pretending to be a fairy queen and Gaia pretends to be a human-like goddess. This is wacky. Gaia. Yes. I am here to see what Alea wants with you. We agreed not to interact with you directly. But it would seem you simply could not control yourself. Artoria said with crossed arms, emphasizing her bigger assets. Because this is an emergency. Emergency. Yes. I have an offer for you. Offer? I am not joining the counterforce. Ren instantly declined. You already are counterforce. Remember? You are the balanced dot. I don't remember agreeing or even discussing this. Indeed. We agreed on this on our own. While you got the benefits from both of us. He rolled his eyes. Even if they are emotionless systems, they still act like women. Yes. My offer is for you to go on an adventure. One of the timelines is to be destined for a purge. Your previous adventure has caused a ripple effect. To fix this, I want you to cause another ripple in this specific timeline. The results should balance the timelines. I suppose someone's destiny has changed. Ren asked with a frown. The only way he can see this happening is someone's future being altered. That much he knows about fate. Many things are predestined. Just looking at the Lostbelts in grand order, all the servants are summoned with specific roles to play. Correct. To conserve energy, certain timelines are to be pruned. This timeline now is destined to become a Lostbelt. Alea said while brushing her pale blonde hair. This is why you should not interfere, Alea, Gaia said from the side. Normally yes, but this is a major branch, its pruning will cause many timelines to disappear and our powers will diminish, Gaia. A minor setback. Other timelines will replace it. The pair of system-like beings stared at each other. Ren was wondering, did his actions cause them to develop into something like this? Since they concluded that he was the best arbiter to make them stop facing each other. Now they started to develop personalities. Something like that. This is confusing as hell. Are you sure? What if these new timelines become dead-like worlds? Remember that ritual caused all of your mana to be drained. Ren realized that Alea was talking about extra and Khalid timelines. This had an obvious effect on the Earth goddess who looked like Goddess Rangaminiad. I know you trying to play with me, but it is working. Fine, Ren Ashwell, as the balance we are requesting that you make sure this timeline continues its path, however the ritual which causes this timeline to become Lostbelt has to be negated. Gaia said while looking directly into his eyes. Her golden green eyes were digging into his very soul. And what do I get from this? It's not my timeline. Counterforce. Counterforce shall answer your call. Is that even possible? Both of us will answer your call. This includes summoning servants or beasts of Gaia. More specifically, you will able to summon IT. The desired higher class. You buttering it up now. The sorcerer said with a forced smile. We know what you want. You want to summon a grand servant which will obey your commands. This is why you created Amiya Shiro, the king of caped heroes. The ultimate sword follows what the wielder wants. Hey, so my schemes through the timeline manipulation have been noticed. We are the counterforce. You are not the only one who sees everything. In that case, why you didn't send your dog, Alea? He is a cleaner, not a balancer. Oof, I think you have hurt Emiya's feelings. The Morgan lookalike simply shrugged her shoulders without care. So what is going to be, Ren Ashwell? Gaia asked. She was waiting for his answer. Fine. So what timeline it is? Something you know about already. It's Romania and the Great Holy Grail War. Ren's eyes widened for a second. Some anger washed over him. As a hardcore Fate fan in his previous life, there was one timeline he couldn't stomach. And that was Fate/Apocrypha. So you know about it. Shiro Kodomine and his wish. Exactly. The homunculus never gains his self-awareness. This is quite a simple fix from destiny itself. Yes. If that cardboard doesn't become self-aware, the priest will succeed. Ren said with an annoyed frown. You want me to enter that silly timeline? We are well aware of your dislike towards this timeline and the homunculus. This is why we are offering counterforce. Alea said with a fake smile. Right. He just rolled his eyes at her bad facial expressions. Yes, just take that, saint all I care. Your petty animosity aside, we will help you to cross timelines. That is the best offer from this deal. You won't need to develop a kaleidoscope to travel the timelines. Gaia explained her last perk. Fine. I assume we will choose our servants. Sending us before the time all the servants are summoned. That is satisfactory. Good. Then we will join the red team. Exactly. The clock tower can't say no to a wizard marshal. True, anyway, I have another war to prepare. We will be watching you with curiosity. After saying that, Ren's eyes snapped open as he had woken up. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 59, Prelude for War. 2 out of 3 chapters this week. The blonde king of knights looked at Ren, who was supposed to be resting, but something was off about him. The mana in the air was strange. As she brought her face closer to his, she tried to inspect him, but at that moment his eyes snapped open. She quickly pulled her head away. Saber. And nothing. A smile appeared on his face when he heard her stuttering voice. She sounded extremely cute. What happened? I sensed a lot of strange mana around you. She quickly got over her embarrassment before swiftly changing the theme of the conversation. Ugh, that. I have been visited by Gaia and Alea in my sleep. Her eyes bulged out when she heard that. What he just said should be absurd. Those are like the very system of this world. What could they want with you? She asked with curiosity and concern. Save a major timeline from possible pruning. Her eyes bulged out when she heard that. That's a major event. Did you agree? The knight's chivalry started to awaken, so she was wondering what he had chosen. The reward is something I can't say no to. Reward. This was something she had not expected to hear. Usually making deals with such beings is something one should only consider after thinking for an extended amount of time. I will have access to counterforce, and the ability to visit other timelines at my leisure. He explained with a somewhat happy tone. Artoria's eyes widened in disbelief. What he just said is insane, a human who can control counterforce in some way. That is absurd, it's the very system of the world. She doesn't want to believe it. But, if he said that he would get such an award, then she would believe it to some degree. He is her master after all. But still. Her common sense doesn't accept that. Master, are you sure they are not lying to you? She asked him with more concern. No, now come over. Blush returned with force as she realized that they were naked. Before she responded, the girl was already on his lap. So what is this timeline you are speaking about? What is so important that we need to stop our cruise? Morgan asked with narrowed eyes. She is getting pissed at her mother for making them do this. It's an alternative timeline to ours. It diverges from our third Grail War, where Einsburn hacks the system and summons ruler instead of the Avenger they do in this timeline. What they summon is Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, a ruler. With this, the war continues differently, in a way that the Master of Lancers stumbles upon the Greater Grail and decides to use his connections to take it back to his country, Romania. The group listened patiently to what he was saying. But to summon a Japanese servant, it's against the rules. You saying they hacked the very system of the Grail Wars? Ereshkigal asked him as she recalled everything she knew from Rin's memories. Einsburn are the creators of the system itself. So they know how to hack it. What was stupid is that they didn't prepare a catalyst for the servant. It's not hard to figure out who could potentially have ruler class. True in a sense. So how does timeline pruning come into place? The blonde underworld goddess asked him. Amakusa Shiro enters the Greater Grail and gets his wish granted. Oh, what kind of wish is that? Heaven's feel, for everyone. So we need to stop him. Pressure in the room built up. The knights instantly got on edge. For Alter it was bloodlust. She didn't mind the cruise, the food is good, and she had some fun, but she is a warrior. Fighting in her dragon blood. No. His words instantly destroyed the atmosphere. Simply killing him is something I can do myself. I can end this in a flash. However, we can abuse this situation. Do you two want to fight? So you can fight. This is a 7 versus 7 Grail War. There will be 14 heroic spirits, something you will rarely experience. But master. This is dangerous. You can't just allow this mad ruler to ruin the world. Artoria said with a frown. Even if he knows this, he still wants to play around. Her knight honor demands that this madman be put to the blade as soon as possible. And you forget the fact that the Grail needs power from deceased servants. Ren summoned his Grail and showed it to her. I can intercept the whole ritual. He showed the cup. This, I see. Her eyes widened as she realized something. They can just allow that mad ruler to believe everything is going according to the plan. But in truth, the Greater Grail is not getting any of that power. This means they can fight to their heart's content. Maybe even annoy that ruler with the fact that he won't know what is going on. A smile crept on her face. Very well. Her smile was similar to her Alter self, who doesn't care. As long as they can fight powerful opponents for Alter, and worthy opponents for Artoria, they don't care anymore. While this was happening, Ren looked at his saber. He just noticed something peculiar. Her magic resistance has gone down from B to C. Is it because she is looking for ways to work around her honor as a knight? Indulging more in needs and desires instead of what is better for everyone. How fascinating. Since she is alive, her spirit graph works more like an actual soul and not the spiritual core of a servant. This means her spiritual choices and decisions affect her parameters. So far he was able to fix Morgan's madness, and now he is corrupting the legendary king of knights. Quite an interesting life he is living. I can see you two are looking forward to this. Let me tell you something fascinating. He smirked at the pair. For some reason, they had goosebumps going through their backs. Saber of the red faction, our faction is Mordred. Alter face morphed into a grin while Artoria had a shock which was quickly replaced with a resolute look. Mordred, is she my counterpart's product? Morgan said with a thoughtful look. She did look into this to some degree, but she hadn't had that much interest to dig beyond a certain point. She knows and remembers enough to pass as Morgan Le Fay, the Knight of Rebellion, also known as Knight of Betrayal. She was recorded as Artoria's archenemy, the last enemy which ended the myth. As servant she has similar traits as you, Morgan. She hits harder than anyone who has a relation to King Arthur, while you hit harder on anyone who has a round table relation. Her hatred developed a noble phantasm which has King Arthur in it. Morgan snorted after hearing the last part. She knows well enough about herself when she inherits Morgan's memories that she has a distaste towards the Round Table and Camelot. I think it suits me well enough. You two love adding my name to evil attacks while others add your name for revenge. Noble phantasm seems fair to me. The Fairy Queen pointed out one small detail which made the pair look somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, I will accept this with one condition. The Queen said with finality in her voice. Oh, you have something specific? Ren asked curiously. She turned her head and looked at him. I will be master of Lancer in this war. The pale blonde witch said with a matter-of-fact tone. I will summon one of my knights. This made the pair of knights curious and somewhat on edge. This is quite specific. Are these knights powerful? She does come from a different world. I assume it's your most powerful knight. Fairy Knight Lancelot. She smiled upon hearing that he knew about her. Yes. Her real name is Melusine. She was born from Albion remains. Wait, Albion. As in the dragon. One of true dragons. Ereshkigal exclaimed with disbelief. Even in the age of gods those things were seriously dangerous. That is correct. I gave her the name Fairy Knight Lancelot, which allowed her to acquire Saint Graf of Knight of the Lake as well as his powers. Combined with her inborn powers she is one of the most powerful beings in Fey Britain. Morgan slightly bragged in front of the kings of knights and the goddess. Even her student, who was quietly listening in and trying to look small, was awed by her. Even with her basic knowledge, she knows dragons are powerful beings. This, I suppose I want to see who she is. Artoria's curiosity was piqued, same with Alter. Now she wonders what that place looks like. Ren can see that in their eyes. Sadly for them, it's not what they think. That world from where Morgan came from needs to be purged hundreds of times over. He wouldn't even mind releasing someone like Goetia there. That thing could tell everyone how the place is a mistake and needs purging. Helren would even give all the mana he needs to use his Ars Almadel Salomonis, even a second shot as well, just to make sure all the Fae are dead. That's how disgusted he is with that place. Well. Do you agree, husband? Morgan asked him with a curious look. Of course. I can't say no to you. You can have the Lancer spot. She smiled and ended up sitting on his lap and wrapped her hands around him. The witch got closer to him. I suppose I could take the caster slot again. Her eyes narrowed down. No. Use Archer. She said with an icy tone. The Fairy Queen knows well enough how lucky her husband is. He will most likely summon her fairy counterpart. Her successor. You have a relic, don't you? Then just summon an archer you know it's related to. Ren slowly nodded. He thought she was going to offer that slot to be used to summon Baobath Sith. Her daughter, but she didn't even consider. He then realized something amusing, that the fairy daughter of hers is spoiled rotten, not the best example for Grey which she is training and raising at this moment. The sorcerer even wonders if she doesn't want to show how bad she was at doing her part as a responsible mother. How cute. Archer. Which relic is that? Artoria asked curiously. She wondered whose fate they were going to change forever, again. Atalanta, the chaste huntress from Greek mythology. This relic was something I acquired alongside a piece of Morgan's staff. Ren said that while hugging the blonde who was quietly listening to him. The pair nodded at them. It was not as impressive as they had thought. But it will do. It's not like they don't have excess power. And us. Won't everyone freak out? Master. You have two kings, me, and an actual being who can restart an era. It's simply not fair. The Grail could simply go haywire when the system realizes that a sorcerer is part of the ritual. Ley lines in Romania are much more potent than Fuyuki. Ereshkigal pointed out the elephant in the room situation. It's quite simple. You will come with me as my student. Both sabers are my family bodyguards, and Morgan is my wife. Who would believe she is a fairy queen reborn? And of course, Grey is her student. Ren explained with a smile as if his plan was foolproof. Ereshkigal deadpanned at him. Master, that would work, but our presence alone creates mana. Even a blind fool would pick up on something. She pointed at everyone. She is a goddess which is accepted by counterforce. Morgan is literal Great Mother, her aura births Fae. And the pair of knights are not chained as servants, they have functioning dragon cores. They simply breathe mana. If they do enter a Grail War like this, they would terrify the opposition. Fair point, I will think of something. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or Chapter 60, Fate/Apocrypha. 3 out of 3 chapters this week. I would like to hire you for the Grail War which will soon happen in Romania. You are one of the best. That will cost you a lot of money. Besides, for that thing, I will need a catalyst to summon a servant. We have that prepared. 2 men were talking in a luxurious office in Clock Tower in central London. The pair are quite distinctive in their looks. One is a man dressed in a high-class suit sitting behind a table while the other one is a burly muscular man with scars on his face. He was dressed in black leather clothes and looked like a biker. This was an infamous necromancer and a man for hire, by the name of Kairi Sisigu. A box was brought to the hitman by another magus. It was elegantly opened and shown to him. This is piece of round table. That table. The necromancer was impressed that they prepared a catalyst of this caliber. Indeed, every single one of the knights who were part of this group is a world-famous hero and is mentioned in multiple folklore and stories related to knights. You won't find a better catalyst. The luxuriously dressed magus explained with a proud tone. I get that, but I am a hitman, and these are knights with honor and chivalry. Do you think we will get along? The man for hire explained with a blunt tone. Doesn't matter, they are familiars in the end. They will have to obey their master. You will get 3 command seals either way. Besides, the more vague the catalyst, the more chances you have to summon someone who will work well with you. This alone made the necromancer much more comfortable with the upcoming work. I see, I could even get Mordred. I could work well with that specific knight, considering the legends it has. Indeed. You have a few days to prepare for the beginning of the war. At that moment space rippled in the background as a wormhole started to open. A group of people passed through. It appears we have been brought over into the clock tower. A male voice said. It was a strange group. The majority of this group had the same face. And they all were blondes with different shades but still blondes. Only the male had black hair. Oh. Are we interrupting something? The male asked the duo. At that moment the necromancer pointed his shotgun at the group. That won't work. A bunch of portals opened behind the male as they pointed countless high-tier weaponry at the pair of magus. I am sure we can discuss this in a civilized manner. We are here for the Great Grail War held in Romania, hired by Alea and Gaia. At least make it more believable, the necromancer didn't finish saying as he felt a pair of presences staring at him. Oh okay, I am convinced. The burly man lowered his shotgun and the magus behind the table slowly nodded his head. He was convinced as well. Great. I didn't want to destroy this office either. The black-haired young adult with a nod recalled all of his impressive-looking weapons back into the storage. I don't understand why those two distinctive beings would be interested in this war. The other magus who was hiring the necromancer questioned with confusion and disbelief. This timeline is destined to become a lost belt. This much should be enough, no. Lost belt. That is correct. This war is a turning point. One of your magus buddies will ask something crazy of the Grail and turn this timeline into a dead end. This should not be possible. All of the magus who are going to war don't have such a wish. We are more than aware of the consequences. The magus behind the desk's reaction was that of stupid disbelief. If this was the case, then we wouldn't be here. The woman with long pale blonde hair said with a dissatisfied tone. It doesn't change the fact that we are here to alter the timeline. We shall be part of the war. 2 master spots for the red team will go to us. Fine, the servants are not yet summoned. The magus easily agreed, though now he will need to explain this to his partners. Good enough, we will be taking archer and lancer slots. The rest you can keep. Fine. Good enough. The man nodded at the magus before looking at the necromancer. Well, Master of Saber, I will see you later. Just like that, the group simply disappeared. It wasn't magecraft, it was almost like a miracle. I guess this war just got much more serious. The hitman grinned when he said that. He was somewhat enjoying the look the magus in front of him was having. He just decided on everything without telling his partners. What can he even say? The natural forces of the world decided on something. It's not like he can say no. Right. Excuse me, Mr. Sisigu, I have a meeting to attend. The necromancer just grinned even more. Sure thing. I will be going then. I need a war to prepare for, a servant to summon. The grin disappeared from the necromancer's face the moment he was gone out of the room. One could say he was somewhat anxious as well. This invader guy will have a couple of servants. Yet, this group is on the larger side. There is a certain aura from them as well. Just by looking at that group, he can feel a certain dread. They are not pushovers. Whatever this is, his job is to make sure the cup doesn't end up with Igmalinia's family, and that guy's mission is to make sure it doesn't become a lost belt. Someone who is chosen by natural forces like Jaya and Alea means that he is on humanity's and nature's side. Whatever the case might be, he should survive this if he plays his cards right. For now, he needs to summon his servant, and according to that guy, he will be the Master of Saber. The class is well known as the strongest. He will need all that strength. Ren brought his group into the heart of Romania. In the distance, the group could see a castle not far from the castle, which was a small town. This was a very nice and picturesque-looking location. One would never think that a war is about to be waged here. I can sense movement and uses of mana in the castle. The black faction has taken a defensive position there. Apart from that, Kabbalah. Ereshkigal said with a thoughtful look as her hands were crossed. She thought about what she was sensing. Kabbalah. Morgan blinked for a second. This word sounded familiar. I think you mentioned that before. Yes. It's a golem-making art, quite an esoteric one. This could mean that either one master is practicing it or it's their caster. The wizard marshal said with a smile. You already know. Morgan's eyes rolled as she heard the tone of his explanation. He sounded like he was having fun saying that. I won't spoil the curiosity you all have in this war. So I won't be telling you. He explained with a shrug. Fair enough. I think we should head into the forest and establish our base there. The Fairy Queen didn't bother with him since he wanted to do that. They would play by these rules if this was his desire. The remaining people just sighed and resigned to what they wanted. The pair of sabers simply go to fight when they are asked to, something they do believe will get to do in this place. While Ereshkigal was more interested in how the timeline was different from what she remembered as Rin. It sounds fascinating, and at the same time, she wanted to know what happened to the Tashaka family who don't have a Grail War. With Morgan's lead, the group ended up in the middle of a small forest. This forest will be good enough for the Fae to turn into her territory and establish a base. Husband, make a small lake if you could. She asked him as the Fairy Queen proceeded to create her territory. Sure thing. He started to look around, finding a good spot before proceeding to summon a few weapons from his gate. Using them as markers to mark the boundaries of this new lake. Once that was done, he used his endless mana to start creating water while eroding the forest foliage. Slowly water started to fill up and Morgan walked on top of the water. Greenish-blue particles started to manifest on the surface of the water. She is making the lake. If it does what it is supposed to do, we would get a boost in parameters regardless if we are in Britain or not. The pair of Artorias realized what this was. This is a unique form of territory creation, heavily relying on the symbolism of the myth. Same myth which is heavy in the folklore of King Arthur myths. Soon enough mist rolled out from the center of the expanding lake, shrouding the whole forest. Just like that the group had a better fortress than the black faction which had the castle. We should build a house, a workshop would be in our best interest, Ereshkigal suggested as she looked around. Since the pair is flexing their powers. She needs to show what a goddess like her can do. True. Let me help you with that. Rent nodded at her as he once again looked around, his eyes turned into a void for a few moments before things just started to happen. A manor next to a lakeside popped into existence. While I would prefer a castle, this is good enough for this war, Morgan commented as she noticed the manor. There is one next to the village, we can conquer that one, Ren suggested to his wife as he looked at his handiwork. Fair enough. Conquering a castle is something I even prefer in this kind of situation. Indeed. For now, let's proceed with workshop creation. Go on then. I still need to conjure a few defenses before I can start with the workshop. Alright, I will make some tea for you when you come back. The fairy queen smiled for a bit when she heard that, she nodded at his words before focusing back on her magecraft. In less than a day the group had their base and defenses in place. All that is left is to summon their servants and join this war. The first one to summon the servant is Morgan, who is quite giddy with the prospect of having her knight serve her once again. The circle was swiftly prepared and the chant was adjusted for the red faction. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. The pale blonde witch softly recited the chant as light consumed the basement of the manor. The summoning was quite specific as Ren was the one who navigated the throne of heroes to pick a servant related to his wife. The list wasn't as big as the one related to the King of Knights. Morgan Le Fay, the Lostbelt King, is only a one-time timeline branch of a dead world. It's nothing compared to the main timeline of King of Knights. As light settled down, a petite girl with white hair and dressed in arcane blue armor with a pair of swords placed on her wrists answered the call. Servant Lancer, your grace. The newly summoned Lancer squeaked with disbelief. Why you summoned me as a servant? The way she sounded made Morgan smile, her smile was genuine. Melusine, it's good to have you at my side. Elle likewise. I can't believe this could potentially happen. The fairy knight Lancelot continued to stutter as she was still processing this development. While the rest are watching this Lancer with curious gazes. They can sense the sheer draconic aura rolling from her. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 61, Atalanta, the Archer of Red. 1 out of 3 chapters this week. Melusine with glittering eyes looked at Ren, who was looking back at her with some confusion. Why does this dragon girl look so happy? Unbelievable. So this is her grace's legitimate husband. Truly the one who made her change like this. The newly summoned Lancer already saw through her master. As a dragonkind she sees the world differently, she can view things through different kinds of lenses. So she easily noticed how well her fairy queen was. Much better than the cold self she was when she ruled Fairy Britain. So this means her husband is truly good to her. This was enough for the newly summoned Lancer. Our grace, what is our next move? Do you truly need the Holy Grail? As the summoning was linked to war for the cup. Melusine curiously asked. She doesn't see her queen caring about this cup. She isn't that kind of a fairy. No such thing. The cup is something my husband already has. The reason why we are part of this war is that we need to stop a certain magus from winning. The rest doesn't have meaning for us. Morgan explained with a plain voice. Oh. I see. As expected from my queen. Then I shall return to my duties as your knight. Melusine happily agreed and swiftly went to her queen's side. Since Lancer is summoned, I should proceed to summoning my archer. Ren spoke after seeing the interaction between the fairy queen and the dragon girl. By all means, husband. The newly summoned Lancer looked at the group her queen was hanging out with. These two are red dragons. The King Arthurs of Pan-Human history. They are from Round Table. The white-haired girl's eyes widened for a second. There is no way. These are the kings of Round Table. The kings of knights. She has heard much about them. She even holds the Saint Graph of Lancelot. Will she get a chance to meet him? My queen. How did you end up in the Pan-Human timeline? You are not even a servant. The fairy queen's knight was confused, to say the least. I was one. I am my husband's first servant. We won the Grail War together, he then brought me back to life and then, we married. Wow. Is it just me, but Morgan is bragging to her knight. Alter whispered to her regular version. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed. The pair of sabers whispered to each other while Morgan explained the ritual of marriage to her knight. It's something that didn't exist in Fairy Britain. While at the back, Grey was looking at Melusine with a confused look. This girl is barely higher than her. Is she truly a dragon kind? So strange, she could sense this aura radiating from her but the girl's size. It's just weird. Don't underestimate this girl. She is a genuine deal. Ereshkigal softly said to the Gravekeeper girl. Dragons are beings of pure energy, this girl's size can change. I understand. After telling a few of her experiences to Melusine, their time to talk was over as Ren was ready to summon his servant. As the chant was done, the circle glowed and white light once again consumed the basement. Once the light settled down in the middle of the circle, a girl with blonde and green hair was standing. She had a bow in her hands. The bow was nearly as big as half of her body. It was radiating a godly aura. However, what got everyone's attention was the girl's cat ears and a lion tail. Servant Archer, have accepted your summons, are you thou my master? The newly summoned servant asked Ren, who showed the huntress his intricate command seals. The servant's eyes widened for a second, but she formed a contract regardless. Then the contract is sealed. So this is my king's servant. Melusine hummed with curiosity. The lion girl who looked at Lancer frowned as she smelled something odd from the servant. You are not a human. I am a fairy and dragon hybrid. The answer only made the archer frown even more. Atalanta, there are things we need to discuss about this war. Ren said that as he collected the relic, there was no way he would leave that in the open. Morgan's staff and Atalanta's piece of bow are his earliest items which he has a special bond with. Then I shall listen to what you have to say, master. The group proceeded to walk upstairs. In the newly built living room, everyone took their seats. With a hand motion, Ren summoned some snacks and drinks. He specifically summoned some beautiful-looking apples to his new archer. The lioness's ears twitched for a second when she saw the fruits. For a moment she had a look of suspicion, but after inspecting and tasting the apple she took a proper bite. Her eyes glittered as the huntress's taste buds exploded from incredible taste. While Atalanta was having a meltdown from incredible apples, Morgan was teaching Melusine all about being British. This means tea and biscuits. The dragon girl was all about testing out new things. This was Saber all over again, who was learning the ropes of modern society. Ren watched with amusement for a while before starting to explain to the lion girl. I think we should start from the very beginning. The reason why my wife and I are part of this war is to stop a certain individual from making his wish, as his wish will cause a purge of this world. His archer snapped out from her food-induced euphoria and looked seriously at him. I see, and your wish? Do you have one? The huntress asked seriously. Her instincts are telling her that this guy is very dangerous. She doesn't know if she could potentially even beat him. She is still trying to grasp the idea that he even needs her. Just from his companions and her senses, she can tell that almost all of the companions he has are servants or ex-servant-like existences. No. I am a winner of a Grail War in another timeline. My wish is granted. I am here to save this timeline from a purge on behalf of Gaia and Alea. Exclamation point. Her eyes widened for a second as her mouth opened and then closed. This was not expected. Such things could even happen. The information she received from the Grail tells her that Gaia and Alea are presences that govern certain things. This is completely unexpected. Then, I can have the wish for myself. To her wish, he simply shrugged. By all means. It's not like I need it, or my wife needs it. He shrugged and looked at Morgan, who just waved her hand, as if it didn't bother her, as at this moment she was talking with her knight. As you can see, she doesn't mind. Atalanta nodded and sighed to herself. This sounds far too good to be true. But she will accept it. Very well, then I accept. You will have my assistance. Not that you need help in the first place. She hinted at the fact that this guy is monster mana-wise. She can sense that he can easily sustain entire armies of servants. Her reserves are overflowing even now, making her parameters rise by a stage just from this overflow. Whatever being he is, he shouldn't need a servant to win the Grail War for him. Maybe that's why he summoned an archer. To snipe masters from a distance. While he takes care of servants. By this point, she could only speculate. Maybe, maybe not. This is a great war. There should be a wide selection of enemies to face. He smiled at her. All she could do was roll her eyes and look away. As if she buys such a simple excuse. After summoning his lion girl, the group was set for war. The pair of sabers went to explore the village. Since they don't radiate servant-like mana, they have an easier time exploring the village. While the sabers explore the village, Ereshkigal and Morgan start to teach things about the Holy Grail War to Grey. Since they are in such a situation, it would seem it's a good time to do that. This time around, Melusine would be there as well, as she is the servant of Morgan. This only leads Ren and his newly summoned archer. The huntress is in her spirit form, following him like a proper servant should do. Though she never expected him to make another servant manifest just like that. Her eyes widened when she saw a fully armored being just appeared like that. The thing was, she didn't even sense him. What kind of power is that? He is not human. Something else entirely. She could not pick up any sort of smell from it. Only bloodlust and hunger for war. Impressive, isn't he? This is the berserker class servant I acquired in my first war. His true name is Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake. Morgan and I modified him and turned him into a Fey Knight. A human and Fey hybrid. Now I am going to empower him even further for this war. Morgan created this Fey territory which I can use to empower Lancelot further. He explained to her, knowing full well that his lion girl was following him all the way. Do you even need me in the first place? She asked him with some annoyance. I don't have an archer, so I do need a ranged fighter. Say, Atalanta, your Toro Polo's bow originally was a divine construct. His random question somewhat got her off guard. It came out of nowhere. No. I don't think so. While goddess Artemis gave it to me, it wasn't constructed by god Hephaestus. So it should be just a blessed bow. He listened to her explanation before a ripple in space appeared next to him. A weapon slowly came out. It was a bow, her bow. The wizard marshal picked it up and inspected it. Just who are you, master? The huntress could control herself and asked him with a baffled voice. I am a wizard, Atalanta, someone who is good at miracles. What do you say? I will give you a divine construct for a bow. Should he be a good gift for my archer? What is his game? He said he is a wizard. My knowledge of these beings is limited. I died long ago. Whatever I know comes from the Holy Grail. Not that the Holy Grail is good at explaining. Wizards are beings who wield true magic, a form of magic which appeared in modern times. And what do you want in return? A divine construct is something only a selected few can wield. I don't think my Saint Graph could even handle such a thing. He simply smiled at her. So you are interested? I could help you achieve such power, aren't you interested? Maybe, depends on the price for such power. Ren smiled even more. The huntress was quite suspicious of him. This girl is quite a cynical one. Price. The price is this. He showed his command seals. The change of contract. You will be my servant past this war. Her eyes widened as she was confused. This guy makes no sense to her. There should be a greater goal he is working for. Your wish is that children don't experience what you had to go through in your life. Is that right? He said that with a plain tone as his gaze went to the lake. The greenish-blue particles are very beautiful indeed. How do you know that? I am a wizard, Atalanta. Past, now, and the future are the same to me. I know you. I know the times you were summoned in other Holy Grail Wars, even the times when you were summoned to help save the world. Her eyes trembled for a second. This guy knows far too much. Still, she kept a cool face regardless of what he said. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or. Chapter 62, Mordred Meeting Fathers. 2 out of 3 chapters this week. I see. What is your goal? You are gathering servants. Powerful servants. There is an end goal. Or is it just a game for you? The lion girl manifested behind him with crossed arms. For beings who exist now, my actions appear random. That's because whatever I do affects things in the distant future. But yes, to your question. My goal is to change the world. I have a vision. You can be part of that vision. Your wish is something you can do here in this timeline and in my timeline as well. The choice is yours. Her eyes narrowed for a second. Why such a hassle? You are a sorcerer, beings like you only care about magic. Normal people are beneath them. She pointed out. You are right. That's why I am offering this to you. Once my order is in place, you can run all the orphanages if you want. Maybe even part of my government will be responsible for that, something you can run as well. The choice is yours. Atalanta's eyes trembled. This guy knew how to pull her heartstrings. It's so wrong. It was simply not fair. And if I am to decline? She asked with a snappy voice. I will just summon another Atalanta. He casually shrugged at her. Why me? Because your relic is one of the first ever artifacts I have ever got with my own money. It's special to me. He explained without mincing his words. The lioness growled from annoyance. She was annoyed that it made sense to her. Fine. I accept. But, if I see anything amiss, I will have your head. Ren smiled. He then turned around and faced her. Of course. The answer she got made her turn pale. Because she felt like she just signed a contract with the devil himself. However, she won't chicken out. No. That's not her. Even if he is a devil and a godlike being. She won't show a terrified face. Then follow me. Time for upgrades. His new archer stiffly nodded and followed him. It appears that Archer Girl has been subdued, Melusine leisurely commented as she looked somewhere. It was only a matter of time, Morgan said while sipping her tea. That Archer Girl holds a special place in my husband's heart. The other artifact he acquired belongs to my panhuman version, but since he is a sorcerer he was able to summon me. So it's only natural that he summons his other servant with whom he has a special connection. The Fairy Queen explained to her knight. As expected from her grace. You always think about his grace. Morgan snorted with amusement. It feels good to have her cheerleader back. Of course. He is my husband. So it's the most natural thing I would do. His happiness is my happiness. The dragon girl had stars in her eyes when she heard how affectionate her queen was speaking about her husband. This was on another level. Over the decades when Melusine has served her as Fey Knight Lancelot, she has never seen her queen this open with emotions. Truly beautiful to watch. While the pair are drinking tea and eating an array of sweets, Ereshkigal and Grey are observing the pair from a distance. They sure are strange. Don't worry, they are catching up. The blonde twin-tails goddess explained with a small smile. Come, let's have something to eat. Okay, the pair of Artorias were walking through the streets of the medieval-looking town of Trifas. It feels quite. Alter opened up first as she was looking at the cobblestone pavements and buildings which looked quite old. Homely. Yeah, that's the word. As they were exploring the town, their noses were assaulted by freshly prepared food. Smells good. It's a good thing we are prepared. Once again the King of Knights pulled out a rolled-up pack of banknotes. Like always, their master never forgets to give them some spare change. As they walked over they realized that this was a bakery. The moment they realized that drool started to drip from the corners of their lips. We have to try these. The blonde whispered with a serious voice. Yeah. Alter stiffly nodded as she cleaned off her droll. After making up their mind they swiftly entered the bakery and proceeded to choose their pastries. Alter hogged everything with chocolate on or inside of it, while Artoria was much more controlled and took everything which looked good. Are you sure you two will eat all of it? The baker asked with some concern. No worries. It's fine. If there is something left we can share them with our family. The King of Knights almost said master, but at the very last second she switched to family. All right then. The baker swiftly counted all the pastries. Once again Artoria simply dropped a banknote and told the men to keep the change. As they left the bakery their eyes wandered to the side where outdoor tables were for a restaurant. Their eyes widened as they saw another blonde, just like them, but her hairstyle was not as nicely combed as theirs. The other blonde has noticed them as well. The reaction was extreme. Father. With a wild roar, the blonde jumped out from her seat and with intense red lightning her clothes changed into silver and red armor. The girl roared furiously as she lunged at Artoria. But, before she can do anything, a foot slammed into the armored girl's side, forcing her to fly away with crushing force. The one who kicked her hard was Artoria Alter. Can you hold this for me? And call the master. He needs to patch up this place. The darkened Artoria handed over the bag to Artoria, who was already busy holding her large bag. Fine, just don't kill Mordred. She is supposed to be on our side in this war. Artoria reminds Alter about the factions and that Mordred is Saber of Red. Yeah. I might not kill her, but a beat-up is in the cards. With a blast of black miasma, the Alter Saber jumped after Mordred. Ugh, what was that? Mordred groggily pushed out from being imprinted into a wall. Saber. Master, get back. It's my father. No doubt she is the Saber of Black. Mordred said with certainty. After all, what other class her father could be summoned to? Since she is a Saber, it's only natural that her father will be a Saber as well. Yeah, no. You are wrong. Though being called Saber of Black fits my coloring. The black-dressed pale blonde girl landed in front of Mordred several meters away. It's you. Kairi Sisigu's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Indeed. I am Saber. Artoria Pendragon, the fallen king of knights. The girl who looks just like me is not my fallen version. As Alter said that, black miasma gathered around her, red lightning crackled for a second as she was fully armored and a pair of swords appeared in her hands. Mordred's eyes bulged out as she saw this version of her father. This King Arthur looks evil. T2 Excaliburs. Beautiful, isn't it? My master gave me one extra as a gift. He truly knows what his servant likes. The Alter was happy with the reaction to her extra sword. Now what do you say? Traitor. Want to fight? Mordred's eyes twitched from anger when she heard the tone of this fake-looking King Arthur. Fine. I will kill you first, and then I will fight my father. Now come on, you faker. Mordred roared with anger as red lightning crackled around her blade. She lunged at the Black King of Knights. I am fake. At that moment Alter's eyes gleamed with sadism. Did she call her fake? With a roar, Alter lunged as well. But unlike Mordred, her mana was many times more heavy and her Excaliburs could amplify that heaviness and discharge a burst of energy from itself like a conduit. Her swing looked like a massive Excalibur was descending on Mordred, who was baffled to see this. She tried to intercept the swing downwards with the blade of her clarent. Hey, you stopped one sword, what about the other one? The Knight of Treachery's eyes widened under her helmet as she realized that both of her sides were open. Sure enough, another oversized pitch-black Excalibur slammed into her side, sending her into a stone building once again. Shit, this is no good. This King of Arthur is a freak of a servant. Now that Alter has revealed herself, Kairi can see her parameters. All of them are in EX. There is no freaking way Mordred can win against this thing. Let me show you what a fake can do. The fallen knight is feeling quite pissed by that comment. Alter. Remember what I said. Artoria landed not far from their location. She was holding 2 large bags of pastries. Asterisk tisk asterisk. I know. The darkened version clicked her tongue. My apologies that she attacked like that. Artoria tried to sound as diplomatic as possible as she apologized to Mordred's master. Kairi didn't expect that this other version of King of Knights would apologize like that. Father. You must fight me. All of a sudden Mordred was on her feet. Her entire left side of armor was shattered, showing her face. For what? I need to beat you. For what? I am the rightful successor to your kingdom. What kingdom? Artoria asked with an eye roll. Camelot. Are you stupid? Camelot is gone for over 1,000 years. There is no castle for you to rule. People have long forgotten about us. All that is left are simple legends and tales. Artoria exclaimed with a sigh. Now she knows how her master feels when she tells him about her wish. It's so stupid. But then again, servants are beings who are stuck in time. So she understands where Mordred comes from. I see, regardless, this is not a solved issue. I still need to beat you. To prove to you that I am still your rightful heir. The pair of Artoria sighed at her at the same time. I don't care. You can have the kingdom if you want. Excuse me. For a moment Mordred didn't know what to say. Yeah, what my goody two-shoes said. You can have my kingdom as well. The more wild-looking blonde was out of words. Even her master, the bounty hunter, was scratching the back of his head. What the hell is going on? Hold it. It doesn't work like that. Why not? I am the king. So I am. So, as King of Britain you are now the king. There, you can have it. What she said. You can have my kingdom as well. The pair of Artorias casually handed over their kingdoms. The only reason they're doing something like this is that their kingdoms don't exist anymore. So if Mordred is so obsessed with all of this, she can have these kingdoms. No. You two are making fun of this. I won't accept this. Mordred roared with anger as her armor fixed itself. She was ready to fight. She doesn't care how much stronger this black fake version of her father is. Hell. Both of them are fakes. Her father will never joke like this. Mordred. Hold it. We can't fight here. What the hell is this? I thought this was over, but Saber is just mad. Master, don't hold me back. I need to get rid of these two. Before she can lunge, chains erupt from everywhere and pin Mordred in midair. They came out from blue portals and soon after more people appeared next to a pair of Artorias. Let go of me. I said let go of me. Mordred roared with anger as her mana was not responding. Her struggle looked like a child's temper tantrum. We met again, Master of Saber. It appears you summoned quite a handful one. You are that magician. Oh. You realized what I was. The tall burly biker snorted in amusement. Hard to miss when you perform such feats. Fair point. Chapter 63, Mordred meeting Mother. 3 out of 3 chapters this week. Mordred looked at the group of new arrivals. She was confused, very confused. She gets the whole picture of a faction war, but there are only 2 servants of this faction in front of her. Yet, there are more than 2 very powerful beings in this group. Her eyes ended up on a pale blonde woman with blue eyes. Mother. The woman's eyebrows twitched severely when she heard that title. No. I am not, I am the Fey incarnation of Morgan, not human. Did you just say Fey incarnation? Kairi exclaimed with pure horror. For such a being to be among people in modern times, he is out of words. Precisely. What someone like you is doing here. Isn't it obvious? Morgan crossed her arms and looked annoyed for a bit. A small scoff left her lips before she explained a little bit more. I am going everywhere where my husband goes. That much should be obvious. Right. It's official, they are fucked. There is no way in hell this is going to end on a regular note. Nope, if there is a great mother tier fae and a magician with an array of servants, then there is something bigger brewing. For a simple bounty hunter, this is way past his pay grade. So, you are my stepfather then? Mordred, who couldn't read the atmosphere, asked without care. Morgan's eyebrows twitched hard. If this was her old self, Saber of Red would have ended as a mist of blood by this point. But it doesn't mean she can't threaten her. As ice-blue portals opened up around Mordred, an array of dragon-slaying swords from the Norse and the Western world surrounded the Knight of Treachery. Didn't I make it clear? Mordred. I am not your mother. I am not human. Doesn't that make it clear? Gulp. 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 All of the Artorias and the bounty hunter gulped down nervously. Mordred, who was already pale behind her helmet, rapidly nodded several times. The message was clear. Good. I hope you remember that, next time. The pale blonde witch looked at Kyrie. You will need a new saber. I hope we don't come to that. The bounty hunter looked at his servant. Indeed. Morgan agreed to his words as she recalled her weapons and stored them back in her gate. Same time Ren recalled his chains, which made Mordred land on the ground. Saber of Red stretched for a bit, getting back into her form. The Knight of Treachery is feeling awkward now. The current situation is strange, to say the least. From her perspective, this magician guy is collecting things from her homeland. Starting with her mother and ending with her father. What does he have in between? So what now? Can I get some sort of plan? I don't want to interfere with whatever you people are doing. The necromancer bounty hunter asked in a more diplomatic voice. He wants nothing to do with this group of freaks who can slaughter their way through pretty much everything after he saw a couple of demonstrations. Sure. Ren agreed. He then looked at his wife. Dear, can we get a mind wipe for this area while I fix the destruction? Morgan nodded as she summoned her staff. With a tap of her staff, mist manifested around the whole area. While Ren used his true magic to fix the collateral damage. Seconds later it looked like nothing had happened. Let's talk. Ren's group, which includes his wife, his two sabers and the servants for this war, were back at the outdoor restaurant. He has left Ereshkigal to take care of Grey. The girl has to get good at magecraft before they allow her to leave the premises of their territory. Even so, the atmosphere was quite awkward with Mordred staring at Ren for quite a bit. Morgan simply closed her eyes and was enjoying her tea. Though she was sitting next to her husband and was his moral support. Ren's archer was on a rooftop in ghost form just in case, while the knights were standing behind their masters. It was quite a strange sight for a regular person. Thankfully the town of Trifas learned to keep their mouth shut and just do their things. Ignoring whatever craziness is happening in their ancient town. Let me get straight to the point. Ren started the conversation with the elephant in the room from the very beginning, something the bounty hunter liked. That would be for the best. The one who causes the purge is one in our camp. Okay. Since you know the identity, why don't you just get rid of him? Because. He pointed at Kyrie's saber, then at his sabers. They want to fight. You wouldn't want the conflict to end just like that. Mordred blinked her eyes a couple of times. She likes that. You are not so bad. The wild-looking saber nodded in appreciation. Right. The necromancer sarcastically nodded. Since he doesn't know that we know, you get the picture. Oh, I see, we can surprise this crazy asshole. Correct. For the Grail to work, it has to absorb deceased servants. The ritual itself is like that. The deceased servants don't just return to the throne. They are captured by the Greater Grail. They are the fuel for the wish. I see, so there is nothing to worry about for quite a while. Kyrie sighed in relief as he leaned into his chair. Correct, for now, we can play the Grail War and diminish the numbers until he reveals himself. That's fine by me. I was planning to do that anyway. Good. And the cup? Since you are here to save the timeline and not get the wish, I assume neither you nor your wife want anything to do with it. I assume the same for your sabers. And other servants. You don't need to worry about the small details. I have my camp secured on that end. Good to hear. Really? Father, you don't want anything? Mordred asked with disbelief. She remembers how the King of Knights left Britain to look for the cup. Now she doesn't want it. Double sigh. You do understand that we are here far longer than you are, Mordred. This. The Knight of Treachery was indeed wondering how long these two are around. What my goody two-shoes is saying is right. We are winners of previous Grail Wars. What do you think happened? The fallen knight chipped in. How can she allow her other self to answer all the questions? Wait, you have multiple cups? Mordred asked with a gulp. Having multiple cups is pointless, one is more than enough. My husband has one regular Grail and one Greater Grail, the other one was left with the family responsible for it. There is no point for more. Morgan explained while finally opening her eyes and looking at Mordred with a complex look. One thing is certain, her panhuman version sure made a good homunculi. Damn. No more words were coming from the pair. Mordred has nothing to say, like. Regardless, enjoy the war. It's quite an experience. Let's go, ladies. The group proceeded to leave as they said what they wanted to say. You have a cup. You can use it any time you want. Atalanta asked via the direct link she had with her master. I do have it. And it's primed and ready for use. Then. You want me to grant your wish? For a few moments, it was complete silence. No, but I want you to use it when I finish this war for you. That's my purpose here. At least one part of it. Once you grant my wish, I will honor the secondary part of the deal we agreed upon. As my huntress wants it shall be. Ren teased his new archer. I have sworn an oath of chastity to Goddess Artemis. Please don't try to flirt with me. Atalanta has pointed that out. Huh. So how does it work? Since Artemis was head over heels for Orion. Does your oath even work as a power? Since you don't have it in your parameters as a skill, it doesn't work, does it? Ren pondered on this. His thoughts were heard by the huntress, who was feeling like she was in a tight spot. She knows that it's superficial. The simple fact is that Alalanti knows the stories about Orion and Artemis' love for him. So even if she was forced to marry Artemis didn't punish her severely, it was more like a rescue from a bad situation when she was turned into a lion. I will only discuss this if you beat me in a foot race without cheating. Once again Atalanta decided to leave her fate to the race, just like in the myths. Fine, as my huntress wishes. Though don't regret leaving your fate to a simple race. I won't. If you are better than me, then I will accept being yours. If you haven't realized, master. I am someone who was raised in the wild. Strong rule, the weak follow or die. They explained with a plain and indifferent voice. No wonder her alignment is evil by normal human standards. Very well. However, Atalanta wonders how a simple question regarding the cup ended with her sealing her fate in a foot race once more. ****. Do I have to be in this form? Mordred asked with an annoyed voice. She disliked being in ghost form. It felt wrong not to feel her legs touching the ground. It's only for a few minutes, we are here to meet with the remaining masters of Red Faction. Aha, as if it matters. With my mother and father being here, there is very little they can do. The Knight of Treachery quite arrogantly said that. There are many more heroes than just people from your time, Saber. However, I do agree that they are very dangerous. Kairi said with a small shiver. Not many things can make him feel such despair as a fairy as powerful as that great mother who looks like Morgan. That's the thing. She called herself the fairy incarnation of Morgan, which makes no sense to me. There should be more to that story. The necromancer thought to himself. He knows well enough that Morgan is a fairy either way. She was the one who took King Arthur to Avalon at the end of the myth. Still, there are a bunch of differences in the stories. As the bounty hunter was thinking about the magician, he arrived at a church in a small town not far from Tryphus. This was the so-called headquarters of the Red Faction. Who greeted him at the church was a white-haired young man. I don't like him. Mordred said this the moment she saw this priest. Hello, you must be the bounty hunter Kairi Sisegu. I am Father Kodomine Shiro, the selected representative for the Holy Church for this war. Yeah, that's me. So, where are the other masters? The bounty hunter asked curiously as he looked around. They are at the back. They elected me to command the servants in a fight since I am the most experienced when it comes to such things. Aha, as if I believe that. Something is fishy here. Mordred scoffed while saying that. I suppose I have found the target who wants to turn this place into a lost belt. Kairi commented to his servant. You think it's him? Well, he is fishy, but he hasn't shown anything strange. Have you finished speaking to your servant? The priest asked nicely. Yeah, my servant doesn't have a high opinion regarding priests. Pity. I wanted to show my sincerity by revealing my servant. As he said that, a woman manifested next to the priest. She had long black hair and elvish ears. She was something akin to an evil seductress. The moment Kairi saw her, he had a flashback of a woman with pale blonde hair and glowing icy blue eyes. A witch. Master, now I am 100% certain that this is the guy. He is the one. The necromancer snorted upon hearing that. His saber is so childish. For advanced chapters, +5 chapters, my pat, patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Or